Sometimes when she recalled his looks, his sympathy, and his words, happiness did not appear to her. It was at those moments that Dunyasha noticed her smiling as she looked out of the carriage window. Was it not fate that brought him to Bogucharovo, and at that very moment, thought Princess Mary, and that caused his sister to my brother? And in all this Princess Mary saw the hand of Providence. The impression the princess made on Rostov was a very agreeable one. To remember her gave him pleasure, and when his comrades, hearing of his adventure at Bogucharovo, rallied him on having gone to look for hay and having picked up one of the wealthiest heiresses in Russia, he grew angry. It made him angry just because the idea of marrying the gentle Princess Mary, who was attractive to him and had an enormous fortune, had against his will more than once entered his head. For himself personally, Nicholas could not wish for a better wife. By marrying her he would make the Countess his mother happy, would be able to put his father's affairs in order, and would even, he felt it, ensure Princess Mary's happiness. But S6 and his plighted word? That was why Rostov grew angry when he was rallied Princess Bogucharovskaya Chapter 15 on receiving command of the armies Kutuzov Prince Andrew and sent an order for him to report at headquarters. Prince Andrew arrived at Zarevo Zymishk on the very day and at the very hour that Kutuzov was reviewing the troops for the first time. He stopped in the village at the priest's house, in front of which stood the commander-in-chief's carriage, and he sat down on the bench at the gate awaiting His Serene Highness, as everyone now called Kutuzov. From the field beyond the village came now sounds of regimental music and now the roar of many voices shouting hurrah. To the new commander-in-chief 2 orderlies, a courier and a majordomo, stood nearby, some 10 paces from Prince Andrew, availing themselves of Kutuzov's absence and of fine weather. A short, swarthy lieutenant colonel of hussars with thick moustaches and whiskers rode up to the gate and, glancing at Prince Andrew, inquired whether His Serene Highness was putting up there and whether he would soon. Prince Andrew replied that he was not on His Serene Highness' staff but was himself a new arrival. The lieutenant colonel turned to a smart orderly, who, with the peculiar contempt with which a commander-in-chief's orderly speaks to officers, replied, "What? His Serene Highness? I expect he'll be here some 4/hat do you want?" The lieutenant colonel of hussars smiled beneath his moustache at the orderly's tone, dismounted, gave his horse to a dispatch runner, and approached Bogucharovsky with a slight. Bogucharovsky made room for him on the bench and the lieutenant colonel sat down beside. "You're also waiting for the commander-in-chief," said he. "They say he receives Eve wine, thank God. It's a wall with those sausage eaters. 610V had reason to ask to be promoted to be a German. Now P-Wapsvishans will get a look as it was, devil only knows what was happening. We kept wetwetting and wetwetting. Did you take part in the campaign?" he asked. "I had the pleasure," replied Prince Andrew, "not only of taking part in the retreat but of losing in that retreat all I held dear, not to mention the estate and home of my birth, my father, who died of grief. I belong to the province of Smolensk. R. Your Prince Bogucharovsky? Very glad to make your acquaintance. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Denisov, better known as Vaska," said Denisov, pressing Prince Andrew's hand and looking into his with a particularly kindly attention. "Yes, I heard," said he sympathetically, and after a short pause added, "Yes, it's Scythian warfare. It's all very well, only not for those who get it in the neck. So you are Prince Andrew Bogucharovsky?" He swayed his head. "Very pleased, Prince, to make your acquaintance," he repeated again, smiling sadly, and he again pressed Prince Andrew's hand. Prince Andrew knew Denisov from what Natasha had told him of her first suitor. This memory carried him sadly and sweetly back to those painful feelings of which he had not thought lately, but which still found place in his soul. Of late he had received so many new and very serious impressions, such as the retreat from Smolensk, his visit to Bald Hills, and the recent news of his father's death, and had experienced so many emotions, that for a long time past those memories had not entered his mind, and now that they did, they did not act on him with nearly their strength. For Denisov, too, the memories awakened by the name of Bolkonsky belonged to a distant, romantic past, when after supper and after Natasha's singing he had proposed to a little girl of 15 without realizing what he was doing. He smiled at the recollection of that time and of his love for Natasha, and passed at once to what now interested him passionately and exclusively. This was a plan of campaign he had devised while serving at the outposts during the retreat. He had proposed that plan to Barclay de Tolly and now wished to propose it to Kutuzov. The plan was based on the fact that the French line of operation was too extended, and it proposed that instead of, or concurrently with, action on the front to bar the advance of the French, we should attack their line of communication. He began explaining his plan to Prince Andrew. "They can't hold all that line. It's impossible. I will undertake to give me 100 men and I will break the line, that's certain. There is only one way, guerrilla warfare." Denisov rose and began gesticulating as he explained his plan to Bolkonsky. In the midst of his explanation, shouts were heard from the army, growing more incoherent and more diffused, mingling with music and songs and coming from the field where the review was held. Sounds of hoofs and shouts were nearing the village. "He's coming! He's coming!" shouted a Cossack standing at the gate. Bolkonsky and Denisov moved to the gate, at which a knot of soldiers, a guard of honor, was standing, and they saw Kutuzov coming down the street mounted on a rather small sorrel horse. A huge suite of generals rode behind him. Barclay was riding almost beside him, and a crowd of officers ran after and around them shouting, "Hurrah!" His adjutants galloped into the yard before him. Kutuzov was impatiently urging on his horse, which ambled smoothly under his weight, and he raised his hand to his white horse guard's cap with a red band and no peak, nodding his head continually. Ivan he came up to the guard of honor, a fine set of grenadiers mostly wearing decorations, who were giving him the salute. He looked at them silently and attentively for nearly a minute with the steady gaze of a commander and then turned to the crowd of generals and officers surrounding him. Suddenly his face assumed a subtle expression. He shrugged his shoulders with an air of perplexity. "And if such FME fellows to retreat and retreat. Well, goodbye, General," he added, and rode into the yard past Prince Andrew and Denisov. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" shouted those behind him. Since Prince Andrew had last seen him, Kutuzov had grown still more corpulent, flaccid, and fat. But the bleached eyeball, the scar, and the familiar weariness of his expression were still the same. He was wearing the white horse guard's cap and a military overcoat with a whip hanging over his shoulder by a thin strap. He sat heavily and swayed limply on his brisk little horse. Phew, phew. Phew, he whistled just audibly as he rode into the yard. His expressed the relief of relaxed strain felt by a man who means to rest after a ceremony. He drew his left foot out of the stirrup and, lurching his whole body and puckering his face with the F01T, raised it with difficulty onto the saddle, leaned on his knee, groaned, and slipped down into the arms of the Cossacks and adjutants who were ready to assist him. He pulled himself together, looked round, screwing up his eyes, glanced at Prince Andrew, and, evidently not recognizing him, moved with his waddling gait to the porch. "Phew! I view," he whistled, and again glanced at Prince Andrew. As often occurs old men, it was only after some seconds that the impression produced by Prince Andrew's linked itself up with Kutuzov's remembrance of his personality. "How do you do, my dear prince? How do you do, my dear boy? Come along," said he, glancing wearily round, and he onto the which creaked under his weight. He unbuttoned his coat and sat down on a bench in the porch. "And how is your Arthur?" "I received news of his death yesterday," replied Prince Andrew abruptly. Kutuzov looked at him with eyes wide open with dismay and then off his cap and crossed himself. "May the kingdom of heaven his God's will be done to us all." He sighed deeply, his whole chest heaving, and was silent for a while. 11m. Him and hit and sympathize with you with all my heart. He embraced Prince Andrew, pressing him to his fat breast, and for some time did not let him go. When he released him, Prince Andrew saw that Kutuzov's flabby lips were trembling and that tears were in his eyes. He sighed and pressed on the bench with his hands to raise himself. Come with me, we'll hail a talk, said he. But at that moment Denisov, no more intimidated by his sororiers than by the enemy, came with jingling spurs up the steps of the porch, despite the angry whispers of the adjutants who tried to stop him. Kutuzov, his hands still pressed on the seat, glanced at him glumly. Denisov, having given his name, announced that he had to communicate to His Serene Highness a matter of great for their country's welfare. Kutuzov looked wearily at him and, lifting his hands with a gesture of annoyance, folded them across his stomach, repeating the words, "For our country's welfare? Well, what is it? Speak." Denisov blushed like a girl. It was strange to see the colour rise in that shaggy, bibulous, time-worn face, and boldly began to expound his plan of cutting the enemy's lines of communication between Smolensk and Vyzma. Denisov came from those parts and knew the country well. His plan seemed decidedly a good one, especially from the strength of conviction with which he spoke. Kutuzov looked down at his own legs, occasionally glancing at the door of the adjoining hut as if expecting something unpleasant to emerge from it. And from that hut, while Denisov was speaking, a general with a portfolio under his arm really did appear. "What," said Kutuzov, in the midst of Denisov's explanations, "are you ready so soon?" "Ready, Your Serene Highness," replied the general. Kutuzov swayed his head, as much as to say, "How is one man to deal with it all?" and again listened to Denisov. "I give my word of honor as a Russian officer," said Denisov, "I can weak Napoleon's line of communication." "What relation are you to Intendant General Kirill Andreevich Denisov?" asked Kutuzov, interrupting him. "He is my uncle, Your Serene Highness. We were friends," said Kutuzov cheerily. "All right, friend, stay here at the staff and tomorrow we'll have a talk." With a nod to Denisov he turned away and put out his hand for the papers Konovnitsin had brought him. "Would not Your Serene Highness like to come inside?" said the general on duty in a discontented. "Plans must be examined and several papers have to be signed." An adjutant came out and announced that everything was in readiness within. But Kutuzov evidently did not wish to enter that room till he was disengaged. He made a grimace. "No, tell them to bring a small table out here, my dear boy. I'll look at them here," said he. "Don't go away," he added, turning to Prince Andrew, who remained in the porch and listened to the general's report. While this was being given, Prince Andrew heard the whisper of a woman's voice and the rustle of a silk dress behind the several times. On glancing that way he noticed behind that door a plump, rosy, handsome woman in a pink dress, a lilac silk kerchief on her head, holding a dish and evidently awaiting the entrance of the commander-in-chief. Kutuzov's adjutant whispered to Prince Andrew that this was the wife of the priest whose home it was, and that she intended to offer His Serene Highness bread and salt. "Her husband has welcomed His Serene Highness with the cross at the church, and she intends to welcome him in the house. She is very pretty, too," added the adjutant with a smile. At those words Kutuzov looked round. He was listening to the general's consisted chiefly of a criticism of the position at Zarevo-Zymishk, as he had listened to Denisov, and 7 years previously had listened to the discussion at the Austerlitz Council of War. He evidently listened only because he had ears which, though there was a piece of tow in one of them, could not help hearing, but it was evident that nothing the general could say would surprise or even interest him, that he knew all that would be said beforehand, and heard it all only because he had to, as one has to listen to the chanting of a service of prayer. All that Denisov had said was clever and to the point. The general was saying was even more clever and to the but it was evident that Kutuzov despised knowledge and cleverness, and knew of something else that would decide the matter, something independent of cleverness and knowledge. Prince Andrew watched the commander-in-chief's face attentively, and the only expression he could see there was one of boredom. curiosity as to the meaning of the feminine whispering behind the door, and a desire to observe propriety. It was evident that Kutuzov despised cleverness and learning and even the patriotic feelings shown by Denisov, but despised them not because of his own intellect, feelings, or knowledge. He did not try to display any of these, but because of something else. He despised them because of his old age and experience of life. The only instruction Kutuzov gave of his own accord during that report referred to looting by the Russian troops. At the end of the report the general put before him for signature a paper relating to the recovery of payment from army commanders for green oats mown down by the soldiers, when landowners lodged petitions for compensation. After hearing the matter, Kutuzov smacked his lips together and shook his hekel into the fire with it. "I tell you once all, my dear fellow," said he, "into the fire all such things. Let them cut the crops and burn to their heart's content. I don't order it or allow it, but I don't exact compensation either. One can't get on without it. When wood is the chips will fly." He looked at the paper again. "Oh, this German precision," he muttered, shaking his head. "Chapter W. Well, that's all," said Kutuzov as he signed the last of the documents, and rising heavily and smoothing out the in his fat white neck he moved toward the with a more cheerful express 10M. The priest's wife, flushing rosy red, caught up the dish she had after all not managed to present at the right moment, though she had so long preparing for it, and with a lower to Kutuzov he screwed up his eyes, smiled, lifted her chin with his hand, and said, "All, what a thank you, sweetheart." He took some gold pieces from his trouser pocket and put them on the dish for her. "Well, my dear, and how are we getting on?" he asked, moving to the door of the assigned to him. The priest's wife smiled, and with dimples in her rosy cheeks followed him into the room. The adjutant came out to the porch and asked Prince Andrew to lunch with him. Half an hour later Prince Andrew Evers again called to Kutuzov. He found him reclining in an armchair, still in the same unbuttoned overcoat. He had in his hand a French which he closed as Prince Andrew entered, marking the place with a knife. Prince Andrew saw by the centimetre dot that it was Les Chevaliers du Seine by Madame de Genlis. "Well, sit down here. Let's horror talk," said Kutuzov. "It's sad, very sad. But my dear fellow, that I am a author to you." A second Prince Andrew told Kutuzov all he knew of his father's death, and what he had seen at Bald Hills when he passed through it. What they have brought us to!" Kutuzov suddenly cried in an agitated voice, evidently picturing vividly to himself from Prince Andrew's story the condition Russia was in. "But give me time," he said, a grim look, evidently not wishing to continue this agitating conversation, and added, "L sent you to keep you with me." "I thank your Serene Highness, but I fear I am no longer fit for the staff," replied Prince Andrew with a smile which Kutuzov noticed. Kutuzov glanced inquiringly at him. "But above all, too," added Prince Andrew, "I have grown used to my regiment, am fond of the officers, and I fancy the men also like me. I should be sorry to leave the regiment. If you'll decline the honor of being with you, believe me." A shrewd, kindly, yet subtly derisive expression lit up Kutuzov's podgy face. He cut Bolkonsky short. "I am sorry, for I need you. But you're right. It's not here that men are needed. Advisers are always plentiful, but men are not. The regiments would not be what they are if there would be advisers heroical there as you do. I remember you at Austerlitz. I remember, yes, I remember you with the Standard," said Kutuzov, and a flush of pleasure filled Prince Andrew's face at this recollection. Taking his hand and drawing him down Kutuzov his cheek to be kissed, and again Prince Andrew noticed tears in the old man's eyes. Though Prince Andrew knew that Kutuzov's tears came easily, and that he was particularly tender to and considerate of him from a wish to show sympathy with his loss, yet this reminder of Austerlitz was both pleasant and flattering to him. "Go your way and God be with you. I know your path is the path of honor." He paused. I missed you at Bucharest, but I needed someone to send. And changing the subject, Kutuzov began to speak of Turkish war and the peace that had been concluded. Yes, I have been much blamed, he said, for that war and the peace .. but everything came at the right time. Tout vient à point à celui qui s'y attendra. And there were as many advisers there as here .. He went on, returning to the subject of advisers which evidently occupied him all. Those advisers, said he. If we had listened to them all we should not have made peace with Turkey and should not have through with that war. Everything in haste, but more haste, less speed. Kamenski old have been lost if he had not died. He stormed fortresses with 30,000 men. It is not difficult to capture a fortress, but it is difficult to win a campaign. For that, not storming and attacking but patience and time are invented. Kamenski sent soldiers to Ruschuk, but I only employed these things and took more fortresses than Kamenski and made them Turks eat horse flesh. He swayed his head. And the French shall too, believe me, he went on, growing warmer and beating his chest, I'll make them eat horse flesh. And tears again dimmed his eyes. But shan't we have to accept battle, remarked Prince Andrew. We shall if everybody wants it, it can't be helped. But me, my dear boy, there is nothing stronger than those two, patience and time. They will do it all but the advisers en entendant pas d'ici cet oral, voy /ALML. 84 Some want a thing, others don't. What's one to do? He asked, evidently expecting an answer. Well, what do you want us to do? He repeated, and his eye shone with a deep, shrewd look. 111 Tell you what to do, he continued, as Prince Andrew still did not reply. I will tell you what to do, and what I do. Dans le doute, mon cher, he paused, articulated the French proverb deliberately. Well, my dear fellow, remember that with all my heart I share you, and that for you I am not a serene highness, nor a prince, nor a commander-in-chief, but a author. If you want anything, come straight to me. Goodbye, my dear boy. Again he embraced and kissed Prince Andrew, but before the latter had left the room Kutuzov gave a sigh of relief and went on with his unfinished novel, Les Chevaliers du Seine by Madame de Genlis. Prince Andrew could not have explained how or why it was, but after that interview with Kutuzov he went back to his regiment reassured as to the general course of affairs and as to the man to whom it had been entrusted. The more he realized the absence of all personal motive in that old man, in whom there seemed to remain only the habit of passions, and in place of an intellect, grouping events and drawing conclusions, only the capacity calmly to contemplate the course of events, the more reassured he was that everything would be as it should. He will not bring in any plan of his own. He will not devise or undertake anything, thought Prince Andrew. He will hear everything, remember everything, and put everything in its place. He will not hinder anything useful nor allow anything harmful. He understands that there is something stronger and more important than his evil, the inevitable course of events, and he can see them and grasp their significance, and seeing that significance can refrain from meddling and renounce his directed to something. Everything comes in Tim E to H1M who knows how to wait. Don't see it that way, that is the usual. Taken in doubt, my dear fellow, do nothing else. And above all, thought Prince Andrew, one believes in him because he is Russian, despite the novel by Genlis and the French proverbs, and because his voice shook when he said, what they have brought us to, and had a sob in it when he said he would make them eat horse flesh. On such feelings, more or less dimly shared by all, the unanimity and general approval were founded with which, despite court influences, the popular choice of Kutuzov as commander-in-chief was received. Chapter We After the Emir had left Moscow, life flowed on there in its usual course, and its course was so very usual that it was difficult to remember the recent days of patriotic elation and ardour, hard to believe that Russia was really in danger and that the members of the English Club were also sons of fatherland ready to sacrifice everything for it. The one thing that recalled the patriotic fervour everyone had displayed during the IMWR's stay was the call for contributions of men and money, a necessity that as soon as the promises had made assumed a legal, official form and unavoidable. With the enemy's approach to Moscow, the Moscovites' view of their situation did not grow more serious but on the contrary even more frivolous, as always happens with people who see a great danger approaching. At the approach of danger there are always two voices that speak with equal power in the human soul. One very reasonably tells a man to consider the nature of the danger and the means of escaping it. The other, still more reasonably, says that it is too depressing and painful to think of the danger, since it is not in man's power to foresee everything and avert the general course of events, and it is therefore better to disregard what is painful till it comes, and to think about what is pleasant. In solitude a man generally listens to the first voice, but in society to the second. So it was now with the inhabitants of Moscow. It was long since had been as gay in Moscow as that year. Rostopchin's broadsheets, headed by woodcuts of a drink shop, and a Moscow burger called Karpashka Chigirin, Fivo, having been a militiaman and having had rather too much at the pub, heard that Napoleon wished to come to Moscow, grew angry, abused the French in very bad language, came out of drink shop, and, under the sign of the eagle, began to address the assembled people, were read and discussed, together with the latest of Vasily in Evik Pushkin's bouts rhymes in the corner at the club. Members gathered to read these broadsheets, and some liked the way Karpashka jeered at the French, saying, "They will swell up with Russian cabbage, burst with our butch of cat porridge, and choke themselves with cabbage soup. They are ugly dwarfs and one peasant woman will toss 3 of them with a hay fork." Others did not like that tone and said it was stupid and vulgar. It was said that Rostopchin had expelled all Frenchmen and even all foreigners from Moscow, and that there had been some spies and agents of Napoleon among them, but this was told chiefly to introduce Rostopchin's witty remark on that occasion. The foreigners were deported to Nijni by B.at, and Rostopchin had said to them in French, "% renters en vous memes, enters downs ia bark, et en unfates pas unbarked a Karen." There was talk of all the government officers having been already remolsevenical from Moscow, and to this Shinshin's witticism was added, that for that alone Moscow ought to be grateful to Napoleon. It was said that Mam 6 November's regiment would cost him 800,000 rubles, and that Bezukhov had spent even more on his, but that the best thing Bezukhov's action was that he himself was going to don a uniform and ride at the head of his regiment without charging anything for the show. "You don't spare anyone," said Julie Drobetskaya as she collected and pressed together a bunch of ravelled lint with her thin, bearing fingers. Julie was preparing to lem.e Moscow next day and was giving a farewell soiree. Thmk it's get into FFE bark, and take care not to make it a bark of Karen. Bezukhov is ridicule, but he is so kind and good-natured. What pleasure is there to be so caustic? Cried a young man in militia uniform whom Julie called Mon Chevalier, and who was going with her to Nijni. In Julie's set, as in many other circles in Moscow, it had been agreed that they would speak nothing but Russian and that those who made a slip and spoke French should pay fines to the Committee of Voluntary Contributions. "Another forfeit for a Gallicism," said a Russian writer who was present. "What pleasure is there to be is not Russian. You spare no one," continued Julie to the young man without heeding the author's remark. "For caustic, I'm guilty and will pay, and I am prepared to pay again for the pleasure of telling you the truth. For Gallicisms I won't be responsible, she remarked, turning to the author. "I neither the money nor the time, like Prince Galitzin to engage a master to teach me Russian. All, here he is," she added. "Quand on no," she said to the militia officer, "you won't catch me. Speak off, son, and you see its rays," and she smiled amiably at Peelte "We were just talking of you, she said with the in-lying natural to a society woman. "We were saying that your regiment would sure to better than Mam 6 November's. "Oh, don't talk to me of my regiment," replied Pierre, kissing his hostess' hand and taking a seat beside her. "I am so sick of it." "You will, of course, command it yourself," said Julie, directing a sly, sarcastic glance toward the militia officer. The latter in Pierre's presence had ceased to be caustic, and his face expressed perplexity as to what Julie's smile might mean. In spite of his absent-mindedness and good nature, Pierre immediately checked any attempt to ridicule him to his face. "No," said Pierre, with a laughing glance at his big, stout body. "Elle should make too good a target for the French. Besides, I am afraid I should hardly be able to climb onto a horse among those whom Julie's guests happen to choose to gossip with the Rost 6vs. I hear that their affairs are in a very bad way," said Julie. "And he is so unreasonable, the Count himself, I mean. The Rejim 6vskis I wanted to buy his house and his estate near Moscow, but it drags on and on. He asks too much." "No, I think the sale will come off in FRW days," said someone. "Though it is madness to buy anything in Moscow now." Why? asked Julie. "You don't think Moscow is in danger? Then why are you leaving?" "I? What a question! I am going because ... well, because everyone is going, and besides, I am not Joan of Arc or an Amazon. Well, of course. Let me have some more strips of linen. If he manages the business properly he will be able to pay off all his debts," said the militia officer, speaking of Rost 6v_. "A kindly old man but not up to much. And why do they stay on so long in Moscow? They meant to leave for the country long ago. Nata is quite well again now, isn't she?" Julie asked Pierre with a knowing smile. "They are waiting their younger son," Pierre replied. "He joined Linsky's Cossacks and went to Bezukhov where the regiment is being formed. But now they had him transferred to my regiment and are expecting him every day. The Count wanted to leave long ago, but the Countess won't on any account leave Moscow till her son returns. Elle met them the day before yesterday at the Ukharovs. Natalie has recovered her looks and is brighter. She sang a song. How easily some people get over everything." "Get over what?" inquired Pierre, looking displeased. Julie smiled. "You know, Count, such knights as you are only found in Madame de Sousa's novels." "What knights? /hat do you mean?" demanded Pierre, blushing. "Oh, come, my dear Count. C'est la fable de tout Moscow. Je vous admire, ma parole d'honneur." "Why forfeit, cried the militia officer. "All right, one can't talk, how tiresome." "What is the talk of all Moscow?" Pierre asked angrily, risen to his feet. "Come now, Count, you know." "I don't know anything," said Pierre. "I know you were friendly with Natalie, and so…. But I was always more friendly with Vera, that dear Vera. No, madam." Pierre continued in a tone of displeasure, "I have not taken on myself the role of Natalie Rost 6vs knight at all, and have not been to their house for nearly a month. But I cannot understand the cruelty." "Qu'est-ce excuse," said Julie, smiling and waving the lint triumphantly, and to have the last word she promptly changed the subject. "Do you know what I heard today? Mary Bolkonsky in Moscow yesterday. Do you know that she has lost her father?" "Really? Here is she? I should like very much to see her," said Pierre. "I spent the evening with her yesterday. She is going to their estate near Moscow either today or tomorrow morning, with her nephew." "Well, and how is she?" asked Pierre. "She is well, but sad." "But do you know who rescued her? It is quite a romance. Nicholas Rost 6v. She was surrounded, and they wanted to kill her and had wounded some of her _. He rushed in and sawed her _. Another romance," said the militia officer _. "Really, this general flight has been arranged to get all the old maids married off. Katich is one and Princess Bolkonsky another." It is die talk of all my word, I admire you, gee who excuses himself accuses himself do you know, I really believe she is un petit peu amoureuse studien homme forfeit, forfeit, forfeit. But how could one say that in Russian? A little bit in love with the young man. Chapter 18. When Pierre returned home he was handed two of Rostopchin's broadsheets that had been brought that day. The first declared that the report that Count Rostopchin had forbidden people to leave Moscow was false, on the contrary he was glad that ladies and tradesmen's wives were leaving the city. There will be less panic and less gossip ran the broadsheet I will stake my life on it that scoundrel will not enter Moscow. These odds showed Pierre clearly for the first time that the French would enter Moscow. The second broadsheet stated that our headquarters were at Visma, that Count Wittgenstein had defeated but that as many of the inhabitants of Moscow wished to be armed, weapons were ready for them at the arsenal, sabres, pistols, and muskets which could be had at a low price. The tone of the proclamation was not as jocose as in the former Chigirin talks. Pierre pondered over these broadsheets. Evidently the terrible storacloud he had desired with the whole strength of his soul but which yet aroused involuntary H01 tore in him was drawing near. Shall I join the army and enter the service, or wait, he asked himself for the 100th time. He a pack of cards that lay on the table and began to lay them out for a game of patience. If this patience comes out, he said to himself after shumming the cards, holding them in his hand, and lifting his head, if it comes out, it means what does it mean? He had not decided what it should mean when he heard the voice of the eldest princess at the asking whether she might come in. Then it will mean that I must go to the army, said Pierre to himself. Come in, he added to the princess. Only the eldest princess, the one with the stony face and long waist, was still living in Pierre's house. The two younger ones had married. Excuse my coming to you, Cousy *, she said in a reproachful and agitated voice. You know some decision must be come to. Is going to happen? Everyone has left Moscow and they are rioting. How is it that we are staying on? On the contrary, things seem satisfactory, ma cousine, said Pierre in the bantering tone he habitually adopted toward her, always frilling uncomfortable in the role of her benefactor. Satisfactory, indeed. Very satisfactory. Barbara Ivanovna told me today how our troops are distinguishing themselves. It certainly does them credit. And the people too are quite mutinous. They no longer obey, even my maid has taken to being rude. At this rate they will begin beating us. One can't walk in the streets. But, above all, the French will hear any day now, so what are we waiting for? I ask just one thing of you, cousin, she went on, arrange for me to be taken to Petersburg. Whatever I may, I can't live under Bonaparte. Come, ma cousine. Here do you get your information from? On the contrary. I won't submit to your Napoleon. Others may if they please if you don't want to do, but I will. Give the order at once. The princess was apparently vexed at not having anyone to be angry with. Muttering to herself, she sat down on a chair. But you have misinformed, said Pierre. Everything is quiet in the city and there is not the slightest danger. See. Just been reading. He showed her the broadsheet. Count Rostopchin writes that he will stake his life on it that the enemy will not enter Moscow. Oh, that Count ours, said the princess malevolently. He is a hypocrite, a rascal who has himself roused the people to riot. Didn't he write in those idiotic broadsheets that anyone, whoever it might be, should be dragged to the lock-up by his hair? How silly! And honor and glory to whoever captures him, he says. This is what his cajolery has brought us to. Barbara Ivanovna told me the mob near killed her cause. She said something in French. Oh, but it's so. You take everything so to heart, said Pierre, and began laying out his cards for patience. Although that patience did come out, Pierre did not join the army, but remained in descend Moscow ever in the same state of agitation, iltez-01 and alarm, yet at the same time joyl-11y expecting something terrible. Next day evening the princess set off and Pierre's head came to inform him that the money needed for the equipment of his regiment could not be found without selling one of the estates. In general the head steward made out to Pierre that his project of raising a regiment would mean him. Pierre listened to him, scarcely able to repress a smile. "Well then, sell it," said he. "What's to be done? I can't draw back now. The worse everything is really his own affairs." The Erta was pleased, and the more evident was it that the catastrophe he expected was approaching. Hardly anyone he knew was left in town. Julie had gone, and so had Princess Mary. Of his intimate friends only the Rostovs remained, but he did not go to see them to distract his thoughts. He drove that day to the Vorontsy to see the great balloon Lepik was constructing to destroy the foe, and a trial balloon that was to go up next day. The balloon was not yet ready, but Pierre learned that it was being constructed by the Emperor's desire. The Emperor had written to Count Rostopchin as follows: "As soon as Lepik is ready, get together a crew of reliable and intelligent men for his car and send a courier to General Kutuzov to let him know I have him of the matter. Please impress upon Lepik to be very careful where he descends for the first time, that he may not make a mistake and fall into the enemy's hands. It is essential him to combine his movements with those of the Commander-in-Chief on his way home from Vorontsy. As he was passing the B016 place, Pierre, seeing a large crowd round the Lobno place, stopped and got out of his trap. A French cook accused of being a spy was being flogged. The flogging was only just over, and the executioner was releasing from the flogging a stout man with red whiskers, in blue stockings and a green jacket, who was moaning piteously. Another criminal, thin and pale, stood near. Judging by their faces they were Frenchmen. With a frightened and suffering look resembling that on the thin Frenchman's face, Pierre pushed his way in through the crowd. "What is it? Who is it? What is it for?" he kept asking. But the attention of the crowd, officials, burghers, shopkeepers, peasants, and women in cloaks and inns so eagerly centered on what was passing in L16 place that no one answered him. The stout man rose, frowned, shrugged his shoulders, and evidently trying to appear firm began to pull on his jacket without looking him, but suddenly his lips trembled and he began to cry, in the way whole-blooded grown-up men cry, though angry with himself for doing so. In the crowd people began talking loudly, to stifle their feelings of pity as it seemed to Pierre. "He is cook to some prince. Monsieur, Russian sauce seems to sour to a French man _ sets his teeth on edge," said a wrinkled clerk who was standing behind Pierre, when the Frenchman began to cry. The clerk glanced round, evidently hoping that his joke would be appreciated. Some people began to laugh, others continued to watch in dismay the executioner who was undressing the other man. Pierre choked, his face puckered, and he tumbled hastily away, went back to his trap muttering something to himself as he went, and took his seat. As they drove along he shuddered and exclaimed several times so audibly that the coachman asked him, "What is your pleasure?" "Where are you going?" shouted Pierre to the man, who was driving to Lubyanka Street to the governor's. "As you ordered," answered the coachman. "Fool! Idiot!" shouted Pierre, abusing his coachman, a thing he rarely did. "Home, I told you. And drive faster, blockhead, must get away this very day," he murmured to himself. At the sight of tortured Frenchmen and the crowd surrounding the L16 place, Pierre had so definitely made up his mind that he could no longer remain in Moscow and would leave for the army that very day that it seemed to him that either he had told the coachman this or that the man ought to have known it for himself. On reaching home Pierre gave orders to Evstafi, his head coachman who knew everything, could do anything, and even knew into all Moscow, that he would leave that night for the army at Mozhaisk, and that his saddle horses should be sent there. This could not all be arranged that day, so on Evstafi's representation Pierre had to put off his departure till next day to allow time for the relay horses to be sent on in advance. On the 24th the weather cleared up after a spell of rain, and after dinner Pierre left Moscow. Yuhen changed horses that night in Perkushkovo. He learned that there had been a great battle that evening. This was the Battle of Shevardino. He was told that there in Perkushkovo the earth trembled from the firing, but nobody could answer his questions as to who had won. At dawn next day Pierre was approaching Modjaysk. Every house in Modjaysk had soldiers quartered in it, and at the hostel where Pierre was met by his groom and coachman there was no had. It was FTLL of officers everywhere in Modjaysk, and troops were stationed or on the march. Cossacks, foot and horse soldiers, wagons, caissons, and cannon were everywhere. Pierre pushed forward as fast as he could, and he left Moscow behind, and the detachment he plunged into that sea of troops. The more was he overcome by restless agitation and a new and joyful feeling he had not experienced before. It was a feeling akin to what he had felt at the Slobodsk palace during the Emperor's visit, a sense of necessity of undertaking something and sacrificing something. He now a glad consciousness that everything that constitutes men's happiness, the comforts of life, even life itself, is rubbish. It is pleasant to throw away, compared with something. With what? Pierre could not say, and he did not try to determine for whom and for what he felt such particular delight in sacrificing everything. He was not occupied with the question of what to sacrifice. The fact of sacrificing in itself afforded him a new and joyous sensation. Chapter 19. On the 24th of August the Battle of the Shevardino Redoubt was fought, on the 25th not a shot was fired by either side, and on the 26th the Battle of Borodin 6 itself took place. And how were the battles of Shevardino and Borodin 6 given and accepted? Why was the Battle of Borodin 6 fought? There was not the least sense in it for either the French or the Russians. Its immediate result for the Russians was bound to be, that we were brought nearer to the destruction of Moscow, which we feared more than anything in the world, and for the French its immediate result was that they were brought nearer to the destruction of their whole army, which they feared more than anything in the world. The result must be was quite obvious, and yet Napoleon offered and Kutuzov accepted that if commanders had been guided by it, it will seem that it must have iron obvious to Napoleon that by advancing 1,300 miles and giving battle with a probability of losing a quarter of his army, he was advancing to Znain destruction, and it must have been equally clear to Kutuzov that by accepting battle and risking the loss of a quarter of his army he would certainly lose Moscow. For Kutuzov this was mathematically clear, as it is that if when play mg drafts I hal 7e 1 man less and go on exchanging, I shall certainly lose, and therefore should not exchange. My opponent has 16 men and I have found I am only 1/8 weaker than he, but when I have exchanged 13 more men he will be 3 times as strong as I am. Before the Battle of Borodin 6 our strength in proportion to the French was about as 5 to 6, but after that battle it was little more than 1 to 2, previously we had 100,000 against 120,000, afterwards little more than 50,000 against 100,000. Yet the shrewd and experienced Kutuzov accepted the battle, while Napoleon, who was said to be a commander of genius, gave it, losing a quarter of his army and lengthening his lines of communication still more. If it is said that he to end the campaign by occupying Moscow as he had ended a previous campaign by occupying Vienna, there is much evidence to the contrary. Napoleon's historians themselves tell us that from Smolensk onwards he wished to stop, knew the danger of his extended position, and knew that the occupation of Moscow would not be the end of campaign, for he had seen at Smolensk the state in which Russian towns were left to him, and had not received a single reply to his repeated announcements of his wish to negotiate. In giving and accepting battle at Borodin 6, Kutuzov acted involuntarily and irrationally. But later on, to fit what had occurred, the historians provided cunningly devised evidence of the foresight and genius of the generals who, of all the blind tools of history, were the most enslaved and involuntary. The ancients left us model heroic poems in which the heroes ornish the whole interest of story, and we are still unable to accustom ourselves to the fact that for our epoch histories of that kind are meaningless. On the other question, how the Battle of Borodin 6 and the preceding Battle of Shevardino were fought, there also exists a definite and well-known, but quite false, conception. All the historians describe the affair as follows. The Russian army, they say, in its retreat from Smolensk sought out for itself the best position for a general engagement and found such a position at Borodino. The Russians, they say, fortified this position in advance on the left of the high road from Moscow to Smolensk, and almost at a right angle to it, from Borodin to Utisa, at the very place where the battle Mars fought. In front of this position, they say, a fortified outpost was set up on the Shevardino mound to observe the enemy. On the 24th, we are told, Napoleon attacked this advanced post and took it, and, on the 26th, attacked the whole Russian army, which was in position on the field of Borodino. So the histories say, and it is all quite tong, as anyone who cares to look into the matter can easily convince himself. The Russians did not seek out the best position but, on the contrary, during the retreat passed many positions better than Borodin 6. They did not stop at any one of these positions cause Kutuzov did not wish to occupy a position he had not himself chosen, because the popular demand for a battle had not yet expressed itself strongly enough, and because Miloradovic had not yet arrived with the militia, and for many other reasons. The is that other they had passed were stronger, and that the position at Borodin 6, the one where the battle was fought, far from being strong, was no more a position than any other spot one might find in the Russian Empire by sticking a pin into the map at hazard. Not only did the Russians not $40 the position on the field of Borodin 6 to the left of, and at a right angle to, the high road, that is, the position on which the battle took place, but never till the 25th of August, 1812, did they think that a battle might fought there. This was shown first by the fact that there were no entrenchments there by the 25th, and that those begun on the 25th and 26th were not completed, and secondly, by the position of the Shevardino redoubt. That redoubt was quite senseless in front of where the battle was accepted. Was it more strongly fortified than any other, and why were all Fofus exhausted and 6,000 men sacrificed to defend it till late at night on the 24th? A Cossack patrol would have sufficed to observe the enemy. Thirdly, as proof that the position on which the battle was fought had not been foreseen, and that the Shevardino redoubt was not an advanced post of that position, we have the fact that up to the 25th, Barclay de Tolly and Bagration 6N were convinced that the Shevardino redoubt was the left flank of position, and that Kutuzov himself in his report, Utitin in hot haste Aina of the battle, speaks of Shevardino redoubt as the left flank of the. It was much later, when reports on the battle of Borodin 6 were written at leisure, that the MC-01 text and extraordinary statement was invented, probably to just show the mistakes of a commander-in-chief who had to be represented as infallible, that the Shevardino redoubt was an advanced post, whereas in reality it was simply a fortified on the left flank, and that the Battle of Borodin 6 was fought by us on an entrenched position previously selected, whereas it was fought on a quite unexpected spot which was almost unentrenched. The case was evidently this: a position either selected along the river Kolokar, which crosses the high road not at a right angle but at an acute angle, so that the left flank was at Shevardino, the right flank near the village of N6vo, and the centre at Borodin 6 at the confluence of the Ryweras Kolokar and V6. Underscore to anyone who looks at the field of Borodin 6 without thinking of how the battle was actually fought, this position, protected by the Kolokar, presents itself as obvious for an army whose object was to prevent an enemy from advancing along the Smolensk road to Moscow. Napoleon, riding to Valumd on the 24th, did not see, as the histories say he did, the position of Russians from Utisa to Borodin 6. He could not have seen that because it did not exist, nor did he see an advanced post of the Russian army, but while pursuing the Russian rearguard he came upon the left flank of the Russian position, at the Shevardino redoubt, and unexpectedly for the Russians moved his army across the Kolokar. And the Russians, not having time to begin a general engagement, withdrew their left wing from the position they had intended to occupy and took up a new position which had not been foreseen and was not fortified. By crossing to the other side of the Kolokhar to the left of the high road, Napoleon shifted the whole forthcoming battle from right to left, looking from the Russian side, and transferred it to the plain Utisa, Semenovsk, and Borodin-6, a plain no more advantageous as a position than any other plain in Russia, and there the whole battle of the 26th of August took place. Had Napoleon not ridden out on the evening of the 24th to the Koluhar, and had he not then ordered an immediate attack on the redoubt but had begun the attack next morning, no one would have doubted that the Shevardino redoubt was the left flank of our position, and the battle would have taken place where we expected it. In that case we should probably have defended the Shevardino redoubt, our left flank, still more obstinately. We should have attacked Napoleon in the centre or on the right, and the engagement would have taken place on the 25th, in the position we intended and had fortified. But as the attack on our left flank took place in the evening after the retreat of our rear guard, that is, immediately after the fight at Gridnova, and as the Russian commanders did not wish, or were not in time, to begin a general engagement then on the evening of the 24th, the first and chief action of the Battle of Borodin-6 was already lost on the 24th, and obviously led to the loss of the one fought on the 26th after the loss of the Shevardino redoubt, we Ursula. On the morning of the 25th without a for our left flank, and were forced to bend it back and hastily entrench it where it chanced to be. Not only was the Russian army on the 26th defended by weak, unfinished entrenchments, but the disadvantage of that position was increased by that the Russian commanders, not having fully realized what had happened, namely the loss of our on the left flank and the shifting of the whole field of the forthcoming battle from right to left, maintained their extended position from the village of N61OE to Utisa, and consequently had to move their forces from right to left during the battle. So it happened that throughout the whole battle the Russians opposed the entire French army launched against our left flank with but half as many men. Poniatowski's action against Utisa, and Uvarov's on the right flank against the French, were actions distinct from the main course of the battle, so the Battle of Borodin-6 did not take place at all as, in an F-01T to conceal our commanders' mistakes even at the cost of diminishing the glory due to the Russian army and people, it has been described. The Battle of Borodin-6 was not fought on a chosen and entrenched position with forces only slightly weaker than those of the enemy, but, as a result of the loss of the Shevardino redoubt, the Russians fought the Battle of Borodin-6 on an open and almost unentrenched position, with forces only half as numerous as the French, that is to say, under conditions in which it was not merely unthinkable to fight for 10 hours and secure a indecisive result, but unthinkable to keep an army even from complete disintegration. And Chapter XX on the morning of the 25th Pielter was leaving Mojaisk at the descent of the high steep hill, down which a winding road led out of town past the cathedral on the right, where a service was being held and the bells were ringing. Pierre got out of his vehicle and proceeded on foot. Behind him a cavalry regiment was coming down the hill preceded by its singers. Coming up toward him was a train of carts carrying men who had been wounded in the engagement the day before. The peasant drivers, shouting and lashing their horses, kept crossing from side to side. The carts, each of which 3 or 4 wounded soldiers were lying or sitting, jolted over the stones that had been thrown on the steep incline to make it something like a road. The wounded, bandaged with rags, with pale cheeks, compressed lips, and knitted broods, held on to the sides of the cans as they were jolted against one another. Almost all of them stared with naive, childlike curiosity at Pierre's white hat and green surrey tail coat. Pierre's coachman shouted angrily at the convoy of wounded to keep to one side of the road. The cavalry regiment, as it descended the hill with its singers, surrounded Pielter's carriage and blocked the road. Pielter stopped, being pressed against the side of the cutting in which the road ran. The sunshine from behind the hill did not penetrate into the cutting, and there it was cold and damp, but above Pielter's head was the bright August sunshine, and the bells sounded merrily. One of the carts with wounded stopped by the side of the road close to Pierre. The driver in his bast shoes ran panting up to it, placed a stone under one of its tireless hind wheels, and began arranging the breech band on his little horse. One of the wounded, an old soldier with a bandaged arm who was following the cart on, caught hold of it with his sound hand and turned to look at Pierre. "I say, fellow countryman, will they set us down here or take us on to Moscow?" he asked. Pierre was so deep in thought that he did not hear the question. He was looking now at the cavalry regiment that had met the convoy of wounded, now at the cairn by which he was standing, in which wounded men were sitting and one was lying. One of those sitting up in the cairn had probably been wounded in the cheek. His whole head was wrapped in rags and one cheek was swollen to the size of a baby's head. His nose and mouth were twisted to one side. This soldier was looking at the cathedral and crossing himself. Another, a young lad, a fair-haired recruit as white as though there was no blood in his thin face, looked at Pierre kindly, with a fixed smile. The third lay prone so that his face was not visible. The cavalry singers were passing close by. "Lost, quite lost, is my head so keen, living in a foreign land." They sang their soldiers' dance song. As if responding to them but with a different sort of merriment, the metallic sound of the bells reverberated high above and the hot rays of sun bathed the top of the opposite slope with yet another sort of merriment. But beneath the slope, by the cart with the wounded near the panting little nag where Pierre stood, it was damp and sad. The soldier with the swollen cheek looked angrily at the cavalry singers. "Oh, the coxcombs!" he muttered reproachfully. "It's not the soldiers only, but I've seen Irozents today, Tiki. The peasants, even they have to go," said the soldier behind the cart, addressing Pierre with a sad smile. "No distinctions made nowadays. They want the whole nation to fall on them. In a word, it's Moscow. They want to make an end of it." In spite of the obscurity of the soldier's words, Pierre understood what he wanted to say and nodded approval. The road was clear again. Pierre descended the hill and drove on. He kept looking to either side of the road for familiar faces, but only saw everywhere the unfamiliar faces of various military men of different branches of the service, who all looked with astonishment at his white hat and green tail-coat. Having gone nearly 3 miles, he at last met an acquaintance and eagerly addressed him. This was one of the head army doctors. He was driving Tolvar Pierre in a covered gig, sitting beside a young surgeon, and on recognizing Pierre he told the Cossack who occupied the driver's seat to pull up. "Count, Your Excellency, how come you to be here?" asked the doctor. "Well, you know, I wanted to see." Yes, there will be something to see." Pierre got out and talked to the doctor, explaining his intention of taking part in a battle. The doctor advised him to apply direct to Kutuzov. "Why should you be God knows where out of sight during the battle?" he said, exchanging glances with his young companion. "Anyhow, His Serene Highness knows you and will receive you graciously. That's what you must do." The doctor seemed tired and in a hurry. "You think so?" I also wanted to ask you where our position is exactly," said Pierre. "The position?" repeated the doctor. "Well, that's not my line. Drive past to Terenova, a lot of digging is going on there. Go up the hillock and you'll see." "Can one see from there, if you would?" But the doctor interrupted him and moved toward his GLG. "I would go with you, but on my honor I'm up to here," and he pointed to his throat. "I'm galloping to the commander of the corps." "How do matters stand?" "You know, Count, there 11 be a battle Tom 01 to out of an army of 100,000 we must expect at least 20,000 wounded, and we haven't stretchers, or bunks, or dressers, or doctors enough for 6,000. We have 10,000 carts, but we need other things as well. We must manage as best we can." The strange thought that of the thousands of men, young and old, who had stared with merry surprise at his hat, perhaps the very men he had noticed 20,000 were inevitably to Yuans and death amazed Pierre. "They may die tomorrow, why are they thinking of anything but death?" And by some latent sequence of thought the descent of the Mojaisk hill, the carts with the wounded, the ringing bells, The slanting rays of the sun, and the songs of the cavalrymen vividly recurred to his. The cavalry ride to battle and meet the wounded and do not for a moment think of what awaits them but pass by, winking at the wounded. Yet from among these men 20,000 are doomed to die, and they wonder at my hat. Strange, thought Pierre, continuing his way to Tatarinovo. In front of the landowner's house to the left of the road stood carriages, wagons, and crowds of orderlies and sentinels. The commander-in-chief was putting up there, but just when Pierre arrived he was not in and hardly any of the staff were there. They had gone to the church service. Pierre drove on toward G6W. When he had ascended the hill and reached the little village street, he saw for the first time militiamen in their white shins and with crosses on their caps, who, talking and laughing loudly, animated and perspiring, were at work on a huge knoll overgrown with grass to the right of the road. Some of them were digging, others were wheeling barrowloads of earth along planks, while others stood doing nothing. 2 officers were standing on the knoll directing the men. On seeing these peasants, who were evidently still amused by the novelty of their as soldiers, Pierre once more thought of the wounded men at Mojaisk and understood what the soldier had meant when he said, "They want the whole nation to fall on them." The sight of these bearded peasants at work on the battlefield, with their queer, clumsy boots and perspiring necks, and their shirts opening from the left toward the middle, unfastened, exposing their sunburned collarbones, impressed Pierre more strongly with the solemnity and importance of the moment than anything he had yet seen or heard. Chapter XXI. Pierre stepped out of his carriage and, passing the toiling militiamen, ascended the knoll from which, according to the battlefield, could be seen. It was about 11 o'clock. The sun shone somewhat to the left and behind him and brightly lit up the enormous panorama which, rising like an amphitheatre, extended before him in the clear rarefied atmosphere. From AB0 on the left, bisecting that amphitheatre, wound the Smolensk high road, passing through a village with a white church some 500 paces in front of knoll and below it. This was Borodin 6. Below the village the road crossed by a bridge and, winding down and up, rose higher and higher to the village of Valio, visible 4 miles away, where Napoleon was then stationed. Beyond Valio the road into a yellowing forest on the horizon. Far in the distance in that birch and fir forest to the right off-road, the cross and belfry of the Kolokar monastery gleamed in the sun here and there over the whole of that blue expanse. To right and left of the forest and the road, smoking campfires could be seen and indefinite masses of troops, ours and the enemy's. The ground to the right, along the course of the Kolokar and Moskva rivers, was broken and hilly. Between the hollows the villages of Zakharino showed in the distance. On the left the ground was more level, there were fields of grain, and the smoking rums of Semenovsk, which had iron burned down, could be seen. All that Pierre saw was so indefinite that neither the left nor the right side of the field wholly satisfied his expectations. Nowhere could he see the battlefield he had expected to find, but only fields, meadows, troops, the smoke of campfires, villages, mounds, and streams, and try as he would he could descry no military position in this place which teemed with life, nor could he even distinguish our troops from the enemy's. Must ask someone who knows, he thought, and addressed an officer who was looking with curiosity at his huge unmilitary figure. "May I ask you," said Pierre, "village that is in front?" "Burdino, isn't it?" said the officer, tongue to his companion. "Borodin 6," the other corrected him. The officer, evidently glad of an opportunity for a talk, moved up to Pierre. "Are those our men there?" Pierre inquired. "Yes, and there are the French," said the officer. "There they are, there." "See them?" "Where?" "Where?" asked Pine. "One can see them with the naked eye." "Why, there." "You can." The officer pointed with his hand to the smoke visible on the left beyond the river, and the same stern and serious expression that Pierre had noticed on many of the he had met came into his all. "Those are the French." "And over there?" Pierre pointed to a knoll on the left, near which some troops could be seen. "Those are ours." "All ours." and them _ Pierre pointed to another knoll in the distance with a big tree on it, near a village that lay in a hollow ivy. Also some campfires were smoking and something black was visible. That, his again, said the officer _ it was the Shevardino redoubt. It was ours yesterday, but now it is his. Then how about our position, replied the officer with a smile of satisfaction. I can tell you quite clearly, because I constructed nearly all our entrenchments. There, you see. There's our centre, at Borodin 6, just there, and he pointed to the village in front of the white church. That's where one crosses the Kolokar _ you see down there where the rows of hay are lying in the hollow, there's the bridge. That's our centre _ our right flank is over, pointed sharply to the right, far away in the broken ground, that's where the Moskva River is, and we thrown up 3 redoubts there, very strong ones. The left flank? _ here the officer paused. Well, you see, that's difficult to explain. Yesterday our left flank was there at Shevardino, you see, where the oak is, but now we have withdrawn our left wing, now it is over there, do you see that village and the smoke? That's Semenovsk, yes, there, he pointed to Ravsky's knoll _ but the battle will hardly be there. His having moved his troops there is only a ruse. He will probably pass round to the right of the Moskva _ but wherever it may, many a man will missing tomorrow, he remarked. An elderly sergeant who had approached the officer while he was giving these explanations had waited in silence for him to finish speaking, but at this point, evidently not liking the officer's remark, interrupted him. Gabians must send for, said he sternly. The officer appeared abashed, as though he understood that one might think of how many men would missing tomorrow but ought not to speak of it. Well, send 3 company a guy *, the officer replied hurriedly. And you, are you one of the? No, I've come on my own, answered Pierre, and he went down the hill again, passing the militiamen. Oh, those damned fellows, muttered the officer who followed him, holding his nose as he ran past the men at work. There they are. Bringing her, coming _ there they are. They'll be here in a minute voices were suddenly heard saying, and officers, soldiers, and militiamen began running forward along the road. A church procession was coming up the hill from Borodin 6 First along the dusty road came the infantry in ranks, bareheaded and arms reversed. From behind them came the sound of church singing. Soldiers and militiamen ran bareheaded past Pierre toward the procession. They are bringing her, our protectress. The Illyrian Mother of God, someone cried _ the Smolensk Mother of God. Another corrected him. The those who had been in the village and those who had been at work on the battery, threw down their spades and ran to meet the church procession. Following the battalion that marched along the dusty road came priests in their little old men in a hood with attendants and singers. Behind them soldiers and officers bore a large, dark-faced icon with an embossed metal cover. This was the icon that had been brought from Smolensk and had since accompanied the army. Behind, before, and on both sides, crowds of militiamen bared heads walked, ran, and bowed to the ground. At the summit of the hill they stopped with the icon. The men who had iron holding it up by the linen bands attached to it were relieved by others, the chanters relit their censers, and service began. The hot rays of the sun beat down vertically and a fresh soft wind played with the hair off bared heads and with the decorating the icon. The singing did not sound loud under the open sky. An immense crowd of bareheaded officers, soldiers, and militiamen surrounded the icon. Behind the priest and a chanter stood the notabilities on a spot risen for them. A bald general, a St. George's cross on his neck, stood just behind the priest's back, and without crossing himself, he was evidently a German, patiently awaited the end of the service, which he considered it necessary to hear to the end, probably to arouse the patriotism of the Russian people. Another general in a martial pose, crossing himself by shaking his hand in front of his chest while looking about him. Standing among the crowd of peasants, Pierre recognized several acquaintances among these notables, but did not look at them. His whole attention was absorbed in watching the serious expression on the of the crowd of soldiers and militiamen who were all gazing eagerly at the icon. As soon as the tired chanters, who were SMGMG the service for the 20th time that day, began lazily and mechanically to sing, "Far from calamity thy servants, O Mother of God," and the priest and deacon chimed in, "For to thee under God we all flee as to inviolable bulwark and protection," there again kindled in all those faces the same expression of consciousness of the solemnity of the moment that Pierre had seen on the faces at the foot of the hill at Modjaysk, and momentarily on many and many faces he had met that morning, and heads were bowed more frequently and hair tossed back, and sighs and the sound men made as they crossed themselves were heard. The crowd round the icon suddenly parted and pressed against Pierre. Someone, a very important personage judging by the haste with which way was made for him, was approaching the icon at Iva's Kutuzov, who had riding round the position and on his way back to Tatarinova had stopped where the service was being held. Pierre recognized him at once by his peculiar figure, which distinguished him from everybody else. With a long overcoat on his exceedingly stout, round-shouldered body, with uncovered white head and puffy face showing the white ball of eye he had lost, Kutuzov walked with plunging, swaying gait into the crowd and stopped behind the priest. He crossed himself with an accustomed movement, bent till he touched the ground with his hand, and his white head with a deep sigh behind Kutuzov was Bennigsen and the suite. Despite the presence of the commander-in-chief, who attracted the attention of all the superior officers, the militiamen and soldiers continued their prayers without looking at him. When the service was over, Kutuzov stepped up to the icon, sank heavily to his knees, to the ground, and for a long time tried vainly to rise, but could not do so on account of his weakness and weight. His white head twitched with the effort. At last he rose, kissed the icon as a child does with naïvely pouting lips, and again till he touched the ground with his hand. The other generals followed his example, then the officers, and after them with excited faces, pressing on one another, crowding, panting, and pushing, scrambled the soldiers and militiamen. Chapter XXII. Staggering amid the CMSH, Pierre looked Herm Count Peter Kirilovich. "How did you get here?" said IUE_. Pierre looked round. Boris Drobetsk 6y, brushing his knees with his hand, he had probably soiled them when he had knelt before the icon, came up to him smiling. Boris Evers elegantly dressed, with a slightly martial touch appropriate to a campaign. He wore a long coat and like Kutuzov had a whip slung across his shoulder. Meanwhile Kutlizov had reached the village and seated himself in the shade of the nearest house, on a bench which one Cossack had run to fetch and another had hastily covered with a rug. An immense and brilliant suite surrounded him. The icon was carried hither, accompanied by the throng. Pierre stopped some 30 paces from Kutuzov, talking to Boris. He explained his wish to be present at the battle and to see the precision_. "This is what you must do," said Boris. "I will do the honors off camp to you. You will see everything best from where Count Bennigsen be. I am in attendance on him, you know, I'll mention it to him. But if you want to ride round the position, come along us. We are just going to the left flank. Then when we get back, do spend the night with me and we'll arrange a game of cards. Of course you know Dmitry Sarjevich? Those are his quarters and he to the third house in the village of G6_. But I should like to see the right flank. They say it's very strong," said Pierre. "I should like to stand from the Moskva and ride round the whole position." "Well, you can do that later, but the chief thing is the left flank." "Yes, yes. But where is Prince Bolkonsky's regiment? Can you point it out to me?" "Prince Andrew S. We shall pass it and I'll take you to him." "What the left flank?" asked Pierre. "To tell you the truth, between ourselves, God only knows what state our left flank is in," said Boris confidentially, lowering his voice. "It is not at all what Count Bennigsen intended. He meant to fortify that knoll quite differently, but…" Z. Boris shrugged his shoulders. His Serene Highness would not have it, or someone persuaded him. You see. But Boris did not finish, for at that moment Kazarov, Kutuzov's adjutant, came up to Pierre. "All, Kazarov," said Boris, addressing him an unembarrassed smile, I was just trying to explain out to the Count. It is amazing how His Serene Highness could so foresee the intentions of the French. You mean the left flank? Asked Kazarov. Yes, exactly, the left flank is now extremely strong. Though Kutuzov had dismissed all unnecessary men from the staff, Boris had contrived to remain at headquarters after the changes. He had established himself with Count Bennigsen who, like all on whom Boris had been in attendance, considered young Prince Drobetsky an invaluable man. In the higher command there were two sharply defined parties, Kutuzov's party and that of Bennigsen. The chief of staff Boris belonged to the latter and no one else, while showing servile respect to Kutuzov, could so create an impression that the old fellow was not much and that Bennigsen managed everything. Now the decisive moment of battle had come when Kutuzov would be destroyed and the power passed to, or even if Kutuzov won the battle, it would be felt that everything was done by Bennigsen. In any case, many great rewards would have to given for tomorrow's action, and new men would come to the front. So Boris was full of nervous vivacity all day. After Kazarov, others whom Pierre knew came up to him, and he had not time to reply to all the questions about Moscow that were showered upon him, or to listen to all that was told him. The faces all expressed animation and apprehension, but it seemed to Pierre that the cause of the excitement shown in some of these faces lay chiefly in questions of personal success. His mind, however, was occupied by the different expression he saw on other faces, an expression that spoke not of personal matters but of universal questions of life and death. Kutuzov noticed Pierre's figure and the group gathered round him. Call him to me, said Kutuzov. An adjutant told Pierre of His Serene Highness' wish, and Pierre went toward Kutuzov's bench. But a militiaman got there before him. It was D610. How did that fellow get here? Asked Pierre. He's a creature that wriggles anywhere. Was the answer. He has been degraded, you know. Now he wants to up again. He's been some scheme or other and has crawled into the enemy's picket line at night. He's a BRME fellow. Pierre took off his hat and to Kutuzov. I concluded that if I relxed to your Serene Highness you might send me away or say that you knew what I was reporting, but then I shouldn't lose anything. D610 was saying. Yes, but if I were right, I should be rendering a service to my fatherland for which I am ready to die. Yes, and should your Serene Highness require a man who will not spare his skin, please think of me, perhaps I may prove useful to your Serene Highness. Yes, yes, Kutuzov repeated, his laughing eye narrowing more and more as he looked Pierre. Just then Boris, with his courtier-like adroitness, stepped up to Pierre's side near Kutuzov and in a most natural manner, without raising his voice, said to Pierre, as though continuing an interrupted conversation, the militia have put on clean white shirts to be ready to die. What heroism, Count! Boris evidently said this to Pierre in order to be overheard by His Serene Highness. He knew Kutuzov's attention would be caught by those odds, and so it was. What are you saying about the militia? He asked Boris. Preparing for tomorrow, your Serene Highness, for death, they have put on clean shirts. A wonderful a matchless Irapel, said Kutuzov, and he closed his eyes and swayed his head. A matchless Irapel, he repeated with a sigh. So you want to smell gunpowder? He said to Pierre. Yes, it's a pleasant smell. I have the honor to be one of your wife's adorers. Is she well? My quarters are at your service. And as often happens with old people, Kutuzov began looking about absent-mindedly as if forgetting all he wanted to say or do. Then, evidently remembering what he wanted, he to Andrew Kazarov, his adjutant's brother, those verses those verses of Myrin's. How do they go, eh? Those he you wrote about Bezukhov lectures for the corps inditing. Recite them, said he, evidently preparing to laugh. Kazarov recited. Kutuzov smilingly nodded his head to the rhythm of the verses. When Pierre had left Kutuzov, D610 came up to him and took his hand. "I am very glad to meet you here, Count," he said aloud, regardless of the presence of strangers and in a particularly resolute and solemn tone. "On the eve of a day when God alone knows who of us is fated to survive, I am glad of this opportunity to tell you that I regret the misunderstandings that occurred between us and should wish you not to have any ill feeling for me. Are you to forgive me?" Pierre looked at D610 with a smile, not knowing what to say to him. With tears in his eyes, D610 embraced Pierre and kissed him. Boris said a few words to his general, and Count Bennigsen turned to Pierre and proposed that he should ride with him along the line. "It will interest you," said he. "Yes, very much," replied Pierre. Half an hour later Kutuzov left for Tatarinov and Bennigsen and his suite, with Pierre among them, set out on their ride along the line. Chapter 23 From G6 Bennigsen descended the high road to the bridge which, when they had looked at it from the hill, the officer had pointed out as being the centre of our and where rows of fragrant new mown hay lay by the riverside. They rode across that bridge into the village of Borodin 6 and thence turned to the left, passing an enormous number of troops and guns, and came to a high knoll where militiamen were digging. This was the redoubt, as yet unnamed, which afterwards became known as the Ravsky Redoubt, or the Knoll Battery, but Pierre paid no special attention to it. He did not know that it would more memorable to him than any other spot on the plain of Borodin 6. They then crossed the hollow to Semenov *, where the soldiers were dragging away the last logs from the huts and bams. Then they rode downhill and uphill, across a rye field trodden and beaten down as if by hail, following a track freshly made by the artillery ox of the furrows of the ploughed land, and reached some fiasco which were still being dug. At the fiascos Bennigsen stopped and looking at the Shevardino redoubt opposite, which had been ours the day before and where several horsemen could be descried. The officers said that either Napoleon or Murat was there, and they all gazed eagerly at this little group of horsemen. Pierre also looked at them, trying to guess which of the scarcely discernible figures was Napoleon. At last those mounted men rode away from the mound and disappeared. Bennigsen spoke to a general who approached him, and began explaining the whole position of our troops. Pierre listened to him, straining each to understand the essential points of the impending battle, but he was mortified to feel that his mental capacity was inadequate for the task. He could make nothing of it. Bennigsen speaking and, noticing that Pierre was listening, suddenly said to him, "I don't think this interests you." "On the contrary, it's very interesting," replied Pierre not quite youthfully. From the flats they rode still farther to the left, along a road winding through a thick, low-growing birch wood. In the middle of wood a brown hare with white feet sprang out and, scared by the tramp of the many horses, grew so convulsed that it leaped along the road in front of them for some time, arousing general attention and laughter, and only when several voices shouted at it did it dart to one side and disappear in the thicket. After going through the wood for a mile and a half they came out on a glade where Ovtchkov's corps was stationed to defend the left flank. Here, at the extreme left flank, Bennigsen talked a great deal and with much heat, and, as it seemed to Pierre, gave orders of great military importance. In front of Ovtchkov's troops was some high ground not occupied by troops. Bennigsen loudly criticized this mistake, saying that it was madness to leave a height which commanded the country around unoccupied and to place troops allow it. Some of the generals expressed the same opinion. One in particular declared with maniacal heat that they were put there to slaughtered. Bennigsen on his authority ordered the troops to occupy the high ground. This disposition on the left flank increased Pierre's doubt of his own capacity to understand military matters. Listening to Bennigsen and the generals criticizing the position of the troops behind the hill, he quieted a kind of entrenchment team and shared their opinion, but for that very reason he could not understand how the man who put them there behind the hill could have made so gross and palpable a blunder. Pierre did not know that these troops were not, as Bennigsen put there to defend the position, but were in a concealed position as an ambush, that they should not be seen and might able to strike an approaching enemy unexpectedly. Bennigsen did not know this and moved the troops forward according to his own ideas without mentioning the matter to the commander-in-chief. Chapter XV. On that bright evening of the 25th of August, Prince Andrew lay leaning on his in a broken-down shed in the village of Nysk-Sixvo at the other end of his regiment's encampment. Through a gap in the broken wall he could see, beside the wooden fence, a row of 30-year-old birches with their lower branches locked off a field on which shocks of oats were standing, and some bushes near which rose the smoke of campfires, the soldiers' kitchens. Now and burdensome and useless to anyone as his life now seemed to him, Prince Andrew on the eve of battle felt agitated and irritable as he had done 7 years before. At Austerlitz he had received and given the orders for next day's battle and had nothing more to do. But his thoughts, the simplest, clearest, and therefore most temple thoughts, would give him no peace. He knew that Tom 01's battle would be the most telltale of all he had taken part in, and for the first time in his life the possibility of death presented itself to him, not in relation to any worldly matter or with reference to its effect on others, but simply in relation to himself, to his own soul, vividly, plainly, terribly, and almost as a certainty. And from the height of this perception all that had previously tormented and preoccupied him suddenly became illumined by a cold white light without shadows, if without perspective, without distinction of outline. All life appeared to him like magic lantern pictures at which he had long been gazing by artificial light through a glass. Now he suddenly saw those badly daubed pictures in clear daylight and without a glass. Yes, yes. There they are, those images that agitated, enraptured, and tormented me, said he to himself, passing in review the principal pictures of the magic lantern of life and regarding them now in the cold white daylight of his clear perception of death. There they are, those rudely painted figures that once seemed splendid and mysterious. Glory, the good of society, love for woman, the fatherland itself, how important these pictures appeared to me, with what profound meaning they seemed to be filled. And it is all so simple, pale, and crude in the cold white light of this morning which I feel is dawning for me. The 3 great sorrows of his life held his attention in particular, his love for a woman, his father's death, and the French invasion which had overrun half Russia. L01E__. That little girl who seemed to me brimming over with mystic forces. Yes, indeed, I loved her. I made romantic plans of love and happiness with her. Oh, what a boy I was, he said aloud bitterly. Ah me! I believed in some ideal love which was to keep her to me for the whole year of my absence. Like the gentle dove in the fable she was to pine apart from me. But it was much simpler really. It was all very simple and horrible. When my father built Bald Hills he thought the place was his land, his air, his irosence. But Napoleon came and swept him aside, unconscious of his existence, as he might brush a chip from his path, and his Bald Hills and his whole life fell to pieces. Princess Mary says it is a trial sent from above. What is the trial for, when he is not here and will never return? He is not here. For whom then is the trial intended? The fatherland, the destruction of Moscow. And tomorrow I shall be killed, perhaps not even by a Frenchman but by one of our own men, by a soldier discharging a musket close to my ear as one oft him did yesterday, and the French will come and take me by head and heels and fling me into a hole that I may not stink under their noses, and new conditions of life will arise, which will seem quite ordinary to others and about which I shall know nothing. I shall not exist. He looked at the row of birches shining in the sunshine, with their motionless green and yellow foliage and white bark. To die to be killed tomorrow that I should not exist. That all this should still but know me, and the birches with their light and shade, the curly clouds, the smoke of the campfires, and all that was around him changed and seemed telltale and menacing. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He rose quickly, went out of the shed, and began to walk. After he had returned, were heard outside the shed. "Is that?" he cried. The red-nosed Captain Tim Sixkin, formerly D610 Kof's squadron commander, but now from lack of officers a battalion commander, shyly entered the shed followed by an adjutant and the regimental paymaster. Prince Andrew rose hastily, listened to the business they had come about, gave them some further instructions, and was about to dismiss them when he heard a familiar, lisping, voice behind the shed. "Devil take it!" "Two," said the voice of a man stumbling over something. Prince Andrew looked out of the shed and saw Pierre, who had tripped over a pole on the ground and had nearly fallen, come his way. It was unpleasant to Prince Andrew to meet off his own set in general, and Pierre especially, for he reminded him of all the painful moments of his last visit to Moscow. "You? What a surprise," said he. "What brings you here? This is unexpected." As he said this his eyes expressed more than coldness, they expressed hostility, which Pierre noticed at once. He had approached the shed hill of animation, but on seeing Prince Andrew's face he felt constrained and ill at ease. "I have come, simply, come it interests me," said Pierre, who had so often that day senselessly edited that you.ord interesting. "I wish to see the battle." "Oh yes, and what do the Masonic brothers say about war?" "How would they stop it?" said Prince Andrew sarcastically. "Well, and how's Moscow? And my people? Have they reached Moscow at last?" he asked seriously. "Yes, they have. Julie Drobetskaya told me so. I went to see them, but missed them. They have gone to your estate near Moscow. Chapter XXV. The officers were to take leave but Prince Andrew, apparently reluctant to be left alone with his friend, asked them to stay and Hal 7 Seats were brought in and so was the time. The officers gazed with surprise at Pierre's huge stout figure and listened to his talk of Moscow and the position of the army, round which he had ridden. Prince Andrew remained silent, and his expression was so forbidding that Pierre addressed his remarks chiefly to the battalion commander. "So you understand the whole position of our troops?" Prince Andrew interrupted him. "Yes, that is, how do you mean?" said Pierre. "Not being a military man I can't say I have it all, but I understand the general position." "Well, then, you know more than anyone else, be it who it may," said Prince Andrew. "Oh," said Pierre, looking over his spectacles in perplexity at Prince Andrew. "Well, and what do you think of Kutuzov's appointment?" he asked. "I was very glad of his appointment, that's all I know," replied Prince Andrew. "And tell me your opinion of Barclay de Tolly in Moscow. They are saying heaven knows what about him, what do you think of him?" "Ask then you," replied Prince Andrew, indicating the officers. Pierre looked at Tim Sixkin with the condescendingly interrogative smile with which everybody involuntarily addressed that officer. "We see light again, since his serenity has been apaciguated, Your Excellency," said Tim Sixkin timidly, and continually turning to glance at his colonel. "Why so?" asked Pierre. "Well, to mention only firewood and fodder, let me inform you. Why, when we were retreating from Svinciani we dare not touch a stick or a wisp of hay or anything. You see, we were going away, so he would get it all, wasn't it so, Your Excellency?" And again Tim Sixkin tummed to the paramus "but we daren't. In our regiment 2 officers were court-martialed for that kind of thing. But when His Serenity took command everything became straightforward. Now we see light. Then why was it forbidden?" Tim Sixkin looked about in confusion, not knowing what or how to answer such a question. Pierre put the same question to Prince Andrew. "Why, so as not to lay waste the country we were abandoning to the enemy," said Prince Andrew with venomous irony. "It is very sound, one can't permit the land to be pillaged and accustom the troops to marauding. At Smolensk too he judged correctly that the French might outflank us, as they had larger forces." "But he could not understand this," cried Prince Andrew in a shrill voice that seemed to escape him involuntarily. "I could not understand that there, for the first time, we were fighting for Russian soil, and that there was a spirit in the men such as I had never seen before, that we had held the French for 2 days, and that success had increased our strength tenfold." He ordered us to retreat, and all our efforts and losses went for nothing. He had no thought of betraying us, he tried to do the best he could, he thought out everything, and that is why he is unsuitable. He is unsuitable now, just because he plans out everything very thoroughly and accurately as every German has to. How can I explain, well, say your father has a German valet, and he is a splendid valet and satisfies your father's requirements better than you could, then it's all right to let him serve. But if our father is mortally sick, you'll send the valet away and attend to your father with your own unpracticed, awkward hands, and will soothe him better than a skilled man who is a stranger could. So it has been with Barclay. Russia was well, a foreigner could serve her, and I are a splendid minister, but as soon as she is in danger she needs one of her OU.N Kim. But in your club they have been making him out a traitor. They slander him as a traitor, and the only result it will be that afterwards, ashamed of their false accusations, they will make him out a hero or a genius instead of a traitor, and that will be still more unjust. He is an honest and very punctilious German, and they say he is a skillful commander, rejoined Pierre. I don't understand what is meant by a skillful commander, replied Prince Andrew ironically. A skillful commander, replied Pierre. Why, one who foresees all contingencies and foresees the adversary's intentions. But that's impossible, said Prince Andrew, as if it were a matter settled long ago. Pierre looked at him in surprise. And yet they say that war is like a game of chess, he remarked. Yes, replied Prince Andrew, but with this little difference, that in chess you may think over each move as long as you please and are not limited for time, and with this difference too, that a knight is always stronger than a pawn, and two pawns are always stronger than one, while in war a battalion is sometimes stronger than a division and sometimes weaker than a company. The relative strength of bodies of troops can never be known to anyone. He went on, if things depended on arrangements made by the staff I should be there making arrangements, but instead of that I have the honor to serve here in the regiment with these gentlemen, and I consider that on us tomorrow's battle will end and not on those others. Success never depends, and never will depend, on position, or equipment, or even on numbers, and least of all on position. But on what then? On the feeling that is in me and in Hai Nu. He pointed to Tim Sixkin, and in each soldier. Prince Andrew glanced at Tim Sixkin, who looked at his commander in alarm and bewilderment. In contrast to his former reticent taciturnity, Prince Andrew now seemed excited. He could apparently not refrain from expressing the thoughts that had suddenly occurred to him. A battle is won by those who firmly resolve to win it. Why did we lose the battle at Austerlitz? The French losses were almost equal to ours, but very early we said to ourselves that we were losing the battle, and we did lose it. And we said so because we had nothing to fight for there, we wanted to get away from the battlefield as soon as we could. We've lost, so let us lunge, and we ram. If we had not said that till the evening, heaven knows what might not have happened. But tomorrow we shan't say it. You talk about our position, the left flank weak and the right flank too extended, he went on. That's all nonsense, there's nothing of the kind. But what awaits us tomorrow? 100 million most diverse chances which will be decided on the instant by the fact that our men or theirs run or do not nan, and that this man or that man is killed, but all that is done at present is only play. The fact is that those men with whom you ridden round the position not only do not help matters, but hinder. They are only concerned with their own earthly interests. At such a moment, said Pierre reproachfully, at such a moment. Prince Andrew repeated. To them it is only a moment affording opportunities to undermine a rival and obtain an extra cross. Or for me tomorrow means this: a Russian army of 100,000 and a French army of 100,000 have met to fight, and the thing is that these 200,000 men will I fight, and the side that fights more fiercely and spares itself least will win. And if I our ilk, I will tell you that whatever happens and whatever muddles those at the top may make, we shall win tomorrow's battle. Tomorrow, happen what may, we shall win. There now, Your Excellency. That's the truth, the real truth, said Tim Six, him who would spare himself now. The soldiers in my battalion, believe me, wouldn't drink their vodka. It's not the day for that. They say. All were silent. The officers rose. Prince Andrew went out of the shed with them, giving final orders to the adjutant. After they had gone, Pierre approached Prince Andrew and was about to start a conversation when they heard the clatter of 3 horses' hoofs on the road not from the shed, and looking in that direction Prince Andrew recognized Waltzogen and Clausewitz accompanied by a Cossack. They rode close by, continuing to converse, and Prince Andrew involuntarily heard these words, Der Krieg muss in Rom verlet werden. Der Ansicht kann ich nicht genug preisgeben, said one of them. Oh, ja, said the other, der Zweck ist nur den Feind zu schwachen, so kann man juis nicht den Verlust der Privatpersonen in Achtung nehmen. Oh, no, agreed the other. Extend widely, said Prince Andrew with an angry snort, when they had ridden past. In that extend were my father, son, and sister, at Bald Hills. That's all the same to him. That's what I was saying to you, those German gentlemen won't win the battle tomorrow but will only make all the mess they can, because they have nothing in their German heads but theories, not an empty eggshell, and haven't in their hearts the one thing needed tomorrow, that which Tim 6khm has. They have yielded up all to him, and have now come to teach us. Fine teachers, and again his voice grew shrill. So you think we shall win tomorrow's battle? Asked Pierre. Yes, yes, answered Prince Andrew absently. One thing I would do if I had the power, he began again, would not take prisoners. Why take prisoners? It's chivalry. The French have destroyed my home and are on their way to destroy Moscow. They have outraged and are outraging me every moment. They are my enemies. In my opinion they are all criminals. And so thinks Tim Sixkin and the whole army. They should be executed. Since they are my foes they cannot be my friends, whatever may have been said at Tilsit. Yes, yes, too, muttered Pierre, looking with shining eyes at Prince Andrew. I quite agree with you. The war must be widely. I cannot sufficiently commend that view. Oh, yes, the only aim is to weaken die enemy, so of course one cannot take into account die loss of private individual and. The question that had perturbed Pierre on the Mojaysk hill and all that day now seemed to him quite clear and completely solved. He now understood the whole meaning and importance of this Ivar and of impending battle. All he had seen that day, all the significant and stem expressions on the faces he had seen in passing, were lit up for him by a new light. He understood that latent heat, as they say in physics, of patriotism which was present in all these men he had seen, and this explained to him why they all prepared for death calmly, and as it were light-heartedly. Underscore not take prisoners, Prince Andrew continued, that by itself would quite change the whole war and make it less cruel. As it is we have played at war, that's what's vile. We play at magnanimity and all that stuff. Such magnanimity and sensibility are ilk the magnanimity and sensibility of a lady who faints when she sees a calf being killed. She is so kind-hearted that she can't eat blood, but enjoys eating the calf served up with sauce. They talk to us of the mails of war, of chivalry, of flags off us, of mercy to the unfortunate, and so 0th it's all rubbish. I saw chivalry and flags of us in 1805, they humbugged us and we humbugged them. They plunder other people's houses, issue false paper money, and worst of all they kill my children and my father, and then talk of rules of war and magnanimity to foes. Take no prisoners, but kill and killed. He who has come to this as I have through the same sufferings. Prince Andrew, who had thought it was all the same to him whether or not Moscow was taken as Smolensk had ever suddenly checked in his by an unexpected cramp in his throat. He paced up and down a few times in silence, but his eyes glittered feverishly and his lips quivered as he began striking underscore if there was none of this magnanimity in war, we should go to war only when it was worth while going to snine death, as now underscore then there would not war because Paul Ivanovich had offended Michael Ivanovich underscore and when there was a war, ilk this one, it would be war. And then the determination of the troops mould be quite different. Then all these Westphalians and Hessians whom Napoleon is leading would not follow him into Russia, and we should not go to fight in Austria and Prussia without knowing why. War is not courtesy but the most horrible thing in life, and we ought to understand that and not play at war underscore we ought to accept this temple necessity sternly and seriously. It all lies in that, get rid of falsehood and let war and not a game. As it is now, Ivar is the favorite pastime of the idle and frivolous. The military calling is the most highly honored underscore but what is war? That is needed for success in Ivar fair. What are the habits of the military? The aim of war is murder, the methods of war are spying, treachery, and their encouragement, the ruin of a country's inhabitants, robbing them or stealing to provision the army, and fraud and falsehood tend military craft. The habits of the military class are the absence of freedom, that is, discipline, idleness, ignorance, cruelty, debauchery, and drunkenness. And in spite of all this it is the highest class, respected by everyone. All the kings, except the Chinese, wear military uniforms, and he who kills most people receives the highest rewards underscore they meet, as we shall meet tomorrow, to murder one another. They kill and maim tens of thousands, and then have thanksgiving services for having killed so many people. They even exaggerate the number and they announce a victory, supposing that the more people they have killed the greater their achievement underscore how does God above look at them and hear them, exclaimed Prince Andrew in a shrill, piercing voice. All, my friend, it has of late become hard for me to live. I see that I have begun to understand much. And it doesn't do for man to taste of the tree of knowledge of good and evil underscore well, it's not for long, he added. However, you're sleepy, and it's time for me to sleep. Go back to G6, said Prince Andrew suddenly. Oh no. Pierre replied, looking at Prince Andrew with frightened, compassionate eyes. Go. Before a battle one must have one's sleep out, repeated Prince Andrew. He came quickly up to Pierre and embraced and kissed him. Goodbye, be off, he shouted. Whether we meet again or not. And turning away hurriedly he entered the shed. It was already dark, and Pielte could not make out whether the expression of Prince Andrew's face was angry or tender. For some time he stood in silence considering whether he should follow him or go away. No, he does not want it, Pierre concluded. And I know that this is our last meeting. He sighed deeply and rode back to G6 on re-entering the shed. Prince Andrew lay down on a rug, but he could not sleep. He closed his eyes. One picture succeeded another in his imagination. On one of them he dwelt long and joyfully. He vividly recalled an evening in Petersburg. Natasha with animated and excited face was telling him how she had gone to look for mushrooms the previous summer and had lost her way in the big forest. She incoherently described the depths of the forest, her feelings, and a talk a beekeeper she met, and constantly interrupted her story to say, "No, I can't. I'm not telling it right, no, you don't understand," though he encouraged her by saying that he did understand, and he really had understood all she wanted to say. But Natasha was not satisfied with her own words. She felt that they did not convey the passionately poetic feeling she had experienced that day and wished to convey. He was such an old man, and it was so dark in the forest, and he had such kind. No, I can't it, she had said, flushed and excited. Prince Andrew smiled now, the same happy smile as then when he had looked into her eyes. Understood her, he thought. Not only her, but it was just that inner, spiritual force, that sincerity, that frankness of soul, that very soul of hers which seemed to be fettered by her body. It was that soul I loved in her. Loved so strongly and happily. And suddenly how his love had ended. He did not need anything of that kind. He neither saw nor understood anything of the sort. he only saw in her pretty and fresh young girl with whom he did not deign to unite his fate. And and he is still alive and gay. Prince Andrew jumped up as if someone had bumped and again began pacing up and down in front of the shed. Chapter XXVI. On the 25th of August, the eve of the Battle of Borodin, 6, M. de Beausset, prefect of the French Emperor's palace, altered at quarters at Vallevo with Colonel Fabvier, the former from Paris and the latter from Madrid. Donning his court uniform, de Beausset ordered he had brought for the Emir to be carried before him and entered the first compartment of Napoleon's tent, where he began opening the while conversing with Napoleon's aides-de-camp who surrounded him. Fabvier, not entering the tent, remained at the entrance talking to some generals of his acquaintance. The Emperor Napoleon had not yet left his bedroom and was finishing his toilet, slightly snorting and grunting. He presented now his back and now his plump hairy chest to the brush with which his valet was rubbing him down. Another valet, with his finger over the mouth of a, was sprinkling eau de cologne on the pampered body with an expression which seemed to say that he alone knew where and how much eau de cologne should be sprinkled. His short hair was wet and matted on the forehead, but his face, though puffed and yellow, expressed physical satisfaction. "Go on, harder, go on," he muttered to the valet who was rubbing him, slightly twitching and grunting. An aide-de-camp, who had entered the bedroom to report to the Emperor the number of prisoners taken in yesterday's action, was standing by the door after delivering his message. Permission to withdraw. Napoleon, frowning, looked at him from under his brows. "No prisoners," said he, repeating the aide-de-camp's orders asking us to exterminate them. "So much the worse for the Russian army." Go harder, harder, he muttered, hunching his back and presenting his fat shoulders. "All right. Let Monsieur de Beausset enter, and Fabvier too," he said, nodding to the aide-de-yes, "sire," and the aide-de-camp disappeared through the door of the tent. Two valets rapidly dressed His Majesty, and wearing the blue uniform of the guards he went with firm quick steps to the reception. De Beausset's hands meanwhile were busily engaged arranging the present he had brought from the Empress, on two chairs directly in front of entrance. But Napoleon had dressed and come out with such unexpected rapidity that he had not time to finish arranging the surprise. Napoleon noticed at once what they were acute and guessed that they were not ready. He did not wish to deprive them of pleasure of giving him a surprise, so he pretended not to see de Beausset and called Fabvier to listening silently and with a stern frown to what Fabvier told him of heroism and devotion of his two corps fighting at Salamanca, at the other end of Europe, with but one thought, to be worthy of their emperor, and but one fear, to fail to please him. The result of that battle had been deplorable. Napoleon made ironic remarks during Fabvier's account, as if he had not expected that matters could go otherwise in his absence. "I must make up for that in Moscow," said Napoleon. 111 See you later, he added, and summoned de Beausset, who by that time had prepared the surprise, having placed something on the chairs and centimetre-edited with the cloth. De Beausset low, with that courtly French bow which only the old retainers of the Bourbons knew how to make, and approached him, presenting an envelope. Napoleon tummed to him gallantly and pulled his ear. "You have hurried here. I am very glad." "Well, what is Paris saying?" he asked, suddenly changing his former stern expression for a most cordial tone. "Sire, all Paris regrets your absence," replied de Beausset as was proper. But though knew that de Beausset had to say something of this kind, and though in his lucid moments he knew it was untrue, he was pleased to hear it from him. Again he honoured him by touching his ear. "I am very sorry to have made you travel so," said he. "Sire, I expected nothing less than to find you at the gates of Moscow," replied de Beausset. Napoleon smiled and, lifting his head absent-mindedly, glanced to the right. An aide-de-camp approached with gliding steps and offered him a gold which he took. "Yes, it has happened luckily for you," he said, raising the open to his nose. "You are fond of Trm.L, and in 3 days you will see Moscow. You surely did not expect to see that Asiatic capital. You will have a pleasant journey." De Beausset bowed at this regard for his taste for travel, of which he had not till then been aware, What's this?" asked Napoleon, noticing that all the courtiers were looking at something concealed under a cloth. With courtly adroitness de Beausset half turned and without turning his back to the Emir retired 2 steps, twitching off the cloth at the same time, and said, "A present to your Majesty from the Empress." It was painted in bright colours by Gerard, of the son icon to Napoleon by the daughter of Emperor of Austria, the boy whom some reason everyone called the King of Rome. A very pretty curly-headed boy, a look of the Christ in the Sistine Madonna, was depicted playing at stick and ball. The ball represented the terrestrial globe and the stick in his other hand a sceptre _, though it was not clear what the artist meant to express by depicting the so-called King of Rome spiking the earth with a stick. The allegory apparently seemed to Napoleon, as it had done to all who had seen it in Paris, quite clear and very pleasing. "The King of Rome," he said, pointing to the portrait with a graceful _ll gesture. "Admirable." With the natural capacity of an Italian for changing the expression of his face at will, he drew nearer to the portrait and assumed a look of pensive tenderness. He felt that what he now said and did would be historical, and it seemed to him that it would now be best for him, whose grandeur enabled his son to play stick and ball with the terrestrial globe, to show, in contrast to that grandeur, the simplest paternal tenderness. His eyes grew dim, he moved forward, glanced round at a chair, which seemed to place itself under him, and sat down on it before the portrait. At a single gesture from him everyone went out on tiptoe, leaving the great man to himself and his emotion. Having sat still for a while he touched, himself not knowing why, the thick spot of paint representing the highest light in the portrait, rose, and recalled de Beausset and the officer on duty. He ordered the portrait to be carried outside his tent, that the old guard, stationed round it, might not be deprived of pleasure of seeing the King of Rome, the son and heir of their adored monarch. And while he was doing de Beausset the honour of breakfasting with him, they heard, as Napoleon had anticipated, the rapturous cries of the officers and men of the old guard who had run up to see the portrait. "Vive l'Empereur! Vive le Roi de Rome! Vive l'Empereur!" Came those ecstatic cries after breakfast in de Beausset's presence dictated his order of the day to the army. Short and energetic. He remarked when he had read over the proclamation which he had dictated straight off without corrections. It ran, "Soldiers, this is the battle you hail so longed for. Victory depends on you. It is essential for us, it will give us all we need, comfortable quarters and a speedy return to our country. Behail 7 as you did at Austerlitz, Friedland, Vitebsk, and Smolensk. Let our remotest posterity recall your achievements this day with pride. Let it be said of each of you, he was in the great battle for Moscow." Before Moscow, rated Napoleon, and inviting de Beausset, who was so fond of travel, to accompany him on his ride, he went out of the tent to where the horses stood saddled "Your Majesty is kind," replied de Beausset to the invitation to accompany the Emperor. He wanted to sleep, did not know how to ride and was afraid of doing so. But Napoleon nodded to the traveller, and de Beausset had to mount. When Napoleon came out of the tent the shouting of the guards for his sons grew still louder. "Naxilian frown, take him away," he said, pointing with a graciously majestic gesture to the portrait. "It is too soon for him to see a field of battle." De Beausset closed his eyes, inward his head, and sighed deeply, to indicate how profoundly he valued and comprehended the Emir's words. Chapter XXX. On the 25th of August, so his historians tell us, spent the whole day on horseback the locality, considering plans submitted to him by his marshals, and giving commands to his generals. The original line of the Russian forces along the river Kolokar had been dislocated by the capture of the Shevardino redoubt on the 24th, and part of the line, the left flank, had been drawn back. That part of the line was not entrenched, and in front of it the ground was more open and level than elsewhere. It was evident to anyone, military or not, that it was here the French should attack. It seemed that not much consideration was needed to reach this conclusion, nor any particular care or trouble on the part of and his marshals, nor was there any need of that special and supreme quality called genius that are so apt to Napoleon, Yet the historians who described the event later and the men who then surrounded and he himself, thought otherwise. Napoleon rode over the plain and surveyed the locality with a profound air and in silence, nodded approval or shook his head. Dubiously, and without communicating to the generals around him the profound course of ideas which guided his decisions, merely gave them his final conclusions in the form of commands. Having listened to a suggestion from Diet, who was now called Prince d'Egma I, to turn the Russian left wing, Napoleon said it should not be done, if without explaining why not. To a proposal made by General Campan, who was to attack Thefts, to lead his division through the woods, Napoleon agreed, though the so-called Duke of Elchingen, ventured to remark that a movement through the woods was dangerous and might disorder the division. Having inspected the country opposite the Shevardino redoubt, Napoleon pondered a little in silence and then indicated the spots where 2 batteries should be set up by the morrow to act against the Russian entrenchments, and the places where, in line with them, the field artillery should be placed. After giving these and other commands he returned to his tent, and for the battle were written down from his dictation. These dispositions, of which the French historians write with enthusiasm and other historians with profound respect, were as follows: at dawn the 2 new batteries established during the night on the plain occupied by the Prince d'Egma I will open fire on the opposing batteries of the enemy. At the same time the commander of the artillery of the 1st Corps, General Panetti, with 30 cannon of S Division and all the howitzers of Desyk's S and Friant's divisions, will move forward, open fire, and overwhelm with shell fire the enemy S battery, against which will operate 24 guns of the artillery of the Guards, 30 guns of Campan S Division and 8 guns of Friant S and Desyk's S divisions, in all 62 guns. The commander of the artillery of 3rd Corps, General Fauch, will place the howitzers of the 3rd and 8th Corps, 16 in all, on the flanks of the battery that is to bombard the entrenchment on the left, which will have 40 guns in all directed against it. General Sorbia must ready at the first order to advance with all the howitzers of the Guards artillery against either one or other of the entrenchments. During the cannonade Prince Poniatowski is to advance through the village and turn the enemy's position. General Campan will mole through the Uccle to seize the first fortification. After the advance has begun in this manner, orders will be given in accordance with the enemy's movements. The cannonade on the left flank will begin as the guns of the right wing are heard. The sharpshooters of Moran's division and of the Vice-King's division will open a heavy fire on seeing the attack commence on the right wing. The Vice-King will occupy the village and cross by its 3 bridges, advancing to the same heights as Moran's and Gibrard's divisions, which under his leadership will be directed against the redoubt and come into line with the rest of the forces. All this must be done in good order, le tout se fera avec ordre et méthode, as retaining troops en reserve. The Imperial Camp near Mojaisk, September 6, 1812. These dispositions, which are very obscure and confused if one allows oneself to regard the arrangements without religious awe of his genius, related to Napoleon's orders to deal with 4 points, 4 different orders. Not one of these was, or could carried out. In the disposition it is said first that the batteries placed on the spot chosen by Napoleon, with the guns of Panetti and Fauch, which were to come in line with them, 102 guns in all, were to open fire and shower shells on the Russian flashes and redoubts. This could not be done, as from the spots selected by Napoleon the projectiles did not carry to the Russian works, and those 102 guns shot into the air until the nearest commander, contrary to Napoleon's instructions, moved them forward. The second order was that Poniatowski, moving to the village through the hood, should turn the Russian left flank. This could not be done and was not done, because Poniatowski advancing on the village through the wood, met Tyrlikov there barring his way, and could not and did not turn the Russian position. The third order was, General Campan will move through the wood to seize the first fortification. General Campan's division did not seize the first fortification but was driven back, for on emerging from the wood it had to under grape shot, of which Napoleon the fourth order was, the Vice-King will occupy the village, Borodin 6, and cross by its 3 bridges, advancing to the same heights as Moran's and Gerard's divisions, for whose movements no directions are given, which under his leadership will be directed against the redoubt and come into line with the rest of the forces. As far as one can make out, not so much from this unintelligible sentence as from the attempts the Vice-King made to execute the orders given him, he was to advance from the left through Borodin 6 to the redoubt, while the divisions of Morand and Gerard were to advance simultaneously from the front. All this, like the other parts of the disposition, was not and could not be executed. After passing through Borodin 6, the Vice-King was driven back to the Kolokhar and could get no farther, while the divisions of Morand and Gerard did not take the redoubt but were driven back, and the redoubt was only taken at the end of the battle by the cavalry, a thing probably unforeseen and not heard of by so not one of the orders in the disposition was, or could be, executed, but in the disposition it is said that, "After the fight has commenced in this manner, orders will I be given in accordance with the enemy's movements," and so it might supposed that all necessary arrangements were made by Napoleon during the battle, but this was not and could not be done, for during the whole battle Napoleon was so away that, as appeared later, he could not know the course of the battle, and not one of his orders during the fight could be executed. Chapter 8. Many historians say that the French did not win the Battle of Borodin 6 because Napoleon had a cold, and that if he had not had a cold the orders he gave before and during the battle would have been still more of genius, and Russia would have been lost and the of the world have been changed. To historians who believe that Russia was shaped by the will of one man, Peter the Great, and that France from a republic became an empire and French armies went to Russia at the will of one man, Napoleon, to say that Russia remained a power because Napoleon had a bad cold on the 24th of August may seem logical and convincing. If it had depended on Napoleon's will to fight or not to fight the Battle of Borodin 6, and if this or that other arrangement depended on his will, then evidently a cold affecting the manifestation of his will might have saved Russia, and consequently the valet who omitted to bring Napoleon his waterproof boots on the 24th would have been the saviour of Russia. Along that line without such a deduction is indubitable as the deduction Voltaire made in jest, without knowing what he was jesting at, when he saw that the massacre of St. Bartholomew was due to Charles' stomach being deranged. But to men who do not admit that Russia was formed by the will of one man, Peter I, or that the French Empire was formed and the war with Russia begun by the will of one, that argument seems not merely untrue and irrational, but contrary to all human reality. To the question of what causes historic events another answer presents itself, namely, that the course of human events is predetermined from on high, depends on the coincidence of the wills of all who take part in the events, and that Napoleon's influence on the course of these events is purely external and fictitious. Strange as at first glance it may seem to suppose that the massacre of St. Bartholomew was not due to Charles's will, though he gave the order for it and thought it was done as a result of that order, and strange as it may seem to suppose that the slaughter of 80,000 men at Borodin 6 was not due to Napoleon's will, though he ordered the commencement and conduct of battle and thought it was done because he ordered it. Strange as these suppositions appear, yet human dignity, which tells me that each of us is, if not more at least not less a man than the great Napoleon, demands the acceptance of that solution of the question, and historic investigation abundantly confirms it. At the Battle of Borodin 6 Napoleon shot at no one and killed no one. That was all done by the soldiers. Therefore it was not he who killed people. The French soldiers went to kill and be killed at the Battle of Borodin 6 not because of Napoleon's orders but by their own volition. The whole army, French, Italian, German, Polish, and Dutch, hungry, ragged, and weary of campaign, felt at the sight of an army blocking their road to Moscow that the wine was drawn and must be drunk. Had Napoleon then forbidden them to fight the Russians, they would have killed him and have proceeded to fight the Russians cause it was inevitable. When they heard Napoleon's proclamation offering them, as compensation for mutilation and the words of posterity about their having been in the battle before Moscow, they cried "Vive the Empereur," just as they had cried "Vive I Empereur," at the sight of the boy piercing the terrestrial with a toy stick, and just as they would hail cried "Vive I Empereur" at any nonsense that might be told them. There was nothing left for them to do but cry "Vive I Empereur." and go to fight, in order to get food and rest as conquerors in Moscow. So it was not a cause of Napoleon's commands that they killed their fellow men. And it was not Napoleon who directed the course of the battle, for none of his orders were executed, and during the battle he did not know what was going on before him. So the way in which these people killed one another was not decided by Napoleon's will, but occurred independently of him, in accord with the will of hundreds of thousands of people who took part in the common action. It only seemed to Napoleon that it all placed by his will, and so the question whether he had or had not a cold has no more historic interest than the cold of the least of the transport soldiers. Moreover, the assertion made by various orators that his cold was the cause of his dispositions not being as well planned as on former occasions, and of his orders during the battle not being as good as previously, is quite baseless, which again shows that Napoleon's cold on the 26th of August was unimportant. The dispositions cited above are not at all worse, but are better, than previous dispositions by which he had won victories. His pseudo-orders during the battle were also no worse than formerly, but much the same as usual. These and orders only seem worse than previous ones because the Battle of Borodin 6 was the first. Napoleon did not win the profoundest and most excellent dispositions, and orders seem very bad, and every learned militarist criticizes them with looks of when they relate to a battle that has been lost, and the very worst dispositions and orders seem very good, and serious fill whole volumes to demonstrate their merits, when they relate to a battle that has been won. The dispositions drawn up by Werother for the Battle of Austerlitz were a model for that kind of, but still they were criticized for their excessive minuteness. Napoleon at the Battle of Borodin 6 his office as representative of authority as well as, and yearning, at other battles. He did nothing harmful to the progress of the battle, he inclined to the most reasonable opinions, he made no confession, did not contradict himself, did not get frightened or run away from the field of battle, but with his great tact and military experience carried out his role of appearing to command, calmly and with dignity. Chapter 6 On returning from a second inspection of the lines, Napoleon remarked, "The chessmen are set up, the game will begin Tom 01 Having ordered punch and some non de Beausset, he began to talk to him about Paris and some changes he meant to make in the Empress' household, surprising the prefect by his memory of minute details relating to the court. He showed an interest in trifles, joked about de Beausset's love of travel, and chatted carelessly, as a self-confident surgeon who knows his job does when turning up his sleeves and putting on his apron while a patient is being strapped to the operating table. The matter is in my hands and is clear and definite in my head. The time comes to set to work I shall do it as no one else could, but now I can jest, and the more I jest and the calmer I am the more tranquil and confident you ought to be, and the more amazed at my genius." Having finished his second glass of punch, Napoleon went to rest for the serious business which, he considered, awaited him next day. He was so much interested in that task that he was unable to sleep, and in spite of his cold which had grown worse from the dampness of the evening, he went into the large division of the tent at 3 o'clock in the morning, loudly blowing his nose. He asked whether the Russians had not withdrawn, and was told that the enemy's fires were still in the same places. He nodded approval. The adjutant in attendance came into the tent. "Well, Rapp, do you think we shall do good business today?" Napoleon asked him. "Without doubt, sire," replied Rapp. Napoleon looked at him. "Do you remember, sire, what you did me the honor to say at Smolensk?" continued Rapp. "The wine is drawn and must be drunk." Napoleon frowned and sat silent for a long time, leaning his head on his hand. "This poor army," he suddenly remarked. "It has diminished greatly since Smolensk. Fortune is frankly a courtesan, Rapp. I have always said so, and I am beginning to experience it." "But the guards, Rapp, the guards are intact?" he remarked interrogatively. "Yes, sire," replied Rapp. Napoleon took a lozenge, put it in his mouth, and glanced at his watch. He was not sleepy, and it was still not nearly morning. It was impossible to give further orders for the sake of killing time, for the orders had all been given and were now being executed. "The biscuits and rice been served out to the regiments of the Guards?" asked Napoleon sternly. "Yes, sire." The rice rap replied that he had given the Emperor's order about the rice, but Napoleon shook his head in dissatisfaction as if not believing that his order had executed. An attendant came in with punch. Napoleon ordered another glass to be brought rap, and silently sipped his "I neither taste nor smell," he remarked, sniffing at his glass. "This cold is tiresome. They talk about medicine. What is the good of medicine when it can't cure a cold? Corvisart gave me these lozenges, but they don't help at all. Can't doctors cure? One can't cure anything. Our body is a machine for living. It is organized for that, it is its nature. Let life go on in it unhindered and let it defend itself, it will do more than if you paralyze it by encumbering it with remedies. Our body is like a perfect watch that should go for a certain time. The watchmaker cannot open it, he can only adjust it by fumbling, and that blindfold. Yes, our body is just a machine for living, that is all." And having entered on the path of definition, of which he was, Napoleon suddenly and unexpectedly gave a new one. "Do you know, Rap, what military art is?" asked he. "Is the art of being stronger than the enemy at a given moment. That's all." Rap made no reply. "Tomorrow we shall have to deal with Kutuzov," said Napoleon. "We shall see. Do you at Braunau?" He commanded an army for 3 weeks and did not once mount a horse to inspect his entrenchments. "We shall see." He looked at his watch. It was still only 4 o'clock. He did not feel sleepy. The punch was finished and there was still nothing to do. He rose, walked to and fro, put on a warm overcoat and a hat, and went out of tent. The night was dark and damp, a scarcely perceptible moisture was descending from above. Nearby, the campfires were dimly burning among the French guards, and in the distance those off Russian lines shone through the smoke. The weather was calm, and the rustle and tramp of the French troops already beginning to move to take up their positions were clearly audible. Napoleon walked in front of his tent, looked at the fires and listened to these sounds, and as he was passing a tall guardsman in a shaggy cap, who was standing sentinel before his tent and had drawn himself up like a black pillar at sight of the Emperor, Napoleon stopped in front of him. "What year did you enter the service?" he asked with that of military bluntness and geniality with which he always addressed the soldiers. The man answered the question. "Ah, one of the old ones. Has your regiment had its rice?" "It has, Your Majesty." Napoleon nodded and walked away at 5:30. Naxilian rode to the of Shevardino. It was growing light, the sky was clearing, only a single cloud lay in the east. The abandoned campfires were burning themselves out in the faint morning light. On the right a single deep report of a cannon resounded and died away in the prevailing silence. Some minutes passed. A second and a third report shln, the air, then a fourth and a fifth boomed solemnly nearby on the right. The first shots had not yet ceased to reverberate before others rang out, and yet more were heard mingling with and overtaking one another. Napoleon with his suite rode up to the Shevardino redoubt where he dismounted. The game had begun. Chapter XXX. On returning to G6 after having seen Prince Andrew, Pierre ordered his groom to get the horses ready and to call him early in the morning, and then immediately fell asleep behind a partition Boris had given up to him. Before he was thoroughly awake next morning everybody had already left the hut. The panes were rattling in the little Ivandows and his groom was shaking him. "Your Excellency! Your Excellency! Your Excellency!" he kept repeating pertinaciously while he shook Pierre by the shoulder without looking at having apparently lost hope of getting him to wake up. "What? Has it begun? Is it time?" Pierre asked, waking up. "Hear the firing," said the groom, a discharged soldier. "All the gentlemen have gone out, and His Serene Highness himself rode past long ago." Pierre dressed hastily and ran out to the porch. Outside all was bright, dewy, and cheerful. The sun, just bursting forth from behind a cloud that had concealed it, was shining, with rays still half broken by the clouds, over the off-street opposite, on the dew-besprinkled dust of the road, on the walls of the houses, on the windows, the fence, and on Pierre's horses standing before the hut. The roar of guns sounded more distinct outside. An adjutant accompanied by a Cossack passed by at a sharp trot. "It's time, Count, it's time," cried the adjutant. Telling the groom to follow him with the horses, Pierre went down the street to the knoll from which he had looked at the field of battle the day before. A crowd of military men was assembled there. Of the staff could I heard conversing in French, and Kutuzov's grey head in a white cap with a red band was visible, his grey nape sunk beneath his shoulders. He was looking through a field glass down the high road before him. Mounting the steps to the knoll, Pierre looked at the scene before him, spellbound by beauty. It was the same panorama he had admired from that spot the day, but now the whole place was hill of troops and covered by smoke clouds from the guns, and the slanting rays of the bright sun, rising slightly to the left. Pierre cast upon it through the clear morning air penetrating streaks of rosy, golden-tinted light and long dark shadows. The forest at the farthest extremity of the panorama seemed some precious stone of a yellowish-green colour. Its undulating outline was silhouetted against the horizon and was pierced beyond Valtivo by the Smolensk high road crowded with troops. Nearer at hand glittered golden fields interspersed with copses. There were troops to be seen everywhere, in front and to the right and left. All this was vivid, majestic, and unexpected, but what impressed Pierre most of all was the view of the battlefield itself, of Borodin 6 and the hollows on sides of the Kolokar above the Kolokar, in Borodin 6 and on sides of it, especially to the left where the V6 flowing its marshy banks fills into the Kolokar. A mist had spread which seemed to melt, to dissolve, and to become translucent when the brilliant sun and magically coloured and outlined everything. The smoke of the guns mmgled with this mist, and over the whole expanse and through that mist the rays of the morning sun were reflected, flashing back like lightning from the water, from the dew, and from the bayonets of troops crowded together by the river banks. And in Borodin 6 a white church could be seen through the mist, and here and there the roofs of huts in Borodin 6 as well as dense masses of soldiers, or green ammunition chests and ordnance. And all this moved, or seemed to move, as the smoke and mist spread out over the whole space. Just as in the mist-enveloped hollow near Borodin 6, so along the entire line outside and especially in the woods and fields to the left, in the valleys and on the summits of the high ground, clouds of powder smoke seemed continually to spring up out of nothing, now singly, now several at a time, some translucent, others dense, which, swelling, growing, rolling, and blending, extended over the whole expanse. These puffs of smoke and, strange to say, the sound of firing produced the chief beauty of the spectacle. PZFF. Suddenly a round compact cloud of smoke was seen merging from violet into grey and milky white, and boom, came the report a second later. PZFF. Put. And two clouds arose pushing one another and blending together, and boom, boom, came the sounds confirming what the eye had seen. Pierre glanced round at the first cloud, which he had seen as a round compact ball, and in its place already were balloons of smoke floating to one side, and, puff, with a pause, PZFF, PTFFY3 and then four more appeared, and then from each, the same interval, boom, 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 came the fine, firm, precise sounds in reply. It seemed as if those smoke clouds sometimes ran and sometimes still while woods, fields, and glittering bayonets ran past them from the left, over fields and bushes. Those large balls of smoke were continually appearing followed by their solemn reports, while nearer still, in the hollows and woods, there burst from the muskets small cloudlets that had no time to become balls, but had their little echoes in just the same way. Track-ta-ta-tack, came the frequent crackle of musketry, but it was irregular and feeble in comparison with the reports of the cannon. Pierre wished to be there with that smoke, those shining bayonets, that moment, and those sounds. He turned to look at Kutuzov and his suite, to compare his impressions with those of others. They were all looking at the field of battle as he was, and, as it seemed to with the same feelings. All there were now shining with that latent warmth of feeling Pierre had noticed the day before and had fully understood after his talk with Prince Andrew. "Go, my dear fellow, go, and Christ be with you," Kutuzov was saying to a general who stood beside him, not taking his eye from the battlefield. Having received this order, the general passed by Pierre on his way down the knoll. "To the crossing," said the general coldly and sternly in reply to one of the staff who asked where he was going. "R11 go there too," I thought Pierre, and followed the general. The general mounted a horse a Cossack had brought him. Pierre went to his camp, who was holding his horses, and, asking which was the quietest, clambered onto it, seized it by the mane, and turning out his toes pressed his heels against its sides and, feeling that his spectacles were slipping off but unable to let go of mane and reins, he galloped after the general, causing the staff officers to smile as they watched him from the knoll. Chapter XXXI. Having descended the hill, the general after whom Pierre was galloping turned sharply to the left. And Pierre, losing sight of him, galloped in among some ranks of infantry marching ahead of him. He tried to pass either in front of them or to the right or left, but there were soldiers everywhere, all with the same preoccupied expression and busy with some unseen but evidently important task. They all gazed with the same dissatisfied and inquiring expression at this stout man in a white hat, who some unknown reason threatened to trample them under his horse's hoofs. "Why ride into the middle of the battalion?" one of them shouted at him. Another prodded his horse with the butt end of a musket, and Pierre, bending over his saddle-bow and hardly able to control his shying horse, galloped ahead of the soldiers. Where there was a free space there was a bridge ahead of him, where other soldiers firing. Pierre rode up to them without being aware of it. He had come to the bridge across the Kolokar between G6 and Borodin 6, which the French, having occupied Borodin 6, were attacking in the first phase of the battle. Pierre saw that there was a bridge in front of him and that soldiers were doing something on sides of it and in the meadow, among the rows of new mown hay which he had taken no notice of amid the smoke of the campfires the day before, but despite the incessant firing going on there he had no idea that this was the field of battle. He did not notice the sound of the bullets whistling from every side, or the projectiles that flew over him, did not see the enemy on the other side of the Rila, and for a long time did not notice the killed and wounded, though many fell near him. He looked about him with a smile which did not leave his face. "Why is that fellow in front of the line?" shouted somebody at him again. "To the left, _____, keep to the right," the men shouted to him. Pierre went to the right, and encountered one of Raevski's adjutants whom he knew. The adjutant looked angrily at him, evidently also intending to shout it, but on recognizing him he nodded. "How have you got here?" he said, and galloped on. Pierre, feeling out of place there, having nothing to do, and afraid of getting in someone's way again, galloped after the adjutant. "What's happening here?" "May I come with you?" he asked. "One moment," replied the adjutant, and riding up to a stout colonel who was standing in the meadow, he gave him some message and then addressed Pierre. "Why have you come here, Count?" he asked with a smile. Still inquisitive. Yes, assented Pierre. But the adjutant turned his horse about and rode on. "Here it's tolerable," said he, "but with Bagrat 6N on the left flank they are getting it frightful 11y hot." "Really?" said Pierre. "Where is that?" "Come along with me to our knoll _ we can get a view from there, and our battery it is still bearable, too," said the adjutant. "Will you come?" "Yes, I'll come with you," replied Pierre, looking round for his groom. It was only now that he noticed wounded men staggering along or being carried on stretchers. On that very meadow he had ridden over the day a soldier was lying athwart the rows of scented hay, with his head thrown awkwardly back and his shadow off. "Why haven't they carried him away?" Pierre was about to ask, but seeing the stern expression of the adjutant who was also looking that way, He checked himself. Pierre did not find his groom and rode along the hollow with the adjutant to Raevski's redoubt. His horse lagged behind the adjutant's and jolted him at every step. "You don't seem to used to riding, Count," remarked the adjutant. "No, it's not that, but her action seems so jerky," said Pierre in a puzzled tone. "Why ____, she's wounded," said the adjutant. "In the off foreleg, the knee. A bullet, no doubt. I congratulate you, Count, on your baptism of fire." Having ridden in the smoke past the 6th Corps, behind the artillery which had been moved forward and was in action, deafening them with the noise of firing, they came to a small wood. There it was cool and quiet, with the scent of autumn. Pierre and the adjutant dismounted and walked up the hill on foot. "Is the general here?" asked the adjutant on reaching the knoll. "He was here a minute ago but has just gone that way," someone told him, pointing to the right. The adjutant looked at Pierre as if puzzled what to do with him now. "Don't trouble about me, too," said Pierre. "I'll go up onto the knoll if I may." "Yes, do. You'll see everything from there and it's less dangerous, and I'll come for you." Pierre went to the battery and the adjutant rode on. They did not meet again, and only much later did Pierre learn that he lost an arm that day. The knoll to which Pilter ascended was that one afterwards known to the Russians as the Knoll Battery or Raevski's Redoubt, and to the French as La Grande Redoute, La Fatale Redoute, La Redoute du Centre, around which tens of thousands fell, and which the French regarded as the key to the whole position. This redoubt consisted of a knoll on 3 sides of which trenches had been dug. Within the entrenchments stood 10 guns that were being fired through openings in the earthwork. In line with the knoll on both sides stood other guns which also fired incessantly. A little behind the guns stood infantry. When ascending that knoll, Pilter had no notion that this spot, on which small trenches had dug and from which a few guns were firing, was the most important point of the battle. On the contrary, just because he happened to there, he thought it one of the least significant parts of the field. Having reached the knoll, Pierre sat down at one end of a trench surrounding the battery and gazed at what was going on around him with an unconsciously happy smile. Occasionally he rose and walked about the battery still with that same smile, trying not to obstruct the soldiers who were loading, hauling the guns, and continually running past him with bags and charges. The guns of that battery were being fired continually, one after another, with a deafening roar, enveloping the whole neighborhood in powder smoke, in contrast with the dread felt by the infantrymen placed in support, here in the battery, where a small number of men busy at their work were. Separated from the rest by a trench, everyone experienced a common and as it were family feeling of animation. The intrusion of Pierre's non-military figure in a white hat made an unpleasant impression at first. The soldiers looked askance at him with surprise and even alarm as they went past him. The senior artillery officer, a tall, long-legged, pock-marked man, moved over to Pierre as if to see the action of the farthest gun and looked at him with curiosity. A young round-faced officer, quite a boy still and evidently only just out of the cadet college, who was zealously commanding the 2 guns entrusted to him, addressed Pierre sternly. "Sir," he said, "permit me to ask you to stand aside. You must not fire here." The soldiers shook their heads disapprovingly as they looked at Pierre. But when they had convinced themselves that this man in the white hat was domed no but either sat quietly on the Slorov trench with a shy smile or, politely making way for the soldiers, paced up and down the battery under fire as calmly as if were on, their feeling of hostile distrust gradually began to change into a kindly and bantering sympathy, such as soldiers feel for their dogs, cocks, goats, and in general for the animals that with the regiment. The men soon accepted Pierre into their adopted him, gave him a nickname, "Our Gentleman," and made kindly of him among them. A shell tore up the earth 2 paces from Pierre and he looked around with a smile as he brushed from his clothes some earth it had thrown up. "And how's it you're not afraid, sir, really now?" a red-faced, broad-shouldered soldier asked Pierre, with a grin that disclosed a set of sound, white teeth. "Are you afraid, then?" said Pierre. "What else do you expect?" answered the soldier. "She has no mercy, you know. When she comes spluttering to her out go your innards." "One can't help being afraid," he said laughing. Several of the men, with bright kindly faces, stopped beside Pierre. They seemed not to or expected him to talk like anybody else, and the discovery that he did so delighted them. "It's the business of us soldiers. But in a gentleman there's a gentleman for you. To your places," cried the young officer to the men gathered round Pierre. The young officer was evidently exercising his duties for the first or second time and therefore treated both his superiors and the men with great precision and formality. The boom cannonade and the fusillade of musketry were growing more intense over the whole field, especially to the left where Bagratai's 6 NSV archers were, but where Pierre was the smoke of the firing made it almost impossible to distinguish anything. Moreover, his whole attention was engrossed by watching the family circle, separated from all else, formed by the men in the battery. His first unconscious feeling of joyful animation produced by the sights and sounds of the battlefield was now replaced by another, especially since he had seen that soldier lying alone in the hayfield. Now, seated on the slope of the trench, he observed the of those around him. By 10 o'clock some 20 men had already carried away from the battery, 2 guns were smashed and cannonballs fell more and more frequently on the battery and SRNT bullets buzzed and whistled around. But the men in the battery seemed not to notice this, and merry voices and jokes were heard on all sides. "A live one," shouted a man as a whistling shell approached. "Not this way." "To the infantry," added another with loud laughter, seeing the shell fly past and fall into the ranks of Supix. "Are you bowing to a friend?" remarked another, chaffing a Russand who ducked low as a cannonball flew over. Several soldiers gathered by the wall of the looking out to see what was happening in front. "They've withdrawn the front line, it has retired," said they, "Isinting over the earth. "You mind your business," an old sergeant shouted at them. "If they've retired it's because there's work for them to do farther back," and the sergeant, taking one of the men by the shoulders, gave him a shove with his knee. This was followed by a burst of laughter. "To the 5th gun, wheel it up," came shouts from one side. Now then, all together, like barges, rose the merry voices of those who were moving. "Oh, she nearly knew our gentleman's hat on," cried the humorist, showing his teeth. "Chaffing Peel_awkward baggage," he added reproachfully to a cannonball that struck a cannon wheel and a man's leg. "Now then, you foxes," said another, laughing at some militiamen who, stooping low, entered the battery to carry away the wounded man. "So this gruel isn't to your taste? Oh, you crows! You're scared," they shouted at the militiaman who stood hesitating. "The man whose leg had been torn off there, lads oh, they mimicked the peasants, they don't like it at all." Pierre noticed that after every ball that hit the redoubt, and after every loss, the liveliness increased more and more as the flames of the fire hidden within come more and more vividly and rapidly from an approaching thundercloud, so, as if in opposition to what was taking place, the lightning of hidden fire growing more and more intense glowed in the of these men. Pierre did not look out at the battlefield and was not concerned to know what was happening there, he was entirely absorbed in watching this fire which burned ever more brightly and which he felt was flaming up in the same way in his own soul. At 10 o'clock the infantry that had among the bushes in front of the battery and along the Kamenka streamlet retreated. From the battery they could be seen running back past it carrying their wounded on their muskets. A general with his suite came to the battery, and after speaking to the colonel gave Pierre an angry look and went away again, having ordered the infantry supports behind the battery to lie down, so as to be less exposed to fire. After this, from amid the ranks of infantry to the right of the battery came the sound of a CLN_ and shouts of command, and from the battery one saw how those ranks of infantry ed for walk. Pierre looked over the wall of the trench and was particularly struck by a pale young officer who, letting his sword hang was walking backwards and kept glancing uneasily around till the ranks of the disappeared amid the smoke, but their long-drawn shout and rapid musketry firing could still heard. A few minutes later crowds of wounded men and stretcher-bearers came back from that direction. Projectiles began to fall still more frequently in the battery. Several men were lying about who had not been removed. Around the cannon the men moved still more briskly and busily. No one any longer notice of Pilte_once or Fivus he was shouted at for being in the way. The senior officer moved big, rapid strides from one gun to another with a frowning face. The young officer, with his face still more flushed, commanded the men more scrupulously than ever. The soldiers handed up the charges, turned, loaded, and did their business with strained smartness. They gave little jumps as they walked, as though they were on springs. The stimulant had come upon them, and in every ace the fire which Pierre had watched kindle bummed up brightly. Pierre standing beside the commanding officer. The young officer, his hand to his charreau, ran up to his superior. "I have the honor to report, sir, that only 8 rounds are left." "Are we to continue firing?" he asked. "Grape shot," the senior shouted, without answering the question, looking over the wall of the suddenly something happened. The young officer gave a gasp and bending double sat down on the ground like a bird shot on the wing. Everything became strange, confused, and misty in Pierre's eyes. One cannonball after another whistled by and stmck the inwork a soldier, or a gun. Pierre, who had not noticed these sounds before, now heard nothing else. On the right off battery soldiers shouting hurrah, were running not forwards but backwards. It seemed to Pierre a cannonball struck the very end of earthwork by which he was standing, crumbling down the earth. A black ball flashed before his eyes and at the same instant plumped into something. Some militiamen who were entering the battery ran back. "All with grass-shot," shouted the officer. The sergeant ran up to the officer and in a frightened whisper informed him, as a butler at dinner informs his master that there is no more of some wine asked for, that there were no more charges. The scoundrels. "What are they doing?" shouted the officer, turning to Pierre. The officer's face was red and perspiring and his eyes glittered under his frowning brow. "Run to the reserves and bring up the ammunition boxes," he yelled, angrily avoiding Pierre with his eyes and speaking to his mem. "Go," said Pierre. The officer, without answering, strode across to the opposite side. "Don't fire, wait," he shouted. The man who had been ordered to go for ammunition stumbled against Pierre. "Sir, this is no place for you," said he, and ran down the slope. Pierre ran after him, avoiding the spot where the young officer was sitting. One cannonball, another, and a third flew over him, filling in front, beside, and behind him. Pierre rattled down the slope. "Am I going?" he suddenly asked himself when he was already near the green ammunition wagons. He halted irresolutely, not knowing whether to return or go on. Suddenly a terrible concussion threw him backwards to the ground. At the same instant he was dazzled by a great flash of flame, and immediately a deafening roar, crackling, and whistling made his ears tingle. When he came to himself, was sitting on the ground leaning on his hands. The ammunition wagons he had been approaching no longer existed, only charred green and rags littered the scorched grass, and a horse, dangling fragments of its shaft behind it, galloped past, while another horse lay, like Pierre, on the ground, uttering prolonged and piercing. Chapter XXX. Beside himself with terror, Pilte jumped up and ran back to the battery, as to the only refuge from the horrors that surrounded him. On entering the earthwork he noticed that there were men doing something there but that no shots were being fired from the battery. He had no time to realize who these men were. He saw the senior officer lying on the earth wall with his back turned as if he were examining something down below, and that one of soldiers he had noticed before was struggling forward shouting "Brothers!" and trying to free himself from some men who were holding him by the arm. He also saw something else that was strange, but he had not time to realize that the colonel had been killed, that the soldier shouting "Brothers!" was a prisoner, and that another man had been bayoneted in the back. His eyes, for hardly had he run into the redoubt, a thin, perspiring man in a blue uniform lushed on him sword in hand, shouting something. Instinctively guarding against the shock, for they had running together at full speed before they saw one another, Pierre put out his hands and seized the man, a French officer, by the shoulder with one hand and by the throat with the other. The officer, dropping his sword, seized Pierre by his collar. For some seconds they gazed with frightened eyes at one another's unfamiliar aces and were perplexed at what they had done and what they were to do next. "Am I taken prisoner or have I taken him prisoner?" each was thinking. But the French officer was evidently more inclined to think he had been taken prisoner because Pierre's strong hand, impelled by instinctive fear, squeezed his throat ever tighter and tighter. The Frenchman was about to say something, when just above their heads, tremble and low, a cannonball whistled, and it seemed to Pierre that the French officer's head had been torn off, so swiftly had he ducked it. Pierre too bent his head and let his hands without a thought as to who had taken whom prisoner. The Frenchman ran back to the battery and Pierre ran down the slope stumbling over the dead and wounded who, it seemed to him, caught at his feet. But he reached the foot of the knoll he was met by a dense crowd of Russian soldiers who, stumbling, tripping up, and shouting, ran merrily and wildly toward the battery. This was the attack for which M1610V claimed the credit, declaring that only his courage and good luck made such a feat possible. It was the attack in which he was said to have thrown some St. George's crosses he had in his pocket into the battery for the first soldiers to take who got there. The French who had occupied the battery fled, and our troops, shouting hurrah, pursued them so far beyond the battery that it was difficult to call them back. The prisoners were brought down from the battery and among them was a wounded French general, whom the officers surrounded. Crowds of wounded, some known to Pierre and some unknown, Russians and French, with faces distorted by suffering, walked, crawled, and were carried on stretchers from the battery. Pierre again went up onto the knoll where he had over an hour, and off that family circle which had him as a member he did not find a single one. There were many dead whom he did not know, but some he recognized. The young officer still sat in the same way, bent double, in a pool of blood at the edge of the earth. The red-faced man was still twitching, but they did not carry him away. Pierre ran down the slope once more. Now they will stop it, now they will be horrified at what they have done, he thought, aimlessly going toward a crowd of stretcher-bearers moving from the battlefield. But behind the veil of smoke the sun was still high, and in front and especially to the left, near Semenov *, something seemed to seething in the smoke, and the roar of cannon and musketry did not diminish, but even increased to desperation, like a man who, straining himself, shrieks all his remaining strength. Chapter XXXII. The chief action of the Battle of Borodin 6 was fought within the Somme 1,000 feet between Borodin 6 and Bagrat 16 N. _. Beyond that space there was, on the one side, a demonstration made by the Russians with Uvarov's cavalry at midday, and on the other side, beyond Utisa, Poniatowski's collision with Klitschkov. But these were detached and feeble actions in comparison what took place in the center of the battlefield. On the field between Borodin 6 and Flatches, beside the wood, the chief action of the day took place on an open space visible from sides and was fought in the simplest and most artless way. The battle on both sides with a cannonade from several hundred guns. Then when the whole field was covered smoke, two divisions, Campans and Dessel.xs, advanced from the French right, while Murat's troops advanced on Borodin 6 from their left. From the Shevardino redoubt where Napoleon was standing the Flatches were 2/3 of a mile away, and it was more than a mile as the crow flies to Borodin 6, so that Napoleon could not see what was happening there, especially as the smoke mingling with the mist hid the whole locality. The soldiers of Dessai.xs division advancing against Thefches could only be seen till they had entered the hollow that lay between them and the Fiches. As soon as they had descended into that hollow, the smoke of the guns and musketry on the Fiches grew so dense that it covered the whole approach on that side of it. Through the smoke glimpses could be caught of something black, probably men, and at times the glint of bayonets. But whether they were moving or stationary, whether they were French or Russian, could not be discovered from the Shevardino redoubt. The sun had risen brightly and its slant rays stmck straight into Napoleon's face as, shading his eyes with his hand, he looked at Thefches _ the smoke spread out before them, and at times it looked as if the smoke were moving, at times as if troops moved. Sometimes shouts were heard through the firing, but it was impossible to tell what was done there. Napoleon, standing on the knoll, looked through a field glass, and in its small circlet saw smoke and men, sometimes his own and sometimes Russians, but when he looked again with the naked eye, he could not tell where what he had seen was. He descended the knoll and began walking up and down before it. Occasionally he stopped, listened to the firing, and gazed intently at the battlefield. But not only was it impossible to make out what was happening from where he was standing down below, or from the knoll AB0 on which some of his generals had taken their stand, but even from the flanks themselves, in which by this time there were now Russian and now French soldiers, alternately or together, dead, wounded, alive, frightened, or maddened. Even at those flashes themselves it was impossible to make out what was taking place. There for several hours amid incessant cannon and musketry fire, now Russians were seen alone, now Frenchmen alone, now infantry, and now cavalry, they fired, fell, collided, not knowing what to do with one another, screamed, and ran back again from the battlefield. Adjutants he had sent out, and orderlies from his marshals, kept galloping up to Napoleon with reports of progress of the action, but all these reports were because it was in the heat of battle to say what was happening at any given moment, and cause many of the adjutants did not go to the actual place of conflict but reported what they had heard from others, and also cause while an adjutant was riding more than a mile to Napoleon circumstances changed and the news he brought was already becoming false. Thus an adjutant galloped up from Murat with tidings that Borodin 6 had been occupied and the bridge over the Kolokar was in the hands of the French. The adjutant asked whether Napoleon wished the troops to cross it. Napoleon gave orders that the troops should form up on the farther side and wait. But before that order was given, almost as soon in fact as the adjutant had left Borodin 6, the bridge had been retaken by the Russians and burned, in the very skirmish at which Pierre had been present at the beginning of the battle. An adjutant galloped up from Thiarches, a pale and frightened face, and reported to Napoleon that their attack had been repulsed, Campan wounded, and Davout killed, yet at the very time the adjutant had been told that the French had been repulsed, Thiarches had in fact been recaptured by other French troops, and Davout was alive and only slightly bruised. On the basis of these necessarily untrustworthy reports gave his orders, which had either been executed before he gave them or could not and were not executed. The marshals and generals, who were nearer to the field of battle but, like Napoleon, did not take part in the actual fighting and only occasionally went within musket range, made their own arrangements without asking Napoleon and issued orders where and in what direction to fire and where cavalry should gallop and infantry should none. But even their orders, like Napoleon's, were seldom carried out, and then but partially. For the most part things happened contrary to their orders. Soldiers ordered to advance ran back on meeting great shot, soldiers ordered to remain where they were, suddenly, seeing Russians unexpectedly before sometimes rushed back and sometimes forward, and the cavalry dashed without orders in pursuit of the flying Russians. In this way Th.W. cavalry regiments galloped through the Semenovsk hollow and as soon as they reached the top of the incline turned round and galloped speed back again. The infantry moved in the same way, sometimes running to quite other places than those they were ordered to go to. All orders as to where and when to move the guns, when to send infantry to shoot or horsemen to ride down the Russian infantry, all such orders were given by the officers on the spot nearest to the units concerned, without asking either Ney, Davout, or Murat, much less Napoleon. They did not fear getting into trouble for not fulfilling orders or for acting on their own initiative, for in battle what is at stake is what is dearest to man, his 1vn life, and it sometimes seems that safety lies in running back, sometimes in running forward, and these men who were right in the heat of the battle acted according to the mood of the moment. In reality, however, all these movements forward and backward did not improve or alter the of the all their rushing and galloping at one another did little harm. The harm of disablement and death was caused by the balls and bullets that flew over the fields on which these men were floundering about. As soon as they left the place where the balls and bullets were flying, their superiors, located in the background, reformed them and brought them under discipline, and under the influence of that discipline led them back to the zone of fire, where under the influence of fear of death they lost their discipline and rushed about according to the chance promptings of the throng. Chapter X of Napoleon's generals, Davout, Ney, and Murat, who were near that region of fire and sometimes even entered it, repeatedly led into it huge masses of well-ordered troops. But contrary to what had always happened in their former battles, instead of news they expected of the enemy's flight, these orderly masses returned thence as disorganized and terrified mobs. The generals reformed them, but their numbers constantly decreased. In the middle of the day Murat sent his adjutant to Napoleon to demand reinforcements. Napoleon sat at the foot of knoll drinking when Murat's adjutant galloped up with an assurance that the Russians would be routed if His Majesty would let him have another division. "Reinforcements," said a tone of stem surprise, looking at the adjutant, a handsome lad with long black curls arranged like Murat's own, as though he did not understand his words. "Reinforcements," thought Napoleon to himself, how can they need reinforcements when they already have half the army directed against a weak, unentrenched Russian wing? "Tell the King of Naples," said he sternly, "that it is not noon yet, and I don't yet see my chessboard clearly. Go." The handsome boy adjutant with the long hair sighed deeply without removing his hand from his hat and galloped back to where men were being slaughtered. Napoleon rose and, having summoned Caulaincourt and Berthier, began talking to them matters unconnected with the battle. In the midst of this conversation, which was beginning to interest Napoleon, Berthier's eyes turned to look at a general a suite, who was galloping toward the knoll on a laughing horse. It was Belliard. Having dismounted, he went up to the Emperor with rapid strides and in a loud voice began boldly demonstrating the necessity of sending reinforcements. He swore on his honor that the Russians were lost if the Emperor would give another division. Napoleon shrugged his shoulders and continued to pace up and down without replying. Belliard began talking loudly and eagerly to the generals of the suite around him. "You are very fiery, Belliard," said Napoleon, when he again came up to the general. "In the heat of a battle it is easy to make a mistake. Go and whore another look and then come back." Before Belliard was out of sight, a messenger from another part of the battlefield up. "Now then, what do you want?" asked Napoleon in the tone of a man irritated at being continually disturbed. "Sire, the Prince began the adjutant asks for reinforcements," said Napoleon with an angry gesture. The adjutant his head affirmatively and began to report, but the Emperor turned from him, took a couple of steps, came back, and called Berthier. "We must give reserve," he said, moving his arms slightly apart. "Who do you think should be sent there?" he asked of Berthier, whom he subsequently termed Gosling I Hall Maiden Eagle. "Send Claphead's division, sire," replied Berthier, who knew all the division's regiments and battalions by heart. Napoleon nodded assent. The adjutant galloped to Claphead's division, and after minutes later the young guards stationed behind the knoll moved forward. Napoleon gazed silently in that direction. "No," he suddenly said to Berthier, "I can't send Claphead, send Friant's division." Though there was no advantage in sending Friant's division instead of Claphead's, and even an obvious inconvenience and delay in stopping Claphead and sending Friant now, the order was carried out exactly. Napoleon did not notice that in regard to his army he was playing the part of a doctor who hinders by his medicines, a role he so justly understood and condemned. Friant's division disappeared as the others had done into the smoke off battlefield. From all sides adjutants continued to arrive at a gallop, and as if by agreement all said the same thing. They all asked for reinforcements and all said that the Russians were holding there and maintaining a hellish fire under which the French army was melting away. Napoleon sat on wrapped in thought. M. de Beausset, the man so fond of travel, having fasted since morning, came up to the Emperor and ventured respectfully to suggest lunch to His Majesty. "I may now congratulate your Majesty on a victory," said he. Napoleon silently shook his head in negation. Assuming the negation to refer only to the victory and not to the lunch, M. de Beausset ensured respectful jocularity to remark that there is no reason for not having lunch when one can get it. "Go away!" Exclaimed Napoleon suddenly and morosely, and turned aside. a ironific smile of regret, rewittance, and ecstasy on M. de Beausset's face, and he glided away to the other generals. Napoleon was experiencing a feeling of depression like that of an ever-lucky gambler who, after recklessly flinging money and always winning, suddenly, just when he has calculated all the chances of the game, FMDs that the more he considers his play the more surely he loses. His troops were the same, his generals the same preparations had been made, the same dispositions, and the same proclamation court et énergique. He himself was still the same, he knew that he was now even more experienced and skillful than before. Even the enemy was the same as at Austerlitz and Friedland, yet the telltale one stroke of his arm had supernaturally become impotent. All the old methods that had been unfailingly crowned with success, the concentration of batteries on one point, an attack by reserves to break the enemy's line, and a cavalry attack by the men of iron, all these methods had already been employed, yet not only was there no victory, but from all sides came the same news of generals killed and wounded, of reinforcements needed, of the impossibility of driving back the Russians, and of disorganization among his 01.VN troops. Formally, after he had given 2 or 3 orders and uttered a few phrases, marshals and adjutants had come galloping up with congratulations and happy faces, announcing the trophies, the corps of prisoners, bundles of enemy eagles and standards, cannon and stores, and Murat had only begged leave to loose the cavalry to gather in the baggage wagons. So it had been at Lodi, Marengo, Arcola, Jena, Austerlitz, Wagram, and so on, but now something strange was happening to his troops. Despite news of the capture of the Flushes, Napoleon saw that this was not the same, not at all the same, as what had happened in his former battles. He saw that what he was feeling was felt by all the men him experienced in the art of war. All there looked dejected, and they all shunned one another's eyes. Only a de Beausset could grasp the meaning of what was happening. But Napoleon, with his long experience of war, well knew the meaning of a battle not gained by the attacking side in 8 hours, after all efforts had been expended. He knew that it was a lost battle, and that the least accident might now, with the fight balanced on such a strained centre, destroy him and his army. He ran his mind over the whole of this strange Russian campaign, in which not one battle had iron won, and in which not a flag, or cannon, or army corps had been captured in 2 months, when he looked at the concealed depression on the around him and heard reports of the Russians still holding their ground, a terrible feeling like a nightmare of him, and all the unlucky accidents that might destroy him occulted to his mind. The Russians might fall on his left wing, might break through his centre, he himself might be killed by a stray cannonball. All this was possible. In former battles he had only considered the possibilities of success, but now innumerable unlucky chances presented themselves, and he expected them all. Yes, it was like a dream in which a man fancies that a ruffian is coming to attack him, and raises his arm to strike that ruffian a terrible blow which he knows should annihilate him, but then feels that his arm drops powerless and limp like a rag, and the horror of unavoidable destruction seizes him in his helplessness. The news that the Russians were attacking the left flank of the French army aroused that horror in Napoleon. He sat silently on a camp stool the knoll, with head and elbows on his knees. Berthier approached and suggested that they should ride along the line to ascertain the position of affairs. "What for/hat do you say?" asked Napoleon. "Yes, tell them to bring me my horse." He mounted and rode toward Semenovsk amid the powder smoke, slowly dispersing over the whole space through which Napoleon rode. Horses and men were lying in pools of blood, singly or in heaps. Neither Napoleon nor any of his generals had ever before seen such horrors or so many slain in such a small area. The roar of guns, that had not ceased for 10 hours, wearied the ear and gave a peculiar significance to the spectacle, as music does to tableaux vivants. Napoleon rode up the high ground at Semenovsk, and through the smoke saw ranks of men in uniforms of a colour unfamiliar to him. They were Russians. The Russians stood in saltied ranks behind Semenovsk village and its knoll, and their guns incessantly along their line and sent forth clouds of smoke. It was no longer a battle, it was a continuous slaughter which could be of no avail either to the French or the Russians. Napoleon stopped his horse and again fell into the reverie from which Berthier had aroused him. He could not stop what was going on before him and around him, and was supposed to be directed by him and to on him, and from its lack of success this affair, for the first time, seemed to him unnecessary and horrible. One of the generals rode up to Napoleon and ventured to offer to lead the old guard into action. Ney and Berthier, standing near, exchanged looks and smiled contemptuously at this generous senseless offer. Napoleon his head and remained silent a long time. "At 800 leagues from France, I will not hail my guard destroyed," he said, and turning his horse rode back to Shevardino _chapter XXXV. On the rug-covered bench where Pierre had seen him in the morning sat Kutuzov, his grey head hanging, his heavy body relaxed. He gave no orders, but only assented to or dissented from what others suggested. "Yes, yes, do that," he replied to various proposals. "Yes, yes. Go, dear boy, and have a look," he would say to one or another of those about him, or, "No, don't, we'd better wait." He listened to the reports that were brought him and gave directions when his subordinates demanded that of him, but when listening to the reports it seemed as if he were not interested in the import of words but rather in something else, in the expression of face and tone of voice of those who were reporting. By long years of military experience he knew, and with the wisdom of age understood, that it is impossible for one man to direct hundreds of thousands of others struggling with, and he knew that the result of a battle is decided not by the orders of a commander-in-chief, nor the place where the troops are stationed, nor by the number of cannon or of slaughtered men, but by that intangible force called the spirit of the army, and he watched this force and guided it in as far as that was in his power. Kutuzov's general expression was one of concentrated quiet attention, and his face wore a strained look as if he found it difficult to master the fatigue of his old and feeble body. At 11 o'clock they brought him news that Thefches captured by the French had been retaken, but that Prince Bagration was wounded. Kutuzov groaned and swayed his head. "Ride over to Prince Peter Ivanovich and FMD out it exactly," he said to one of his adjutants, and then turned to the Duke of Württemberg who was standing behind him. "Will your Highness please take command of the First Army?" After the Duke's departure, before he could possibly have reached Semenovsk, his adjutant came back from him and told Kutuzov that the Duke asked for more troops. Kutuzov made a grimace and sent an order to Duke Chirov to take over the command of the First Army, and a request to the Duke, whom he said he could not spare at such an important moment, to return to him. They brought him news that Murat had been taken prisoner, and the staff officers congratulated him. Kutuzov smiled. "Wait a little, gentlemen," said he. "The battle is won, and there is nothing extraordinary in the capture of Murat. Still, it is to wait before we rejoice." But he sent an adjutant to take the news round the army. Hence Sherbinin came galloping from the left flank with news that the French had captured Thefches and the village of Semenovsk. Kutuzov, guessing by the sounds of battle and by Sherbinin's looks that the news was bad, rose as if to stretch his legs and, taking Sherbinin's arm, led him aside. "Go, my dear fellow," he said to 610V, "and see whether something can't be done." Kutuzov was in G6 Akais near the center of the Russian position. The attack directed by Napoleon against our left flank had been several times repulsed. In the center the French had not got beyond Borodin 6, and on their left flank Uvarov's cavalry had put the French to. Toward 3 o'clock the French attacks ceased. On the faces of all who came from the field of battle, and of those who stood around, Kutuzov noticed an expression of extreme tension. He was satisfied with the day's success, a success exceeding his expectations, but the old man's strength was him. Several times his head dropped low as if it were falling and he dozed off. Dinner was brought him. Adjutant General Woltsogen the man U.Ho when riding past Prince Andrew had said, "War should be extended widely," and whom Bagration so detested, rode up while Kutuzov was at dinner. Woltsogen had come from Barclay to Tolly to report on the progress of affairs on the left flank. The sagacious Barclay de Tolly, seeing crowds of wounded men running back and the disordered rear of the army, weighed all the circumstances, concluded that the battle was lost, and sent his favourite officer to the commander-in-chief with that news. Kutuzov was chewing a piece of roast chicken with difficulty and glanced at Bolkonsky with eyes that brightened under their puckering lids. Bolkonsky, nonchalantly stretching his legs, approached Kutuzov with a half-contemptuous smile on his lips, scarcely touching the Iraq of his cap. He treated His Serene Highness a somewhat affected nonchalance intended to show that, as a highly trained military man, he left it to Russians to make an idle office useless old man, but that he knew whom he was dealing with. Der old Herr, as in their own set the Germans called Kutuzov, is making himself very comfortable, thought Bolkonsky, and looking severely at the dishes in front of Kutuzov he began to report to old gentleman the position of affairs on the left flank as Barclay had ordered him to and as he himself had seen and understood it. All the points of ours are in the enemy's hands and we cannot dislodge them for lack of troops. The men are running away and it is impossible to stop them, he reported. Kutuzov ceased chewing and fixed an astonished gaze on Bolkonsky as if not understanding what was said to him. Bolkonsky, noticing the old gentleman's agitation, said with a smile, I have not considered it right to conceal from your Serene Highness what I seem the troops are in complete disorder. You seen? You seen? Kutuzov shouted. Frowning and risen quickly, he went up to Bolkonsky. How dare you? He shouted, choking and making a threatening gesture with his trembling arms. How dare you, sir, say that to me? You know nothing about it. Tell General Barclay from me that his information is imperfect and that the real course of the battle is better known to me, the commander-in-chief, than to him. Bolkonsky was about to make a rejoinder, but Kutuzov interrupted him. The enemy has repulsed on the left and defeated on the right flank. If you have seen amiss, sir, do not allow yourself to say what you don't know. Be so good as to ride to General Barclay and inform him of my firm intention to attack the enemy tomorrow, said Kutuzov sternly. All were silent, and the only sound audible was the heavy breathing of the panting old general. They are repulsed everywhere, for which I thank God and our brave army. The enemy is beaten, and tomorrow we shall drive him from the sacred soil of Russia, said Kutuzov, crossing himself, and he suddenly, as his eyes filled with tears. Bolkonsky, shrugging his shoulders and curling his lips, stepped silently aside, marvelling at old gentleman's conceited stupidity. All, here he is, my hero, said Kutuzov to a portly, handsome, dark-haired general who was just ascending the knoll. This was Raevsky, who had srnt the whole day at the most important part of the field of Borodin. 6 Raevsky reported that the troops were firmly holding their ground and that the French no longer ventured to attack. After hearing him, Kutuzov said in French, then you do not think, like some others, that we must retreat? On the contrary, your Highness, in indecisive actions it is always the most who remain victors, replied Raevsky, and in my opinion. Kazarov. Kutuzov called to his adjutant. Sit down and write out the order of the day for tomorrow. And you, he continued, addressing another, along the line and announce that tomorrow we attack. While Kutuzov was talking to Raevsky and dictating the order of the day, Bolkonsky returned from Barclay and said that General Barclay wished to have written confirmation of the order the field marshal had given. Kutuzov, without looking at Bolkonsky, gave directions for the order to be written out, which the former commander-in-chief, to avoid personal responsibility, very judiciously wished to receive. And by means of that mysterious indefinable which maintains throughout an army one and the same temper, known as the spirit of the army, too, and which constitutes the sinew of war, Kutuzov's words, his order for a battle next day, immediately became known from one end of the army to the other. It was far from being the same words or the same order that reached the links of that chain. The tales passing from mouth to mouth at different ends of the army did not even resemble what Kutuzov had said, but the sense of his words spread everywhere. What he said was not the outcome of cunning calculations, but of a feeling that lay in the commander-in-chief's soul as in that of every Russian. And on learning that tomorrow they were to attack the enemy, and hearing from the highest quarters a confirmation of what they wanted to believe, the exhausted, wavering men felt comforted and inspirited. Chapter XXV Prince Andrew's regiment was among the reserves which till after 1 o'clock were stationed inactive behind Semenov * under heavy artillery fire. Toward 2 o'clock the regiment, having already lost more than 200 men, was moved forward into a trampled oat field in the gap between Semenovsk and the Knoll battery, where thousands of men perished that day and on which an intense, concentrated fire from several hundred enemy guns was directed between 1 and 2 o'clock. Without moving from that spot or firing a single shot, the regiment here lost another third of its men from in front and especially from the right, in the unlifting smoke the guns and out of mysterious domain of smoke that overlay the whole space in front, quick hissing cannonballs and slow whistling shells flew unceasingly. At times, as if to allow them a respite, a quarter of an hour passed during which the cannonballs and shells all flew overhead, but sometimes 1 men were torn from the regiment in a minute and the slain were continually being dragged away and the wounded carried off with each fresh blow. Less and less chance of life remained for those not yet killed. The regiment stood in columns 300 paces apart, but nevertheless the men were always in one and the same mood. All alike were taciturn and morose. Talk was rarely heard in the ranks, and it ceased altogether every time the thud of a successful _ shot and the cry of stretchers was heard. Most of the time, by their officers' order, the men sat on the ground. One, having taken off his sharo, carefully loosened the gathers of its lining and drew them tight again, another, rubbing some dry clay his palms, his bayonet, another fingered the strap and pulled the buckle of his bandolier, while another smoothed and refolded his leg bands and put his knots on again. Some built little houses of the tufts in the ploughed ground, or plaited baskets from the straw in the cornfield. All seemed hilly in these pursuits. When men were killed or wounded, when rows of stretchers went past, when some troops retreated, and when great masses of the enemy came into view through the smoke, no one paid any attention to these things. But when our artillery or cavalry advanced or some of our infantry were seen to move from var, odds of approval were heard on all sides. But the liveliest attention was attracted by occurrences quite apart from, and unconnected with, the battle. It was as if the minds of these morally exhausted men found relief in everyday, commonplace occurrences. A battery of artillery was passing in front of the regiment. The horse of an ammunition cart put its leg over a trace. "Hey, look at the trace horse, _ get her leg out. She'll fall." "All, they don't see it," came identical shouts from the ranks all along the regiment. Another time, general attention was attracted by a small brown dog, coming heaven knows whence, which trotted in a preoccupied manner in front of the ranks with tail stiffly erect till suddenly a shell fell close by, when it yelped, tucked its tail between its legs, and darted aside. Yells and shrieks of laughter rose from the whole regiment. But such distractions lasted only a moment, and for 8 hours the men had been inactive, without inconstant fear of death, and their pale and gloomy faces grew ever paler and gloomier. Prince Andrew, pale and gloomy like every one in the regiment, paced up and down from the of one patch to another, at the edge of the meadow and oat field, with head and arms behind his back. There was nothing for him to do and no orders to be given. Everything went on of itself. The killed were dragged from the front, the wounded tied away, and the ranks closed up. If any soldiers ran to the rear they returned immediately and hastily. At first Prince Andrew, considering it his duty to rouse the courage of the men and to set them an example, walked among the ranks, but he soon became convinced that this was unnecessary and that there was nothing he could teach them. All the powers of his soul, as of every soldier there, were unconsciously bent on avoiding the contemplation of the horrors of their situation. He walked along the meadow, dragging his feet, rustling the grass, and gazing at the dust that covered his. Now he took big strides trying to keep to the footprints left on the meadow by the mowers, Then he counted his steps, calculating how often he must walk from one strip to another to walk a mile. Then he stripped the flowers from the wormwood that grew along a boundary, nuts rubbed them in his palms, and smelled their pungent, sweetly bitter scent. Nothing remained of the previous day's thoughts. He thought of nothing. He listened with weary ears to the ever-occurring sounds, distinguishing the whistle of flying projectiles from the booming off reports, glanced at the tiresomely familiar faces of the men of the 1st Battalion, and waited. Here it comes, this one is coming our way again, he thought, listening to an approaching whistle in the hidden region of smoke. One, another. Again. It has hit .. He stopped and looked at the ranks. No, it has gone over. But this one has hit. And again he started trying to reach the boundary strip in 16 paces. A whiz and a thud. 5 paces from him, a cannonball tore up the dry earth and disappeared. A chill ran down his back. Again he glanced at the ranks. Probably many had hit. A large crowd had gathered near the 2nd Battalion. Adjutant, he shouted. Order them not to crowd together. The adjutant, having obeyed this instruction, approached Prince Andrew. From the other side a battalion commander rode up. Look out, came a frightened cry from a soldier, and, like a bird whirring in rapid flight and alighting on the ground, a shell dropped with little noise 2 steps of Prince Andrew and close to the battalion commander's horse. The horse first, regardless of whether it was right or wrong to show fear, snorted, reared almost throwing the major, and galloped aside. The horse's tenor infected the men. Lie down, cried the adjutant, throwing himself flat on the ground. Prince Andrew hesitated. The smoking shell spun like a top between him and the prostrate adjutant, near a wormwood plant between the field and the meadow. Can this I death? Thought Prince Andrew, looking with a quite new, envious glance at the grass, the wormwood, and the streamlet of smoke that curled up from the rotating black ball. I do not wish to die. I love life, I love this grass, this air. He thought this, and at the same time that people were looking at him. It's shame if sir, he said to the adjutant what he did not finish speaking. At one and the same moment came the sound of an explosion, a whistle of splinters as from a breaking window frame, a suffocating smell of, and Prince Andrew started to one side, raising his arm, and fell on his chest. Soldier officers ran up to him from the right side of his a moment's blood was welling out, making a large stain on the grass. The militiamen with stretchers who were called up stood behind the officers. Prince Andrew lay on his chest with his face in the grass, breathing heavily and noisily. What are you waiting for? Come along. The peasants went up and took him by his shoulders and legs, but he moaned piteously and, exchanging looks, they set him down again. Pick him up, lift him, it's all the same, cried someone. They again took him by the shoulders and laid him on the stretcher. All, God. My God. Lad, is it? The stomach? That means death. My God. Voices among the officers were heard saying. It flew a hair's breadth past my ear, said the adjutant. The peasants, adjusting the stretcher to their shoulders, started hurriedly along the path they had trodden to the dressing station. Keep in step. Those peasants, shouted a TL officer, seizing by their shoulders and checking the Russants, who were walking unevenly and jolting the stretcher. Get into step, Feder I say, Feder, said the foremost Russant. Now that's right, said the one behind joyfully, when he had got into step. Your Excellency. Prince, said the trembling voice of Tim Sixkins, who had run up and was looking down on the stretcher. Prince Andrew opened his eyes and looked up at the speaker from the stretcher into which his head had sunk deep, and again his eyelids drooped. The militiamen carried Prince Andrew to the dressing station by the where wagons were stationed. The dressing station consisted of 3 tents with flaps turned back, pitched at the edge of a birch wood. In the ucal, wagons and horses were standing. The horses were eating oats from their movable troughs, and sparrows flew down and pecked the grains that fell. Some crows, scenting blood, flew among the birch trees cawing impatiently. Around the tents, over more than 5 acres, blood-stained men in various garbs sat, or lay. Around the wounded stood crowds of soldiers dismal and officers, whom the officers keeping order tried in vain to from the spot. Disregarding the officers' orders, the soldiers stood leaning against their stretchers and gazing intently, as if trying to comprehend the difficult problem of what was taking place before them. From the tents came now loud angry cries and now plaintive groans. Occasionally dressers ran out to fetch water, or to point out those who were to be brought in next. The wounded men awaiting their turn outside the tents groaned, sighed, wept, screamed, swore, or asked for vodka. Some were delirious. Prince Andrew's bearers, stepping over the wounded who had not yet been bandaged, took him, as a regimental commander, close up to one of the tents and there stopped, awaiting instructions. Prince Andrew opened his eyes and for a long time could not make out what was going on around him. He remembered the meadow, the wormwood, the field, the whirling black ball, and his sudden rush of passionate love of life. 2 steps from him, leaning against a branch and talking loudly and attracting general attention, stood a tall, handsome, black-haired non-commissioned officer with a bandaged head. He had been wounded in the head and leg by bullets. Around him, eagerly listening to his talk, a crowd of wounded and was gathered. "We kicked him out from there so that he chucked everything, we grabbed the king himself," cried he, looking around him with eyes that glittered with fever. "If only reserves had come up just then, lads, there wouldn't have been nothing left of him. I tell you surely." Like all the others near the speaker, Prince Andrew looked at him shining eyes and experienced a sense of comfort. "But isn't it all the same now?" thought he. "And what will be there, and what has there here? Was I so reluctant to part with life? There was something in this life I did not and do not understand." Chapter XXXA. One of the doctors came out of the tent in a blood-stained apron, holding a cigar between the thumb and little finger of one of his small blood-stained hands, so as not to smear it. He raised his head and looked about him, but the level of wounded men. He evidently wanted a little respite. After turning his head from right to left for some time, he sighed and looked all right. Immediately, he replied to a dresser who pointed Prince Andrew out to him, and he told them to carry him into the tent. Murmurs arose among the wounded who were waiting. "It seems that even in the next world only the gentry are to have a chance," remarked one. Prince Andrew was carried in and laid on a table that had only just been cleared and which a dresser was washing down. Prince Andrew could not make out distinctly what was in that tent. The pishal groans from all sides and the torturing pain in his thigh, stomach, and back distracted him. All he saw about him merged into a general impression of naked, bleeding human that seemed to fill the whole of the low tent, as a few weeks previously, on that hot August day, such had filled the dirty pond beside the Smolensk road. Yes, it was the same flesh, the same chair a cannon, the sight of which had then filled him with horror, as by a presentiment. There were 3 operating tables in the tent. 2 and on the 3rd they placed Prince Andrew. For a little while he was left alone and involuntarily witnessed what was taking place on the other 2 tables. On the nearest one sat a Tartar, probably a Cossack, judging by the uniform thrown down beside him. 4 soldiers were holding him, and a spectacled doctor was cutting into his muscular brown back. "Uzu, grunted the Tartar, and suddenly lifting up his swarthy snub-nosed with its high cheekbones, and baring his white teeth, he began to wriggle and twitch his body and utter piercing, ringing, and prolonged yells. On the other table, round which many people were crowding, a tall well-fed man lay on his back with his head thrown back. His curly hair, its colour, and the shape of his head seemed strangely familiar to Prince Andrew. Several dressers were pressing on his chest to hold him down. One large, white, plump leg twitched rapidly all the time, a feverish tremor. The man was sobbing and choking convulsively. 2 doctors, one of whom was pale and trembling, were silently doing something to this man's other, gory leg. Ivan he had finished the Tartar, whom they covered with an overcoat. The spectacled Khan up to Prince Andrew, whipping his hands he glanced at Prince Andrew's face and quickly turned away. "Undress him." "What are you waiting for?" he cried angrily to the dressers. His very first, remotest recollections of childhood came back to Prince Andrew's mind. Ivan the dresser with sleeves rolled up began hastily to undo the buttons off his clothes and undressed him. The doctor bent down over the wound, felt it, and sighed deeply. Then he made a sign to someone, and the torturing pain in his abdomen caused Prince Andrew to lose consciousness. When he came to himself, the splinter of his thigh bone had been extracted, the tom flesh cut away, and the wound bandaged. Water was being sprinkled on his face. As soon as Prince Andrew opened his eyes, the doctor bent over, kissed him silently on the lips, and hurried away. After the sufferings he had been enduring, Prince Andrew enjoyed a feeling such as he had not experienced for a long time. All the best and happiest moments of his life, especially his earliest childhood, when he used to be undressed and put to bed, and when leaning over him his nurse sang him to sleep and he, burying his head in the pillow, felt happy. The mere consciousness of life returned to his memory, not merely as something past but as something present. The doctors were busily engaged with the wounded man, the shape of whose head seemed familiar to Prince Andrew. They were lifting him up and trying to quiet him. "Show it to me ____________. Oh. His frightened moans could be heard, smothered by suffering and broken by sobs. Hearing those moans, Prince Andrew wanted to weep. Whether cause he was dying without glory, or he was sorry to part with life, or because of those memories of a childhood that could not return, or because he was suffering and others were suffering and that man near him was groaning so piteously, he felt weeping childlike, kindly, and almost happy. The wounded man was shown his amputated leg stained with clotted blood and with the still on. He like a Iverman _ the doctor, who had iron standing beside it preventing Prince Andrew from seeing his face, moved away. "My God! What is this? Is he here?" said Prince Andrew to himself. In the miserable, sobbing, enfeebled man whose leg had just been amputated, he recognized Anatole Kuragin. Men were supporting him in their arms and offering him a glass of ivota, but his trembling, swollen lips could not grasp its rim. Anatole was sobbing painfully. "Yes, it is he. Yes, that man is somehow closely and painfully connected with me," thought Prince Andrew, not yet clearly grasping what he saw before him. "What is the connection of that man with my childhood and life?" he asked himself without finding an answer. And suddenly a new unexpected memory from that realm of pure and loving childhood presented itself to him. Natasha, as he had seen her for the first time at the ball in 1810, with her slender neck and arms and with a frightened happy ready for rapture, and tenderness for her, stronger and more vivid than ever, in his soul he now the connection that existed between himself and this man who Eva's dimly gasmed at him through tears that filled his swollen eyes. He remembered everything, and ecstatic pity and love for that man reflowed his happy heart. Prince Andrew could no longer restrain himself and wept tender loving tears for his fellow men, for himself, and for his 01.vn and their errors. Compassion, love of our brothers, for those who love us and for those who hate us, are of our enemies, yes, that love which God preached on earth and which Princess Mary taught me and I did not understand, that is what made me sorry to part with life, that is what remained for me had I lived. But now it is too late. I know it. Chapter 8. The T1B1E of the battlefield covered with dead and wounded, together with the heaviness of his head and the news that some 20 generals he knew personally had killed or wounded, and the consciousness of the impotence of his once mighty arm, produced an unexpected impression on Napoleon, who usually liked to look at the killed and wounded, thereby, he considered, testing his strength of mind. This day the horrible appearance of the battlefield overcame that strength of mind which he thought constituted his merit and his greatness. He rode hurriedly from the battlefield and returned to the Shevardino knoll, where he sat on his camp stool, his sallow face swollen and heavy, his eyes dim, his nose red, and his voice hoarse, involuntarily listening, with downcast eyes, to the sounds of firing. With pain-filled dejection he awaited the end of this action, in which he regarded himself as a participant and which he was unable to arrest. A personal, human feeling for a brief moment got the better of the artificial phantasm of life he had served so long. He felt in his own person the sufferings and death he had witnessed on the battlefield. The heaviness of his head and chest reminded him of the possibility of suffering and death for himself at that moment. He did not desire Moscow, or victory, or glory. What need had he for any more glory? The one thing he wished for was rest, tranquility, and freedom. But when he had been on the Semenovsk heights, the artillery commander had proposed to him to bring several batteries of artillery up to those heights to strengthen the fire on the Russian troops crowded in front of Nevsk. Napoleon had assented and had given orders that news should be brought to him of the effect those batteries produced. An adjutant came now to inform him that the fire of 200 guns had been concentrated on the Russians, as he had ordered, but that they still held their ground. "Our fire is mowing them down by roves, but still they hold on," said the adjutant. "They want more, .. said Napoleon in a hoarse voice. "Sire," asked the adjutant, who had not heard the remark. "They want more," croaked Napoleon, frowning. "Let them have it." Even before he gave that order, the thing he did not desire, and for which he gave the order only because he thought it was expected of him, was being done. And he fell back into that artificial realm of imaginary greatness, and again, as a horse walking a treadmill thinks it is doing something for itself, he submissively half-filled the cruel, sad, gloomy, and inhuman role predestined for him, and not for that day and hour alone were the mind and conscience darkened of this man, on whom the responsibility for what was happening lay more than on all the others who part in it. Never to the end of his life could he understand goodness, beauty, or LTH, or the significance of his actions, which were too contrary to goodness and truth, too remote from everything human, for him ever to be able to grasp their meaning. He could not disavow his actions, lauded as they were by half the world, and so he had to repudiate truth, goodness, and all humanity. Not only on that day, as he rode over the battlefield strewn with men killed and maimed, by his will as he believed, did he reckon as he looked at them how many Russians there were for each Frenchman, and, deceiving himself, find reason for rejoicing in the calculation that there were 5 Russians for every Frenchman. Not on that day alone did he write in a letter to Paris that battlefield was Surin because 50,000 corpses lay there, but in the island of St. Helena, in the solitude where he said he intended to colloque, to his leisure, to an account of the great deeds he had done, he wrote: "The Russian war should have been the most popular war of modern times. It was a war of sense, for real interests, for the tranquility and security of all. It was purely pacific and conservative. It was a war for a great cause, the end of uncertainties and the beginning of security. A new horizon and new labors were opening out, of well-being and prosperity for all. The European system was already founded, all that remained was to organize it. Satisfied on these great and with tranquility everywhere, I too should have had my Congress and my Holy Alliance. Those ideas were stolen from me. In that reunion of great sovereigns we should have discussed our interests like one family, and rendered account to the peoples as clerk to master. Europe would in this way soon have in fact, but one people, and anyone who travelled anywhere would have found himself always in the common fatherland. I should have demanded the freedom of all navigable rivers for everybody, that the seas should be common to all, and that the great standing armies should be reduced henceforth to mere guards for the sovereigns on returning to France, to the bosom of the great, strong, magnificent, peaceful, and glorious fatherland. I should have proclaimed her frontiers immutable, all ultra wars purely defensive, all aggrandizement antinational. I should have associated my son the empire, my dictatorship would have been finished, and his constitutional reign have Paris would have been the capital of the world, and the French the envy of the nations. My leisure then, and my old age, would have been devoted, in company with the Empress and during the royal apprenticeship of me son, to leisurely visiting, with our own horses and like a true country couple, every comer of the empire, receiving complaints, redressing tongues, and scattering public buildings and benefactions on all sides and everywhere. Napoleon, predestined by Providence for the gloomy role of executioner of the peoples, assured himself that the aim of his actions had the people's welfare and that he could control the fate of millions and by the employment of power confer of 400,000 who crossed the Vistula. He wrote Frither of the Russian war, half were Austrians, Prussians, Saxons, Poles, Bavarians, Württembergers, Mecklenburgers, Spaniards, Italians, and Neapolitans. The imperial army, strictly speaking, was 1/3 composed of Dutch, Belgians, men from the borders of the Rhine, Piedmontese, Swiss, Genoese, Tuscans, Romans, inhabitants of the 32nd Military Division, of Bremen, of Hamburg, and so on. It included scarcely 140,000 who spoke French. The Russian expedition actually cost France less than 50,000 men. The Russian army in its retreat from Vilna to Moscow lost in the various battles 4 times more men than the French army. The burning of Moscow cost the lives of 100,000 Russians who died of cold and want in the woods. Finally, in its march from Moscow to the Oder the Russian army also suffered from the severity of the season, so that by the time it reached Vilna it only 50,000, and at Kalisz less than 18,000. He imagined that the war with Russia came about by his will, and the horrors that occurred did not stagger his soul. He boldly took the whole for what happened, and his darkened mind found justification in the belief that among the hundreds of thousands who perished there were fewer Frenchmen than Hessians and Bavarians. Chapter 6 Several tens of thousands of the slain lay in diverse postures and various uniforms on the fields and meadows belonging to the Davdolodov family and to the crown serfs, those fields and meadows where for hundreds of years the peasants of Borodin 6, G6, Shevardino, and Semenovsk had their harvests and pastured their cattle. At the dressing stations the grass and earth were soaked with blood for a space of some 3 acres around. Crowds of men of various arms, wounded and unwounded, with frightened faces, dragged themselves back to Mojaisk from the one army and back to Valivo from the other. Other crowds, exhausted and hungry, went forward led by their officers. Others held their ground and continued to fire. Ole the whole field, previously so gaily beautiful with the glitter of bayonets and cloudlets of smoke in the morning sun, there now spread a rmst of damp and smoke and a strange acid smell and blood. Clouds gathered and drops of rain began to fall on the dead and wounded, on the frightened, exhausted, and hesitating men, as if to say, "Enough, men! Enough! Cease, bethink yourselves! What are you doing?" To the men's sides alike, worn out by want of food and rest, it began equally to appear doubtful whether they should continue to slaughter one another. All the faces expressed hesitation, and the question arose in every soul: what, for whom, must I kill and be killed? You may go and kill whom you please, but I don't want to do so any more. By evening this thought had ripened in every soul. At any moment these men might have seized with horror at what they were doing and might have thrown up everything and run away anywhere. But though toward the end of the battle the men felt all the horror of what they were doing, though they would have been glad to leave off, some incomprehensible, mysterious power continued to control them, and they still brought up the charges, loaded, aimed, and applied the match, though only one artilleryman survived out of every 3, and though they stumbled and panted with perspiring and stained with blood and powder. The cannonballs flew just as swiftly and cruelly from sides, crushing the human, and that terrible work was not done by the will of a man but at the will of him who governs men and worlds. Continued anyone looking at the disorganized rear of the Russian army would have said that, if only the French made one more slight F-01T, it would disappear, and anyone looking at the rear of the French army Hal 7E said that the Russians need only make one more slight filt and the French would destroyed. But neither the French nor the Russians made that effort, and the flame of battle burned slowly out. The Russians did not make that effort because they were not attacking the French. At the beginning of battle they stood blocking the way to Moscow, and they still did so at the end of the battle as at the beginning. But even had the aim of the Russians been to drive the French from their positions, they could not have made this last effort, for all the Russian troops had been broken up. There was no part of the Russian army that had not suffered in the battle, and though still holding their positions they had lost one half of their army. The French, with the memory of all their former victories during 15 years, with the assurance of Napoleon's invincibility, with the consciousness that they had captured part of the battlefield and had lost only a quarter of their men and still had their guards intact, 20,000 strong, might easily have made that effort. The French who had attacked the Russian army in order to drive it from its position ought to have made that effort, for as long as the Russians continued to block the road to Moscow as the aim of the French had not been attained and all their efforts and losses were in vain. But the French did not make that F01T_. Some historians say that Napoleon need only have used his old guards, who were intact, and the battle would have won. To speak of what would have happened had Napoleon sent his guards is like talking of what would happen if autumn became spring. It could not be. Napoleon did not give his guards, not because he did not want to, but it could not be done. All the generals, officers, and soldiers of the French army knew it could not be done. The flagging spirit of the Turks would not permit it. It was not alone who had that nightmare feeling of mighty arm being stricken powerless, but all the generals and soldiers of his army, whether they had taken part in the battle or not, or all their experience of previous battles, when after 1/10 of such efforts the enemy had fled, experienced a similar feeling of terror before an enemy who, after losing half his men, as threateningly at the end as at the beginning of the battle. The moral force of the attacking French army was exhausted. Not that son of victory which is defined by the capture of pieces of material fastened to sticks, called standards, and of the ground on which they had and were standing, but a moral victory that convinces the enemy of the moral superiority of his opponent and of his own impotence was gained by the Russians at Borodin 6. The French invaders, like an infuriated animal that has in its onslaught received a mortal wound, felt that they were perishing, but could not stop, any more than the Russian army, weaker by one half, could help swerving. By impetus gained, the French army was still able to roll forward to Moscow, but there, without effort on the part of Russians, it had to perish, bleeding from the mortal wound it had received at Borodin 6. The direct consequence of the Battle of Borodin 6 was Napoleon's senseless flight from Moscow, his retreat along the old Smolensk road, the decimation of the invading army of 500,000 men, and the downfall of Napoleonic France, on which at Borodin 6 for the first time the hand of an appeasement of stronger spirit had been laid. Book 11, 1812 Chapter I. Absolute continuity of motion is not comprehensible to the human mind. Laws of motion of any kind become comprehensible to man only when he examines arbitrarily selected elements of that motion, but at the same time, a large proportion of human error comes from the arbitrary division of continuous motion into discontinuous elements. There is a well-known, so-called sophism of the ancients consisting in this, that Achilles could never catch up with the tortoise he was following, in spite of the fact that he travelled 10 times as fast as the tortoise. By the time Achilles has covered the distance that separated him from the tortoise has covered 1/10 of that distance ahead of him. When Achilles has covered that 10th, the tortoise has covered another 100th, and so on forever. This problem seemed to the ancients insoluble. The absurd answer, that Achilles could never overtake the tortoise, resulted from this, that motion was arbitrarily divided into discontinuous elements, whereas the motion of Achilles and of the tortoise was continuous. By adopting smaller and smaller elements of motion we only approach a solution of the problem, but never reach it. Only when we have admitted the conception of the infinitely small, and the resulting geometrical progression with a common ratio of 1 and have found the sum of this progression to infinity, do we reach a solution of the problem. a modern branch of mathematics having achieved the art of dealing the infinitely small can now yield solutions in other more complex problems of motion. Ivik used to appear insoluble. This modern branch of mathematics, unknown to the ancients, when dealing with problems of motion admits the conception of the infinitely small, and so conforms to the chief condition of motion, absolute continuity, and thereby corrects the inevitable error which the human mind cannot avoid when it deals with separate elements of motion instead of examining continuous motion in seeking the laws of historical movement. Just the same thing happens. The moment of humanity, arising as it does from innumerable arbitrary human wills, is continuous. To understand the laws of this continuous movement is the aim of history. But to ultivate these laws, resulting from the sum of all those human man's mind postulates arbitrary and disconnected units. The first method of history is to take an arbitrarily selected series of continuous events and examine it apart from others, though there is and can be no beginning to any event, for one event always flows uninterruptedly from another. The second method is to consider the actions of some one man, a king or a commander, as equivalent to the sum of many individual wills, whereas the sum of individual wills is never expressed by the activity of a single historic personage. Historical science, in its endeavor to draw nearer to truth, continually takes smaller and smaller units for examination. But however small the units it takes, we feel that to take any unit disconnected from others, or to assume a beginning of any phenomenon, or to say that the will of many men is expressed by the actions of any one historic personage, is in itself false. It needs no critical exertion to reduce utterly to dust any deductions drawn from history. It is merely necessary to select some larger or smaller unit as the subject of observation, as criticism has every right to do, seeing that whatever unit history observes must always be arbitrarily selected only by taking infinitesimally small units for observation, the differential of history, that is, the individual tendencies of men, and attaining to the art of integrating them, that is, finding the sum of these infinitesimals. Can we horror to arrive at the laws of history? The first 15 years of the 19th century in Europe present an extraordinary movement of millions of people. Men leave their customary pursuits, hasten from one side of Europe to the other, plunder and slaughter one another, triumph and are plunged in despair, and for some years the whole course of life is altered and presents an intensive movement which first increases and then slackens. What was the cause of this movement? By what laws was it governed? Asks the mind of man. The historians, replying to this question, lay us the sayings and doings of a few dozen men in a building in the city of Paris, calling these sayings and doings the Revolution. Then they give a detailed biography of Napoleon and of certain people or hostile to him, tell of the influence some of these had on others, and say, that is why this movement took place and those are its laws. But the mind of man not only refuses to believe this explanation, but plainly says that this method of explanation is fallacious, because in it a weaker phenomenon is taken as the cause of a stronger. The sum of human wills produced the revolution and Napoleon, and only the sum of those wills first tolerated and then destroyed them. But every time there have been conquests there have been conquerors, every time there has been a revolution in any state there have been great men, too, says history. And, indeed, human reason replies every time conquerors appear there have been wars, but this does not prove that the conquerors caused the wars and that it is possible to FMD the laws of a war in the activity of a single man. I look at my watch and its hands point to 10, I hear the bells of neighbouring church, but the bells begin to ring when the hands of clock reach 10, I have no right to assume that the movement of the bells is caused by the position of the hands of the watch. Whenever I see the movement of a locomotive I hear the whistle and see the valves opening and wheels turning, but I have no right to conclude that the whistling and the tumming of wheels are the cause of the movement of the engine. The peasants say that a cold wind blows in late spring the oaks are budding, and really every spring cold winds do blow when the oak is budding. But though I do not know what causes the cold winds to blow when the oak buds unfold, I cannot agree with that the unfolding of the oak buds is the cause of the cold wind, for the force of the wind is beyond the influence of the buds. I see only a coincidence of occurrences such as happens with all the phenomena of life, and I see that however much and however carefully I absorb where the hands of the eye watch, and the valves and wheels of the engine, and the oak, I shall not discover the cause of the bells ringing, the engine moving, or of the winds of spring. To that I must entirely change my point of view and study the laws of the movement of steam, of the bells, and of the wind. History must do the same. And attempts in this direction have already been made. To study the laws of history we must completely change the subject of our observation, must lay aside kings, ministers, and generals, and study the cornrunning, infinitesimally small elements by which the masses are moved. No one can say in how far it is possible for man to advance in this way toward an understanding of the laws of history, but it is evident that only along that path does the possibility of discovering the laws of history lie, and that as yet not a millionth part as much mental effort has been applied in this direction by historians as has been devoted to describing the actions of various kings, commanders, and ministers and propounding the historians' own reflections concerning these actions. Chapter 11 The forces of a dozen European nations burst into Russia. The Russian army and people avoided a collision till Smolensk was reached, and again from Smolensk to Borodin 6 the French army pushed on to Moscow, its goal, its enormous ever increasing as it neared its aim, just as the velocity of a falling body increases as it approaches the earth. Behind it was so 100 miles of hunger-stricken, hostile country, ahead were a few dozen miles separating it from its goal. Every soldier in Napoleon's army felt this, and the invasion moved on by its own momentum. The more the Russian army retreated, the more fiercely a spirit of hatred of the enemy flared up, and while it retreated the army increased and consolidated. At Borodin 6 a collision took place. Neither army was broken up, but the Russian army retreated immediately after the collision as inevitably as a ball recoils after colliding another, having a greater and with equal inevitability the ball of invasion that had advanced with such momentum rolled on for some distance, though the collision had deprived it of all its force. The Russians retreated 80 miles, to beyond Moscow, and the French reached Moscow and there came to a standstill. For 5 weeks after that there was not a single battle. The French did not move. As a bleeding, mortally wounded animal licks its wounds, they remained in Moscow for 5 weeks, and then suddenly, with no fresh reason, fled back. They made a dash for the Kaluga road, and, after a victory, for at the field of conflict again remained theirs, without undertaking a single serious battle, they fled still more rapidly back to Smolensk beyond Smolensk, beyond the Berezina, beyond Vilna, and farther still. On the evening of the 26th of August, Kutuzov and the whole Russian army were convinced that the Battle of Borodin 6 was a victory. Kutuzov reported so to the Emperor. He gave orders to prepare for a fresh conflict to finish the enemy, and did this not to deceive anyone, but because he knew that the enemy was beaten, as everyone who had taken part in the battle knew it. But all that evening and next day reports came in one after another of unheard of losses, of the loss of half the army, and a fresh battle proved physically impossible. It was impossible to give battle information had collected, the wounded gathered the supplies of ammunition replenished, the slain reckoned up, new officers appointed to replace those who had been killed, and before the men had had food and sleep. And meanwhile, the very next morning after the battle, the French army advanced of itself upon the Russians, carried from Var by the force of its own momentum now seemingly increased in inverse proportion to the square of the distance from its aim. Kutuzov's wish was to attack next day, and the whole army desired to do so. But to make an attack the wish to do so is not sufficient, there must also be a possibility of doing it, and that did not exist. It was impossible not to retreat a day's march, and then in the same way it was impossible not to retreat another and a third day's march, and at last, on the 1st of September, when the army drew near Moscow, despite the strength of feeling that had arisen in all ranks, the force of circumstances it to retire beyond Moscow. And the troops retired one more, last, day's march, and abandoned Moscow to the enemy. For people accustomed to think that plans of campaign and battles are made by generals, as any one of us sitting over a map in his study may imagine how he would arrange things. In this or that battle, the questions present themselves: why did Kutuzov during the retreat not do this or that? Did he not take up a before reaching Philae? Why did he not retire at once by the Kaluga road, abandoning Moscow? And so on. People accustomed to think in that way forget, or do not know, the inevitable conditions which always limit the activities of any commander-in-chief. The activity of a commander-in-chief does not at all resemble the activity we imagine to ourselves when we sit at ease in our studies examining some campaign on the map, with a 9 number of troops on this and that side in a certain known locality, and begin our plans from some given moment. A commander-in-chief is never dealing with the beginning of any event, the position from which we always contemplate it. The commander-in-chief is always in the midst of a series of shifting events, and so he never can at any moment consider the whole import of an event that is occurring. Moment by moment the event is imperceptibly shaping itself, and at every moment offers continuous, uninterrupted shaping of events. The commander-in-chief is in the midst of a most complex play of intrigues, whims, contingencies, authorities, projects, counsels, threats, and deceptions, and is continually obliged to reply to innumerable questions addressed to him, which constantly conflict with one another. Learned military authorities quite seriously tell us that Kutuzov should have moved his army to the Kaluga road long before reaching Philae, and that somebody actually submitted such a proposal to him. But a commander-in-chief, at a difficult moment, has always before him not one proposal but dozens simultaneously. And all these based on strategics and tactics, contradict each other. Or a commander-in-chief's business, it would seem, is simply to choose one of these projects, but even that he cannot do. Events and time do not ovate. For instance, on the 28th it is suggested to him to cross to the Kaluga road, but just then an adjutant gallops up from Milorad asking whether he is to engage the French or retire. An order must be given him at once, that instant. And the order to retreat carries us past the turn to the Kaluga road, and after the adjutant comes the commissary general asking where the stores are to be taken, and the chief of the hospitals asks where the wounded are to go, and a courier from Petersburg brings a letter from the sovereign which does not admit of possibility of abandoning Moscow, and the commander-in-chief's rival, the man who is undermining him, and there are always not merely one but several such presents, a new project diametrically opposed to that of coming to the Kaluga road, and the commander-in-chief himself needs sleep and refreshment to maintain his energy, and a respectable general who has overlooked in the distribution of rewards comes to complain, and the inhabitants of the district pray to defend it, and an officer sent to inspect the locality comes in and gives a report quite contrary to what was said by the officer previously sent, and a spy, a prisoner, and a general who has been on reconnaissance, all describe the position of the enemy's army differently. People accustomed to misunderstand or to forget these inevitable conditions of a commander-in-chief's actions describe to us, for instance, the position of the army at Philae, and assume that the commander-in-chief could, on the 1st of September, quite freely decide whether to abandon Moscow or defend it, whereas, with the Russian army less than 4 miles from Moscow, no such question existed. When had that question been settled? At Drissa and at Smolensk, and most palpably of all on the 24th of August at Shevardino, and on the 26th at Borodin 6, and each day and hour and minute of the retreat from Borodin 6 to Philae. Chapter 111 W. Hen 610v, having been sent by Kutuzov to the position, told the field marshal that it was impossible to fight there before Moscow and that they must retreat. Kutuzov looked at him in silence. "Give me your hand," said he, and, turning it oxer so as to feel the pulse, added, "You are not well, my dear fellow. Think what you are saying." Kutuzov could not yet admit the possibility of retreating beyond Moscow without a battle. On the POK 16 NNY hill, 4 miles from the Dorogomilov gate of Moscow, Kutuzov got out of his carriage and sat down on a bench by the roadside. A great crowd of generals gathered round, and Count Rostopchin, who had come out from Moscow, joined them. This brilliant company separated into several groups who all discussed the advantages and disadvantages of the state of the army, the plans suggested, the situation of Moscow, and military questions generally. Though they had not been summoned for the purpose, and though it was not so called, they all felt that this was really a council of war. The conversations all dealt with public questions. If anyone gave or asked for personal news, it was done in a whisper and they immediately to general matters. No jokes, or laughter, or smiles even, were seen among all these men. They evidently all made an effort to hold themselves at the height the situation demanded. And all these groups, while talking among themselves, tried to keep near the commander-in-chief, who formed the center of the gathering, and to speak so that he might overhear them. The commander-in-chief listened to what was being said and sometimes asked them to repeat their remarks, but did not himself take part in the conversations or express any opinion. After hearing what was being said by one or other of these groups, he generally turned away with an air of disappointment, as though they were not speaking of anything he wished to hear. Some discussed the position that had been chosen, criticizing not the position itself so much as the mental capacity of those who had chosen it. Others argued that a mistake had been made earlier and that a battle should have been fought 2 days before. Others again spoke of the Battle of Salamanca, which was described by Creusot, a newly arrived Frenchman in a Spanish uniform. This Frenchman and one of the German princes serving with the Russian army were discussing the siege of Saragossa and considering the possibility of defending Moscow in a similar manner. Count Rostopchin was telling a fourth group that he was prepared to die the city train bands under the walls of the capital, but that he still could not help regretting having left him ignorance of what was happening, and that had he known it sooner things would have been. Fifth group, displaying the profundity of their strategic perceptions, discussed the direction the troops would now have to take. A sixth group was talking absolute nonsense. Kutuzov's expression grew more and more preoccupied and gloomy. From all this talk he saw only one thing, that to defend Moscow was a physical impossibility in the real meaning of those words, that is to say, so utterly impossible that if any senseless commander were to give orders to fight, confusion would result, but the battle would still not take place. It would not take place because the commanders not merely all recognized the position to impossible, but in their conversations were only discussing what would happen after its inevitable abandonment. How could the commanders lead their troops to a field of battle they considered impossible to hold? The lower grade officers and even the soldiers, who to reason, also considered the position impossible and therefore could not go to fight, all convinced as they were of defeat. If Bennigsen insisted on the position being defended and others still discussed it, the question was no longer important in itself but only as a pretext disputes and intrigue. This Kutuzov knew well. Bennigsen, who had chosen the position, warmly displayed his Russian patriotism. Kutuzov could not listen to this without wincing, by insisting that Moscow must be defended. His aim was as clear as daylight to Kutuzov, if the defense failed, to throw the blame on Kutuzov, who had brought the army as far as the Sparrow Hills without giving battle; if it succeeded, to claim the success as his own, or if battle were not given, to clear himself of the crime of abandoning Moscow. But this intrigue did not now occupy the old man's mind. One terrible question absorbed him, and to that question he heard no reply from anyone. The question for him now was, have I really allowed to reach Moscow, and when did I do so? When was it decided? Can it have been yesterday when I ordered Platov to retreat, or was it the evening before, when I had a nap and told Bennigsen to issue orders? Or was it earlier still? When was this terrible affair decided? Moscow must be abandoned. The army must retreat and the order to do so must be given. To give that terrible order seemed to him equivalent to resigning the command of the army. And not only did he owe a power to which he was accustomed, the honours awarded to Prince Przemysl, under whom he had sem.ed in Turkey, galled him, but he was convinced that he was destined to save Russia and that was why, against the Emperor's wish and by the oath he had chosen commander-in-chief, he was convinced that he alone could maintain command of the army in these difficult circumstances, and that in all the world he alone could encounter the invincible Napoleon without fear. And he was horrified at the thought of the order he had to issue. But something had to decided, and these conversations around him which were assuming freer character must be stopped. He called the most important generals to him. "My head, be it good or bad, must depend on itself," said he, rising from the bench, and he rode to Philly where his carriages were waiting. Chapter 4 The council of war began to assemble at 2 in the afternoon in the better and roomier part of Andrew Savistyunov's hut. The men, women, and children of large peasant crowded into the back room across the passage. Only Natasha, Andrew's 6-year-old granddaughter, whom His Serene Highness had petted and to whom he had given a lump of sugar while drinking his tea, remained on the top of the brick oven in the larger room. Natasha looked down from the oven with shy delight at the faces, uniforms, and decorations of the generals, who one after another came into the room and sat down on the broad the corner under the icons. Grandad himself, as Natasha in her own mind called Kutuzov, sat apart in a dark corner behind the oven. He sat, sunk deep in a folding armchair, and continually cleared his throat and pulled at the collar of his coat which, though it was unbuttoned, still seemed to pinch his neck. Those who entered went up one by one to the field marshal. He pressed the hands of some and nodded to others. His adjutant Kazarov was to draw back the coultain of the window facing Kutuzov, but the latter moved his hand angrily, and Kazarov understood that His Serene Highness did not wish his face to seem round the peasants' deal table, on which lay maps, plans, and papers. So many gathered that the orderlies brought in another bench and put at the table 610v, Kazarov, and Toll, who had just arrived, sat down on this bench in the foremost place. Immediately under the icons sat Barclay de Tony, his high forehead merging into his bald crown. He had a St. George's cross round his neck and looked pale and ill. He had iron feverish for 2 days, and Eve was now shivering and in pain. Beside him sat Uvarov, who with rapid gesticulations was giving him some information, speaking in low tones as they all did. Chubby little Duke Lyrov was listening attentively with eyebrows raised and arms folded on his stomach. On the other side sat Count Osterman T01SD6Y, seemingly absorbed in his thoughts. His broad head with its features and glittering eyes was resting on his hand. Raevsky, twitching forward the black hair on his temples as was his habit, glanced now at Kutuzov and now at the door with a look of impatience. Konovnitsin's firm, handsome, and kindly face was lit up by a tender, sly smile. His glance met Natasha's, and the expression of his eyes caused the little girl to smile. They were all waiting for Benigsen who on the pretext of inspecting the position was finishing his savoury dinner. They waited for him from 4 till 6 o'clock and did not begin their deliberations all that time but talked in low tones of other matters. Only when Benigsen had entered the hut did Kutuzov leave his cummer and draw toward the table, but not near enough for the candles that had placed there to light up his face. Benigsen opened the council with the question, "Are we to abandon Russia's ancient and sacred capital without a struggle, or are we to defend it?" A prolonged and general silence followed. There was a frown on every face, and only Kutuzov's angry grunts and occasional cough broke the silence. All eyes were gazing at him. Natasha too looked at Grandad. She was nearest to him and saw how he puckered. He seemed to cry, but this did not last long. "Russia's ancient and sacred capital," he suddenly said, repeating Benigsen's words in an angry voice and thereby drawing attention to the false note in them. "Allow me to tell you, Your Excellency, that question has no meaning for a Russian." He lurched his heavy body forward. "Such a question cannot be put, it is senseless. The question I have asked these gentlemen to meet to discuss is a military one. The question is that of saving Russia. Is it better to give up Moscow without a battle, or by accepting battle to risk losing the army as well as Moscow? That is the question on which I want your opinion." And he sank back in his. The discussion began. Benigsen did not yet consider his game lost. Admitting the view of Barclay and others that a defensive battle at Philly was impossible, but imbued with Russian patriotism and the 101E of Moscow, he proposed to move troops from the right to the left flank during the night and attack the French right flank the following day. Opinions were divided, and arguments were advanced for and against that project. 610v, Dukhcharov, and Raevsky agreed with Benigsen feeling it necessary to make a sacrifice before abandoning the capital or guided by other, personal considerations. These generals seemed not to understand that this council could not alter the inevitable course of events and that Moscow was in effect already abandoned. The other generals, however, understood it and, leaving aside the question of Moscow, spoke of the direction the army should take in its retreat. Natasha, who kept her eyes fixed on what was going on her, understood the meaning of the council differently. It seemed to her that it was only a personal struggle between Grandad and Tonkote, as she termed Benigsen. She saw that they grew spiteful when they spoke to one another, and in her heart she sided Grandad. In the midst of the conversation she noticed Grandad give Benigsen a quick, subtle glance, and then to her joys she saw that Grandad said something to Longcoat which settled him. Benigsen suddenly reddened and paced angrily up and down the room. What so affected him was Kutuzov's calm and quiet comment on the advantage or disadvantage of Benigsen's proposal to troops by night from the right to the left flank to attack the French right-wing. Gentlemen, said Kutuzov, I cannot approve of the Count's plan. Moving troops in close proximity to an enemy is always dangerous, and military history supports that view. For instance, Kutuzov seemed to reflect, searching for an example. Then with a clear, naive look at Benigsen he added, oh yes, take the Battle of Friedland, which I think the Count well remembers, and which was not fully successful, only because our troops were rearranged too near the enemy. There followed a momentary pause, which seemed very long to them all. The discussion recommenced, but pauses frequently occurred and they all felt that there was no more to said. During one of these pauses Kutuzov heaved a deep sigh as if preparing to speak. They all looked at him. Well, gentlemen, I see that it is I who will have to pay for the broken crockery, said he, and rising slowly he moved to the table. Gentlemen, I have heard your views. Some of you will not agree with me. But he paused, the authority entrusted to me by my sovereign and country, order a retreat. After that the generals began to disperse with the solemnity and circumspect silence of people who are leaving. After some of the generals, in low tones and in a strain very different from the way they had spoken during the council, communicated something to their commander-in-chief Natasha, who had long expected for supper, climbed Kl 11y backwards down from the oven, her bare little feet catching at its projections, and slipping between the legs of the generals she darted out of the room. When he had dismissed the generals Kutuzov sat a long time his elbows on the table, thinking always of the same terrible question, Ivan, when did the abandonment of Moscow become inevitable? When was that done which settled the matter? And who was to blame? For I did not expect this, said he to his adjutant Schneider when the latter came in late that night. Did not expect this. I did not think this would happen. You should take some rest, Your Serene Highness, replied Schneider. But no. They shall eat horseflesh yet, like the Turks, exclaimed Kutuzov without replying, the table his fist. They shall too, if only. Chapter V. At that very time, in circumstances even more important than retreating without a battle, namely the evacuation and burning of Moscow, Rostopchin, who is usually represented as being the instigator of that event, acted in an altogether different manner from Kutuzov. After the Battle of Borodin 6 the abandonment and burning of Moscow was as inevitable as the retreat of the army beyond Moscow without fighting. Every Russian might have predicted it, not by reasoning but by the feeling implanted in each of us and in our. The same thing that took place in Moscow had happened in all the towns and villages on Russian soil, beginning with Smolensk, without the participation of Count Rostopchin and his broadsheets. The people awaited the enemy unconcernedly, did not riot or become excited or tear anyone to pieces, but its fight, feeling within it the strength to find what it should do at that most difficult moment. And as soon as the enemy drew near, the wealthy classes went away, abandoning their property, while the poorer remained and burned and destroyed what was left. The consciousness that this would be so and would always so was and is present in the heart of every Russian. and a consciousness office, and a foreboding that Moscow was present in Russian Moscow society in 1812. Those who had quitted Moscow already in July and at the beginning of August showed that they expected this. Those who went away, taking what they could and abandoning their houses and half their belongings, did so from the latent patriotism which expresses itself not by phrases or by giving one's children to save the fatherland and similar unnatural exploits, but unobtrusively, simply, organically, and therefore in the way that always produces the most results. It is disgraceful one to run away from danger, only cowards are running away from Moscow, they were told. In his broadsheets impressed on them that to leave Moscow was shameful, they were ashamed to be called cowards, ashamed to leave, but still they left, knowing it had to be done. Why did they go? It is impossible to suppose that Rostopchin had scared them by his accounts of 01 tours had committed in conquered countries. The first to go away were the rich educated people who knew quite well that Vienna and Berlin had remained intact and that during Napoleon's occupation the inhabitants had spent their time pleasantly in the company of the charming Frenchmen whom the Russians, and especially the Russian ladies, then liked so much. They went away cause for Russians there could no question as to whether things would go well or ill under French mail in Moscow. It was out of the question to be under French rule, it would be the worst thing that could happen. They went away even before the Battle of Borodin 6 and still more rapidly after it, despite Rostopchin's calls to defend Moscow or the announcement of his intention to take the wonder-working icon of the Iberian Mother of God and go to fight, or of the balloons that were to destroy the French, and despite all the nonsense Rostopchin taught in his broadsheets. They knew that it was for the army to fight, and that if it could not succeed it would not do to take young ladies and house serfs to the Three Hills quarter of Moscow to fight Napoleon, and that they must go away, sorry as they were to abandon their property to destruction. They went away without thinking of the tremendous significance of that immense and wealthy city being given to destruction, for a great city with wooden buildings was certain of and abandoned by its inhabitants to burned. They went away each on his own account, and yet it was only in consequence of their going away that the momentous event was accomplished that will always remain the greatest glory of the Russian people. The lady who, afraid of being stopped by Count Rostopchin's orders, had already in June moved with her Negroes and her women jesters from Moscow to her Saratov estate, with a vague consciousness that she was not Bonaparte's servant, was really, simply, and truly carrying out the great work which saved Russia. But Count Rostopchin, who now taunted those who left Moscow and now had the government officers remolsevenikl, now distributed quite useless weapons to the drunken rabble, now had processions displaying the icons, and now forbade Father Augustine to remove icons or the relics of saints, now seized all the private cans in Moscow and on 136 of them remolsevenikl the balloon that was being constructed by Lepik, now hinted that he would burn Moscow and related how he had set fire to his OU.N house, now wrote a proclamation to the French solemnly upbraiding them for having destroyed his orphanage, now claimed the glory of having hinted that he would burn Moscow and now repudiated the deed, now ordered them to catch all spies and bring them to him, and now reproached them for doing so, now expelled all the French residents from Moscow, and now allowed Madame Orbachalm, the centre of the whole French colony in Moscow, to remain, but ordered the honourable old Klukarev to be arrested and exiled for no particular offence, now assembled at the Three Hills to fight the French and now, to get rid of them, handed over to them a man to be killed and himself drove away by a back gate, now declared that he would not leave Moscow, and now wrote French verses albums condemning his share in the affair. This man did not understand the meaning of what was happening but merely wanted to do something himself that would astonish, to perform some patriotically heroic feat, and like a child he made sport of the momentous and unavoidable event, the abandonment and burning of Moscow, and tried with his puny hand now to speed and now to stay the enormous, popular tide that him along with it. Chapter 6 Hélène, having returned with the court from Vilna to Petersburg, found herself in a difficulty. In Petersburg she had enjoyed the special protection of a grandee who occupied one of the highest posts in the empire. In Vilna she had formed an intimacy with a young foreign prince. When she returned to Petersburg, the magnate and the prince were there, and claimed their rights. Helene was faced by a new problem: how to preserve her intimacy without offending either. What would have seemed difficult or even impossible to another Oman did not cause the least embarrassment to Countess Bezukhova, who evidently deserved her reputation of being a very clever woman. Had she attempted concealment, or tried to extricate herself from her awkward position by cunning, she would have spoiled her case by acknowledging herself guilty. But Helene, like a really great man who can do whatever he pleases, at once assumed her own position to be correct, as she sincerely too, and that everyone else was to blame. The first time the young foreigner allowed himself to reproach her, she lifted her head and, half turning to him, said firmly, "That's just like a man, selfish and cruel. I expected nothing else. A woman sacrifices herself for you, she suffers, and this is her reward. What right have you, Monseigneur, to demand an account of my attachments and friendships? He is a man who has iron more than a father to me." The prince was to say something, but Helene interrupted him. "Well, yes," said she, "it may that he has other sentiments for me than those of a father, but that is not a reason for me to shut my door on him. I am not a man, that I should repay kindness with ingratitude. No, Monseigneur, that in all that relates to my intimate feelings I render account only to God and to my conscience, too," she concluded, laying her hand on her beautiful, hilly expanded and looking up to heaven. "But for heaven's sake listen to me. Marry me, and I will be your slave." "But that's impossible. You won't deign to demean yourself by marrying me, you," said Helene, beginning to cry. The prince tried to comfort her, but Helene, as if quite distraught, said through her tears that there was nothing to prevent her marrying, that there were precedents. There were up to that time very few, but she mentioned Napoleon and some other exalted personages, that she had never been her husband's wife, and that she had iron sacrificed. "But the law, religion?" said the prince, already yielding. "The law, religion. What they been invented for if they can't arrange that," said Helene. The prince was surprised that so simple an idea had not occurred to, and he applied for advice to the holy brethren of the Society of Jesus, with whom he was on intimate terms. A few days later, at one of those enchanting fêtes which Helene gave at her country house on the Stone Island, the charming Monsieur de Jobet, a man no longer young, with snow-white hair and brilliant black eyes, a Jesuit robe court 93, was presented to her, and in the garden by the light of the illuminations and to the sound of music talked to her for a long time of the love of God, of Christ, of Sacred Heart, and of the consolations the one true Catholic religion affords in this world and the next. Helene was touched, and more than once tears rose to her eyes and to those of Monsieur de, and their voices trembled. A dance, for which her partner came to seek her, put an end to her discourse with her to directed a conscience, but the next evening Monsieur de Jobelt came to see Helene when she was alone, and after that often came again. One day he took the Countess to a Roman Catholic church, where she knelt down before the altar to which she was led. The enchanting, middle-aged Frenchman laid his hands on her head and, as she herself afterward described it, she felt something like a fresh breeze wafted into her soul. It was explained to her that this was La Grace. After that a long frock was brought to her. She confessed to him, and he absolved her from her sins. Next day she received a box containing the sacred host, which was left at her house for her to partake of. A few days later Helene learned pleasure that she had now been admitted to the true Catholic Church, and that in a few days the Pope himself would hear of her and would send her a Celtane document. All that was done around her and to her at this time, all the attention devoted to her by so many clever men and expressed in such pleasant, refined ways, and the state of dove-like purity she was now in, she wore only white dresses and white ribbons all that time, gave her pleasure, but her pleasure did not cause her for a moment to forget her aim. And as it always happens in contests of cunning that a stupid person gets the better of cleverer ones, Helene, Having realized that the main object of all these words and all this trouble was, after converting her to Catholicism, to obtain money from her for Jesuit institutions, as to which she received indications, before parting with her money insisted that the various necessary to free her from her husband should be performed. In her view the aim of every religion was merely to preserve 9 proprieties while affording satisfaction to human desires. And with this aim, in one of her talks with her father confessor, she insisted on an answer to the question, in how far was she by her marriage? They were sitting in the twilight by Ivandau in the drawing-room. The scent of flowers came in at the window. Hélène was wearing a white dress, transparent over her shoulders, and the abbé, a well-fed man with a plump, clean-shaven chin, a pleasant firm mouth, and white hands meekly folded on his knees, sat close to Hélène and, with a subtle smile on his lips and a peaceful look of delight at her beauty, occasionally glanced at her face as he explained his opinion on the subject. Hélène with an uneasy smile looked at his curly hair and his plump, clean-shaven, blackish cheeks and every moment expected the conversation to take a fresh turn. But the abbé, though he evidently enjoyed the beauty of his companion, was in his mastery of the matter. The course of the father confessor's arguments ran as follows: ignorant of the import of what you were undertaking, you made a vow of conjugal fidelity to a man who on his part, by entering the married state without in the religious significance of marriage, committed an act of sacrilege. That marriage lacked the dual significance it should have had. Yet in spite of this your vow was binding. You swerved from it. Did you commit by so acting a venial, or a mortal, sin? A venial sin, for you acted without evil intention. If now you married again with the object of bearing children, your sin might I have forgiven. But the question is again a twofold one. Firstly, lay member of the Society of Jesus. But suddenly Hélène, who was getting said with one of her bewitching smiles, but I think that having espoused the true religion I cannot be by what a religion laid upon me. The director of her conscience was astounded at having the case presented to him thus with the simplicity of Columbus' egg. He was delighted at the rapidity of his pupil's progress, but could not abandon the edifice of argument he had laboriously constructed. Let us understand one another, Countess, said he with a smile, and began relating his spiritual daughter's arguments. Chapter 7 Hélène understood that the question was very simple and easy from the ecclesiastical point of view, and that her directors were making difficulties only because they were apprehensive as to how the matter would be regarded by the secular authorities. So she decided that it was necessary to the opinion of society. She provoked the jealousy of the elderly magnate and told him what she had told her other suitor, that is, she put the matter so that the only way for him to obtain a right over her was to marry her. The elderly magnate was at first as much taken aback by this suggestion of marriage with a woman whose husband was alive, as the younger man had been, but Hélène's imperturbable conviction that it was as simple and natural as marrying a maiden had its effect on him too. Had Hélène herself shown the least sign of hesitation, shame, or secrecy, her cause would certainly have been lost, but not only did she show no signs of secrecy or shame, on the contrary, with good-natured naivete she told her intimate friends, and these were all Petersburg, that B.Th. the prince and the magnate had proposed to her and that she loved and was afraid of grieving either. A rumor immediately spread in Petersburg, not that Hélène wanted to be divorced from her husband. Had such a report spread, many would have opposed so illegal an intention, but simply that the unfortunate and interesting Hélène was in doubt which of men she should marry. The question was no longer whether this was possible, but only which was the better match and how the matter would be regarded at There were, it is true, some rigid individuals unable to rise to the height of such a question, who saw in the project a desecration of the sacrament of marriage, but there were not many such and they remained silent, while the majority were interested in Hélène's good fortune and in the question which match would be the more advantageous. Whether it was right or wrong to remarry while one had a husband living they did not discuss, for that question had evidently been settled by wiser than you or me, as they said, and to doubt the correctness of that decision would be to risk one's stupidity and incapacity to live in society. Only Maria Dmitrievna Akrozimova, who had come to Petersburg that summer to see one of her sons, allowed herself plainly to express an opinion contrary to the general one. Meeting Helene at a ball, she stopped her in the middle of the and, amid general silence, said in her gruff voice, "So wives of living men have started Marim again. Perhaps you think you have invented a novelty? You have been forestalled, my dear. It was thought of long ago. It is done in all the brothels," and with these words Maria Dmitrievna, turning up her wide sleeves with her usual threatening gesture and glancing sternly round, moved across the room. Though people were afraid of Maria Dmitrievna, she was regarded in Petersburg as a buffoon, and so of what she had said they only noticed, and repeated in a whisper, the one coarse you.ord she had used, supposing the whole sting of her remark to lie in that word. Prince Vasily, who of late very often forgot what he had said and repeated one and the same thing 100 times, remarked to his daughter whenever he chanced to see her, "Helene, I hail a word to say to you, too," and he would lead her aside, drawing her hand downward. "I have heard of certain projects concerning you know. Well, my dear child, you know how your heart rejoices to know that you you suffered so much, but my dear child, consult only your own heart. That is all I have to say," and concealing his unvarying emotion he would press his cheek against his daughter's and move away. Bilibin, who had not lost his reputation of an exceedingly clever man and who was one of the disinterested friends so brilliant a man as Helene always has, men friends who can never change into lovers, gave her his view of the matter at a small and intimate gathering. Listen, Bilibin, said Helene, she always called friends of that son by their surnames, and she touched his coat sleeve with her white, bearing fingers. "Tell me, as you would a sister, what I ought to do." "Which of the two? Bilibin wrinkled up the skin over his eyebrows and pondered, with a smile on his lips. "You are not taking me unawares, you know," said he. "As a true friend, I have thought and thought again. You're a mere you see, if you marry the prince," he meant the younger man, and he crooked one finger, "you forever lose the chance of marrying the other, and you will displease the court besides. You know there is some kind of connection. But if you marry the old count you will make his last days happy, and as widow off grand. The prince old no longer. I am making a mesalliance by marrying you," and Bilibin smoothed out his forehead. "That's a TME friend," said Helene beaming, and again touching Bilibin's sleeve. "But I look to them, you know, and don't want to distress either of them. I would give my life for the happiness of them." Bilibin shrugged his shoulders, as much as to say that not he could help in that unmattress femme, 94. That's what is called putting things squarely. She would like to be married to all three at the same time, thought he. "But tell me, how will your husband look at the matter?" Bilibin asked, his reputation being so well established that he did not fear to ask so naive a question. "Will he agree?" "Oh, l'homme is so," said Helene, who for some reason imagined that Pierre loved her. "He will do anything for me." Bilibin puckered his skin in preparation for something witty. "Even divorce you," said he. Helene laughed. Among those who ventured to doubt the justifiability of the proposed marriage was Helene's mother, Princess Kuragina. She was continually tormented by jealousy of her daughter, and now that jealousy concerned a subject near to her own heart, she could not reconcile herself to the idea. She consulted a Russian priest as to the possibility of divorce and remarriage during a husband's lifetime, and the priest told her that it was impossible, and to her delight showed her a text in the Gospel which, as it seemed to him, plainly forbids remarriage while the husband is alive. Armed with these arguments, which appeared to her unanswerable, she drove to her daughter's early one morning so as to find her alone. Having listened to her mother's objections, Helene smiled blandly and ironically. "A masterly woman. But it says plainly, so you shall marry her that is divorced said the old princess. "Ah, maman, n'edits pas de bêtises. Vous ne comprenez rien." Dans ma position j'aurais des devoirs, 95 said Helene, changing from Russian, in which language she always felt that her case did not sound quite clear, into French, which suited it. But, my dear, oh, mamma, how is it you don't understand that the Holy Father, who has the right to grant dispensations? Just then the lady companion who with Helene came into our announced that His Highness was in the ballroom and to see her. Non, dit celui quij en evo pas le voir, quij sois furieuse contre lui, parce question il me manque parole. Comtesse, a tout pec miséricorde, said a young man with a long and nose, as he entered. The old Princess Rose Resroctal 11y and coincide. The young man who had entered took no notice of her. The princess nodded to her daughter and sidled out of the room. Yes, she's right, thought the old princess, all her convictions dissipated by the appearance of His Highness. She's right, but how is it that we in our coverable youth did not know it? Yet it is so simple, too, she thought as she got into her carriage. By the beginning of August Helene's affairs were clearly defined, and she wrote a letter to her husband, who, as she imagined, loved her very much, informing him of her intention to marry N_N_ and of her having embraced the one TME faith, and asking him to carry out all the formalities necessary for a divorce, which would be explained to him by the bearer of the "And so I pray God to have you, my friend, in His holy and powerful keeping, your friend Helen." This letter was brought to Pierre's house when he was on the field of Borodin 6_OE. Mamma, don't talk nonsense. You don't understand anything. In my position I have obligations. No, tell him I don't wish to see him. I am furious with him for not keeping his word to me. Countess, there is mercy for every chapter 8. Toward the end of the Battle of Borodin 6, Pierre, having run down from Ravsky's battery a second time, made his way through a gully to Nevsk 6vo with a crowd of soldiers, reached the dressing station, and seeing blood and hearing cries and groans hurried on, still entangled in the crowds of soldiers. The one thing he now desired with his whole soul was to get away quickly from the terrible sensations amid which he had lived that day and return to ordinary conditions of life and sleep quietly in a room in his own bed. He felt that only in the ordinary conditions of life would he be able to understand himself and all he had seen and felt. But such ordinary conditions of life were nowhere to be found. Though shells and bullets did not whistle over the road along which he was going, still on all sides there was what there had been on the field of battle. There was still the same suffering, exhausted, and sometimes strangely indifferent faces, the same blood, the same soldiers, overcoats, the same sounds of firing which, though distant now, still aroused terror, and besides this there were the foul air and the dust. Having gone a couple of miles along the Modjaysk road, Pierre sat down by the roadside. Dusk had fallen, and the roar of guns died away. Pierre lay leaning on his for a long time, gazing at the shadows that moved past him in the darkness. He was continually imagining that a cannonball was flying toward him with a terrific whiz, and then he shuddered and sat up. He had no idea how long he had there. In the middle of the night 3 soldiers, having brought some firewood, settled down near him and began lighting. The soldiers, who threw sidelong glances at Pierre, got the fire to burn and placed an iron pot on it into which they broke some dried bread and put a little dripping. The pleasant odor of greasy viands mingled with the smell of smoke. Pierre sat up and sighed. The 3 soldiers were eating and talking among themselves, taking no notice of him. "And who may you be?" one of them suddenly asked Pierre, evidently meaning what Pierre himself had in mind, namely, "If you want to eat we'll give you some food, only let us know whether you are an honest man." "I," said Pierre, feeling it necessary to minimize his social position as much as possible so as to be nearer to the soldiers and better by them. "By rights I am a militia officer, but my men are not here. I came to the battle and have lost them." "There now," said one of the soldiers. Another shook his head. "Would you like a little mash?" the first soldier asked, and handed Pierre a wooden spoon after licking it clean. Pierre sat down by the fire and began eating the mash, as they called the food in the end. He thought it more delicious than any food he had ever tasted. As he sat bending greedily over it, helping himself to large and chewing one after another, his face was lit up by the fire and the soldiers looked at him in silence. "Where you to go to?" "Tell us," said one of them. "To Modjaysk. You're a gentleman, aren't you?" "Yes." "And what is your name?" "Peter Clearlike _ Well then, Peter Clearlike, come along with us, we'll take you there." In the total darkness the soldiers walked with Pierre to Modjaysk. By the time they got near Modjaysk and began ascending the steep hill into the town, the cocks were already crowing. Pierre went on with the soldiers, quite forgetting that his inn was at the bottom of the hill and that he had already passed it. He would not soon hail this, such was his state of forgetfulness, had he not halfway up the hill stumbled upon his groom, who had been to look for him in the town and was returning to the inn. The groom recognized Pierre in the darkness by his white hat. "Your Excellency," he said. "Tvh hi, we were beginning to despair. How is it you are on foot? And where are you going, please?" "Oh, yes," said Pierre. "The soldiers stopped. So you've found your folk," said one of them. "Well, goodbye, Peter Clearlike, isn't it?" "Goodbye, Peter Clearlike." Pierre heard the other voices rear it _goodbye, he said, and tummed with his groom toward the inn. "I ought to give them something," he thought, and felt in his pocket. "No, better not," said another, in a voice _ there was not a room to be had at the inn, they were all occupied. Pierre went out into the yard and, covering himself up head and all, lay down in his carnage. Chapter 9. Scarcely had Pierre laid his head on the pillow he felt himself falling asleep, but suddenly, almost with the distinctness of reality, he heard the boom, boom, boom of firing, the thud of projectiles, groans and cries, and smelled blood and powder, and a feeling of horror and dread of death seized him. Filled fright, he opened his eyes and lifted his head from under his cloak. All was tranquil in the yard. Only someone's orderly passed through the gateway, splashing through the mud, and talked to the innkeeper Pierre's head. Some pigeons, disturbed by the movement he had made in sitting up, fluttered under the dark roof of the penthouse. The whole courtyard was permeated by a strong pea-shoal smell of stable yards. Delight fell one to Pierre at that moment. He could see the clear starry sky between the dark roofy of two penthouses. "Thank God, there is no more of that," he thought, covering up his head again. "Oh, what a terrible thing is fear, and how shame why I yielded to it." But they were steady and calm all the time, to the end. Thought he. They, in Pierre's mind, were the soldiers, those who had been at the battery, those who had given him and those who had prayed before the icon. Those strange men he had not previously known, stood out clearly and sharply from everyone else. To be a soldier, just a soldier, thought Pierre as he fell asleep, to enter communal life completely, to be imbued by what makes them what they are. But how to cast off all the superfluous, devilish burden of my outer man? There was a time when I could have done it. I could haul none away from my father, as I wanted to. Or I might have been sent to serve as a soldier after the duel with Bolkonsky and the memory of the dinner at the English club when he had challenged D610 flashed through Pierre's mind, and then he remembered his benefactor at Tours 6K and now a picture of a solemn meeting of the lodge presented itself to his mind. It was taking place at the English club and someone near and dear to him sat at the end of the table. Yes, that is he. It is my benefactor. But he died, thought Pierre. Yes, he died, and I did not know he was alive. How son why I am that he died, and how glad I am that he is alive again. On one side off table sat Anatole, D610 Nesvitsky's Denisov, and others like them. In his dream the category to which these men belonged was as clearly defined in his mind as the category of those he tamed. And he heard those Anatole and Dolokhov, shouting and singing loudly, yet through their shouting the voice of his benefactor was heard speaking all the time, and the sound of his words was as weighty and uninterrupted as the booming on the battlefield, but pleasant and comforting. Pierre did not understand what his benefactor was saying, but he knew the categories of thoughts were also quite distinct in his dream, that he was talking of goodness and the of being what they were. And they with their simple, kind, firm faces surrounded his benefactor on all sides. But though they were kindly, they did not look at Pierre and did not know him. Wishing to speak and to attract their attention, he got up, but at that moment his legs grew cold and bare. He felt ashamed, and with one arm covered his legs from which his cloak had in fact slipped. For a moment as he was rearranging his cloak, Pierre opened his eyes and saw the same roofhouse roofs, posts, and yard, but now they were all bluish, lit up, and glittering with frost or dew. It is dawn, thought Pierre. But that's not what I want. I want to hear and understand my benefactor's orders. Again he cowered himself up with his cloak, but now neither the lodger nor his benefactor was there. There were only thoughts clearly expressed in words, thoughts that someone was uttering or that he himself was formulating. Afterwards, when he recalled those thoughts, Pierre was convinced that someone outside himself had spoken them. Though the impressions of that day had evoked them, he had never, it seemed, to be able to think and express his thoughts like that. When awake to endure war is the most difficult of man's freedom to the law of God, the voice had said. Simplicity is submission to the will of God, you cannot escape from him. And they are simple. They do not talk, but act. The spoken word is silver, but the unspoken is golden. Man can be master of nothing while he fears death, but he who does not fear it possesses all. If there were no suffering, man would not know his limitations, would not know himself. The hardest thing, Pierre went on thinking, or hearing, in his dream, is to be able in your soul to unite the meaning of all. To unite all, he asked himself. No, not to unite. Thoughts cannot be united, but to harness all these thoughts together is what we need. Yes, one must harness them, he repeated to himself with inward rapture, feeling that these words and they alone expressed what he wanted to say, and soul rode the question that tormented him. Yes, one must harness, it is time to harness. Time to harness, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, some voice was repeating. We must harness, it is time to harness. It was the voice of the groom, trying to wake him. The sun shone straight into Pierre's face. He glanced at the dirty inn yard, in the middle of which soldiers were watering their lean horses at the pump while cans were passing out of the gate. Pierre turned away with repugnance, and closing his eyes quickly fell back on the carriage seat. No, I don't want that, I don't want to see and understand that. I want to understand what was revealing itself to me in my dream. 1 second more and I should have understood it all. But what am I to do? Harness, but how can I harness everything? And Pierre felt with horror that the meaning of all he had seen and thought in the dream had been destroyed. The groom, the coachman, and the innkeeper told Pierre that an officer had come with news that the French were already near Mojaisk and that our men were leaving it. Pierre got up and, having told them to harness and oxenake him, went on foot through. The troops were moving on, leaving 10,000 wounded behind them. There were wounded in the yards, at the windows of the houses, and the streets were crowded with them. In the streets, around carts that were to take some of the wounded away, shouts, curses, and blows could be heard. Pierre offered the use of his carriage, which had taken him, to a wounded general he knew, and drove him to Moscow. On the way Pierre was told of the death of his brother-in-law Anatole and of that of Prince Andrew. Chapter X. On the 30th of August Pierre reached Moscow. Close to the gates of the city he was met by Count Rostopchin's adjutant. "We have looking for you everywhere," said the adjutant. "The Count wants to see you particularly. He asks you to come to him at once on a very important matter." Without going home, Pierre took a cab and drove to see the Moscow Commander-in-Chief. Count Rostopchin had only that morning returned to town from his summer at Sock 61 Nikki. The anteroom and reception room of his house were of officials who had ironed some none or had come for orders. Bezukhov and Platov had already seen the Count and explained to him that it was impossible to defend Moscow and that it would hail to surrendered. Though this news was being concealed from the inhabitants, the Omicials, the heads of the various government departments, knew that Moscow would soon in the enemy's hands, just as Count Rostopchin himself knew it, and to escape responsibility they had all come to the governor to ask how they were to deal with their various departments. As Pierre was entering the reception room, a courier from the army came out of Rostopchin's private room. In answer to questions with which he was greeted, the courier made a despairing gesture with his hand and passed through the room. While waiting in the reception room, Pierre with weary eyes watched the various officials, old and young, military and civilian, who were there. They all seemed dissatisfied and uneasy. Pierre went up to a group, one of whom he knew. After greeting Pierre, they continued their conversation. "If they are sent out and brought back again later on, it will do no, but as things are now one can't answer for anything, but you see what he writes." Said another, pointing to a printed sheet he held in his hand. "That's another matter. That's necessary for the people," said the first. "What is it?" asked Pierre. "Oh, it's a fresh broadsheet." Pierre took it and began reading. "His Serene Highness has passed through Modjaysk in order to jam up the troops moving toward him and has taken up a strong position where the enemy will not soon attack him. 48 guns with ammunition have been sent him from here, and His Serene Highness says he will defend Moscow to the last drop of blood and is even ready to fight in the streets. Do not be upset, brothers, that the law courts are closed. Things have to put in order, and we will deal with villains in our own way. When the time comes I shall want town and lads, and I will raise the cry a day or two beforehand, but they are not wanted yet, so I hold my peace. An axe will be useful, a hunting spear not bad, but a three-pronged fork will be of all. A Frenchman is no heavier than a sheaf of rye. Tomorrow after dinner I shall take the Iberian icon of the Mother of God to the wounded in the Catherine Hospital, where we will have some water blessed that will help them to get well quicker. I, too, am well now. One of my eyes was sore, but now I am on the lookout but military men have told me that it is impossible to fight in the town," said Pierre, "and that the position—" "Well, of course. That's what we were saying," replied the first speaker. "And what does he mean by one of my eyes was sore but now I am on the lookout with both?" asked Pierre. "The Count had a sty," replied the adjutant smiling, "and was very much upset when I told him people had come to ask what was the matter with him. By the by, Count," he added suddenly, addressing Pierre with a smile, "we heard that you have family troubles and that the Countess, your wife _I have heard nothing," Pierre replied unconcernedly. "But what you heard?" "Oh, well, you know people often invent things. I only say what I heard, but what did you hear?" "Well, they say," continued the adjutant with the same smile, "the Countess, your wife, is preparing to go abroad." "I expect it's nonsense _possibly, too," remarked Pierre, looking about him absent-mindedly. "And who is that?" he asked, indicating a short old man in a clean blue peasant overcoat, with a big snow-white beard and eyebrows and a ruddy face. "That's a tradesman, that is to say, he's the restaurant keeper, Vrishkajan perhaps you have heard of that affair with the proclamation?" "Oh, so that is Vrishkajan," said Pierre, looking at the calm face of the old man and seeking any indication of his being a traitor. "That's not he himself, that's the of the Andlo who wrote the proclamation," said the adjutant. "The young man is in prison and I expect it will go hard with him." An old gentleman wearing a star and another official, a German wearing a cross round his neck, approached the speaker. "It's a complicated story, you know," said the adjutant. "That proclamation appeared 2 months ago. The Count was informed of it. He gave orders to investigate the matter. Gabriel Ivanovich here made the inquiries. The proclamation had passed through exactly 63 hands. He asked one, 'From whom did you get it?' 'From so-and-so.' He went to the next one. 'From whom did you get it?' and so on till he reached a half-educated tradesman, you know, a pet of a trader," said the adjutant smiling. "They asked him, 'Who gave it you?' And the point is that we knew whom he had it from. He could only have had it from the postmaster." But evidently they had come to some understanding. He replied, "From no one, I made it up myself." They threatened and questioned him, but he stuck to that, "I made it up myself," and so it was reported to the Count, who sent for the man. "From whom did you get the proclamation?" "I wrote it myself." "Well, you know," the Count said the adjutant cheerfully, a smile of pride flared up dreadfully, "and just think of the fellow's audacity, lying, and obstinacy." And the Count wanted him to say it was from Klyukarev. "I understand," said Pierre. "Not at all," rejoined the adjutant in dismay. "Klyukarev had his 01.vn sins to answer for without that, and that is why he has iron banished." But the point is that the Count was much annoyed. "How could you hail written it yourself?" said he, and he took up the Hamburg Gazette that was lying on the table. "Here it is. You did not write it yourself but translated it, and translated it abominably, because you don't even know, you fool. And what do you think?" "No," said he, "I have not read any papers, I made it up myself." "If that's so, you're a traitor and I11 have you tried, and you'll be hanged. Say from whom you had it." "I have seen no papers, I made it up myself." And that was the end of it. The Count had the fetched, but the fellow stuck to it. He was sent for trial and condemned to hard labour, leave. Now the fifth has come to intercede for him. But he is a good-for-nothing lad. You know, that sort of tradesman's son, a dandy and lady killer. He attended some lectures somewhere and imagines that the devil is no match for him. That's the sort of fellow he is. His father keeps a cook shop here by the stone bridge, and you know there was a large icon of God Almighty painted with a scepter in one hand and an orb in the other. Well, he took that icon home with him for a few days, and what did he do? He found some scoundrel of a painter. Chapter 11. In the middle of this fresh tale, Pierre was summoned to the Commander-in-Chief. When he entered the private room, Count, puckering his face, was rubbing his forehead and eyes with his hand. A short man was saying something, but when Pierre entered he speaking and went out. "All, how do you do, great warrior?" said Rostopchin as soon as the short man had left the room. "We have heard of your prowess. But that's not the point. Between ourselves, mon cher, do you belong to the Masons?" he went on severely, as though there was something wrong in it which he nevertheless intended to pardon. Pierre remained silent. "I am well informed, my friend, but I am aware that there are Masons, and I hope that you are not one of those who on pretense of saving mankind wish to ruin Russia." "Yes, I am a Mason," Pierre replied. "There, you see, mon cher. I expect you know that Messrs. Spransky and Magnitsky have been deported to their proper place. Mr. Klyukarev has iron-treated in the same way, and so have others who on the plea of building up the Temple of Solomon have tried to destroy the temple of their fatherland. You can understand that there are reasons for this, and that I could not exile the postmaster had he not been a harmless one person. It has now come to my knowledge that you lent him your carriage for his removal from town, and that you have even accepted papers from him for safe custody. I like you and don't wish you any harm, and, as you are only half my age, I advise you, as a fifth would, to cease all communication with men of that stamp and to leave here as soon as possible." "But what did Klyukarev do wrong, Count?" asked Pierre. "That is for me to know, but not for you to ask, too," shouted Rostopchin. "If he is accused of circulating Napoleon's proclamation, it is not proved that he did so," said Pierre, looking at Rostopchin, "and Vrishkajan__, there we are." Rostopchin shouted at Pierre louder than frowning suddenly. "Vrishkajan is a renegade and a traitor who will be punished as he deserves," said he with the vindictive heat with which people speak when recalling an insult. "But I did not summon you to discuss my actions, but to give you advice, or an order if you prefer it. I beg you to leave the town and break off all communication such men as Klyukarev_, and I will knock the nonsense out of anybody," but probably realizing that he was shouting at Bezukhov, whosoever's not guilty of anything, he added, taking Pierre's hand in a friendly manner, "We are on the eve of a public disaster, and I haven't time to be polite to everybody who has business with me. My head is sometimes in a whirl." Well, mon cher, what are you doing personally? Why, nothing, I answered Pierre without raising his eyes or changing the doubtful one expression of his face. The Count frowned. A word of friendly advice, mon cher. Be off as soon as you can, that's all I have to tell you. Happy he who has ears to hear. Goodbye, my dear fellow. Oh, by the by, he shouted through the doorway after Pierre, is it true that the Countess has into the clutches of the Holy Fathers of the Society of Jesus? Pierre did not answer and left S more sullen and angry than he had ever before shown himself. When he reached home it was already getting dark. Some 8 people had come to see him that evening, the secretary of a committee, the colonel of his battalion, his steward, his major domo, and various petitioners. They all had business with Pierre and wanted decisions from him. Pierre did not understand and was not interested in any of these questions and only answered them in order to get rid of these people. Ivan left alone at last, he opened and read his wife's letter. They, the soldiers at the battery, Prince Andrew killed that old man. Simplicity is submission to God. Suffering is necessary, the meaning of all. One must harness, my wife is getting married. One must forget and understand. And going to his, he threw himself on it without undressing and immediately fell asleep. When he awoke next morning the majordomo came to inform him that a special messenger, a police officer, had come from Count Rostopchin to know whether Count Bezukhov had left or was leaving the town, and a dozen persons who had business with Pierre were awaiting him in the drawing room. Pierre dressed hurriedly and, instead of going to see them, went to the back and out through the gate. From that time till the end of the demolition of Moscow no one of Bezukhov's household, despite all the search they made, saw Pierre again or knew where he was. Chapter 12 The Rost 6 vs remained in Moscow till the 1st of September, that is, till the eve of the enemy's entry into the city. After Pierre had joined Bolkonsky's regiment of Cossacks and left for Bezukhov where that regiment was forming, the Countess was seized with terror. The thought that her sons were at the war, hadn't gone from under her wing, that today or tomorrow either or of them might be killed like the 3 sons of one of her acquaintances, struck her that summer for the first time with cruel clearness. She tried to get Nicholas back and to go herself to join Pierre's or to get him in somewhere in Petersburg, but neither of these proved possible. Pierre could not return unless his regiment did so or unless he was transferred to another regiment on active service. Nicholas was somewhere with the army and had not sent a word since his last letter, in which he had given a detailed account of his meeting with Princess Mary. The Countess did not sleep at night, or when she did fall asleep dreamed that she saw her sons lying dead. After many consultations and conversations, the Count at last devised means to tranquilize her. He got Pierre transferred from regiment to Bezukhov's, which was in training near Moscow. Though Pierre would remain in the service, this transfer would give the Countess the consolation of seeing at least one of her sons under her wing, and she hoped to arrange matters for her Pierre so as not to let him go again, but always get him appointed to places where he could not possibly take part in a battle. As long as Nicholas alone was in danger the Countess imagined that she loved her more than all her other children and even reproached herself for it, but when her youngest, the scapegrace who had been bad at lessons, was always breaking things in the house and making himself a nuisance to everybody, that snub-nosed Pierre with his merry black eyes and fresh rosy cheeks where soft dawn was just beginning to show, when he was thrown on those big, dreadful cruel men who were fighting somewhere about something and apparently finding pleasure in it, then his mother thought she loved him more, much more, than all her other children. The nearer the time came for Pierre to return, the more uneasy grew the Countess. She began to think she would never live to see such happiness. The presence of Sixnia, of her beloved Natasha, or even of her husband irritated her. "Lad, do I want them? I want no one but Pierre," she thought. At the end of August the Rost 6 vs received another letter from Nicholas. He wrote from the province of Volsixnej where he had been sent to procure remounts, but that letter did not set the Countess at ease. Knowing that one son was out of danger, she the more amious Pierre though by the 20th of August nearly all the Rost 6V's acquaintances had left Moscow, and though everybody tried to persuade the Countess to get away as quickly as possible, she would not hear of leaving before her treasure, her adored Petya, returned. On the 28th of August he arrived. The passionate tenderness which his mother received him did not please the 16-year-old officer. Though she concealed from him her intention of keeping him under her wing, Petya guessed her designs, and instinctively fearing that he might give way to emotion when with her, might become womanish as he termed it to himself, he treated her coldly, avoided her, and during his stay in Moscow attached himself exclusively to Natasha, for whom he had always had a particularly brotherly tenderness, almost lover-like. Owing to the Count's customary carelessness, nothing was ready for their departure by the 28th of August, and the carts that were to come from their Ryazan and Moscow estates to remix their household belongings did not till the 30th. From the 28th till the 31st all Moscow was a bustle and commotion. Every day thousands of men wounded at Borodin 6 were brought in by the Dorogomilov gate and taken to various parts of Moscow, and thousands of cans conveyed the inhabitants and their out by the other gates. In spite of Rostopchin's broadsheets, or because of them or independently oft the strangest and most contradictory rumours were current in the town. Some said that no one was to be allowed to leave the city, others on the contrary said that all the icons had been taken out of churches and everybody was to order to leave. Some said there had been another battle near Borodin 6 at which the French had been routed, while others on the contrary that the Russian army had been destroyed. Some talked the Moscow militia which, preceded by the clergy, would go to the Three Hills, others whispered that Augustine had been forbidden to leave, that traitors had been seized, that the peasants were rioting and robbing people on their way from Moscow, and so on. But all this was only talk. In reality, though the Council of Philae at which it was decided to abandon Moscow, had not yet been held, both those who went away and those who remained behind felt, though they did not show it, that Moscow would certainly be abandoned, and that they ought to get away as quickly as possible and save their belongings. It was felt that everything would suddenly break up and change, but up to the 1st of September nothing had done so. As a criminal who is being led to execution knows that he must die immediately, but yet looks about him and straightens the cap that is awry on his head, so Moscow involuntarily continued its wonted life, though it knew that the time of its destruction was near, when the conditions of life to which its people were accustomed to submit would be completely upset. During the 3 days preceding the occupation of Moscow, the whole Rost 6V was absorbed in various activities. The head of the family, Count Ilya Rost 6V, continually drove the city collecting the cultent rumours from all sides and gave superficial and hasty orders at home about the preparations for their departure. The Countess watched the things being packed, was dissatisfied with everything, was constantly in pursuit of Petya, who was always running away from her, and was jealous of Natasha, with whom he spent all his time. S6 knew alone directed the practical side of matters by getting things packed. But of late S6 knew had been particularly sad and silent. Nicholas' letter, in which he mentioned Princess Mary, had elicited, in her presence, joyous comments from the Countess, who saw an intervention of Providence in this meeting of Princess and Nicholas. I was never pleased at Bolkonsky's engagement to Natasha, said the Countess. I always wanted Nicholas to marry the Princess, and had a presentiment that it would happen. I bet a thing it would be. S6 knew felt that this was true, that the only possibility of retrieving the Rost 6V's affairs was by Nicholas marrying a rich woman, and that the Princess was a good match. It was very bitter for her. But despite her grief, or just because of it, she took on herself all the difficult work of directing the storing and packing of their things and was busy for whole days. The Count and Countess turned to her when they had any orders to give. Petya and Natasha, on the contrary, far from helping their parents, were generally a nuisance and a hindrance to everyone. Almost all day long the house resounded with their running feet, their cries, and their spontaneous laughter. They laughed and were gay not because there was any reason to laugh, but because gaiety and mirth were in their hearts, and so everything that evas a cause for gaiety and laughter to them. Pétya was in high spirits because, having left Homo boy, he had returned, as everybody told him, a fine young man, cause he was at home, because he had left Bezukhov where there was no hope of soon taking part in a battle, and had come to Moscow where there was to be fighting in a few days, and chiefly Natasha, whose lead he always followed, was in high spirits. Natasha was gay because she had been sad too long, and now nothing reminded her of the cause of her sadness, and she was feeling well. She was also happy because she had someone to adore her. The adoration of others was a lubricant the wheels of her machine needed to make them run freely, and Pétya adored her. Above all, they were gay because there was a war near Moscow. There would be fighting at the town gates, arms were being given out, was escaping, going away somewhere, and in general something extraordinary was happening, and that is always exciting, especially to the young. Chapter 13. On Saturday, the 31st of August, everything in the Rost 6V's house seemed topsy-turvy. All the doors were open, all the furniture was being carried out or moved, and the mirrors and pictures had been taken down. There were TN_anks in the rooms, and hay, wrapped paper, and ropes were scattered about. The peasants and house serfs carrying out the things were treading heavily on the parquet floors. The yard was crowded with peasant carts, some loaded high and already corded up, others still empty. The footsteps of the many servants and of peasants who had come with the carts resounded as they shouted to one another in the yard and in the house. The Count had been out since morning. The Countess had a headache brought on by all the noise and turmoil, and was lying down in the new sitting with a mega compress on her head. Pétya was not at home. He had gone to visit a friend with whom he meant to obtain a transfer from the militia to the active army. S6 Newell was in the ballroom looking after the packing of the glass and china. Natasha was sitting on the floor of her dismantled room with dresses, ribbons, and scarves strewn all about her, gazing fixedly at the floor and holding in her hands the old ball dress, already out of fashion, which she had worn at her first Petersburg ball. Natasha was ashamed of doing nothing when everyone else was so busy, and several times that morning had tried to set to work, but her heart was not in it, and she could not and did not know how to do anything except with all her heart and all her might. For a while she had stood beside S6 Newell while the china was being packed and tried to help, but soon gave it up and went to her room to pack her 0VN things. At first she found it amusing to give away dresses and ribbons to the maids, but when that was done and what was left had still to be packed, she found it dull. "Dunyasha, you pack. You will, won't you, dear?" And when Dunyasha willingly promised to do it all for her, Natasha sat down on the floor, took her old ball dress, and fell into a reverie quite unrelated to what ought to have occupied her thoughts now. She was roused from her reverie by the talk of the maids in the next room, which was theirs, and by the sound of their hurried footsteps going to the back porch. Natasha got up and looked out of the window. An enormously long row of carts, all of wounded men, had stopped in the street. The housekeeper, the old nurse, the cooks, coachmen, maids, footmen, postilions, and scullions stood at the gate, staring at the wounded. Natasha, throwing a clean pocket handkerchief over her hair and holding an end of it in each hand, went out into the street. The former housekeeper, old Marwanta Kuzminikna, had stepped out of the crowd by the gate, gone up to a cart with a hood constructed of bast mats, and was to a pale young officer who lay inside. Natasha moved a few steps forward and shyly, still holding her handkerchief, and listened to what the housekeeper was saying. "Then you hail nobody in Moscow," she was saying. "You would be more comfortable somewhere in a house in ours, instance. The family are leaving." "I don't know if it would be allowed," replied the officer in a weak voice. "Here is our commanding officer asked him, Z, and he pointed to a stout major who was walking back along the street past the row of cans. Natasha glanced with frightened eyes at the face of the wounded officer and at once went to meet the major. "May the wounded men stay in our house?" she asked. The major raised his hand to his cap with a smile. "Which one do you want, mademoiselle?" said he, screwing up his eyes and smiling. Natasha quietly ate her question, and her face and whole manner were so serious, though she was still holding the ends of her handkerchief, that the Major ceased smiling and after some reflection, as if considering in how far the thing was possible, replied in the affirmative. "Oh yes, why not?" "They may," he said with a slight inclination of her head. Natasha stepped back quickly to Anna Kuzminikna, who talking compassionately to the officer. "They may." "He says they may," whispered Natasha. The cart in Ivik the officer lay was turned into the Rost 6v's yard, and dozens of carts with wounded men began at the invitation of townsfolk to turn into the yards and to draw up at the entrances of the houses in Pavarskaya Street. Natasha was evidently pleased to be dealing with new people outside the ordinary routine of her life. She and Marwanta Kuzminikna tried to get as many of the wounded as possible into their yard. "Your papa must be told, though," said my Kuzminikna. "Never mind, never mind, what does it matter? For one day we can mole into the drawing room. They can have all our half of the house. There now, young lady, you do take things into your head. Even if we put them into the wing, the men's room, or the nurse's room, we must ask Rumislan well, 1211 asked." Natasha ran into the house and went on tiptoe through the half-open door into the sitting room, where there was a smell of vinegar and Hoffman's drops. "Are you asleep, Mamma?" "Oh, what sleep?" said the Countess, waking up just as she was dropping into a doze. "Mamma darling," said Natasha, kneeling by her mother and bringing her face close to her mother's, "I am sorry, forgive me, I'll never do it again, I woke you up. Marwanta Kuzminikna has sent me, they HAL 7e brought some wounded here, officers. Will you let them come? They have nowhere to go." "I knew you dear, let them come," she said quickly all in one breath. "What officers? Whom have they brought?" "I don't understand anything," it said the Countess. Natasha laughed, and the Countess smiled slightly. "I knew you'd give permission, so I'll tell them." And, having kissed her mother, Natasha got up and went to the door. In the hall she met her father, who had returned with bad news. "We've stayed too long," said the Count with involuntary cue. "Zacia Mah Club is closed and the police are leaving." "Papa, is it all right? I've invited some of the wounded into the house," said Natasha. "Of course it is," he answered absently. "That's not the point. Are you not to indulge in trifles now, but to help to pack, and tomorrow we must go. And the Count gave a similar order to the majordomo and the servants. At dinner Petya, having returned home, told them the news he had heard. He said the people had been getting arms in the Kremlin, and that though Rostopchin's broadsheet had said that he will sound a call 2 or 3 days in advance, the order had certainly already been given for everyone to go armed to the Three Hills tomorrow, and that there would be a big battle there. The Countess looked with timid horror at her son's eager, excited as he said this. She realized that if she said a word he's not going to the battle, she knew he enjoyed the thought of the impending engagement. He would say something men, honor, and the fatherland, something senseless, masculine, and obstinate which there would no contradicting, and her plans would be spoiled, and so, hoping to arrange to leave before then and take Petya as their protector and defender, she did not answer, but after dinner called the Count aside and implored him to take her away quickly, that very night if possible. With a woman's involuntary loving cunning, she, who till then had not shown any alarm, said that she would die of fright if they did not leave that very night. Without any pretense she was now afraid of everything. Chapter Madame Skos, who had been out to visit her daughter, increased the Countess' fears still more by telling what she had seen at a spirit dealer's in Musnitsky Street. Returning by that street she had been unable to pass because of a drunken crowd rioting in front of the shop. She had taken a cab and driven home by a side street, and the cabman had told her that the people were breaking open the barrels at the drink store, having received orders to do so. After dinner the whole Rost 6v household set to work with enthusiastic haste, packing their belongings and preparing for their departure. The old count, suddenly setting to work, kept passing from the yard to the house and back again, shouting LSED instructions to the hurrying people, and flurrying them still more. Petya directed things in the yard. S6nya, owing to the count's contradictory orders, lost her head and did not know what to do. The servants ran noisily the house and yard, shouting and disputing. Natasha, with the ardor characteristic of all she did, suddenly set to work. At first her intervention in the business of packing was received skeptically. Everybody expected some prank from her and did not wish to obey her, but she resolutely and passionately demanded obedience, grew angry and nearly cried because they did not heed her, and at last succeeded in making them her. Her first exploit, which cost her immense effort and established her authority, was the packing of the carpets. The count had valuable Gobelin tapestries and Persian carpets in the house. When Natasha set to work, 2 cases were standing open in the ballroom, one almost all up with crockery, the other with carpets. There was also much china standing on the tables, and still more was being brought in from the storeroom. A 3rd case was needed and servants had gone to fetch it. TS6nya, wait a bit, we'll pack everything into these, said Natasha. You can't, miss, we have tried to, said the butler's assistant. No, wait a minute, please. And Natasha began rapidly taking out of the case dishes and plates wrapped in paper. The dishes must go in here among the carpets, said she. Why, it's a mercy if we can get the carpets alone into 3 cases, said the butler's assistant. Oh, wait, please. And Natasha began rapidly and deftly sorting out the things. These aren't needed, said she, putting aside some plates of Kiev ware. These, yes, these must go among the carpets, she said, referring to the Saxony china dishes. Don't, Natasha. It alone. We'll get it all packed, urged S6nya. Reprochally _ what a young lady she is, remarked the majordomo. But Natasha would not give him. She turned everything out and began quickly repacking, deciding that the inferior Russian carpets and unnecessary crockery should not be taken at all. When everything had been taken out of the cases, they recommenced packing, and it turned out that when the cheaper things not worth taking had nearly all been rejected, the valuable ones really did all go into the 2 cases. Only the lid of the case containing the would not shut down. A few more things might have been taken out, but Natasha insisted on having her own way. She packed, repacked, pressed, made the butler's assistant and Petya, whom she had drawn into the business of packing, press on the lid, and made desperate efforts herself. That's Natasha's, said S6nya _ I see you were right, but just take out the top one. I won't, cried Natasha, with one hand holding back the hair that hung over her perspiring face, while with the other she pressed down the carpets. Now press, Petya. Press, Vasilix, press hard, she cried. The carpets yielded and the lid closed. Natasha, clapping her hands, screamed with delight and tears fell from her eyes. But this only lasted a moment. She at once set to work afresh and they now trusted her completely. The count was not angry even when they told him that Natasha had countermanded an order of his, and the servants now came to her to ask whether a cart was sufficiently loaded, and whether it might be corded up. Thanks to Natasha's directions, the work now went on expeditiously, unnecessary things were left, and the most valuable packed as compactly as possible. But hard as they all looked till quite late that night, they could not get everything packed. The countess had fallen asleep and the count, having put off their departure till next morning, went to bed. S6nya and Natasha slept in the sitting without undressing. That night another wounded man was driven down the Pavarskayas, and Mavra Kuzminikna, who was standing at the gate, had him brought into the Rost 6 yard. Kuzminikna concluded that he was a very important man. He was being conveyed in a kalach with a raised hood, and was quite covered by an apron. On the beside the driver sat a venerable old attendant. A doctor and 2 soldiers followed the carriage in a cart. Please come in here. "The masters are going away and the whole house will lie empty," said the old woman to the old attendant. "Well, Raps," said he with a sigh, "we don't expect to get him home alive. We have a house of our own in Moscow, but it's a long way from here, and there's nobody living in it. Do us the honour to come in, there's plenty of everything in the master's house." "Come IW," said Mar-Anta Kuzminikna _ "Is he very ill?" she asked. The attendant made a hopeless gesture. "We don't expect to get him home. We must ask the doctor." And the old servant got down from the and went up to the cart. "All right," said the doctor. The old servant returned to the kalak, looked into it, shook his head disconsolately, told the driver to turn into the yard, and stopped beside Kuzminikna _ "Lord Jesus Christ," she murmured. She invited them to take the wounded man into the house. "The master's on T object," she said. But they had to avoid carrying the man upstairs, and so they took him into the wing and put him in the that had been Madame Skos _ This wounded man was Prince Andrei Bolkonsky. Chapter 15. Moscow's last day had come. It was a clear bright autumn day, a Sunday. The church everywhere were ringing service, just as usual on Sundays. Nobody seemed yet to realize what awaited the city. Only two things indicated the social condition of Moscow: the rabble, that is the poor, and the price of commodities _ an enormous crowd, hands, house serfs, and with whom some officials, seminarists, and gentry were mingled, had gone early that morning to the Three Hills. Having waited there for Rostopchin, who did not turn up, they became convinced that Moscow would be surrendered, and then dispersed all about the town to the public houses and cookshops _ Prices that day indicated the state of emirs _ the price of weapons, of gold, of carts and horses, kept rising, but the value of paper money and city articles kept filling, so that by midday there were instances of caners removing valuable goods, such as cloth, and receiving in payment a half of what they caned. While peasant horses were fetching 500 rubles each, and furniture, mirrors, and bronzes were being given away for nothing in the Rost 6v staid old-fashioned house, the dissolution of former conditions of life was but little noticeable. As to the serfs, the only indication was that 3 out of their huge retinue disappeared during the night, but nothing was stolen, and as to the value of their possessions, the 30 carts that had come in from their estates and which many people envied proved to be extremely valuable, and they were offered enormous sums of money for them. Not only were huge sums offered for the horses and cans, but on the previous evening and early in the morning of the 1st of September, orderlies and servants sent by wounded officers came to the Rost 6vs, and wounded men dragged themselves there from the Rost 6vs and from neighbouring houses where they were accommodated, entreating the servants to try to get them a lift out of Moscow. The majordomo, to whom these entreaties were addressed, though he was sorry for the wounded, resolutely refused, saying that he dare not even mention the matter to the Count. Pity these wounded men as one might, it was evident that if they were given one cart there mould be no reason to refuse another, or all the carts and one's own carriages as well. 30 carts could not save all the wounded, and in the general catastrophe one could not disregard oneself and one's hour, and so thought the major domo on his master's behalf. On waking up that morning, Count Ilya Rost 6v left his bedroom softly, so as not to wake the Countess who had asleep only toward morning, and came out to the porch in his lilac silk dressing gown. In the yard stood the carts ready corded, the carriages were at the front. The majordomo stood at the talking to an elderly orderly and to a pale young officer with a bandaged army. On seeing the Count, the majordomo made a significant and stern gesture to them to go away. "Well, Vasilik, is everything ready?" asked the Count, and stroking his bald head he looked at the officer and the orderly and nodded to them. He liked to see new we can harness at once, Your Excellency. "Well, that's right. As soon as the Countess wakes we'll be off, God willing. Is it, gentlemen?" he added, turning to the officer. "Are you staying in my house?" The officer came nearer and suddenly his face flushed crimson. "Count, I are so good as to allow me _ for God's sake, to get into some corner of one of your carts. I have nothing here with me, I shall be all right on a loaded cart. Before the officer had finished speaking, the orderly made the same request on behalf of his yes, 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 said the Count hastily. "Elle shall very pleased, very pleased. Vasilik, you'll see to it. Just unload 1 or 2 carts." "Well, what if it do what's necessary," said the Count, muttering some indefinite order. But at the same moment an expression of warm gratitude on the officer's face had already sealed the order. The Count looked around him. In the yard, at the gates, at the window of the wings, wounded officers and their orderlies were to be seen. They were all looking at the Count and moving toward the porch. "Please step into the gallery, Your Excellency," said the majordomo. "You had your orders, the pictures." The Count went into the house with him, repeating his order not to reflc the wounded who asked for a lift. "Well, never mind, some of the things can unloaded," he added in a soft, confidential voice, as though afraid of being overheard. At 9 o'clock the Countess woke up, and Matrona Timofeevna, who had been her lady's maid before her marriage and now performed a sort of chief gendarme's duty for her, came to say that Madame Skos was much offended and the young ladies' addresses could not be left on inquiry. The Countess learned that Madame Skos was offended because her trunk had been taken down from its can and all the loads were being uncorded and the luggage taken out of the cans to make room for wounded men, whom the Count in the simplicity of his heart had ordered that they should take with them. The Countess sent for her husband. "What is this, my dear? I hear that the luggage is being unloaded. You know, love, I wanted to tell you. Countess dear, an officer came to me to ask for a few carts for the wounded. After all, ours are things that can be bought, but look what being left behind means to them. Really now, in our own yard, we asked them in ourselves and there are omises among them. You know, I think, my dear, let them taken. Where's the hurry?" The Count spoke timidly, as he always did when talking of money matters. The Countess was accustomed to this tone as a precursor of news of something detrimental to the children's interests, such as the building of a new gallery or conservatory, the inauguration of a private theatre or an orchestra. She was accustomed always to oppose anything announced in that timid tone and considered it her duty to do so. She assumed her dolefully submissive manner and said to her husband, "Listen to me, Count, you have managed matters so that we are getting nothing for the house, and now you wish to throw away all the children's property. You said yourself that we have 100,000 mbles worth of things in the house. I don't consent, my dear, I don't. Do as you please. It's the government's business to look after the wounded, they know that. Look at the Lopukins opposite, they cleared out everything 2 days ago. That's what other people do, it's only we who are such fools. If you have no pity on me, have some for the children." Flourishing his arms in despair, the Count left the room without replying. "Papa, what are you doing that for?" asked Natasha who had followed him into her mother's. "Nothing. What business is it of yours?" muttered the Count angrily. "But I heard," said Natasha why does mam object? "What business is it of yours?" cried the Count. Natasha stepped up to the window and pondered. "Papa, here's Berg coming to see us," said she, looking out of the window. Chapter W.I. Berg, the Rost 6 vs son-in-law, was already a colonel wearing the orders of Vladimir and Anna, and he still filled the quiet and agreeable post of assistant to the head of staff of the assistant commander of the 1st Division of 2nd Army. On the 1st of September he had come to Moscow from the army. He had nothing to do in Moscow, but he had noticed that everyone in the army was asking for leave to visit Moscow and had something to do there. So he considered it necessary to ask for leave of absence for family and domestic reasons. Berg drove up to his father-in-law's house in his spruce little trap with a pair of sleek roans, exactly like those of a Snine prince. He looked attentively at the cans in the yard and while going up to the porch out a clean handkerchief and tied a knot in it. From the anteroom Berg ran with smooth though impatient steps into the drawing-room, where he embraced the Count, kissed the hands of Natasha and S6 and hastened to inquire after Mama's health. "Health, at a time like this," said the Count. "Come, tell us the news. Is the army retreating or will there another battle? God Almighty alone can decide the end of our fatherland." "Papa," said Berg, "the army is burning with a spirit of heroism and the leaders, so to say, have now assembled in council. No one knows what is coming. But in general I can tell you, Papa, that such a heroic spirit, the truly antique valor of the Russian army, which it, he corrected himself, has shown or displayed in the battle of the 26th, there are no odds worthy to do it justice. I tell you, Papa," he smote himself on the breast as a general he had heard speaking had done, but Berg did it a trifle late, for he should have struck his breast at the odds Russian army. "I'll tell you frankly that we, the commanders, from having to urge the men on or anything of that kind, could hardly restrain those those exploits of antique valor," he went on rapidly. "General Barclay de Tolly risked his life everywhere at the head of troops, I can assure you. Our corps was stationed on a hillside. You can imagine." And Berg related all that he remembered of the various tales he had heard those days. Natasha watched him with an intent gaze that confused him, as if she were trying to find in his face the answer to some question. "Altogether such heroism as was displayed by the Russian warriors cannot imagined or adequately praised," said Berg, glancing round at Natasha, and as if anxious to conciliate her, replying to her intent look with a smile. "Russia is not in Moscow, she lives in the hems of her sons." "Isn't it so, Papa?" said he. Just then the Countess came in from the sitting-room with a weary and dissatisfied expression. Berg hurriedly up, kissed her hand, asked her health, and, swaying his head from side to side to express sympathy, remained standing beside her. "Yes, Mama, I tell you sincerely that these are hard and sad times for every Russian. But why are you so amious? You have still time to get away. I can't think what the servants are about," said the Countess, turning to her husband. "I have just told that nothing is ready yet. Somebody after all must see to things. One Mrs. Mitenkar at such times. There won't be any end to it." The Count was to say something, but evidently restrained himself. He got up from his chair and went to At that moment Berg drew out his handkerchief as if to blow his nose and, seeing the knot in it, pondered, shaking his head sadly and significantly. "And I have a great favour to ask of you, Papa," said he. Said the Count, and stopped. "I was driving past Yusupov's house just now, too," said Berg, with the steward, a man I know, ran out and asked me whether I wouldn't buy something. I went in out of curiosity, you know, and there is a small chiffonier and a dressing table. You know how dear Vera invented a chiffonier like that and how we had a dispute about it." At the mention of the chiffonier and dressing table Berg involuntarily changed his tone to one of pleasure at his admirable domestic arrangements. "And it's such a beauty. It pulls out and has a secret English drawer, you know. And dear Vera has long wanted one. I wish to give her a surprise, you see. I saw so many of those peasant carts in your yard. Please let me have one, I will pay the man and—" The Count frowned and coughed. "Ask the Countess, I don't give orders." "If it's inconvenient, please don't," said Berg "only I so wanted it, for dear Vera's sake." "Oh, go to the devil, all of you." "To the devil, the devil, the devil!" cried the old Count. "My head's in a whirl." And he left the room. The Countess began to cry. "Yes, Mama. Yes, these are very hard times," said Berg Natasha left with her father and, as if finding it difficult to reach some decision, first followed him and then ran downstairs. Petya was in the search engaged in giving out weapons to the servants who were to Moscow. The loaded carts were still standing in the yard. 2 of them had been uncorded and a wounded officer was climbing into one of them held by an orderly. "Do you know what it's about?" Petya asked Natasha. She understood that he meant what were their parents quarrelling about. She did not answer. "It's cause Papa wanted to give up all the carts to the wounded," said Petya. "Vasilik told me. I consider I consider," Natasha suddenly almost shouted, turning her angry face to Petya. "I consider it so H01 tied, so abominable, so I don't know what. Are we despicable Germans?" Her throat quivered with convulsive sobs and, afraid of weakening and letting the force of her anger run to waste, she tumbled and lushed headlong up the stairs. Berg was sitting beside the Countess consoling her with the respectful attention of a relative. The Count, pipe in hand, was pacing up and down the room, when Natasha, her face distorted by anger, burst in like a tempest and approached her mother with rapid steps. "It's horrid! It's abominable!" she screamed. "You can't possibly have ordered it." Berg and the Countess looked at her, perplexed and frightened. The Count stood still at the window and listened. "Mamma, it's impossible, see what is going on in the yard," she cried. "They will be left, what's the matter with you? Are they? What do you want?" "Why, the wounded." "It's impossible, Mamma. It's monstrous." No, Mamma darling, it's not the thing. Please forgive me, darling. Mamma, what does it matter what we take away? Only look what is going on in the yard. Mamma. It's impossible. The Count stood by the window and listened without turning round. Suddenly he sniffed and put his face closer to the window. The Countess glanced at her daughter, saw her thrill of shame for her mother, saw her agitation, and understood why her husband did not come to look at her now, and she glanced round quite disconcerted. "Oh, do as you like. Am I hindering anyone?" she said, not surrendering at once. "Mamma, darling, forgive me." But the Countess pushed her daughter away and went up to her husband. "My dear, you order what is right you know I don't understand about it," said she, dropping her eyes. The eggs are teaching the hen," muttered the Count through tears of joy, and he embraced his wife who was glad to hide her look of shame on his breast. "Papa! Mamma! May I see to it? May I?" asked Natasha. "We will still take all the most necessary things." The Count nodded affirmatively, and Natasha, at the rapid pace at which she used to run when playing at tag, rattled through the ballroom to the anteroom and downstairs into the yard. The servants gathered round Natasha, but could not believe the strange order she brought them until the Count himself, in his wife's name, confirmed the order to give up all the cans to the wounded and take the trunks to the storerooms. They that order the servants set to work at this new task with pleasure and zeal. It no longer seemed strange to them, but on the contrary it seemed the only thing that could be done, just as a quarter of an hour it had not seemed strange to anyone that the wounded should be left behind and the goods carted away, but that had seemed the only thing to do. The whole household, as if to atone for not having done it, set eagerly to work at the new task of placing the wounded in the cans. The wounded dragged themselves out of the rooms and stood with pale but happy faces round the carts. The noise that cans were to had spread to the neighbouring houses, from which wounded men began to come into the Rost 6 vs Yarkel. Many of the wounded asked them not to unload the cans but only to let them sit on the top of the things. But the work of unloading, once started, could not be arrested. It seemed not to matter whether all or only half things were left. Cases full of china, bronzes, pictures, and mirrors that had so carefully packed the night before now lay the yard, and still they went on searching for and finding possibilities of unloading this or that and letting the wounded have another and yet another cart. "We can take 4 more men," said the steward. "They can hail my trap, or else what is to become of them?" "Let them have my can," said the Countess. "Dunyasha can go with me in the carnage." They unloaded the cart and sent it to take wounded men from a house. 2 of the whole household, servants included, was bright and animated. Natasha was in a state of rapturous excitement such as she had not known for a long time. "What could we fasten this Omo?" asked the servants, trying to fix a trunk on the narrow footboard hinder carriage. "We must keep at least one cart." "What's in it?" asked Natasha. The Count's leave it, Vasilik will put it away. It's not wanted. The phaeton was full of people and there was a doubt as to where Count Peter could sit. "On the you'll sit on the won't you, Petya?" cried Natasha. S6 knew too was busy all this time, but the aim of her efforts was quite different from Natasha, as she was putting away the things that had to be left behind and making a list of them as the Countess wished, and she tried to get as much taken away with them as possible. Chapter We Before 2 in the afternoon the Rost 6 vs 4 carriages, packed frill and with the horses harnessed, stood at the front door. One by one the carts with the wounded had moved out of the yard. The calash in which Prince Andrew was being taken attracted S6 New's attention as it passed the front porch. With the help of a maid she was arranging a seat for the Countess in the huge high coach that at the entrance. "Whose calash is that?" she inquired, leaning out of the carriage window. "Why, didn't you know, miss?" replied the maid. "A wounded prince, he spent the night in our house and is going with us." "But who is it? What's his name?" It's our intended that was, Prince Bolkonsky himself. "They say he is dying," replied the maid with a sigh. S6 New jumped out of the coach and ran to the Countess. The Countess, tired out and already dressed in shawl and bonnet for her journey, was pacing up and down the drawing room, waiting for the household to assemble for the usual silent prayer with closed doors for starting. Natasha was not in the mamma said S6 New, "Prince Andrew is here, mortally wounded he is going with us." The Countess opened her eyes in dismay and, seizing S6 New's arm, glanced around Natasha, she murmured. At that moment this news had only one significance for of them they knew their Natasha, and alarm as to what would happen if she heard this news stifled all sympathy for the man they both liked. "Natasha does not know yet, but he's going with us," said S6 New. "You say he is dying?" S6 New nodded. The Countess put her arms around S6 New and began to cry. The ways of God are past finding out, she thought, feeling that the almighty hand, hitherto unseen, was becoming manifest in all that was now taking place. "Well, mamma? Everything is ready." "What is the matter?" asked Natasha, as with animated face she ran into the nothing. "I answered the Countess, if everything is ready let us start." And the Countess bent over her reticule to hide her agitated face. S6 New embraced Natasha and kissed her. Natasha looked at her inquiringly. "What is it? What has happened?" "Nothing. No. Is it something very bad for me?" "What is it?" persisted Natasha with her quick intuition. 6 New sighed and made no reply. The Count, Petya, Madame Skos, Ma and Kuzminiknaz and Vasilik came into the drawing room and, having closed they all sat down and remained for some moments silently seated without looking at one another. The Count was the first to rise, and with a loud sigh crossed the icon. All the others did the same. Then the Count embraced Mavra Kuzminikna and Vasilik, who were to remain in Moscow, and while they caught at his hand and kissed his shoulder he patted their backs lightly with some vaguely affectionate and comforting words. The Countess entered into the oratory and there S6 New found her on her knees before the icons that had been left here and there hanging on the wall. The most precious ones, with which some family tradition was connected, were being taken with them. In the porch and in the yard the men whom Petya had armed with swords and daggers, with trousers tucked inside their high and belts and girdles tightened, were taking leave of those remaining behind. As is always the case at a departure, much had forgotten or put in the wrong place, and for a long time men servants stood one on each side of the open door and the carriage steps waiting to help the Countess in, while maids lushed with cushions and bundles from the house to the carriages, the calash, the phaeton, and back again. "They always will forget everything," said the Countess. "Don't you know I can't sit like Dunyasha, with clenched teeth?" If without replying but with an aggrieved look on her face, hastily got into the coach to rearrange the seat. "Oh, those servants," said the Count, swaying his head. Fire the old coachman, who was the only one the Countess trusted to drive her, sat up high on the box and did not so much as glance round at what was going on him. From 30 years' experience he knew it would be some time yet before the order, "Be off in God's name," would be given him, and he knew that even when it was said he would be stopped once or twice more while they sent back to fetch something that had been forgotten, and even after that he would again be stopped and the Countess herself would lean out of the window and beg him for the love of heaven to drive carefully down the hill. He knew all this and therefore waited calmly for what would happen, more patience than the horses, especially the near one, the chestnut who was pawing the ground and champing his bit. At last all were seated, the carriage steps were folded and pulled up, the door was shut, somebody was sent for a travelling case, and the Countess leaned out and said what she had to say. Then Efim deliberately doffed his hat and began crossing himself. The postilion and all the other servants did the same. "Off, in God's name," said Efim, putting on his hat. "Start." The postilion stalled the horses, the off-pole horse tugged at his collar, the high springs creaked, and the body of coach swayed. The footman sprang onto the box-off-moving coach which jolted as it passed out off yard onto the uneven roadway, the other vehicles jolted in their turn, and the procession of carriages moved up the street. In the carriages, the calaik and the feet-queue all crossed themselves as they passed the church opposite the house. Those who were to remain in Moscow walked on either side of the vehicles seeing the travellers off. Rarely had Natasha experienced so joyful one a feeling as now, sitting in the carriage beside the Countess and gazing at the slowly receding walls of forsaken, agitated Moscow. Occasionally she leaned out of the carriage window and looked back and then forward at the long train of wounded in front of them. Almost at the head-off line she could see the raised hood of Prince Andrei's kalach. She did not know who was in it, but each time she looked at the procession her eyes sought that kalach. She knew it was right in front in Kalydrino. From the Presnya and Podnovinsk streets came several other trains of vehicles similar to the Rost 6 Vs, and as they passed along the Sad 6 Via street the carriages and carts formed 2 rows abreast. As they were going round the Stakharov water tower, Natasha who was inquisitively and alertly scrutinizing the people driving or walking past, suddenly cried out in joyful surprise, "Dear me! Mama, S6nya, look, it's he!" "Who? Who?" "Look." "Yes, on my word, it's Bezukhov," said Natasha, putting her head out of the carriage and staring at a tall, stout man in a coachman's long coat, who from his manner of walking and moving was evidently a gentleman in disguise, and who was passing under the arch of the Sukharev Tower accompanied by a small, sallow-faced, beardless old man in a frieze coat. "Yes, it really is Bezukhov in a coachman's coat, with a queer-looking old boy." "Really?" said Natasha, "look, look." "No, it's not he." "How can you talk such nonsense?" "Mama," screamed Natasha, "I'll stake my head it's he. I assure you." "Stop, stop," she cried to the coachman, but the coachman could not stop, for from the Meshkansky street came more carts and carriages, and the Rost 6 Vs were being shouted at to move on and not block the way. However, though now much farther off than before, the Rost 6 Vs all saw Pierre, or someone extraordinarily like him, in a coachman's coat, gummed down the street with head bent and a serious beside a small, beardless old man who looked a footman. That old man noticed a thrust out of the carriage window gazing at them, and Respectsthel 11Y touching Pierre's elbow said something to him and pointed to the carnage. Pierre, evidently engrossed in thought, could not at first understand him. At length, when he had understood and looked in the direction the old man indicated, he recognized Natasha, and following his first impulse instantly and rapidly toward the coach, but having taken a dozen steps he seemed to remember something and stopped. Natasha's face, leaning out of the window, beamed with quizzical kindliness. "Peter Kyrilovich, come here. We have recognized you." "This is wonderful," she cried, holding out her hand to him. "Are you doing Why are you like this? Pierre took her outstretched hand and kissed it awkwardly as he walked along beside her while the coach still moved. What is the matter, Count? Asked the Countess in a surprised and commiserating tone. What? /hat. Why? Don't ask me, said Pierre, and looked round at Natasha, whose radiant, happy expression, of which he was conscious without looking at her, filled him with a yearning in Moscow. Then Pierre hesitated. In Moscow, he said in a questioning tone. Yes, in Moscow. If only I were a man. I'd certainly stay with you. How splendid, said Natasha. Mama, if you'll let me, I'll stay. Pierre glanced absently at Natasha and Evas to say something, but the Countess interrupted him. You were at the battle, we heard. Yes, I was, Pierre answered. There will be another battle tomorrow. Natasha interrupted him. But what is the matter with you, Count? You are not like yourself. He began, but oh, don't ask me, don't ask me. I don't know myself. Tomorrow but no. Goodbye, he muttered. It's an ale one time, and dropping behind the carriage he stepped onto the pavement. Natasha continued to lean out of the window for a long time, beaming at him with her kindly, slightly quizzical, happy smile. Chapter 18. For the last 2 days, since leaving home, Pierre had been living in the empty house of his deceased benefactor, Bezukhov. This is how it happened. When he woke up on the morning after his return to Moscow and his interview with Count Rostopchin, he could not for some time make out where he was and what was expected of him. He was informed that among others awaiting him in his reception room there was a Frenchman who had brought a letter from his wife, the Countess Helene. He felt suddenly overcome by that sense of convulsion and hopelessness to which he was apt to succumb. He felt that everything was now at an end, all was in confusion and crumbling to pieces, that nobody was right or wrong, the future held nothing, and there was no escape from this. Smiling unnaturally and muttering to himself, he first sat down on the sofa in an attitude of despair, then rose, went to the of the reception and peeped through the crack, resumed flourishing his arms, and up a book. His majordomo came a second time to say that the Frenchman who had brought the letter from the Countess was very anxious to see him if only for a minute, and that someone from Bezukhov's widow had called to ask Pierre to take charge of her husband SB0KS, as she herself was leaving for the country. Oh, yes, a minute, wait or no. No, of course go and say I will come directly, Pierre replied to the majordomo. But as soon as the man had left the room Pierre took up his hat which was lying on the table and went out of his study by the other door. There was no one in the passage. He went along the whole length of this passage to the stairs and, frowning and rubbing his forehead with hands, went down as far as the first landing. The hall porter was standing at the front. From the landing where Pierre stood there was a second staircase leading to the back entrance. He went down that staircase and out into the yard. No one had seen him, but there were some carriages waiting, and as soon as Pierre stepped out of the gate the coachman and the yard porter noticed him and raised their caps to him. When he felt he was being looked at he behaved like an ostrich which hides its head in a bush in order not to be seen. He hung his head and quickening his pace went down the street. Of all the affairs awaiting Pierre that day the sorting of Joseph Bezukhov's books and papers appeared to him the most necessary. He hired the first cab he met and told the driver to go to the Patriarch's Ponds, where the widow Bezukhov's house Evas continually turning round to look at the routes of loaded carts that were making their way from all sides out of Moscow, and balancing his bulky body so as not to slip out of the ramshackle old vehicle, Pierre, experiencing the joyful feeling of a boy escaping from school, began to talk to his driver. The man told him that arms were being distributed today at the Kremlin and that tomorrow everyone would sent out beyond the Three Hills gates and a great battle would be fought. Having reached the Patriarch's Ponds Pierre found the Bezukhov's house, where he had not been for a long time past. He went up to the gate. Gerasim, that sallow beardless old man Pierre had seen at Tours 6 5 years with Joseph Bezukhov, came out in answer to his knock at home, asked Pierre. Owing to the present state of things, Sophia has gone to the Tours 6K estate with the children, your excellency. I will come in all the same, I have to look through the books, said Pierre. Be so as to step in. Marko Alexievich, the brother of my late master, may the kingdom of heaven be his, has remained here, but he is in a weak state, as you know, said the old servant. Pierre knew that Marko Alexievich was Joseph Bezukov's half-insane brother and a hard drinker. Yes, I know. Let us go im __, said Pierre, and entered the 1K use _, a tall bald-headed old man with a red nose, wearing a dressing gown and with galoshes on his bare feet, stood in the anteroom. On seeing Pierre he muttered something angrily and went away along the passage. He was a very clever man, but has now grown quite feeble, as your honour sees, said Gerasim _, will you step into the study? Pierre nodded. As it was sealed up, so it has remained, but Sophia Danilovna gave orders that if anyone should come from you they were to hail the. Pierre went into that gloomy study which he had entered with such trepidation in his benefactor's lifetime. The room, dusty and untouched since the death of Joseph Bezukhov, was now gloomy. Gerasim opened one off shutters and left the room on tiptoe. Pierre went round the study, approached the cupboard in which the manuscripts were kept, and took out what had once been one of most important, the Holy of Holies off order. This was the authentic Scotch Acts with Bezukhov's notes and explanations. He sat down at the dusty m.titting table, and, having laid the manuscripts opened them out, closed them, finally pushed them away, and resting his head on his hand sank into meditation. Gerasim looked cautiously into the study several times and saw Pierre always sitting in the same attitude. More than 2 hours passed and Gerasim took the liberty of making a slight noise at the door to attract his attention, but Pierre did not hear him. Is the cabman discharged? Your 1 Oh yes, said Pierre, rousing himself and rising hurriedly. Look here, he added, taking Gerasim by a button of his coat and looking down at the old man with moist, shining, and ecstatic eyes. Say, do you know that there is going to be a battle tomorrow? We heard so, replied the man. I beg you not to tell anyone who I am, and to do what I ask you. Yes, your excellency, replied Gerasim _, will you hail something to eat? No, but I want something else. I want peasant clothes and a pistol, said Pierre, unexpectedly blushing. Yes, your excellency, said Gerasim after thinking for a moment. All the rest of that day Pierre spent alone in his benefactor's study, and Gerasim heard him pacing restlessly from one corner to another and talking to himself, and he spent the night on a bed made up for him there. Gerasim, being a servant who in his time had seen many strange things, accepted Pierre's taking up his residence in the house without surprise, and seemed pleased to have someone to wait on. That same evening, without even asking himself what they were wanted for, he procured a coachman's coat and cap for Pierre, and promised to get him the pistol next day. Marko Alexievich came twice that evening, shuffling along in his galoshes and stopped and looked ingratiatingly at Pierre. But as soon as Pierre turned toward him he wrapped his dressing gown around him with a shamefaced and angry look and hurried away. It was when Pierre, wearing the coachman's coat which Gerasim had procured for him and had disinfected by steam, was on his way with the old man to buy the pistol at the Sukharev market that he met the Rost 6 vs. Chapter 19. Kutuzov's order to retreat through Moscow to the Ryazan road was issued at night on the 1st of September. The first troops started at once, and during the night they marched slowly and steadily without hurry. At daybreak, however, those nearing the town at the Dorogomilov bridge saw ahead of them masses of soldiers crowding and hurrying across the bridge, ascending on the opposite side and blocking the streets and alleys, while endless masses of troops were bearing down on them from and an unreasoning hurry and alarm overcame them. They all rushed forward to the bridge, onto it, and to the fords and the boats. Kutuzov himself had driven round by side streets to the other side of Moscow. By 10 o'clock in the morning of the 2nd of September, only the rear guard remained in the Dorogomilov suburb, where they had ample room. The main army was on the other side of Moscow or beyond it. At that very time, at 10 in the morning of the 2nd of September, Napoleon was standing among his troops on the POC 16 NNY hill looking at the panorama spread out him. From the 26th of August to the 2nd of September, that is from the Battle of Borodin 6 to the entry of French into Moscow, during the whole of that agitating, memorable week, there had been the extraordinary autumn weather that always comes as a surprise, when the sun hangs low and gives more heat than in spring, when everything shines so brightly in the rare clear atmosphere that the eyes smolt, when the lungs are strengthened and refreshed by inhaling the aromatic autumn air, when even the nights are warm, and when in those dark warm nights, golden stars startle and delight us continually by falling from the sky at 10 in the morning of the 2nd of September. This weather still held. The brightness of the moment was magical. Moscow seen from the POC 16 NNY hill lay spaciously spread out with her river, her gardens, and her churches, and she seemed to be living her usual life, her cupolas glittering like stars in the sunlight. The view of the strange city with its rococo architecture, such as he had never seen before, filled Napoleon with the rather envious and uneasy curiosity men feel when they see an alien form of life that has no knowledge of them. This city was evidently living with the of its own life. By the indefinite signs which, even at a distance, distinguish a living body from a dead one, Napoleon from the POC 16 NNY hill perceived the throb of life in the town and felt, as it were, the breathing of that great and body. Every Russian looking at Moscow feels her to be a mother, every foreigner who sees her, even if ignorant of her significance as the mother city, must feel her feminine character, and Napoleon felt it. Cette ville asiatique auxiliary innombrables églises, Moscow la Sainte. La voilà donc enfin, cette fameuse ville. 11 at 8 temps, said he, and dismounting he ordered a plan of Moscow to be spread out before him, and summoned Leon de Ideville, the interpreter. A town captured by the enemy is like a maid who has lost her honor, thought he. He had said so to Tuchkov at Smolensk. From that point of view he gazed at the oriental beauty he had not seen before. It seemed strange to him that his long-felt wish, which had seemed that ecstatic city of innumerable churches, holy Moscow. Here it is at last, that famous city. It was high time unattainable, had at last Iron realized. In the clear morning light he gazed now at the city and now at the plan, considering its details, and the assurance of possessing it agitated and awed. But could it otherwise, he thought. Here is this capital at my feet. Here is Alexander now, and of what is he thinking? A strange, beautiful, and majestic city, and a strange and majestic moment. In what light must I appear to them, thought he, thinking of his troops. Here she is, the reward for all those faint-hearted men, he reflected, glancing at those near him and at the troops who were approaching and forming up. One word from me, one movement of my hand, and that ancient capital of the Tsars old perish, but my clemency is always ready to descend upon the vanquished. I must be magnanimous and truly great. But no, it can't be true that I am in Moscow, he suddenly thought. Yet here she is lying at my feet, with her golden domes and crosses scintillating and twirling in the sunshine. But I shall spare her. On the ancient monuments of barbarism and despotism I will inscribe great words of justice and mercy. It is just this which Alexander will feel most painfully. I know him. It seemed that the chief of what was taking place lay in the struggle between himself and Alexander. From the height of the Kremlin, yes, there is the Kremlin, yes, I will give them just laws, I will teach them the meaning of true civilization, I will make generations of boyars their conqueror with love. I will tell the deputation that I did not, and do not, desire war, that I waged war only against the false policy of their king, that I love and respect Alexander, and that in Moscow I will accept terms of peace worthy of myself and of me people. I do not wish to utilize the fortunes of war to humiliate an honored monarch. Boyars, I will say to them, I do not desire war, I desire the peace and welfare of all my subjects. However, I know their presence inspire me, and I shall speak to them as I always do, clearly, impressively, and majestically. But can it be true that I am in Moscow? Yes, there she lies. Question on Emma Main les Boyards, 99 said he to his suite. A general with a brilliant suite galloped off at once to fetch the Boyards. 2 hours Pascal Napoleon had lunched and was again standing in the same place on the POC 16 NNY hill awaiting the deputation. His to the Boyards had already taken definite shape in his imagination. That Srek was full of dignity and greatness as Napoleon he was himself carried away by the tone of magnanimity he intended to adopt toward Moscow. In his imagination he appointed days for assemblies at the palace of the Tsars, at which Russian notables and his own would mingle. He mentally appointed a governor, one who would win the hearts of the people. Having learned that there were many charitable institutions in Moscow, he mentally decided that he would shower favors on them all. He thought that, as in Africa he had to put on a burnous and sit in a mosque, so in Moscow he must be beneficent like the Tsars. And in order finally to touch the hearts of Russians, and being like all Frenchmen unable to imagine anything sentimental without a reference to ma chaya, ma tendre, ma pauvre mère, he decided that he would place an inscription on all these establishments in large letters: "This establishment is dedicated to my dear mother." Or no, it should simply, Maison de ma mère 101, he concluded. But am I really in Moscow? Yes, here it lies before me, but why is the deputation from the city so long in appearing? He wondered. Bring the Boyards to me. My dear, my tender, my poor mother. House of my mother. Meanwhile an agitated consultation was being carried on in whispers among his generals and marshals at the rear of his suite. Those sent to fetch the deputation had returned with the news that Moscow was empty, that everyone had left it. The faces of those who were not conferring together were pale and perturbed. They were not alarmed by the fact that Moscow had been abandoned by its inhabitants, grave as that fact seemed, but by the question how to tell the emperor, without putting him in the terrible position of appearing ridiculous, that he had been awaiting the Boyards so long in vain, that there were drunken mobs left in Moscow but no one else. Some said that a deputation of some sort must be scraped together, others disputed that opinion and maintained that the emperor should first be carefully and skillfully prepared, and then told the truth. He have to be told, all the same, said some gentlemen of the suite. But, gentlemen, the position was the more awkward because the emperor, meditating upon his magnanimous plans, was pacing patiently up and down before the outspread map, occasionally glancing along the road to Moscow from under his lifted hand with a bright and proud smile. But it's impossible declared the gentlemen of the suite, shrugging their shoulders but not venturing to utter the implied word, le ridicule. At last the emperor, tired of futile expectation, his actor's instinct suggesting to him that the sublime moment, having iron too long drawn out, was beginning to lose its sublimity, gave a sign with his hand. A single report of a signalling gun followed, and the troops, who were already spread out on different sides of Moscow, moored into the city through the Kalliga and Dorogomilov gates. Faster and faster, lying with one another, they moved at the double or at a trot, vanishing amid the clouds of dust they raised and making the air ring with a roar of mingling shouts. Drawn on by the movement of his troops, rode with them as far as the Dorogomilov gate, but there again stopped and, dismounting from his horse, paced for a long time by the Kamikaze-011's ski rampart, awaiting the deputation. Chapter XX. Meanwhile Moscow was empty. There were still people in it, perhaps a 50th part of its former inhabitants had remained, but it was empty. It was empty in the sense that a dying queenless hive is empty. In a queenless hive no life is left, though to a superficial glance it seems as much alive as other hives. The bees circle round a queenless hive in the hot off midday sun as gaily as around the living hives. From a distance it smells of honey like the others, and bees fly in and out in the same way. But one has only to have seen that hive to realize that there is no longer any life in it. The bees do not fly in the same way. The smell and the sound that meet the beekeeper are not the same. to the beekeeper's tap on the wall of the sick instead of the former instant unanimous humming of tens of thousands of with their moments cheateningly compressed, and producing by the rapid vibration of their wings an aerial living sound, the only reply is a disconnected buzzing from different parts of the descent hive. From the alighting board, instead of the fomra spirituous fragrant smell of honey and venom, and the warm whiffs of crowded life, comes an odor of emptiness and decay mingling with the smell of honey. There are no longer sentinels sounding the alarm with their abdomens raised, and ready to die in defense of hive. There is no longer the measured quiet sound of throbbing activity, ilk the sound of boiling water, but diverse discordant sounds of disorder. In and out of the hive long black robber bees smeared with honey fly timidly and shiftily. They do not sting, but crawl away from danger. Formerly only bees laden with honey flew into the hive, and they flew out empty, now they fly out laden. The beekeeper opens the lower part of the hive and peers in instead of black, glossy by toil, cling to one another's legs and drawing out the wax, with a ceaseless hum of use to hang in long clusters down to the floor of the hive. Drowsy shriveled bees crawl about separately in various directions on the floor and eye valves of the hive. Instead of a neatly glued floor, swept by the bees with the finning of their wings, there is a floor littered with bits of wax, excrement, dying bees scarcely moving their legs, and dead ones that have not been cleared away. The beekeeper opens the upper part of the hive and examines the super. Instead of serried rows sealing up every gap in the combs and keeping the brood warm, he sees the skill one complex structures of the combs, but no longer in their former state of purity. All is neglected and foul black bees are swiftly and stealthily prowling the combs, and the shone home shriveled and listless as if they were old, creep slowly about without trying to hinder the having lost all motive and all sense of life. Drones, wasps, and butterflies knock awkwardly against the walls of the hive in their flight. Here and there among the cells containing dead brood and honey an angry buzzing can sometimes heard. Here and there a couple of bees, by force of habit and custom cleaning out the brood cells, if with efforts beyond their strength laboriously drag away a dead or bumblebee without knowing why they do it. In another corner 2 old bees are languidly fighting, or cleaning themselves, or feeding one another, without themselves knowing whether they do it with friendly or hostile intent. In a third place a crowd of bees, crushing one another, attack some victim and fight and smother it, and the victim, enfeebled or killed, drops from slowly and lightly as a feather, among the heap of corpses. The keeper opens the 2 center partitions to examine the brood cells. In place of the former close dark circles formed by thousands of sitting back to back and guarding the high mystery of generatica, he sees hundreds of dull, listless, and sleepy shells of eyes underscore they have almost all died unawares sitting in the sanctuary they had guarded and which is now no more. They reek of decay and death, only a few oft hem still move, rise, and feebly fly to settle on the enemy's hand, lacking the spirit to die stinging him. The rest are dead and as lightly as fish scales. The beekeeper closes the hive, chalks a mark on it, and when he has time tears out its contents and burns it clean. So in the same way Moscow was empty when Napoleon, weary, uneasy, and morose, paced up and down in front of Kamikaze-011's ski rampart, awaiting what to his mind was a necessary, if but formal, observance of the proprieties, a deputation. In various corners of Moscow there still remained AFRW people aimlessly moving about, following their old habits and hardly aware of what they were doing. Hen with due circumspection. Napoleon was informed that Moscow was empty. He looked angrily at his informant, turned away, and silently continued to walk to and fro. "My carriage," he said. He took his seat beside the aide-de-camp on duty and drove into the suburb. Moscow deserted. He said to himself, what an incredible event. He did not drive into the tour but put up at an inn in the Dorogomilov suburb. The coup d'etat had not come off. Chapter XXI. The Russian troops were passing through Moscow from 2 o'clock at night till 2 m the afternoon and bore away with them the wounded and the last of the inhabitants who were leaving. The greatest crush during the mm of the troops took place at the Stone, Moskva, and Yaza bridges. While the troops, dividing into two parts when passing around the Kremlin, were thronging the Moskva and the stone bridges, a great many soldiers, taking advantage of stoppage and congestion, turned back from the bridges and slipped stealthily and silently past the church of Vasily the Beatified and under the Borovitsky gate, back up the hill to the Red Square where some instinct told them they could easily take things not belonging to them. Crowds of the kind seen at cheap sales filled all the passages and alleys of the bazaar. But there were no dealers with voices of ingratiating affability inviting customers to enter, there were no hawkers, nor the usual motley crowd of female purchasers, but only soldiers, in uniforms and overcoats though without muskets, entering the bazaar empty-handed and silently making their way out through its passages with bundles. Tradesmen and their assistants, of whom there were but few, moved about among the soldiers quite irregularly. They unlocked their shops and locked them up again, and themselves carried goods away with the help of their assistants. On the square in front of the bazaar were drummers beating the muster call. But the roll-off drums did not make the looting soldiers run in the direction of the drum as formerly, but made them, on the contrary, run farther away. Among the soldiers in the shops and passages some men were to be seen in grey coats, with closely shaven heads. Two officers, one with a scarf over his uniform and mounted on a lean, dark grey horse, the other in an overcoat and on foot, stood at the corner of Ilyinka Street, talking. A third officer galloped up to them. The general orders them all to driven out at once, without fear. This is outrageous. Half the men have dispersed. Where are you off to? Where? He shouted to three infantrymen without muskets who, holding up the skins of their overcoats, were slipping past him into the bazaar passage. Stop, you rascals! But how are you going to stop them? Replied another officer. There is no getting them together. The army should push on before the rest, that's all. How can one push on? They are stuck there, wedged on the bridge, and don't move. Shouldn't we put a cordon round to prevent the rest from running away? Come, go in there and drive them out, shouted the senior officer. The officer in the scarf dismounted, called up a drummer, and went with him into the arcade. Some soldiers started running away in a group. A shopkeeper with red pimples on his cheeks near the nose, and a calm, persistent, calculating expression on his plump face, hurriedly and ostentatiously approached the officer, swinging his arms. Your Honor, said he. Be so good as to protect us. We won't grudge trifles, you are welcome to anything, we shall be delighted. Pray, I'll fetch a piece of cloth at once for such an honourable gentleman, or even 2 pieces with pleasure. For we feel how it is, but all this, sheer robbery. If you please, could not guards be placed if only to let us close the shop? Several shopkeepers crowded round the officer. What twaddle, said one of them, a thin, stern-looking man. When one's head is gone one doesn't weep for one's hair. Take I've it any oath you like. And flourishing his arm energetically he turned sideways to the officer. It's all very well for you, Ivan Sid 6RYCHZ to talk, said the first tradesman angrily. Please step inside, Your Honor. Talk indeed, cried the thin one. In my 3 shops here I have 100,000 rubles worth of goods. Can they be saved when the army has gone? What people? Against God's might our hands can't fight. Come inside, Your Honor, repeated the tradesman, bowing. The officer perplexed and his face showed indecision. It's not my business, he exclaimed, and strode on quickly down one of the passages. From one open shop came the sound of blows and vituperation, and just as the officer came up to it a man in a grey coat with a shaven head was flung out violently. This man, bent double, mshed past the tradesman and the officer. The officer on the soldiers who were in the shops, but at that moment screams reached them from the huge crowd on the Moskva bridge and the officer ran out into the square. What is it? Hat is it? He asked, but his comrade was already galloping off past Vasily the Beatified in the direction from which the screams came. The officer mounted his horse and rode after him. When he reached the bridge he saw two guns, the infantry crossing the bridge, several overturned cans, and frightened and laughing faces among the troops. Beside the carman a cart was standing to which two horses were harnessed. 4 bourgeois with collars were pressing close to the wheels. The cart was loaded, and at the very top, beside a child's chair with its legs in the air, sat a woman uttering piercing and desperate shrieks. He was told by his fellow officers that the screams of the crowd and the shrieks of women were due to the fact that General 610V, come up to the crowd and learning that soldiers were dispersing among the shops while crowds of civilians blocked the bridge, had ordered your guns to unlimbered and made a show of firing at the bridge. The crowd, crushing one another, upsetting carts, and shouting and squeezing desperately, had cleared off the bridge and were now moving forward. Chapter XXII. Meanwhile, the city itself was deserted. There was hardly anyone in the streets. The gates and shops were all closed, only here and there round the taverns solitary shouts or drunken songs could be heard. Nobody drove through the streets and footsteps were rarely heard. The Pavarskaya was quite still and decent. The huge courtyard of Rost 6V's house was littered with wisps of hay and with dung from the horses, and not a soul was to be seen there. In the great drawing room of house, which had been left all it contained, were two. They were the yard porter Ignat, and the page boy Mishka, Vasily W.'s grandson who had stayed in Moscow with his grandfather. Mishka had opened the clavichord and was strumming on it with one finger. The yard porter, his arms akimbo, stood smiling with satisfaction before the large mirror. "Isn't it FME, Uncle Ignat?" said the boy, suddenly beginning to the keyboard with both hands. "Only fancy," answered Ignat, surprised at the broadening grin on his in the mirror. "Impudence! Impudence!" They heard behind them the voice of May.Dr. Kuzminikna, who had entered silently. "How he's grinning, the fat mug! Is that what you're here for? Nothing's cleared away down there and Vasilik is out, just you wait a bit." Ignat left off smiling, adjusted his belt, and went out of the room with meekly downcast eyes. "Aunt, I did it gently," said the boy. "R11 give you something gently, you monkey you," cried Dr. Kuzminikna, raising her arm threateningly. "Go and get the samovar to inil for your grandfather." Kuzminikna flicked the dust off the clavichord and closed it, and with a deep sigh left the drawing room and locked its main door. Going out into the yard she paused to consider where she should go next, to drink tea in the servants' wing with Vasilik, or into the to put away what still lay about. She heard the sound of quick footsteps in the quiet street. Someone stopped at the gate, and the latch rattled as someone tried to open it. Nfr Kuzminikna went to the gate. "Who do you want?" "The Count, Kornelia Andreevich Rost 6V_, and who are you?" "An officer, I have to see Hinu," came the reply in a pleasant, well-bred Russian voice. Kuzminikna opened the gate and an officer of 18, with the round visor for Rost 6V, entered the yard. "They have gone away, sir." "Went away yesterday at vesper time," said Mora Kuzminikna cordially. The young officer standing in the gateway, as if hesitating whether to enter or not, clicked his tongue. "All, how annoying," he muttered. "I should have come yesterday." "All, what a pity." Meanwhile, Marwanta Kuzminikna was attentively and sympathetically examining the familiar Rost 6V features of the young man's face, his tattered coat and trodden down. "What did you want to see the Count for?" she asked. "Oh well, it can't helped," said he in a tone of vexation and placed his hand on the gate as if to leave. He again paused in indecision. "You see," he suddenly said, "I am a kinsman of the Count's and he has been very kind to me. As you see," he glanced an amused air and good-natured smile at his coat and boots, "my things are out and I have no money, so I was going to ask the Count Kuzminikna did not let him finish just wait a minute, sir." "One little moment," said she. And as soon as the officer let go of the gate handle she turned and, hurrying away on her old legs, went through the backyard to the servants' quarters. W. Heil Marvta Kuzminikna Evas running to her. The officer walked about the yard gazing at his woman out with lowered head and a smile on his lips. What a pity I've missed uncle. A nice old woman. Has she none of too? And how am I to find the nearest way to overtake my regiment, which must by now be getting near the Rogsiksky gate, thought he. Just then Marwanta Kuzminikna appeared from behind the corner of the house with a frightened yet resolute look, carrying a rolled-up check kerchief in her hand. While still a few steps from the officer, she unfolded the kerchief and took out of it a white 25-ruble signet and hastily handed it to him. If His Excellency had been at home, as a kinsman he you old of course, but as it is. Kuzminikna grew abashed and confessed. The officer did not decline, but took the note quietly and thanked her. If Count had been at home. __Mar1. Kuzminikna went on xylogetically Christ be with you, sir. May God preserve you, said she, bowing as she saw him out, swaying his head and smiling as if amused at himself. The officer ran almost at a trot through the deserted streets toward the Yaitsa bridge to overtake his regiment. But Kuzminikna at the closed gate for some time moist eyes, pensively swaying her head and feeling an unexpected flow of motherly tenderness and pity for the unknown young officer. Chapter 23 From an unfinished house on the Varvarka, the ground floor of which was a dramshope, came drunken shouts and songs. On benches round the tables in a dirty little sat some 10 factory hands. Tipsy and perspiring, with dim eyes and mouths, they were all laboriously singing some song or other. They were singing discordantly, arduously, and with great effort, evidently not because they wished to sing, but because they wanted to show they were drunk and on a spree. One, a tall, fair-haired lad in a clean blue coat, was standing over the others. His face, its fine straight nose, would have been handsome had it not been for his thin, compressed, twitching lips and dull, gloomy, fixed eyes. Evidently possessed by some idea, he stood over those who were SMGMG, and solemnly and jerkily flourished above their heads his white arm with the sleeve turned up to the elbow, trying unnaturally to spread out his dirty fingers. The sleeve of his coat kept slipping down and he always carefully rolled it up again with his left hand, as if it were most important that the sinewy white arm he was flourishing should be bare. In the midst of song cries were heard, and fighting and blows in the passage and porch. The tall lad waved his arm. "Stop it," he exclaimed peremptorily. "There's a fight, lads." And, still rolling up his sleeve, he went out to the porch. The factory hands followed him. These men, who under the leadership of tall lad were drinking in the dramshope that Mong had brought the publican some skins from the actory and for this had drink served them. The blacksmiths from a neighbouring smithy, hearing the sounds of revelry in the tavern and supposing it to have been broken into, wished to force their way into, and a fight in the porch had resulted. The publican was fighting one of the smiths at the door, and when the workman came out, the smith, wrenching himself free from the mernkeeper, fell face downward on the pavement. Another smith tried to enter the doorway, pressing against the publican with his chest. The lad that turned up sleeve gave the smith a blow in the and cried wildly, "They are fighting us, lads." At that moment the first smith got up and, scratching his bruise to make it bleed, shouted in a tearful police. "Murder, _____, they've killed a man, lads. Oh, gracious me, a man to death, killed," screamed a woman come out of a gate close by. A crowd gathered round the blood-stained smith. "You robbed people enough, taking their last shirts," said a voice addressing the publican. "What whore you killed a man for, you thief?" The tall lad, standing in the porch, turned his bleared eyes from the publican to the smith and back again as if considering whom he ought to fight now. "Murderer," he shouted suddenly to the publican, "bind him, lads." "I dare say you would like to bind me," shouted the publican, pushing away the men advancing on him, and snatching his cap from his head he flung it on the ground. As if this action had some mysterious and menacing significance, the workmen surrounding the publican paused in indecision. I know the law very well, mates. I'll take the matter to the captain of police. You think I won't get to him? Robbery is not permitted to anybody nowadays, shouted the publican, picking up his cap. Come along then. Come along then, the publican and the tall young Anglo repeated one after the other, and they moved up the street together. The blood-stained smith went them. The factory hands and others followed behind, talking and shouting at the corner of the Morosica, opposite a large house with closed shutters and bearing a signboard, a score of worn-out, gloomy-faced Ike Zero makers, wearing overalls and long tattered coats. He should pay folks off properly, a thin workingman, with frowning brows and a straggly beard, was saying. But he's sucked our blood and now he thinks he's quit of us. He's been misleading us all the week, and now that he's brought us to this pass he's made off. On seeing the crowd and the blood-stained man, the workmen ceased striking, and with eager curiosity all joined the moving crowd. Where are all the folks going? Why, to the of course. I say, is it true that we whore iron iraten? And what did you think? Look what folks are say MG. Questions and answers were heard. The publican, taking advantage of the increased crowd, dropped behind and returned to his Torwin _ the tall youth, not noticing the disappearance of his foe, waved his bare arm and went on talking incessantly, attracting general attention to himself. It was around him that the chiefly crowded, expecting answers from him to the questions that occupied all their minds. He must keep order, keep the law, that's what the government is there for. Am I not right, Christians? Said the tall youth, with a scarcely perceptible smile. He thinks there's no government. How can one do without government? Or else there would be plenty who rob. Why talk nonsense? Rejoined voices in the crowd. Will they give up Moscow like this? They told you that for Flan, and you believed it. Aren't there plenty of troops on the march? Let him in, indeed. That's what the government is for. You'd better listen to what people are saying, said some of the mob to the tall youth. By the wall of Chinatown a smaller group of rabble were gathered round a man in a frieze coat who held a paper in his hand. A new case, they are reading a new case. Reading a new case, cried voices in the crowd, and the rabble rushed toward the reader _ the man in the frieze coat was reading the broadsheet of the 31st of August. When the crowd collected round him he seemed conlsed, but at the demand of the tall lad who had pushed his way up to he began in a rather tremulous voice to read the sheet from the beginning. Early tomorrow I shall go to His Serene Highness. He read, Sire in Highness, said the tall fellow with a triumphant smile on his lips and a frown on his brow, to consult with him to act, and to aid the army to exterminate these scoundrels. We will take part. The reader went on, and then paused. Do you see, shouted the youth victoriously, lies gum to clear up the whole affair for you? In destroying them, and will send these visitors to the devil. I will come back to dinner, and we'll set to work. We will do, completely do, and undo these scoundrels. The last words were read out in the midst of complete silence. The tall lad hung his head gloomily. It was evident that no one had the last part. In particular, the words I will come back to dinner evidently displeased both reader and audience. The people's minds were tuned to a high pitch, and this was simple and needlessly comprehensible. It was what any one of them might have said, and therefore was what a new case emanating from the highest authority should not say. They all despondent and silent. The tall youth moved his lips and swayed from side to side. We should ask him _ that's he himself. _ yes, ask him indeed. _ why not? He'll explain. Voices in the rear of the crowd were suddenly heard saying, and the general attention turned to the Iculus superintendent's trap, which drove into the square attended by 2 mounted dragoons, the superintendent of who had gone that morning by Count Rostopchin's orders to burn the barges, and had in connection with that matter acquired a large sum of money which was at that moment in his pocket, on seeing a crowd bearing down upon him told his coachman to stop. What people are these? He shouted to the men, who were moving singly and timidly in the direction of his trap. What people are these? He shouted again, receiving no answer. Your Honour replied the shopman in the frieze coat, Your Honour, in accord with the proclamation of His Highest Excellency the Count, they desire to serve, not sparing their lives, and it is not any kind offriot, but as His Highest Excellence said. The Count has not left, he is here, and an order will issued concerning you, said the Superintendent of Police. Go on, he ordered his coachman. The crowd halted, pressing around those who had heard what the superintendent had said, and looking at the departing trap. The Superintendent of Police turned round at that moment with a scared look, said something to his and his horses increased their speed. It's a fraud, lads. Lead the way to him, himself, shouted the tall youth. Don't let him go, lads. Let him answer us. Keep him, shouted different people, and the people dashed in pursuit of the trap. Following the Superintendent of Police and talking loudly, the crowd went in the direction of the Lubyanka Street. There now, the gentry and merchants have gone away and left us to rish. Do they think we're dogs? Voices in the crowd were heard saying more and more frequently. Chapter XV. On the evening of the 1st of September, after his interview with Kutuzov, Count Rostopchin had returned to Moscow mortified and offended because he had not invited to attend the Council of War, and Kutuzov had paid no attention to his offer to take part in the defense of the city, amazed also at the novel outlook revealed to him at the camp, which treated the tranquility of the capital and its patriotic fervour as not merely secondary but quite irrelevant and unimportant matters. Distressed, offended, and surprised by all this, Rostopchin had returned to Moscow. After supper he lay down on without undressing, and was awakened soon after midnight by a courier bringing him a letter from Kutuzov. This letter requested the Count to send police officers to guide the troops through the town, as the army was retreating to the Ryazan road beyond Moscow. This was not news to he had known that Moscow would be abandoned not merely since his interview the previous day with Kutuzov on the POK 16 NNY hill but ever since the Battle of Borodin 6, for all the generals who came to Moscow after that battle had said unanimously that it was impossible to fight another battle, and since then the government property had been removed every night, and half the inhabitants had left the city with Rostopchin's OU.N permission. Yet all the same this information astonished and irritated the Count, coming as it did in the form of a simple note with an order from Kutuzov, and received at night, breaking in on his beauty sleep. W. Hen later on in his memoirs Count explained his actions at this time. He repeatedly says that he was then actuated by two important considerations, to maintain tranquility in Moscow and expedite the departure of the inhabitants. If one accepts this twofold aim, all Rostopchin's actions appear irreproachable. Tvh high were the holy relics, the arms, ammunition, gunpowder, and stores of com not removed. Were thousands of inhabitants into believing that Moscow would not be given up, and thereby ruined? To preserve the tranquility of the city, explains Count Rostopchin, why were bundles of useless papers from the government offices, and Lepik's balloon and other articles removed. To leave the town empty, explains Count Rostopchin, one need only admit that public tranquility is in danger and any action finds a justification. All the horrors of the Reign of Terror were based only on solicitude for public tranquility. On what, then, was Count Rostopchin's fear for the tranquility of Moscow based in 1812? What reason was there for assuming any probability of an uprising in the city? The inhabitants were leaving it and the retreating troops were filling it. Should that cause the masses to riot? Neither in Moscow nor anywhere in Russia did anything resembling an insurrection ever. When the enemy entered a hotel, more than 10,000 people were still in Moscow on the 1st and 2nd of September, and except for a mob in the governor's courtyard, assembled there at his bidding, nothing happened. It is obvious that there would have been even less reason to expect a disturbance among the people if after the Battle of Borodin 6, when the surrender of Moscow became certain or at least probable, Rostopchin, instead of exciting the people by distributing arms and broadsheets, had taken steps to remove all the holy relics, the gunpowder, munitions, and money, and had told the population plainly that the town would be abandoned. Rostopchin, though he had patriotic sentiments, was a sanguine and impulsive man who had always ed in the highest administrative circles and had no understanding at all of the rabble he supposed himself to be guiding. Ever since the enemy's entry into Smolensk he had in imagination been playing the role of director of the popular feeling of the heart of Russia. Not only did it seem to him, as to all administrators, that he controlled the external actions of Moscow's inhabitants, but he also thought he controlled their mental attitude by means of his broadsheets and posters, written in a coarse tone which the people despise in their own class and do not understand from those in authority. Rostopchin was so pleased with the fine role of leader of feeling, and had grown so used to it, that the necessity of relinquishing that role and abandoning Moscow without any heroic display took him unawares, and he suddenly felt the ground slip away from under his feet, so that he positively did not know what to do. Though he knew it was coming, he did not till the last moment wholeheartedly believe that Moscow would be abandoned, and did not prepare for it. The inhabitants left against his wishes. If government offices were removed, this was only done on the demand of officials to whom the Count yielded reluctantly. He was absorbed in the role he had created for himself, as is often the case with those gifted with an ardent imagination. Though he had long known that Moscow would be abandoned, he knew it only with his intellect. He did not believe it in his heart and did not adapt himself mentally to this new position of affairs. All his painstaking and energetic activity, in how far it was useful and had any effect on the is another question, had been simply directed toward arousing in the masses his own feeling of patriotic hatred of the French. But when events assumed their true historical character, when expressing hatred for the French in words proved insufficient, when it was not even possible to express that hatred by fighting a battle, when self-confidence was of no avail in relation to the one question before Moscow, when the whole streamed out of Moscow as one man, abandoning their belongings and profiting by that negative action all the depth of the national feeling, then the role chosen by Rostopchin suddenly appeared senseless. He unexpectedly felt himself ridiculous, weak, and alone, with no ground to stand on. Awakened from his sleep, he received that cold, peremptory note from Kutuzov. He felt the more ill-titated the more he felt himself to blame. All that he had been specially put in charge of, the state property which he should have removed, was still in Moscow, and it was no longer possible to take the whole of it away. Who is to blame for it? Lo has let things come to such a pass, he ruminated. Not I, of course. I had everything ready. I had Moscow firmly in hand. And this is what they have let it come to. Villains. Traitors, he thought, without clearly defining who the villains and traitors were, but feeling it necessary to hate those traitors whoever they might who were to blame for the false and ridiculous in which he found himself. All that night Count issued orders, for which people came to him from all parts of Moscow. Those him had never seen the Count so morose and irritable. Your Excellency, the director of the Registrar's department has sent for intimations from the consistory, from the Senate, from the university, from the Foundling Hospital. The suffragan has sent asking for information. What are your orders about the fire brigade? From the governor of prison, from the superintendent of the lunatic asylum all night long such announcements were continually being received by the Count. To all these inquiries he gave brief and angry replies, indicating that orders from him were not now needed, that the whole affair, prepared by him, had now been mined by somebody, and that somebody would have to bear the whole responsibility for all that might happen. Tell that he said in reply to the question from the Registrar's department, that he should remain to guard his documents. Now why are you asking silly questions? The fire brigade. They whore horses, let them be off to Vladimir, and not leave them to the French. Your Excellency, the superintendent of the lunatic asylum has come. What are your commands? My commands. Let them go away, that's let the lunatics out into the town. When lunatics command our armies, God evidently means these other madmen to be free. In reply to an inquiry the convicts in the prison, Count Rostopchin shouted angrily at the governor, do you exhort me to give you 2 battalions, which we have not a convoy? Release them, that's all about it. Your Excellency, There are some political prisoners, Meshk 6v, Vrishkajan_Vrishkajan. Hasn't he hanged yet? Shouted Rostopchin_ bring him to me. Chapter XXV. Toward 9 o'clock in the morning, when the troops were already moving through Moscow, nobody came to the count any more for intimations. Those who were able to get away were going of their own accord, those who remained behind decided for themselves what they must do. The count ordered his carriage that he might drive to Sok 61 Nike Eyes and sat in his study with folded hands, morose, sallow, and taciturn. In quiet and untroubled times it seems to every administrator that it is only by his efforts that the whole population under his iml is kept going, and in this consciousness of being indispensable every administrator finds the chief reward of his labor and efforts. N.% the sea of history remains calm. The ruler administrator in his frail bark, holding on with a hook to the ship of the people and himself moving, naturally imagines that his efforts move the ship he is holding on to. But as soon as a storm arises and the sea begins to heave and the ship to move, such a delusion is no longer. The ship moves independently with its own enormous motion, the bee at hook no longer reaches the moving vessel, and suddenly the administrator, instead of appearing a ruler and a source of power, becomes an insignificant, useless, feeble man. Rostopchin felt this, and it was this which exasperated him. The superintendent, of whom the crowd had stopped, went in to see him at the same time as an adjutant, who informed the count that the horses were harnessed. They were pale, and the superintendent of police, after that he had executed the instructions he had received, informed the count that an immense crowd had collected in the courtyard and wished to see him. Without saying a word, Rostopchin rose and walked hastily to his light, luxurious drawing room, went to the balcony door, took hold of the handle, let it go again, and entered to the window from which he had a better view of the whole crowd. The tall lad was standing in front, flourishing his arm and saying something with a stern look. The blood-stained smith stood beside him with a gloomy air. Drone of voices was audible through the closed window. Is my carriage ready? Asked, stepping back from the window. It is, Your Excellency, replied the adjutant. Rostopchin went again to the balcony. But what do they want? He asked the superintendent of police. Your Excellency, they say they have got ready, according to your orders, to go against the French, and they shouted something about treachery. But it is a turbulent crowd, Your Excellency, I hardly managed to get away from it. Your Excellency, I venture to suggest you may go. I don't need you to tell me what to do, exclaimed Rostopchin angrily. He stood by the balcony door looking at the crowd. This is what they have done with Russia. This is what they have done with me, thought he, full of an irrepressible fire that welled up within him against the someone to whom what was happening might attributed. As often happens with passionate people, he was mastered by anger but was still seeking an object on which to vent it. Here is that mob, the dregs of the, he thought as he gazed at the crowd, rabble they have roused by their folly. They want a victim, he thought as he looked at the tall lad flourishing his arm, and this thought occurred to him just because he himself desired a victim, something on which to vent his rage. Is the carriage ready? He asked again. Yes, Your Excellency. What are your orders, Vrishkajan? He is waiting at the Izerch, said the adjutant. All, exclaimed Rostopchin, as if struck by an unexpected recollection, and rapidly opening the door he went resolutely out onto the balcony. The talking instantly ceased, hats and caps were doffed, and all eyes were raised to the count. Good morning, lads, said the count briskly and loudly. Thank you for coming. I'll come out to you in a moment, but we must first settle with the villain. We must punish the villain who has caused the ruin of Moscow. Wait for me. And the count stepped as briskly back into the room and slammed the door behind him. A murmur of approbation and satisfaction ran through the crowd. He'll settle with all the villains, you'll see. And you said the French. He'll show you what law is, the mob was saying as if reproving one another for their lack of confidence. A few minutes later an officer came hurriedly out of the front door, gave an order, and the dragoons formed up in line. The crowd moved eagerly from the balcony toward the porch. Rostopchin, coming out there with quick angry steps, looked hastily around as if seeking where is he inquired. And as he spoke he saw a young man come round the corner of the house, 2 dragoons. He had a long thin neck, and his head, that had been half shaved, was again covered by short hair. This young man was dressed in a threadbare blue cloth coat lined with fox that had once been smart, and dirty hempen convict trousers, over which were pulled his thin, dirty, trodden-down boots. On his thin, weak legs were heavy chains which hampered his insolute movements. "All," said Rostopchin, hurriedly turning away his eyes from the young man in the coat and pointing to the bottom step of the porch. "Put him there." The young man in his clattering chains stepped clumsily to the indicated, holding away with one finger the coat collar which chafed his neck, turned his long neck twice this way and that, sighed, and submissively folded before him his thin hands, unused to work for several seconds while the young man was taking his place on the step. The silence continued. Only among the back rows of the people, who were all pressing toward the one spot, could sighs, groans, and the shumming of feet heard. Hull, waiting for the young man to take his place on the step, stood frowning and rubbing his face with his hand. "Lads," said he, with a metallic ring in his voice. "This man, Vrishkajan, is the scoundrel by whose doing Moscow is perishing." The young man in the fur-lined coat, stooping a little, stood in a submissive attitude, his fingers clasped his emaciated young face, disfigured by the half-shaven head, hung down hopelessly at the Count's first words. He raised it slowly and looked up at him as if wishing to say something or at least to meet his eye, but did not look at him. A vine in the young man's long thin neck swelled like a cord and went blue behind the ear, and suddenly his face flushed. All eyes were fixed on him. He looked at the crowd, and rendered more hopeful by the expression he read on there, he smiled sadly and timidly, and lowering his head shifted his feet on the step. "He has betrayed his Tsar and his country, he has gone over to Bonaparte. He alone of all the Russians has disgraced the Russian name, he has caused Moscow to perish," said Rostopchin in a sharp, even voice, but suddenly he glanced down at Vrishkajan, who continued to stand in the same submissive attitude. As if inflamed by the sight, he raised his arm and addressed the people, almost shouting, "Deal with him as you think fit. I hand him over to you." The crowd remained silent and only pressed closer and closer to one another. To keep one another back, to breathe in that stifling atmosphere, to be unable to stir, and to await something unknown, uncomprehended, and telltale, was becoming unbearable. Those standing in front, who had seen and heard what had taken place before them, all stood with wide-open eyes and mouths, straining with all their strength, and held back the crowd that was pushing them. "Beat him. Let the traitor perish and not disgrace the Russian name," shouted Rostopchin. "Cut him down. I command it." Hearing not so much the words as the angry tone of Rostopchin's voice, the crowd moaned and heaved forward, but again paused. "Count," exclaimed the timid yet theatrical voice of Vrishkajan in the midst of the momentary silence that ensued, "Count. One God is us." He lifted his head and again the thick lean in his thin neck filled with blood and the colour rapidly came and went in his face. He did not finish what he wished to say. "Cut him down. I command it," shouted Rostopchin, suddenly grown pale. "Vrishkajan draw," cried the dragoon officer, drawing his own. Another still stronger wave flowed through the crowd and reaching the front ranks carried it swaying to the very steps of the porch. The tall youth, with a stony look on his face, and rigid and uplifted arm, stood aside Vrishkajan sabre him, the dragoon officer almost whispered. And one of the soldiers, his face all at once distorted with ffry, struck Vrishkajan on the head with the blunt side of his sabre. "All," cried Vrishkajan in meek surprise, looking round with a frightened glance as if not understanding why this was done to him. A similar moan of surprise and horror rattled through the crowd. "O Lord!" exclaimed a sorrowful voice. but after the exclamation of surprise that had escaped from Bezukhov he uttered a plaintive cry of pain, and that cry was fatal. The barrier of human feeling, strained to the utmost, that had held the crowd in check suddenly broke. The crime had begun and must now be completed. The plaintive moan or reproach was drowned by the threatening and angry roar of the crowd. Like the seventh and last wave that shatters a ship, that last irresistible wave burst from the rear and reached the front ranks, carrying them off their feet and engulfing them all. The dragoon was to repeat his blow. Bezukhov, with a cry of horror, covering his head with his hands, rushed toward the crowd. The tall youth, against whom he stumbled, seized his thin neck his hands and, yelling wildly, fell with him under the fret of the pressing, struggling crowd. Some beat and tore at Bezukhov, others at the tall youth, and the screams of those that were being trampled on and of those who tried to rescue the tall lad only increased the fury of the crowd. It was a long time before the dragoons could extricate the bleeding youth, beaten almost to death, and for a long time, despite the feverish haste with which the mob tried to end the work that had begun, those who were hitting, throttling, and tearing at Bezukhov were unable to kill him, for the crowd pressed from all sides, swaying as one mass with them in the center and rendering it impossible for them either to kill him or let him go. Hit him with an axe, crushed. Traitor, he sold Christ still alive tenacious. Serves him right. Torture serves a thief right. Use the hatchet, what, still alive. Only when the victim ceased to struggle and his cries changed to a long-drawn, measured death rattle did the crowd around his prostrate, bleeding corpse begin rapidly to change places. Each one came up, glanced at what had done, and with horror, reproach, and astonishment pushed back again. "O Lord! The people are like wild. How could he be alive?" voices in the crowd could be heard saying. "Quite a young fellow must have a merchant's som. What men, and they say he is not the right one. How not the right one, O Lord. And there's another has been too. They say he's nearly done for. Oh, the people. Aren't they afraid of sinning?" Said the same mob now, looking with pained distress at the dead body with its long, thin, half-severed neck and its livid face stained with blood and dust. A painstaking I-11 ice officer, considering the presence of a corpse in His Excellency's courtyard unseemly, told the dragoons to take it away. 2 dragoons took it by its distorted legs and dragged it along the ground. The gory, dust-stained, half-shaven head with its long neck trailed twisting along the ground. The crowd shrank back from it. At the moment when Bezukhov fell and the crowd closed in with savage yells and swayed him, Rostopchin suddenly turned pale and, instead of going to the back entrance where his carriage awaited, went with hurried steps and bent head, not knowing where and why, along the passage leading to the rooms on the ground floor. The Count's face was white and he could not control the feverish twitching of his lower jaw. "This way, Your Excellency." Where are you going? This way, please. Said a trembling, frightened voice behind him. Count Rostopchin was unable to reply and, turning obediently, went in the direction indicated. At the back entrance stood his Kalak. The distant roar of the yelling crowd was audible even there. He hastily his seat and told the coachman to drive him to his country house in Sok 61 Nikki W. Hen. They reached the Myasnitsky Street and could no longer hear the shouts of the mob. The Count began to repent. He remembered with dissatisfaction the agitation and fear he had betrayed before his subordinates. "The mob is terrible, disgusting," he said to himself in French. "They are ilk wolves whom nothing but flesh can appease. Count. One God is us." Words suddenly recalled to him, and a disagreeable shiver ran down his back, but this was only a momentary feeling and Count Rostopchin smiled disdainfully at himself. "I had other duties," thought he. The people had to be praised. Many other victims have perished and are perishing for the public good, and he began thinking of his social duties to his family and to the city entrusted to him, and of himself, not himself as Theodore Vasilovich Rostopchin. He fancied that Theodore Vasilovich Rostopchin was sacrificing himself for the public good, but himself as governor, the representative of authority and of the Tsar. Had I ironed simply Theodore Vasilovich, my course of action would have been quite different, but it was my duty to safeguard my life and dignity as commander-in-chief. Lightly swaying on the flexible springs of his carriage and no longer hearing the temple sounds of crowd, Rostopchin grew physically calm and, as always, as soon as he became physically tranquil, his mind devised reasons why he should be mentally tranquil. The thought which tranquilized Rostopchin was not a new one. Since the world began and men killed one another, no one has ever committed such a crime against his fellow man without comforting himself. This same idea is la bien public, the hypothetical welfare of other to a man not swayed by passion that we fire is never, but he who commits such a crime always knows just where that well lies, and Rostopchin now knew it. Not only did his reason not reproach him for what he had done, but he even found cause for self-satisfaction in having so successfully contrived to avail himself of a convenient opportunity to punish a criminal and at the same time pacify the mob. Vrishkagin was tried and condemned to death, thought Rostopchin. Though the Senate had only condemned Vrishkagin to hard labor, he was a traitor and a spy. I could not let him go unpunished, and so I have killed two birds with one stone. To appease the mob I gave them a victim and at the same time punished a miscreant. Having reached his country house and begun to give orders domestic arrangements, the Count grew quite tranquil. Half an hour later he was driving with his fast horses across the Sok 6H11Ki field, no longer thinking of what had occurred but considering what was to come. He was driving to the Yaza bridge where he had heard that Kutuzov was. Count Rostopchin was mentally preparing the angry and stinging reproaches he meant to address to Kutuzov for his deception. He would make that foxy old courtier feel that the responsibility for all the calamities that follow the abandonment of city and the ruin of Russia, as Rostopchin regarded it, would fill upon his doting old head. Planning beforehand what he would say to Kutuzov, Rostopchin turned angrily in his calash and gazed sternly from side to side. The Sok 61Ki field was deserted. Only at the end of it, in front of almshouse and the lunatic asylum, could be seen some people in white and others like them walking singly across the field shouting and gesticulating. One of these was running to cross the path of Count Rostopchin's carriage, and the Count himself, his coachman, and his dragoons looked with vague horror and curiosity at these released lunatics, and especially at the one run toward them swaying from side to side on his long, thin legs in his fluttering dressing gown. This lunatic was running impetuously, his gaze fixed on Rostopchin, shouting something in a hoarse voice and making signs to him to stop. The lunatic's solemn, gloomy face was thin and yellow, with its irade growing in uneven tufts. His black, agate pupils' saffron yellow whites moved restlessly near the lower eyelids. "Stop! Pull up, I tell you!" he cried in a piercing voice, and again shouted something breathlessly with emphatic intonations and gestures. Coming abreast of the calash he ran beside it. "Thrice have they slain me, thrice have I risen from the dead. They stoned me, crucified me. I shall rise, shall rise. They hail torn my body. The kingdom of God will be overthrown, thrice evil I overthrow it and thrice re-establish it," he cried, raising his voice higher and higher. Count Rostopchin suddenly grew pale as he had done when the crowd closed in on Vrishkagin. He turned away. "Go faster," he cried in a trembling voice to his coachman. The calash flew over the ground as fast as the horses could draw it, but for a long time Count still heard the insane despairing screams growing fainter in the distance, while his eyes saw nothing but the astonished, frightened, blood-stained face of the traitor in the feline coat. Recent as that mental picture was, Rostopchin already felt that it had cut deep into his heart and drawn blood. Even now he felt clearly that the gory trace of that recollection would not pass with time, but that the terrible memory would, on the contrary, dwell in his heart ever more cruelly and painfully to the end of his life. He seemed still to hear the sound of his own words, "Cut him down." I command it. Why did I utter those words? It was by some accident I said them. I need not have said them, he thought. And then nothing would have happened. He saw the frightened and then infuriated face of dragoon who dealt the blow, the look of silent, timid reproach that boy in the FTR-lined coat had turned upon him. But I did not do it for my OUN sake. I was bound to act that way the mob, the traitor the public welfare, thought he. Were still crowding at the Yaza Bridge. It was hot. Kutuzov, dejected and frowning, sat on a bench by the bridge toying with his whip in the sand when a Kalik dashed up noisily. A man in a general's uniform with plumes in his hat went up to Kutuzov and said something in French. It was Rostopchim. He told Kutuzov that he had come because Moscow, the capital, was no more and only the army remained. Things would have different if your Serene Highness had not told me that you would not abandon Moscow without another battle. All this would not have happened, he said. Kutuzov looked at Rostopchin as if not grasping what was said to him. He was trying to read something peculiar written at that moment on the face of the man addressing him. Rostopchin grew confused and became silent. Kutuzov slightly shook his head and, not taking his gaze from Rostopchin's face, muttered softly, "No. I shall not give up Moscow without a battle." Heather Kutuzov was thinking of something entirely different when he spoke those words, or uttered them purposely, knowing them to be meaningless. At any rate, Rostopchin made no reply and hastily left him. And strange to say, the governor of Moscow, the proud Count Rostopchin, took up a Cossack whip and went to the bridge, where he began with shouts to strike on the cans that blocked the way. Chapter XXVI. Toward 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Murat's troops were entering Moscow. In front rode a detachment of Württemberg hussars, and behind them rode the King of Naples himself, accompanied by a numerous suite. About the middle of the Arbat Street, near the church of the miraculous icon of St. Nicholas, Murat halted to await news from the advanced detachment as to the condition in which they had found the citadel, Le Kremlin. Around Murat gathered a group of those who had remained in Moscow. They all stared in timid bewilderment at the strange, long-haired commander dressed up in feathers and gold. "Is that their Tsar himself? He is not bad," low voices could heard saying. An interpreter rode up to the group. "Take off your cap. Your caps." These words went from one to another in the crowd. The interpreter addressed an old porter and asked if it was far to the Kremlin. The porter, listening in perplexity to the unfamiliar Polish accent and not realizing that the interpreter was speaking Russian, did not understand what was being said to him and slipped behind the others. Murat approached the interpreter and told him to ask where the Russian army was. One of the Russians understood what was asked, and several voices at once began answering the interpreter. A French officer, returning from the advanced detachment, rode up to Murat and reported that the gates of the citadel had been barricaded and that there was probably an ambuscade there. "Good," said Murat, and, turning to one of the gentlemen in his suite, ordered 4 light guns to be moved forward to fire at the gates. The guns emerged at a trot from the column following Murat and advanced up the Arbat_W. When they reached the end of the Vozdvizhenka Street, they halted and drew in the square. Several French officers superintended the placing of the guns and looked at the Kremlin through field glasses. The bells in the Kremlin were ringing for vespers, and this sound troubled the French. They imagined it to be a call to arms. A few infantrymen ran to the Kutadoloev gate. Bairns and wooden screens had been put there, and 2 musket shots rang out from under the gate as an officer and men began to run toward it. A general who was standing by the guns shouted some words of command to the officer, and the latter ran back again with his men. The sound of 3 more shots came from the gate. One shot struck a French soldier's foot, and from behind the screens came the strange sound of a few voices shouting. Instantly as at a yell of command the expression of cheer serenity on the faces of the French general, officers, and men changed to one of determined concentrated readiness for strife and suffering. To all of them from the marshal to the least soldier, that place was not the Vozdvizhenka, Mokhavaya, or Kitaforov Street, nor the TR6 Gate, places familiar in Moscow, but a new battlefield which would probably prove sanguinary. And all made ready for that battle. The cries from the gates ceased. The guns were advanced, the artilleryman blew the ash off the linstocks, and an officer gave the U.Ord fire. This was followed by 2 whistling sounds of camster shot, one after another. Their shot rattled against the stone of the gate and upon the wooden beams and screens, and 2 wavering clouds of smoke rose the square. A few instants after the echo of the reports resounding over the stone-built Kremlin had died away, the French heard a strange sound their head. Thousands of crows rose the walls and circled in the air, cawing and noisily flapping their wings. Together with that sound came a solitary human cry from the gateway, and amid the smoke appeared the figure of a bareheaded man in a peasant's coat. "He a musket and took aim at the French fire," repeated the officer once more, and the of a musket and of 2 cannon shots were heard simultaneously. The gate was again hidden by smoke. Nothing more stirred behind the screens, and the French infantry soldiers and officers advanced to the gate. In the gateway lay 3 wounded and 4 dead. 2 men in peasant coats ran away at the foot of the wall. "Toward the men can clear that away," said the officer, to the beams and the corpses, and the French soldiers, after dispatching the wounded, threw the corpses over the parapet. These men were nobody new. "Clear that away," was all that was said of them, and they were thrown over the parapet and removed later on that they might not stink. Thias alone dedicates a few eloquent lines to their memory. These wretches had occupied the sacred citadel, having supplied themselves with guns from the arsenal, and fired, the wretches, at the French. Some of them were sabred, and the Kremlin was purged of their presence. Murat was informed that the way had cleared. The French entered the gates and began pitching their camp in the Senate Square. Out of the windows of the Senate House the soldiers threw chairs into the square and kindled fires there. Other detachments passed through the Kremlin and encamped along the Morosivka, the Lubyanka, and Parkovsky streets. Others quartered themselves along the Vozdvizhenka, the Nik-61ski, and the Vusk-6y streets. No masters of the houses being found anywhere, the French were not billeted on the inhabitants as is usual in towns, but lived in it as in a camp. Though tattered, hungry, worn out, and reduced to 1/3 of their original number, the French entered Moscow in good marching order. It was a weary and famished, but still a fighting and menacing army. But it remained an army only until its soldiers had dispersed into their different lodgings. As soon as the men of the various regiments began to disperse among the wealthy and decent houses, the army was lost forever, and there came into being something nondescript, neither citizens nor soldiers, but what are known as marauders. When 5 weeks later these same men left Moscow, they no longer formed an army. They were a mob of marauders, each carrying a quantity of articles which seemed to him valuable or useful. The aim of each man when he left Moscow was no longer, as it had been, to conquer, but merely to keep what he had acquired. Like a monkey which puts its paw into the narrow neck of a jug, and having seized a handful of nuts will not open its fist for fear of losing what it holds, and therefore perishes. The French when they left Moscow had inevitably to perish. They carried their loot with them, yet to abandon what they had stolen was as impossible for them as it is for the monkey to open its paw and let go of its nuts. 10 minutes after each regiment had entered a Moscow district, not a soldier or officer was left. Men in military uniforms and Hessian could see through the windows, laughing and walking through the rooms. In cellars and storerooms similar men were busy among the provisions, and in the yards unlocking or breaking open coach house and stable doors, lighting fires in kitchens and kneading and baking bread with rolled-up sleekses, and or frightening, amusing, or caressing women and children. There were many such men both in the shops and houses, but there was no army. Order after order was issued by the French commanders that day forbidding the men to disperse out the town, sternly forbidding any violence to the inhabitants or any looting, and announcing a roll call for that very evening. But despite all these measures the men, who had till then constituted an army, flowed all over the wealthy, deserted city with its comforts and plentiful supplies. As a hungry herd of cattle keeps well together when crossing a barren field, but gets out of hand and at once disperses uncontrollably as soon as it reaches rich pastures, so did the army disperse all over the wealthy city. No residents were left in Moscow, and the soldiers, like water percolating through sand, spread irresistibly through the city in all directions from the Kremlin into which they had first marched. The cavalry, on entering a merchant's house that had been abandoned and finding their stabling more than sufficient for their horses, went on, all the same, to the next house which seemed to them better. Many of them appropriated several houses, chalked their names on and quarrelled and even fought with other companies for them before they had had time to secure quarters. The soldiers ran out into the streets to see the city and, hearing that everything had abandoned, rushed to places where valuables were to be had for the taking. The officers followed to check the soldiers and were involuntarily drawn into doing the same. In carriage row carriages had iron left in the shops, and generals flocked there to select coaches and coaches for themselves. The few inhabitants who had remained invited commanding officers to their houses, hoping thereby to secure themselves from being plundered. There were masses of wealth and there seemed no end to it. All around the quarters occupied by the French were other regions still unexplored and unoccupied where, they thought, yet greater riches might be found. And Moscow engulfed the army ever deeper and deeper. Even water is spilled on dry ground, both the dry ground and the water disappear and mud results, and in the same way the entry of the famished army into the rich and deserted city resulted in fires and looting and the destruction of both the army and the wealthy city. The French attributed the fire of Moscow or patriotisme féroce DC Rostopchin 102 the Russians to the barbarity of the French. In reality, however, it was not, and could not be, to explain the burning of Moscow by making any individual, or any group of people, responsible for it. Moscow was burned because it found itself in a position in which any town built was to burn, quite apart from whether it had, or had not, 130 inferior fire engines. Deserted Moscow had to burn as inevitably as a heap of shavings has to burn on which sparks continually fall for several 1 days. A town built of wood, where scarcely a day passes without conflagrations when the house owners are in residence and a force is present, cannot help burning when its inhabitants have left it and it is occupied by soldiers who smoke pipes, make campfires of the Senate chairs in the Senate Square, and themselves meals twice a day. In peacetime it is only necessary to billet troops in the villages of any district and the of fires in that district immediately increases. How much then must the probability of fire be increased in an abandoned, den town where foreign troops are quartered? All patriotisme féroce de Rostopchin and the barbarity of the French were not to blame in the matter. Moscow was set on fire by the soldiers' pipes, kitchens, and campfires, and by the carelessness of enemy soldiers occupying houses they did not own. If there was any arson, which is very doubtful, for no one had any reason to burn the houses, in any case a troublesome and dangerous thing to do. Arson cannot be regarded as the cause, for the same thing would have happened without any incendiarism. To Rostopchin's virtuous patriotism. However tempting it might for the French to blame Rostopchin's ferocity and for Russians to blame the scoundrel Bonaparte, or later on to place an heroic torch in the hands of their own people, it is impossible not to see that there could be no such direct cause of the FL_E, for Moscow had to bum as every village, factory, or house must burn which is left by its owners and in which strangers are allowed to live and their porridge. Moscow was burned by its inhabitants, it is true, but by those who had abandoned it and not by those who remained in it. Moscow when occupied by the enemy did not remain intact like Berlin, Vienna, and other towns, simply because its inhabitants abandoned it and did not welcome the French bread and salt, nor bring them the keys of the city. Chapter XXA. The absorption of French by Moscow, radiating starwise as it did, only reached the quarter where Pierre was staying by the evening of the 2nd of September. After the last 2 days spent in solitude and unusual circumstances, Pierre was in a state bordering on insanity. He was completely obsessed by one persistent thought. He did not know how or when this thought had taken such possession of him, but he remembered nothing of past, nothing of the present, and all he saw and heard appeared to him like a dream. He had left home only to escape the intricate tangle of life's demands that enmeshed him, and which in his present condition he was unable to unravel. He had gone to Joseph Alekhievich's house, on the plea of sorting the deceased's books and papers, only in search of rest from life's turmoil. For in his mind, the memory of Joseph Alekhevich was connected with a world of eternal, solemn, and calm thoughts, quite contrary to the restless confusion into which he felt himself being drawn. He sought a quiet riot, and in Joseph Alekhevich's study he really found it. He sat with his elbows on the dusty writing table in the deathlike stillness of the study. Calm and significant memories of last few days rose one after another in his imagination, particularly of the Battle of Borodin 6 and of that vague sense of his own insignificance and insincerity compared with the truth, simplicity, and strength of the class of men he mentally classed as they. When Gerasim roused him from his reverie, the idea occurred to him of taking part in the defense of Moscow, which he knew was projected. And with that object he had asked Gerasim to get him a peasant's coat and a pistol, confiding to him his intentions of remembering Joseph Alekhevich's house and keeping his name secret. Then during the first day spent in inaction and solitude, he tried several times to fix his attention on the Masonic manuscripts, but he was unable to do so. The idea that had previously occulted to him of the Kabbalistic significance of his name in connection with Bonaparte's more than once vaguely presented itself, but the idea that he, Andrei Bezukhov, was destined to set a limit to the power of the beast was as yet only one of the fancies that often passed through his mind and left no trace. Behinkel W. Hen, having bought the coat merely with the object of taking part among the rabble in the defense of Moscow, Pierre had met the Rostovs and Natasha had said to him, "Are you remaining in Moscow?" How splendid! The thought flashed into his mind that it really would be a good thing, even if Moscow were taken, for him to remain there and do what he was predestined to do next day, with the sole idea of not sparing himself and not lagging in any way behind them. Pierre went to the Three Hills Gate. But when he returned to the house convinced that Moscow would not be defended, he suddenly felt that what before had seemed to him merely a possibility had now become absolutely necessary and inevitable. He must remain in Moscow, concealing his name, and must meet and kill him, and either perish or put an end to the misery of all Europe, which it seemed to him was solely due to Napoleon. Pierre knew all the details of the attempt on Bonaparte's life in 1809 by a German student in Vienna, and knew that the student had iron shot. And the risk to which he would expose his life by carrying out his design excited him still more. Two equally strong feelings drew Pierre irresistibly to this purpose. The first was a feeling of the necessity of sacrifice and suffering in view of the common calamity. The same feeling that had caused him to go to Mojaisk on the 25th and to make his way to the very thick of the battle, and had now caused him to run away from his home and, in place of the luxury and comfort to which he was accustomed, to sleep on a hard sofa without undressing and eat the same food as Gerasim. The other was that vague and quite Russian feeling of contempt for everything conventional, artificial and human, for everything the majority of men regard as the greatest good in the world. Pierre had first experienced this strange and feeling at the palace, when he had suddenly felt that wealth, power, and life, all that men so painstakingly acquire and guard, if it has any worth, has so only by reason of the joy with which it can all be renounced. It is the thrilling that induces a volunteer recruit to spend his last penny on drink, and a drunken man to smash mirrors or glasses for no apparent reason, and knowing that it will cost him all the money he possesses. The feeling which causes a man to perform actions which from an ordinary point of view are insane, to test, as it were, his personal power and strength, affirming the existence of a higher, non-human criterion of life. From the very day Pierre had this feeling for the first time at the Slough Palace, he had been continuously under its influence, but only now found real satisfaction for it. Moreover, at this moment Pierre was supported in his design and prevented from renouncing it by what he had already done in that direction. If he were now to leave Moscow like everyone else, his flight from home, the peasant coat, the pistol, and his announcement to the Rost-6vs that he would remain in Moscow would all become not merely meaningless but contemptible and ridiculous, and to this Pierre was very sensitive. Pierre's physical condition, as is always the case, corresponded to his mental state. The unaccustomed coarse food, the vodka he drank during those days, the absence of wine and cigars, his dirty unchanged linen, 2 almost sleepless nights passed on a short sofa without bedding, all this kept him in a state of excitement bordering on insanity. At eves 2 o'clock in the afternoon the French had already entered Moscow. Pierre knew this, but instead of acting he only thought about his undertaking, going over its minutest details in his mind. In his fancy he did not clearly picture to himself either the striking of the blow or the death of Napoleon, but with extraordinary vividness and melancholy enjoyment imagined his own decimation and heroic endurance. Yes, alone, for the sake of all, I must do it or perish, he thought. Yes, I will approach and then suddenly. If pistol or dagger. But that is all the same. It is not I but the hand of Providence that punishes thee, I shall say, thought he, imagining what he old say when killing Napoleon. Well then, take me and execute me, he went on, speaking to himself and bowing his head with a sad but firm expression. While Pierre, standing in the middle of the room, was talking to himself in this way, the study opened and on the threshold appeared the figure of Marko Alexievich, always so timid before but now quite transformed. His dressing gown was unfastened, his red and distorted he was obviously drunk. On seeing Pierre he grew connosed at first, but no chic embarrassment on Pierre's immediately grew bold and, staggering on his thin legs, advanced into the middle of the they frightened, he said confidentially in a hoarse voice. I say I won't surrender, I say. Am I not right, sir? He paused and then suddenly seeing the pistol on the table seized it with rapidity and ran out into the corridor. Gerasim and the porter, who had followed Marko Alexievich, stopped him in the and tried to take the pistol from him. Pierre, coming out into the corridor, looked with pity and repulsion at the half-crazy old man. Marko Alexievich, frowning exertion, held on to the pistol and screamed hoarsely, evidently with some heroic fancy in his head. To arms. Board them. No, you shan't get it. He yelled. That will do, please, that will do. Have the goodness, please, sir, to let go. Please, sir. Pleaded Gerasim, trying carefully to steer Marko Alexievich by the elbows back to the who are you? Bonaparte. Shouted Marko Alexievich that's not right, sir. Come to your please, and rest. Allow me to have the pistol, be off thou base slave. Touch me not. See this, shouted Marko Alexievich, brandishing the pistol. Board them. Catch hold, whispered Gerasim to the porter. They seized Marko Alexievich by the arms and dragged him to the door. The vestibule was filled with the discordant sounds of a struggle and of a tipsy, hoarse Suddenly a fresh sound, a piercing feminine reverberated from the porch and came running into the vestibule. It's them. Gracious heavens! Oh Lord, 4 of them, horsemen, she cried. Gerasim and the porter let Marko Alexievich go, and in the now silent corridor the sound of several hands knocking at the front could heard. Chapter 8 Pierre, having decided that until he had carried out his design he would disclose neither his identity nor his knowledge of French, stood at the half-open door of the corridor, intending to conceal himself as soon as the French entered. But the French entered and still Pierre did not retire, an irresistible curiosity kept him there. There were 2 of them. One was an officer, a tall, soldierly, handsome man, the other evidently a private or an orderly, sunburned, short, and thin, with sunken cheeks and a dull expression. The officer walked in front, leaning on a stick and slightly limping. When he had advanced a few steps he stopped, having apparently decided that these were good quarters, turned round to the soldiers standing at the entrance, and in a loud voice of command ordered them to put up the horses. Having done that, the officer, lifting his elbow with a smalt gesture, stroked his moustache and lightly touched his hat. "Bonjour, la compagnie," said he gaily, smiling and looking about him. No one gave any reply. "Vous êtes le bourgeois?" The officer asked. Gerasim gazed at the officer with an alarmed and inquiring look. "Quartier, legitimate," said the officer, looking down at the little man with a condescending and good-natured smile. "Les frères sont ici bons fans. Que diable. Voyons. Ne nous fâchons pas, mon vieux," added he, clapping the scared and silent Gerasim on the shoulder. "Well, does no one French in this establishment?" he asked again in French, looking around and meeting Pierre's eyes. Pierre moved away from the door. Again the officer turned to Gerasim and asked him to show him the rooms in the house. "Master, not here, don't understand." "Me, you," said Gerasim, trying to render his words more comprehensible by contorting them. Still smiling, the French officer spread out his hands before Gerasim's nose, intimating that he did not understand him either, and moved, limping, to the door at which Pierre was standing. Pierre to go away and conceal himself, but at that moment he saw Marko Alexievich appearing at the open kitchen door with the pistol in his hand. With a madman's cunning, Marko Alexievich eyed the Frenchman, raised his pistol, and took aim. "Board them," yelled the tipsy man, trying to press the trigger. Hearing the yell, the officer turned round, and at the same moment Pierre threw himself on the drunkard. Just when Pierre snatched it and struck up the pistol, Marko Alexievich at last got his fingers on the trigger. There was a deafening report, and all were enveloped in a cloud of smoke. The Frenchman turned pale and rushed to the door. Forgetting his intention of concealing his knowledge of French, Pierre, snatching away the pistol and throwing it down, ran up to the officer and addressed him in French. "You are not wounded?" he asked. "Good day, everybody. Are you the master here? Quarters, quarts, lodgings? The French are good and lows what the devil. There, don't let us be cross, old. I think not," answered the Frenchman, feeling himself over. "But I have had a lucky escape this time," he added, pointing to the damaged plaster of the wall. "Who is that man?" said he, looking sternly at Pierre. "Oh, I am really in despair at what has occurred," said Pierre rapidly, quite forgetting the part he had intended to play. "He is an unfortunate madman who did not know what he was doing." The officer went up to Marko Alexievich and took him by the collar. Marko Alexievich was standing with parted lips, swaying, as to fell asleep, as he leaned against the wall. "Brigand! You shall pay for this," said the Frenchman, letting go of him. "We French are merciful in a victory, but we do not pardon traitors," he added, with a look of gloomy dignity and a fine energetic gesture. Pierre continued, in French, to persuade the officer not to hold that drunken to account. The Frenchman listened in silence with the same gloomy expression, but suddenly turned to Pierre a smile. For a few seconds he looked at him in silence. His handsome face assumed a melodramatically gentle expression and he held out his hand. "You saved my life. You are French," said he. For a Frenchman that deduction was indubitable. Only a Frenchman could perform a great deed, and to save his life, the life of M. Ramball, captain of the 13th Light Regiment, was undoubtedly a very great deed. But indubitable that conclusion and the officer's conviction based upon it, Pierre felt it necessary to disillusion him. "I am Russian," he said quickly. "Tut, tut, tut. Tell that to others," said the officer, waving his finger before his nose and smiling. "You shall tell me all that presently. I am delighted to meet a compatriot. Well, and what are we to do with this man?" he added, addressing himself to Pierre as to a brother. Even if Pierre were not a Frenchman, having once received that loftiest of human emulations he could not renounce it, said the officer's look and tone. In reply to his last question, Pierre again explained who Mark Alexievich was and how just before their arrival that drunken imbecile had seized the loaded pistol which they had not had time to recover from him, and begged the officer to let the deed go unpunished. The Frenchman expanded his chest and made a majestic gesture. "With his art, you saved my life." "You are French, you ask his pardon?" "I grant it you." "Lead that man away," said he quickly and energetically, and taking the arm of Pierre, whom he had promoted to be a Frenchman for saving his life, he went with him into the room. The soldiers in the yard, hearing the shot, came to the passage asking what had happened, and expressed their readiness to punish the culprits, but the officer sternly checked them. "You will be called in when you are wanted," he said. The soldiers went out again, and the orderly, who had meanwhile had time to visit the kitchen, came up to his officer. "Captain, there is soup and a leg of mutton in the kitchen," said he. "Shall I serve them up?" "Yes, and some wine," answered the captain. Chapter 6. When the French officer went into the room with Pierre, the latter again thought it his duty to assure him that he was not French and wished to go away, but the officer would not hear of it. He was so very polite, amiable, good-natured, and genuinely to Pierre for saving his life that Pierre had not the heart to and sat down with him in the parlour, the first room they entered. To Pierre's assurances that he was not a Frenchman, the captain, evidently not understanding how anyone could decline so flattering an appellation, shrugged his shoulders and said that if Pierre absolutely insisted on passing for a Russian, let it be so, but for all that he old before you were bound to Pierre by gratitude for saving his life. Had this man been endowed with the slightest capacity for perceiving the feelings of others, and had he at all understood what Pierre's feelings were, the latter would probably have left him, but the man's animated obtuseness to everything other than himself disarmed Pierre. "A Frenchman or a Russian prince incognito," said the officer, looking at Pierre's fine though dirty linen and at the ring on his finger. "I owe my life to you and offer you my friendship. A Frenchman never forgets either an insult or a service. I offer you my friendship. That is all I can say." There was so much good nature and nobility, in the French sense of the word, in the officer's voice, in the expression of his and in his gestures, that Pierre, unconsciously smiling in response to the Frenchman's smile, pressed the hand held out to him. Captain Ramball, of the 13th Light Regiment, Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. For the affair on the 7th of September he introduced himself, a self-satisfied irrepressible smile puckering his lips under his moustache. "Will you now so good as to tell me with whom I have the honor of conversing so pleasantly, instead of being in the ambulance with that maniac's bullet in my body?" Pierre replied that he could not tell him his name and, blushing, began to invent a name and to say something his reason for concealing it, but the Frenchman hastily interrupted. "Oh, please," said he. "I understand your reasons. You are an officer _____ a superior officer. You have borne arms against us. That's not my business. I owe you my life. That is enough for me. I am quite at your service. You belong to the gentry," he concluded, a shade of inquiry in his tone. Pierre bent his head. "Your baptismal name, if you please." "That is all I ask." "Monsieur Pierre, you say?" "That's all I want to know." When the mutton and an omelette had iron served and a samovar and vodka brought, with some wine which the French had taken from a Russian cellar and brought with them, Ramball invited Pierre to share his dinner, and to eat greedily and quickly like a healthy and hungry man, munching his food rapidly with his strong teeth, continually smacking his lips, and repeating, "Excellent! Delicious!" His face grew red and was covered with perspiration. Pierre was hungry and shared the dinner with pleasure. Morel, the orderly, brought some hot water in a saucepan and placed a bottle of clary in it. He also brought a of kvass, taken from the kitchen for them to try. That beverage was already known to the French and had been given a special name. They called it limonade de coquin, pig's lemonade, and Morel spoke well of limonade de coquin he had found in the kitchen. But as the captain had the wine they had taken while passing through Moscow, he left the kvass to Morel and applied himself to the of Bordeaux. He wrapped the up to its neck in a table napkin and out wine for himself and for Pierre. The satisfaction of his hunger and the wine rendered the captain still more lively, and he chatted incessantly all through dinner. Yes, my dear Monsieur Pierre, I owe you a FME candle for saving me from that maniac. You see, I have bullets enough in my body already. Here is one I got at Wagram. He touched his side, and a second it showed a scar on his cheek, and this leg which as you see does not want to march, I got that on the Salenth at the great battle of La Moscoume Sacre d'Ieu. It was splendid. That deluge of fire was worth seeing. It was a tough job you set us there, my word. You may be proud of it. And on my honor, in spite of the cough I caught there, I should be ready to begin again. I pity those who did not see it. I was there, too, said Pierre. Bah, really? So much the erter. You are certainly brave foes. The great redoubt held out well, by my continued the Frenchman, and you made us pay dear for it. I was at it 3 times, sure as I sit here. 3 times we reached the guns and 3 times we were thrown back like cardboard figures. Oh, it was beautiful one, Monsieur Pierre. Your grenadiers were splendid, by heaven. I saw them close up their ranks 6 times in succession and march as if on parade, fine fellows. Our King of Naples, who knows what's what, cried bravo. Has ha. So you are one of us soldiers, he added, smiling, after a momentary pause. So much the better, so much the Monsieur Pierre. Terrible in battle _gallant __ with the fair, he winked and smiled, that's what the French are, Monsieur Pierre, aren't they? The captain was so naively and good-humouredly gay, so real, and so pleased with himself that Pierre almost winked back as he looked merrily at him. Probably the word gallant turned the captain's thoughts to the state of Moscow. Tell me please, is it TME that the women whore all left Moscow? What a queer idea. Had they to be afraid of? Would not the French ladles leave Paris if the Russians entered it? Asked Pierre. Has ha. The Frenchman emitted a merry, sanguine chuckle, patting Pierre on the shoulder. What a thing to say, he exclaimed. Paris, but Paris, the capital of the world. Pierre finished his remark for him. The captain looked at Pierre. He had a habit of stopping short in the middle of his talk and gazing intently with his laughing, kindly eyes. Well, if you hadn't told me you were Russian, I should have wagered that you were Parisian. You have that. I don't know what, that _ and having uttered this compliment, he again gazed at him in silence. I have been in Paris. ISRNT years there, said Pierre. Oh yes, one sees that plainly. Paris. A man who doesn't know Paris is a savage. You can tell a Parisian 2 leagues off Paris is Tulma, La Duchesnoy, Poitiers, the Sorbonne, the boulevards, and noticing that his conclusion was weaker than what had gone before, he added quickly. There is only one Paris in the world. You have to Paris and have remained Russian. Well, I don't esteem you the less for it. Under the influence of the wine he had drunk, and after the days he had spent alone with his depressing thoughts, Pierre involuntarily enjoyed talking with this cheerful and good-natured. To return to your ladles, I hear they are lovely. What a wretched idea to go and bury themselves in the steppes when the French army is in Moscow. What a chance those girls have missed. You're peasants, now, that's another thing, but you civilized people, you ought to know us better than that. We took Vienna, Berlin, Madrid, Naples, Rome, Warsaw, all the world's capitals. We are feared, but we are loved. We are nice to know. And then the Emperor _ he began, but Pierre interrupted him. The Emperor, Pierre repeated, and his face suddenly became sad and embarrassed. Is the Emperor _ the Emperor? Here's generosity, mercy, justice, order, genius, that's what the Emperor is. It is I, Ramball, who tell you so __________. I assure you I was his enemy 8 years ago. My father was an emigrant count, but that man has vanquished me. He has taken hold of me. I could not resist the sight of grandeur and glory which he has covered France. I what he wanted, when I saw that he was preparing a bed of laurels for us, you know, I said to myself, that is a monarchy, and I dilated myself to him. So there. Oh yes, mon cher, he is the greatest man of the ages past. Is he in Moscow? Pierre stammered with a guilty look. The Frenchman looked at his guilty face and smiled. No, he will make his entry tomorrow, he replied, and continued his talk. Their conversation was interrupted by the cries of several voices at the gate and by Morel, who came to say that some Württemberg hussars had come and wanted to put up their horses in the yard where the captain's horses were. This difficulty had arisen chiefly because the hussars did not understand what was said to them in French. The captain had their senior sergeant called in, and in a stern voice asked him to what regiment he belonged, who was his commanding officer, and by what right he allowed himself to claim quarters that were already occupied. The German, who knew little French, answered the two first questions by giving the names of his regiment and of his commanding officer, but in reply to the third question, which he did not understand, said, introducing broken French into his old German, that he was the quartermaster of regiment and his commander had ordered him to occupy all the houses one after another. Pierre, who knew German, translated what the German said to the captain and gave the captain's reply to the Württemberg hussar in German. He had understood what was said to him. The German submitted and took his men elsewhere. The captain went out into the porch and gave some orders in a loud when he returned to the room. Pierre was sitting in the same place as before, with his head in his hands. His face expressed suffering. He really was suffering at that moment when the captain went out and he was left alone. Suddenly he came to himself and realized the position he was in. It was not that Moscow had taken or that the happy conquerors were masters in it and were patronizing him, painful as that was. It was not that which tormented Pierre at the moment. He was tormented by the consciousness of his own weakness. The few glasses of wine he had drunk and the conversation with this good-natured man had destroyed the mood of concentrated gloom in which he had slrent the last few days, and which was essential for the execution of his design. The pistol, dagger, and irosant coat were ready. Napoleon was to enter the town next day. Pierre still considered that it would be and worthy action to slay the evildoer, but now he felt that he would not do it. He did not know why, but he felt a foreboding that he would not carry out his intention. He struggled against the confession of his weakness, but dimly felt that he could not overcome it, and that his former gloomy frame of mind, concerning vengeance, killing, and self-sacrifice, had dispersed like dust by contact with the first man he met. The captain returned to the limping slightly and whistling a tune. The Frenchman's chatter, which had previously amused Pierre, now repelled him. The tune he was whistling, his gait, and the gesture with which he twirled his moustache, all now seemed offensive. "We'll go away immediately. I won't say another word to him," thought Pierre. He thought this, but still sat in the same place. A strange feeling of weakness tied him to the spot. He wished to get up and go away, but could not do so. On the other hand, seemed very cheerful. He paced up and down the room twice. His eyes shone and his moustache twitched as if he were smiling to himself at some amusing thought. The colonel of those Württembergers is he, suddenly said. He's a German, but a nice fellow all the same. But he's a German. He sat down facing Pierre. By the way, you know then? Pierre looked at him in silence. What is the German for shelter? Shelter. Pierre repeated. The German for shelter is Unterkunft. How do you say it? The captain asked quickly and doubtfully. Unterkunft, Pierre repeated. Unterkunft, said the captain, and looked at Pierre for some seconds with laughing eyes. These Germans are first-rate, don't you think so, Monsieur Pielcho? He concluded. Well, let's have another of this Moscow Bordeaux, shall we? Morel will warm us up another little bottle. Morel, he called out gaily. Morel brought candles and a bottle of wine. The captain looked at Pierre by the candlelight and was evidently stmck by the troubled expression on his companion's face. Ramball, with genuine distress and sympathy in his face, went up to Pierre and bent over him. "There now, we're sad," said he, touching Pierre's hand. "Have I upset you?" "No, really, have you anything against me?" he asked Pierre. "Perhaps it's the state of affairs." Pierre did not answer, but looked cordially into the Frenchman's eyes, whose expression of sympathy was pleasing to him. "Honestly, without speaking of IOU, I feel friendship for you. Can I do anything for you? Dispose of me. It is life and death. I say it with my hand on my heart," said he. "His chest." "Thank you," said Pierre. The captain gazed intently at him as he had done when he learned that shelter was Unterkunft in German, and his face suddenly brightened. "Well, in that case, I drink to our friendship," he cried gaily, filling 2 glasses with wine. Pierre took one of the glasses and emptied it. Ramball emptied his too, again pressed Pierre's hand, and leaned his elbows on the table in an attitude. "Yes, my dear friend," he began, "such is fortune's caprice. Who would have said that I should be a soldier and a captain of dragoons in the service of Bonaparte, as we used to call him? Yet here I am in Moscow with him. I must tell you, mon cher," he continued in the sad and measured tones of a man who intends to tell a long story, "that our name is one of the most ancient in France." And with a Frenchman's easy and naïve frankness the captain told Pierre the story of his ancestors, his childhood, youth, and manhood, and all his relations and his financial and family affairs, mais pauvre playing of course an important part in the story. But all that is only life's setting, the real thing is love, love. Am I not right, Monsieur Pierre? Said he, growing animated. Another glass. Pierre again emptied his glass and poured himself out a third. Oh, women, women, and the captain, looking with glistening eyes at Pierre, began talking of him and of his love affairs. There were very many of these, as one could easily believe, looking at the officer's handsome, self-satisfied and noting the eager enthusiasm with which he spoke of women. Though all Ramball's love stories had the sensual character which Frenchmen regard as the special charm and poetry of love, yet he told his story such sincere conviction that he alone had and known all the charm of love, and he described women so alluringly that Pierre listened to him with curiosity. It was plain that amour which the Frenchman was so fond of was not that low and simple kind that Pierre had once felt for his wife, nor was it the romantic love stimulated by himself that he experienced for Natasha. Ramball despised both these kinds of love equally, the one he considered the love of and the other the love of simpletons. L'amour which the Frenchman worshipped consisted principally in the unnaturalness of his relation to the woman and in a combination of incongruities giving the chief charm to the feeling. Thus the captain touchingly recounted the story of his love for a marquise of 35 and at the same time for a charming, innocent child of 17, daughter of the bewitching marquise. The conflict of magnanimity between the mother and the daughter, ending in the mother's sacrificing herself and offering her daughter in marriage to her lover, even now agitated the captain, though it was the memory of a distant past. Then he recounted an episode in which the husband played the part of the lover, and he, the lover, assumed the role of husband, as well as several droll incidents from his recollections of Germany, where shelter is called Unterkunft and where the husbands eat sauerkraut and the young girls are blonde. Finally, the latest episode in Poland, still fresh in the captain's memory, and which he narrated with rapid gestures and glowing face, was of how he had saved the life of a Pole. In general, the saving of life continually occulted in the captain's stories, and the Pole had entrusted to him his enchanting wife, Parisienne de Sieur, while himself entering the French service. The captain was happy. The enchanting Polish lady wished to elope with, but, prompted by magnanimity, the captain restored the wife to the husband, saying as he did so, have saved your life, and I save your honor." Having repeated these words, the captain wiped his eyes and gave himself a shake, as if driving away the weakness which assailed him at this touching recollection. Listening to the captain's tales, Pierre, as often happens late in the evening and under the influence of wine, followed all that was told him, understood it all, and at the same time followed a train of personal memories which, he knew not why, suddenly arose in his mind while listening to these love stories. His own love for Natasha unexpectedly rose to his mind, and going the pictures of that love in his imagination, he mentally compared them with Rambal's tales. Listening to the story of the struggle between and duty, Pierre saw before his eyes every minutest detail of his last meeting with the object of his love at the Sukharev water tower. At the time of that meeting it had not produced an effect upon him, he had not even once recalled it. But now it seemed to him that that meeting had had in it something very important and poetic. "Peter Kirillovich, come here. We have recognized you." He now seemed to hear the words she had uttered and to see before him her eyes, her smile, her travelling hood, and a stray lock of her hair ___, and there seemed to him something pathetic and touching in all this. Having finished his tale, the enchanting Polish lady, the captain asked Pierre if he had ever experienced a similar impulse to sacrifice himself for love and a feeling of envy of the legitimate husband. Challenged by this question, Pierre raised his head and felt a need to express the thoughts that filled his mind. He began to explain that he understood love for a man somewhat differently. He said that in all his life he had loved and still ed only one woman, and that she could never be his. "Tiens," said the captain. Pierre then explained that he had loved this woman from his earliest years, but that he had not dared to think of her because she was too young, and he had been an illegitimate son without a name. Afterwards, when he had a name and wealth, he dared not think of her because he loved her well, placing her everything in the world, and essentially therefore give himself. When he had reached this point, Pierre asked the captain whether he that. The captain made a gesture signifying that if he did not understand it, he begged Pierre to continue _plat 6 nic love, clouds ____, he muttered. Whether it was the wine he had drunk, or an impulse of frankness, or the thought that this man did not, and never would, know any of those who played a part in his story, or whether it was all these things together, something loosened Pierre's tongue. Speaking thickly and with a faraway look in his shining eyes, he told the whole story of his life, his marriage, Natasha's love for his best friend, her betrayal of him, and all his simple relations with her. Urged on by Rambal's questions, he also told what he had at first concealed, his own position and even his name. More than anything else in Pierre's story, the captain was impressed by that Pierre had 2 mansions in Moscow, and that he had abandoned everything and not left the city, but remained there concealing his name and station. When it was late at night, they went out together into the street. The night was warm and light. To the left off house on the Parker 6th a fire glowed, the first of those that were beginning in Moscow. To the right and high up in the sky was the sickle of waning moon, and opposite to it hung that bright comet which Eva's connected in Pierre's heart with his love. At the gate stood Gerasim, the cook, and 2 Frenchmen. Their laughter and their mutually incomprehensible remarks in 2 languages could heard. They were looking at the glow scene in the town. There was nothing terrible in the one small, distant fire in the immense city, gazing at the high starry sky, at the moon, at the comet, and at the glow from the fire. Pierre experienced a loyal emotion. "There now, how good it is, what more does one need?" thought he. And suddenly his intention, he grew dizzy and felt so aimed that he leaned against the fence to save himself from falling. Without taking leave of his new friend, Pierre left the gate with unsteady steps and returning to his room lay down on the and immediately fell asleep. Chapter XXX. The glow of the first fire that began on the 2nd of September was watched from the various roads by the fugitive Muscovites and by the retreating troops, with many different feelings. The Rost 6V party spent the night at Mitishkai, miles from Moscow. They had started so late on the 1st of September, the road had so blocked by Vehicles and so many things had been forgotten for which servants were sent back, that they had decided to spend that night at a place 3 miles out of Moscow. The next morning they woke late and were again delayed so often that they only got as far as Great Mitishkai at 10 o'clock, that even the Rost 6V and the wounded travelling with them were all distributed in the yards and huts off that large village. The Rost 6V's servants and coachmen and the orderlies of the wounded officers, after attending to their masters, had supper, fed the horses, and came out into the inner neighbouring hut lay Raevski's adjutant with a fractured wrist. The awful pain he suffered made him moan incessantly and piteously, and his moaning sounded terrible in the darkness of the autumn night. He had spent the first night in the same yard as the Rost 6V's. The Countess said she had been unable to close her eyes on account of his moaning, and at Mitishkai she moved into a worse hut simply to be away from the wounded man. In the darkness of the night one of the servants noticed, Alkiv, the high body of a coach standing before the small glow of another fire. One glow had long visible, and everybody knew that it was little Mitishkai burning, set on fire by Mam 6 November's car sacks. "But look here, brothers, there's another fire," remarked an orderly. All turned their attention to the glow. "But they told us little Mitishkai had been set on fire by Mam 6 November's car sacks." "But that's not Mitishkis, it's farther away. Look, it must be in Moscow." Two of the gazers went round to the other side of the coach and sat down on its steps. "It's more to the left. Why, little Mitishkai is oxer there, and this is right on the other side." Several men joined the first two. "See how it's flaring," said one. "That's a fire in Moscow, either in the Sushkivsky or the Rogsiksky quarter." No one replied to this remark, and for some time they all gazed silently at the spreading flames of the second fire in the distance. Old Daniel Terentich, the Countess' valet, as he was called, came up to the group and shouted at Mishka "What are you staring at, you good-for-nothing, the Count will calling and there's nobody there, go and gather the clothes together." "I only ran out to get some water," said Mishka "But what do you think, Daniel Terentich? Doesn't it look as if that glow were in Moscow?" remarked one of the footmen. Daniel Terentich made no reply, and again for a long time they were all silent. The glow spread, rising and falling, farther and percentiver still. "God have mercy! It's windy and dry," said another voice. "Just look. See what it's doing now. Oh Lord! You can see the crows flying. Lord have mercy on us sinners. They'll put it out, no fear." "Who is to put it out?" Daniel Terentich, who had hitherto been silent, was heard to say. His voice was calm and deliberate. "Moscow it is, brothers," said he. "Mother Moscow, the white _____." His voice faltered, and he gave way to an old man's sob, and it was as if they had all only waited for this to realize the significance for them of the glow they were watching. Sighs were heard, words of prayer, and the sobbing of the Count's old valet. Chapter XXXI. The valet, returning to the cottage, informed the Count that Moscow was bumming. The Count donned his dressing gown and went out to look. S6 Nya and Madame Skos, who had not yet undressed, went out with him. Only Natasha and the Countess remained in the room. Petya was no longer with he had gone on his regiment, which was making for Tr6. The Countess, on hearing that Moscow was on fire, began to cry. Natasha, pale, with a fixed look, was sitting on the bench under the icons just where she had sat down on arriving, and paid no attention to her father's words. She was listening to the ceaseless moaning of the adjutant. "3 houses off, oh, how terrible," said S6 Nya, returning from the yard chilled and frightened. "I'll believe the whole of Moscow will there's an or.fil glow. Natasha, do look. You can see it from the window," she said to her cousin, evidently wishing to distract her mind. But Natasha looked at her as if not understanding what was said to her, and again fixed her eyes on the corner of the stove. She had been in this condition of stupor since the morning, when S6 Nya, to the surprise and annoyance of Countess, had for some unaccountable reason found it necessary to tell Natasha of Prince Andrew's sound and of his being with their party. The Countess had seldom been so angry with anyone as she was with S6 Nim. S6 Nim had cried and begged to be forgiven, and now, as if trying to atone for her, paid unceasing attention to her cousin. "Look, Natasha, how it is burning," said she. "What's burning?" asked Natasha. "Oh, yes, Moscow," and as if in order not to offend S6 Nim and to get rid of her, she turned her to the window, looked out in such a way that it was evident that she could not see anything, and again settled down in her former attitude. "But you didn't see it?" "Yes, really I did," Natasha replied in IUE that pleaded to left in peace. Both the Countess and S6 Nim understood that, naturally, neither Moscow nor the burning of Moscow nor anything else could seem of importance to Natasha. The Count returned and lay down behind the partition. The Countess went up to her daughter and touched her head with the back of her hand as she was wont to do when Natasha was ill, then touched her forehead with her lips as if to feel whether she was feverish, and finally kissed her. "You are cold. You are trembling all over. You'd lie down," said the Countess. "Lie down? All right, I'll lie down at once," said Natasha _W. Natasha had been told that morning that Prince Andrew was seriously wounded and was travelling with their party. She had at first asked many questions. Where was he going? How was he wounded? Was it serious? And could she see him? But after she had been told that she could not see him, that he was seriously wounded but that his life was not in danger, she ceased to ask questions or to speak at all, evidently disbelieving what they told her, and convinced that say what she might she would still be told the same. All the way she had sat motionless in a corner of the coach with wide open eyes, and the expression in them which the Countess knew so well and feared so much, and now she sat in the same way on the bench where she had seated herself on arriving. She was planning something and either deciding or had already decided something in her mind. The Countess knew this, but what it might she did not know, and this alarmed and tormented her. "Natasha, undress, darling, lie down on my IRCL I had made on a bedstead for the Countess. Only Madame Skos and the two girls were to sleep on some hay on the floor. "No, Mama, I will lie down here on the floor," Natasha replied irritably, and she went to the window and opened it. Through the open window the moans of the adjutant could be heard more distinctly. She put her head out into the damp night air, and the Countess saw her slim neck shaking with sobs and throbbing against the window frame. Natasha knew it was not Prince Andrew who was moaning. She knew Prince Andrew was in the same yard as themselves and in a part of the hut across the passage, but this dreadful incessant moaning made her sob. The Countess exchanged a look with S6 Nim _Lie down, darling, lie down, my pet, said the Countess, softly touching Natasha's shoulders. "Come, lie down." "Oh, yes. I'll lie down at once," said Natasha, and began hurriedly undressing, tugging at the tails of her urticoat _W. She had thrown off her dress and put on a dressing jacket. She sat down with her foot under her on that had been made up on the floor, jerked her thin and rather short plait of hair to the front, and began replaiting it. Her long, thin, practised fingers rapidly unplaited, replaited, and tied up her plait, her head mole sevenical from side to side from habit, but her eyes, feverishly wide, looked fixedly for her. Her toilet for the night was finished. She sank gently onto the sheet spread over the hay on the side nearest the door. "Natasha, you'd better lie in the middle," said S6 Nim. 11 Stay here, muttered Natasha _Do lie down," she added crossly, and buried her face in the pillow. The Countess, Madame Skos, and S6 Nim undressed hastily and lay down. The small lamp in front of the icons was the only light left in the room, but in the yard there was a light from the fire at Little Mitishkai, a mile and a half away, and through the night came the noise of shouting at a tavern. 6 November car sacks had set up across the street, and the adjutant's unceasing moans could still heard. For a long time Natasha listened attentively to the sounds that reached her from inside and outside and did not move. First she heard her mother praying and sighing and the creaking of her bed under her, then Madame Skos' familiar whistling snore and S6 Nim's gentle breathing. Then the Countess called to Natasha Natasha did not answer. "I think she's asleep, Mama," said S6 Nim softly. After a short silence the Countess spoke again, but this time no one replied. After that Natasha heard her mother's even breathing. Natasha did not move, though her little bare foot, thrust out from under the quilt, was growing cold on the bare floor. As if to celebrate a victory over everybody, a cricket cheered in a crack in the wall, a cock crowed far off and another replied nearby. The shouting in the tavern had died down, only the moaning of the adjutant was heard. Natasha sat up. Ts6 are you asleep? Mama, she whispered. No one replied. Natasha rose slowly and carefully, crossed herself, and stepped cautiously on the cold and dirty floor with her slim, supple, bare feet. The floor creaked. Stepping cautiously from one foot to the other, she ran like a kitten the few steps to the door and grasped the cold door handle. It seemed to her that something heavy was beating rhythmically against all the walls of the room. It was her own heart, sinking with alarm and terror and overflowing with love. She opened the door and stepped across the threshold and onto the cold, damp earthen floor of the passage. The cold she felt refreshed her. With her bare feet she touched a sleeping man, stepped over him, and the door into the part of the hut where Prince Andrew lay. It was dark in there. In the farthest corner, on a bench beside a bed on which something was lying, stood a tallow candle with a long, thick, and smouldering wick. From the moment she had been told that morning of Prince Andrew's errand and his presence there, Natasha had resolved to see him. She did not know why she had to. She knew the meeting would be painful, but felt the more convinced that it was necessary. All day she had lived only in hope of seeing him that night. But now that the moment had come she was filled with dread of what she might see. How was he maimed? Light was left of him? Was he like that incessant moaning of the adjutants? Yes, he was altogether like that. In her imagination he was the terrible moaning Ivan. She saw an indistinct shape in the corner, and mistook his knees raised under the quilt for his shoulders. She imagined a horrible body there, and stood still in terror. But an irresistible impulse drew her forward. She cautiously took one step and then another, and found herself in the middle of a small room containing baggage. Another man, Ts6, was lying in a corner on the benches beneath the icons, and two others, the doctor and a valet, lay on the floor. The valet sat up and whispered something. Ts6, kept awake by the pain in his wounded leg, gazed with wide-open eyes at this strange apparition of a girl in a white chemise, dressing jacket, and nightcap. The valet's sleepy, frightened exclamation, "What do you want? What's the matter?" made Natasha approach more swiftly to what was lying in the corner. Horribly unlike a man as that body looked, she must see him. She passed the valet, the snuff fell from the candle wick, and she saw Prince Andrew clearly with his arms outside the quilt, and such as she had always seen him. He was the same as ever, but the feverish colour of his face, his glittering eyes rapturously turned toward her, and especially his neck, delicate as a child's, revealed by the tummed-down collar of his shin, gave him a peculiarly innocent, childlike look, such as she had never seen on him before. She went up to him and with a swift, flexible, youthful movement dropped on her knees. He smiled and held out his hand to her. Chapter 7 days had passed since Prince Andrew found himself in the ambulance station on the field of Borodin. His feverish state and the inflammation of his bowels, which were injured, were in the doctor's opinion sure to carry him off. But on the 7th day he ate with pleasure a piece of bread with some tea, and the doctor noticed that his temperature was lower. He had regained consciousness that morning. The first night after they left Moscow had been fairly warm and he had remained in the Kalike, but at Mitishkai the wounded man himself asked to be taken out and given some tea. The pain caused by his removal into the hut had made him groan aloud and again lose consciousness. When he had been placed on his camp bed he lay for a long time motionless, closed eyes. Then he opened them and whispered softly, "And the tea?" His remembering such a small detail of everyday life astonished the doctor. He felt Prince Andrew's pulse, and to his surprise and dissatisfaction found it had improved. He was dissatisfied because he knew by experience that if his patient did not die now, he would do so a little later with greater suffering. Tim Sixkin, the red-nosed major of Prince Andrew's regiment, had joined him in Moscow and was being taken along with him, having been wounded in the leg at the Battle of Borodin 6. They were accompanied by a Prince Andrew's valet, his coachman, and 2 orderlies. They gave Prince Andrew something. He drank it eagerly, looking with feverish eyes at the in front of him as if trying to understand and remember something. "I don't want any more." "Is Tim Sixkin here?" he asked. Tim Sixkin crept along the bench to him. "I am here, Your Excellency." "How's your wound?" "Mine, sir?" "All right, but how about you?" Prince Andrew again pondered as if trying to remember something. "Couldn't one get a book?" he asked. "What, the Gospels?" "I haven't one." The doctor promised to procure it for him and began to ask how he was feeling. Prince Andrew answered all his questions reluctantly but reasonably, and then said he wanted it placed under him as he was uncomfortable and in great pain. The doctor and valet lifted the cloak with which he was covered and, making wry faces at the noisome smell of mortifying flesh that came from the wound, began examining that dreadful place. The doctor was very much displeased about something and made a change in the dressings, turning the wounded man over so that he groaned again and grew unconscious and delirious from the agony. He kept asking them to get him the and put it under him. "What trouble would it be to you?" he said. "I have not got one." "Please get it for me and put it under for a moment," he pleaded in a piteous voice. The doctor went into the passage to wash his hands. "You fellows no conscience," said he to the valet who was pouring water over his hands. "'Tor just one moment I didn't look after you. It's such pain, you know, that I wonder how he can bear it." "By the in Jesus Christ, I thought we had put something under him," said the valet the first time Prince Andrew understood where he was and what was the matter with him and being wounded, and how was when he asked to be carried into the hut after his kalach had stopped at Mitishkai. After growing confused from pain while being carried into the hut he again regained consciousness, and while drinking tea once more recalled all that had happened to him, and above all vividly remembered the moment at the ambulance station when, at the sight of sufferings of a man he disliked, those new thoughts had come to him which promised him happiness. And those thoughts, though now vague and indefinite, again possessed his soul. He remembered that he had now a new source of happiness and that this happiness had something to do with the Gospels. That was why he asked for a copy of them. The uncomfortable position in which they had put him and turned him over again confused his thoughts, and when he came to himself a third time it was in the complete stillness of the night. Everybody near him was sleeping. A cricket chirped from across the passage, someone was shouting and singing in the street, cockroaches rustled on the table, on the icons, and on the walls, and a big fly flopped at the head of the bed and around the candle beside him, the wick of which was charred and had shaped itself like a mushroom. His mind was not in a normal state. A healthy man usually thinks of, feels, and remembers innumerable things simultaneously, but has the power and will to select one sequence of thoughts or events on which to fix his whole attention. A healthy man can tear himself away from the deepest reflections to say a civil word to someone who comes in and can then return again to his own thoughts. But Prince Andrew's mind was not in a normal state in that respect. All the powers of his mind were more active 1,7 and clearer than ever, but they acted apart from his will. Most diverse thoughts and images occupied him simultaneously. At times his brain suddenly began to arc with a vigor, clearness, and depth it had never reached when he was in, but suddenly in the midst of its work it would come to some unexpected idea and he had not the strength to turn it back again. Yes, a new happiness was wreck, a one aid to me of which man cannot be deprived, he thought as he lay in the semi-darkness of quiet hut, gazing fixedly him with feverish wide open eyes. A happiness lying beyond material forces, outside the material influences that act on man, a happiness of the soul alone, the happiness of loving. Every man can understand it, but to conceive it and enjoin it was possible only for God. But how did God enjoin that law? And why was the SOM? And suddenly the sequence of these thoughts broke off and Prince Andrew heard, without knowing whether it was a delusion or reality, a soft whispering voice incessantly and rhythmically repeating pitle pitter pitty and then tie tie, and then again pitter pitter pitty colon, and tt once more. At the same time he felt that his face, the very middle of it, some strange airy structure was being erected out of slender needles or splinters, to the sound of this whispered music. He felt that he had to balance KL 11Y, though it was difficult, so that this airy structure should not collapse, but nevertheless it kept collapsing and again slowly rising to the sound of whispered rhythmic music. It stretches, stretches, spreading out and stretching, said Prince Andrew to himself, listening to this whispering and feeling the sensation of this drawing out and the construction of this edifice of needles. He also saw by glimpses a red halo round the candle, and heard the rustle of the cockroaches and the buzzing of the fly that flopped against his pillow and his face. Each time the fly touched his face it gave him a burning sensation, and yet to his surprise it did not destroy the structure, though it knocked against the very region of his face where it was rising. But there was something else of importance. It was something white by the door, the statue of a sphinx, which also oppressed him. But perhaps that's my shirt on the table, he thought, and that's my legs, and that is the butt. Why is it always stretching and drawing itself out, and pitter pitter pitty and tt and pitter pitter pitty ___. That's enough, please leave off, Prince Andrew painfully entreated someone. And suddenly thoughts and feelings again swam to the surface of his mind with clearness and force. Yes, love, he thought again quite clearly. But not love which 10qs for something, for some quality, for some purpose, or for some reason, but the love which I, while dying, first experienced when I saw my enemy and yet him. I experienced that feeling of him which is the very essence of soul and does not require an object. Now again I feel that bliss. To love one's neighbors, to one's enemies, to love everything, to our God in all his manifestations. It is possible to love someone dear to you with human love, but an enemy can only be loved by divine love. That is why I such joy when I felt that I loved that man. What has of him? Is he alive? When loving with human love one may pass from to hatred, but divine love cannot change. No, neither death nor anything else can destroy it. It is the very essence of the soul. Yet how many people have I hated in my life? And of them all, I loved and hated none as I did her. And he vividly pictured to himself Natasha not as he had done in the past, with nothing but her charms which gave him delight, but for the first time picturing to himself her soul. And he understood her feelings, her sufferings, shame, and remorse. He now understood for the first time all the cruelty of his rejection of her, the cruelty of his rupture with her. Only it were for me to see her once more. Just once, looking into those eyes to say, pitter pitter pitty and tt and pitter pitter pitty boom, flopped the fly. And his attention thus suddenly tied into another old, a world of reality and delirium in which something particular was happening. In that world some structure was still being erected, and did not something was still stretching out, and the candle with its red halo was still burning, and the same shirt-like sphinx lay near the butt. All this something creaked. There was a whiff of fresh air, and a new white sphinx appeared, standing at the door. And that sphinx had the pale face and shining eyes of the very Natasha of whom he had just thinking. Oh, how oppressive this continual delirium is, thought Prince Andrew, trying to drive that face from his imagination but the face remained him with the force of reality and drew nearer. Prince Andrew wished to return to that former yield of pure thought, but he could not, and delirium drew him back into its domain. The soft whispering voice continued its rhythmic murmur, something oppressed him and stretched out, and the strange face was before him. Prince Andrew collected all his strength in an effort to recover his senses. He moved a little, and suddenly there was a ringing in his ears, a dimness in his eyes, and like a man plunged into water he lost consciousness. He came to himself. Natasha, that same living Natasha whom of all people he most longed to love with this new pure divine iowa that had been revealed to him, was kneeling him. He realized that it was the real living Natasha, and he was not surprised but quietly happy. Natasha, motionless on her knees, she was unable to stir with frightened eyes riveted on him, was restraining her sobs. Her was pale and rigid. Only in the lower part of it something quivered. Prince Andrew sighed with relief, smiled, and held out his hand. "You," he said. "How fortunate!" With a rapid but careful movement, Natasha drew nearer to him on her knees and, taking his hand carefully, bent her over it and began kissing it, just touching it lightly her lips. "Forgive me," she whispered, raising her head and glancing at him. "Forgive me." "Are you?" said Prince Andrew. "Forgive. Forgive what?" he asked. "Forgive me for what I do," faltered Natasha in a scarcely audible, broken whisper, and began kissing his hand more rapidly, just touching it with her lips. "I love you more, better than," said Prince Andrew, lifting her with his hand so as to look into her eyes. Those eyes, filled with happy tears, gazed at him timidly, compassionately, and with joyous love. Natasha's thin pale face, with its swollen lips, was more than plain. It was dreadful_L_, but Prince Andrew did not see that. He saw her shining eyes, which were beautiful_. They heard the sound of voices behind them. Peter the valet, who was now wide awake, had roused the Tim Sixkins, who had not slept at all because of the pain in his leg, had long been watching all that was going on, Careel covering his bare body with the sheet as he huddled up on his bench. "What's this?" said the doctor, risen from his bed. "Please go away, madam." At that moment a maid sent by the Countess, who had noticed her daughter's absence, knocked at the like a somnambulist aroused from her sleep. Natasha went out of the and, returning to her hut, fell sobbing on her. From that time, during all the rest of the Rost 6's journey, at every halting place and wherever they spent a night, Natasha never left the Boksixnsky _, and the doctor had to admit that he had not expected from a young girl either such firmness or such skill in nursing a wounded man. Dreadful_, as the Countess imagined it all be, should Prince Andrew die in her daughter's arms during the journey, as, judging by what the doctor said, it seemed might easily happen, she could not oppose Natasha. Though with the intimacy now established between the wounded man and Natasha the thought occulted that should he recover their former engagement would be renewed, no one, least of all Natasha and Prince Andrew, spoke of this, the unsettled question of life and death, which hung not only over Boksixnsky but all Russia, shut out all other considerations. Chapter XXXII. On the 3rd of September Pierre awoke late. His head was aching, the clothes in which he had slept without undressing felt uncomfortable on his body, and his mind had a dim consciousness of something shameful he had done the day before. That something shameful was his yesterday's conversation with Captain Ramball _ at Eva's 11 by the clock, but it seemed peculiarly dark out of doors. Pierre rose, his eyes, and seeing the pistol and engraved stock which Gerasim had replaced on the writing table, he remembered where he was and what lay before him that very day. Am I not late? He thought. No, probably he won't make his entry into Moscow before noon. Pierre did not allow himself to reflect on what lay before, but hastened to act. After arranging his clothes, he took the pistol and was to go out. But it then occurred to him for the first time that he certainly could not carry the weapon in his hand through the streets. It was difficult to hide such a big pistol even under his wide coat. He could not carry it unnoticed in his belt or under his arm. Besides, it had been discharged, and he had not had time to reload it. No matter, the dagger will do, he said to himself, though when planning his design he had more than once come to the conclusion that the chief mistake made by the student in 1809 had been to kill Napoleon with a dagger. But as his chief aim consisted not in carrying out his but in proving to himself that he would not abandon his intention and was doing all he could to achieve it, Pierre hastily took the blunt jagged dagger in a green sheath which he had bought at the Sukharev market with the pistol, and hid it under his waistcoat. Having tied a girdle over his coat and pulled his cap low on his head, Pierre went down the corridor, trying to avoid making a noise or meeting the captain, and passed out into the street. The at which he had looked with so much indifference the evening before, had greatly increased during the night. Moscow was on fire in several places. The buildings in Carriage Row, across the river, in the bazaar and the Pavlovsk 6Y, as well as the barges on the Moskva River and the timber yards by the Dorogomilov Bridge, were all ablaze. Pierre's way led through side streets to the Pavlovsk 6Y and from there to the church of St. Nicholas on the Arbat, where he had long before decided that the deed should done. The gates of most of the houses were locked and the shutters up. The streets and lanes were deserted. The air was full of smoke and the smell of burning. Now and then he met Russians with anxious and timid faces, and Frenchmen an air not of the city but of the camp, walking in the middle of the streets. Both the Russians and the French looked at Pierre with surprise. Besides his height and stoutness, and the strange morose look of suffering in his face and whole figure, the Russians stared at Pierre. They could not make out to what class he could belong. The French followed him with astonishment in their eyes, chiefly because Pierre, unlike all the other Russians who gazed at the French with fear and curiosity, paid no attention to them. At the gate of one house 3 Frenchmen, who were explaining something to some Russians who did not understand them, stopped Pierre asking if he did not know French. Pierre shook his head and went on. In another side street a sentinel standing beside a green caisson shouted at him, but only when the shout was threateningly repeated and he heard the click of the man's musket as he raised it did Pierre understand that he had to pass on the other side of the street. He heard nothing and saw nothing of what went on around him. He carried his resolution within himself in terror and haste, like something dreadful and alien to him, for, after the previous night's experience, he was afraid of losing it. But he was not destined to bring his mood safely to his destination. And even had he not hindered by anything on the way, his intention could not now have been carried out, for Napoleon had passed the Arbat more than 4 hours previously on his way from the Dorogomilov suburb to the Kremlin, and was now sitting in a very gloomy frame of mind in a royal study in the Kremlin, giving detailed and exact orders as to measures to be taken immediately to extinguish the fire, to prevent looting, and to reassure the inhabitants. But Pierre did not know this. He was entirely absorbed in what lay him, and was tortured, as those are who obstinately undertake a task that is impossible for them not because of its difficulty but of its incompatibility with their natures, by the fear of weakening at the decisive moment and so losing his self-esteem. Though he heard and saw nothing around him, he found his way by instinct and did not go the side streets that led to the Pavlovsk 6Y. As Pierre approached that street the smoke denser and denser. He even felt the heat of the fire. Occasionally curly tongues of flame rose from under the roofs of the houses. He met more people in the streets and they were more excited. But Pierre, though he felt that something unusual was happening around, did not realize that he was approaching the fire. As he was going along a footpath across a wide open space adjoining the Pavlovsk 6Y on one side and the gardens of Prince Gruzinski's house on the other, Pierre suddenly heard the desperate weeping of a woman close to him. He stopped as if awakened from a dream and lifted his head. By the side of the path, on the dusty dry grass, all sons of household goods lay in a heap, feathers, a samovar, icons, and trunks. On the ground, beside the trunks, sat a thin woman no longer young, with long, prominent upper teeth, and wearing a black cloak and cap. This woman, swaying to and fro and muttering something, was choking with sobs. 2 girls of 10 and 12, dressed in dirty short frocks and cloaks, were staring at their mother with a look of stupefaction on their pale, frightened faces. The youngest child, a boy of 7, who wore an overcoat and an immense cap evidently not his own, was crying in his old nurse's arms. A dirty, barefooted maid was sitting on a trunk, and, having undone her pale-coloured plait, was pulling it straight and sniffing at her singed hair. The woman's husband, a shorn, round-shouldered man in the undress uniform of a civilian official, with sausage-shaped whiskers and showing under his square-set cap the hair smoothly brushed forward over his temples, with expressionless face was moving the trunks, which were placed one on another, and was dragging some garments from under them. As soon as she saw Pierre, The woman almost threw herself at his feet. "Dear people, good Christians, saw me, help me, dear friends, help us, somebody," she muttered between her sobs. "My girl my daughter. My youngest daughter is left behind. She's burned. Ooh. Was it for this I nursed you ooh. Don't, Mary Nikolaevna," said her husband to her in a low voice, evidently only to justify himself before the stranger. "Sister must have taken her, or else Ivia can she," he added. "Monster! Villain!" shouted the woman angrily, suddenly ceasing to weep. "You have no heart, you don't feel for your own child. Another man would have rescued her from the fire. But this is a monster, and neither a man nor you, honoured sir, are a nobleman," she went on, addressing Pierre rapidly between her sobs. "The fire broke out alongside, and blew our way," the maid called out. "Fire! And we rushed to collect our things. We ran out just as we were. This is what we have brought away. The icons, and my dowry, all the rest is lost. We seized the children but not Katie. Ooh! Oh Lord!" And again she began to sob. "My child, my dear one." Burned, but where was she left?" asked Pierre. From the expression of his animated face the woman saw that this man might help her. "Oh, dear sir," she cried, seizing him by the legs. "My benefactor, set my heart at ease. Aniska, go, you horrid girl, show him the way," she cried to the maid, angrily opening her mouth and still farther her long teeth. "Show me the way, show me, I'll do it," gasped Pierre rapidly. The dirty maid-servant stepped from behind the TMNK, put up her plait, sighed, and went on her shone, bare feet along the path. Pierre felt as if he had come back to life after a heavy swoon. He held his head higher, his eyes shone with the light of life, and swift steps he followed the maid, overtook her, and came out on the Pavask 6y. The whole street was full of clouds of black smoke. Tongues of flame here and there broke through that cloud. A grate of people crowded in front of the conflagration. In the middle of street a French general saying something to those around him. Pierre, accompanied by the maid, was advancing to the spot where the general stood, but the French soldiers stopped him. "On ne passe pas." 106 cried. "This way, uncle," cried the girl. "We'll pass through the side street, by the Gilens." Pierre tumbled back, giving a spring now and then to keep up with her. She ran across the street, turned down a side street to the left and, passing 3 houses, turned into a yard on the right. "It's here, close by," said she, and, running across the yard, a gate in a wooden fence, and, stopping, pointed out to him a small wooden wing of the house, which was bumming brightly and fiercely. One of its sides had fallen in, another was on fire, and bright flames issued from the openings of the windows and from under the roof. As Pierre passed through the fence gate, he was enveloped by hot air and involuntarily stopped. "Which is it?" "Which is your house?" he asked. "Who?" wailed the girl, pointing to the wing. "That's it, that was our lodging. You've burned to death, our treasure, Katie, my precious little missy." "Ooh," lamented Aniska, who at the sight of the fire felt that she too must give expression to her feelings. Pierre rushed to the wing, but the heat was so great that he involuntarily passed round in a curve and came upon the large house that was as yet bumming only at one end, just below the roof, and around which swarmed a crowd of Frenchmen. At first Pierre did not realize what these men, who were dragging something out, were about, but seeing for him a Frenchman hitting a peasant with a blunt sabre and trying to take from him a foxville coat, he vaguely understood that looting was going on there. But he had no time to dwell on that item. The sounds of crackling and the din of filling walls and ceilings, the whistle and hiss of the flames, the excited shouts of the people, and the sight of swaying smoke, now gathering into thick black clouds and now soaring up with glittering sparks, with here and there dense sheaves of flame, now red and now like golden fish scales creeping along the walls, and the "you can't pass, Heat and smoke and rapidity of motion produced on Pierre the usual animating effects of a conflagration. It had a peculiarly strong effect on him because at the sight of the fire he felt himself suddenly freed from the ideas that had weighed him down. He felt young, bright, adroit, and resolute. He ran round to the other side of the lodge and was about to dash into that part of it which was still standing, when just above his head he heard several voices shouting and then a cracking sound and the ring of something heavy falling close beside him. Pierre looked up and saw at a window off large house some Frenchman who had just thrown out the drawer of a chest, filled with metal articles. Other French soldiers standing below went up to the drawer. "What does this fellow want?" shouted one of them referring to Pierre. "There's a child in that house." "Haven't you seen a child?" cried Pierre. "What's he talking about?" "Get along," said several voices, and one of the soldiers, evidently afraid that Pierre might want to take from them some of the plate and bronzes that were in the drawer, moved threateningly toward him. "A child?" shouted a Frenchman from above. "Did hear something squealing in the garden? Perhaps it's his brat that the fellow is looking for. After all, one must be human, you know. Where is it?" "Where?" said Pierre. "There. There," shouted the Frenchman at the window, pointing to the garden at the back of the house. "Wait a bit, I'm coming down." And a minute or two later the Frenchman, a black-eyed fellow, a spot on his cheek in shirt sleeves, really did jump out of a window on the ground floor, and clapping Pierre on the shoulder ran with him into the garden. "Hurry up, you others," he called out to his comrades. "It's getting hot." They reached a gravel path behind the house. The Frenchman pulled Pierre by the arm and pointed to a round, gravelled space where a 3-year-old girl in a pink dress was lying under a seat. "There is your child." "Oh, a girl, so much the better," said the Frenchman. "Goodbye, fatty. We must die a human, we are all mortal, you know," and the Frenchman with the spot on his cheek ran back to his comrades. Breathless with joy, Pierre ran to the little girl and was going to take her in his arms. But seeing a stranger, the sickly, scrofulous-looking child, unattractively like her mother, began to yell and run away. Pierre, however, seized her and lifted her in his arms. She screamed disheartenedly and angrily and tried with her little hands to pull Pierre's hands away and to bite them with her slobbering mouth. Pierre was seized by a sense of horror and repulsion such as he had when touching some nasty little animal, but he made an effort not to throw the child down and ran with her to the large house. It was now, however, impossible to get back the way he had come. The maid, Aniska, was no longer there, and Pierre with a feeling of pity and disgust pressed the wet, painfully sobbing child to himself as tenderly as he could and ran with her through the garden seeking another way out. Chapter 6. Having run through off different yards and side streets, Pierre got back with his little burden to the Gruzinsk garden at the corner of the Pavask 6Y_. He did not at first recognize the place from which he had set out to look for the child, so crowded was it now with people and goods that had been dragged out of the houses. Besides Russian families who had taken refuge here from the fire, their belongings, there were several French soldiers in a variety of clothing. Pierre took no notice of them. He hurried to find the family of that civil servant in order to restore the daughter to her mother and go to save someone else. Pierre felt that he had still much to do and to do quickly. Glowing the heat and from running, he felt at that moment more strongly than ever the sense of fear and determination that had come on him when he ran to save the child. She had now quiet and, clinging with her little hands to Pierre's coat, sat on his arm gazing about her some little wild animal. He glanced at her occasionally with a slight smile. He fancied he saw something pathetically innocent in that frightened, sickly little face. He did not find the civil servant or his wife where he had left them. He walked among the crowd with rapid steps, scanning the various faces he met. Involuntarily he noticed a Georgian or Armenian family consisting of a very handsome old man of Oriental type, wearing a new, cloth-covered, sheepskin coat and new boots, an old woman of similar type, and a young Oman. That very young woman seemed to Pierre the perfection of Oriental beauty, with her sharply outlined, arched, black eyebrows and the extraordinarily soft, bright color of her long, buccal, expressionless face. Amid the scattered property and the crowd on the open space, she, in her rich satin cloak with a bright lilac shawl on her head, suggested a delicate exotic plant thrown out onto the snow. She was sitting on some bundles a little behind the old woman, and looked from under her long lashes with motionless, large, almond-shaped eyes at the ground. Her underscore evidently she was aware of her and feral one because of it. Her face struck Pierre and, hurrying along by the fence, he turned several times to look at her. 1% en he had reached the fence, still without finding those he sought, he stopped and looked him. With the child in his arms his figure was now more conspicuous than before, and a group of Russians, men and women, gathered him. "You lost anyone, my dear fellow? You're of the gentry yourself, aren't you?" "Whose child is it?" they asked him. Pierre replied that the child to a woman in a black coat who had been sitting there with her other children, and he asked whether anyone knew where she had gone. "Why, that must be the Anfrofs," said an old deacon, addressing a pock-marked peasant woman. "Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy," he added in his customary bass. "The Anfrofs?" "No," said the woman. "They left in the morning." "That must either Mary Nikolaevna s or the Ivanovs." "He says a woman, and Mary Nikolaevna is a lady," remarked a house serf. "Do you know her?" "She's thin, with long teeth," said Pierre. "That, s Mary Nikolaevna." "They went inside the garden when these wolves swooped to us," said the woman, pointing to the French soldiers. "Oh Lord, mercy," added the deacon, "go that way, they are there. It's she." "She kept on lamenting and crying," continued the woman. "It's she. Here, this way." But Pierre was not listening to the woman. He had for some seconds been intently watching what was going on a few steps away. He was looking at the Armenian family and at two French soldiers who had gone up to them. One of these, a nimble little man, was wearing a blue coat tied round the waist with a rope. He had a nightcap on his head and his feet were bare. The other, whose appearance particularly struck Pierre, was a long, lank, round-shouldered, fair-haired man, slow in his movements and with an idiotic expression of face. He wore a man's loose gown of frieze, blue trousers, and large torn hessian. The little barefooted Frenchman in the blue coat went up to the Armenians and, saying something, immediately seized the old man by his legs, and the old man at once began pulling off his. The other in the frieze gown stopped in front of the beautiful Armenian girl and with his hands in his pockets stood staring at her, motionless and silent. "Here, take the child," said Pierre peremptorily and hurriedly to the woman, handing the little girl to her. "Give her back to them, give her back," he almost shouted, putting the child, "you.ho," began screaming, on the ground, and again looking at the Frenchman and the Armenian. The old man was already sitting barefoot. The little Frenchman had secured his second and was slapping one boot against the other. The old man was saying something in a voice broken by sobs, but Pierre caught but a glimpse of this. His whole attention was directed to the Frenchman in the frieze gown, who meanwhile, swaying slowly from side to side, had drawn nearer to the young woman and taking his hands from his pockets had seized her by the neck. The beautiful Armenian still sat motionless and in the same attitude, with her long lashes drooping as if she did not see or feel what the soldier was doing to her. While Pierre was running the few steps that separated him from the Frenchman, the tall marauder in the frieze gown was already tearing from her neck the necklace the young Armenian was wearing, and the young woman, clutching at her neck, screamed piercingly. "Let that woman alone," exclaimed Pierre hoarsely in a uproarious voice, seizing the soldier by his round shoulders and throwing him aside. The soldier fell, got up, and ran away. But his comrade, throwing down the and drawing his sword, moved threateningly toward Pierre. "I voyons, pas de bêtises _ he cried. Pierre was in such a transport of rage that he remembered nothing and his strength increased tenfold. He rushed at the barefooted Frenchman and, before the latter had time to draw his sword, knocked him off his feet and hammered him with his fists. Shouts of approval were heard from the crowd around, and at the same moment a mounted patrol of French uhlans appeared from round the comer. The uhlans came up at a trot to Pierre and the Frenchman and surrounded them. Pierre remembered nothing of what happened after that. He only beating someone and being beaten, and finally feeling that his hands were bound and that a crowd of French soldiers stood around him and were searching him. "Lieutenant, he has a dagger," were the first words. Pierre, "Look here, no nonsense." "All, a weapon," said the officer, and turned to the barefooted soldier who had been arrested with Pierre. "All right, you can tell all allocated at the court-martial." Then he turned to Pierre. "Do you speak French?" Pierre looked around him with bloodshot eyes and did not reply. His face probably looked very terrible, for the officer said something in a whisper and 4 more uhlans left the ranks and placed themselves on both sides of Pierre. "Do you speak French?" the officer asked again, keeping at a distance from Pierre. "Call the interpreter." A little man in Russian civilian clothes rode out from the ranks, and by his clothes and manner of striking Pierre at once knew him to be a French salesman from one of the Moscow shops. "He does not look like a common man," said the interpreter, after a searching look at Pierre. "All, he looks very much like an incendiary," remarked the officer. "And ask him who he is," he added. "Who are you?" asked the interpreter in poor Russian. "You must answer the chief. I will not tell you who I am." "I am your prisoner, take me." Pierre suddenly replied in French. All, muttered the officer with a frown. "Well then, march." A crowd had collected round the uhlans. Nearest to Pierre stood the pock-marked Russant woman with the little girl, and when the patrol started she ed forward. "Where are they taking you to, you poor dear?" said she. "And the little girl, what am I to do with her if she's not theirs?" said the woman. "What does that woman want?" asked the officer. Pierre was as if intoxicated. His elation increased at the sight of the little girl he had sawed. "What does she want?" he murmured. "She's bringing me my daughter whom I have just saved from the flames," said he. "Goodbye." And without knowing how this aimless lie had escaped him, he went along with resolute and triumphant steps between the French soldiers. The French patrol was one of those sent out through the various streets of Moscow by Durosnv's order to put a stop to the pillage, and to catch the incendiaries who, according to the general opinion which had that day originated among the higher French officers, were the cause of the conflagrations. After marching through a number of streets, the patrol arrested 5 more Russian: a small shopkeeper, 2 seminary students, and a house serf, besides several looters. But of all these various suspected characters, Pierre was considered to be the most suspicious of all. They had all been brought for the night to a large house on the rampart that was being used as a guardhouse. Pierre was placed apart under strict guard. Book 12, 1812. Chapter I. In Petersburg at that time a complicated struggle was being carried on with greater heat than ever in the highest circles. The parties of Rumyantsev, the French, Myriya Fedorova, the Tsarevich, and others, drowned as usual by the buzzing of the court drones. But the calm, luxurious life of Petersburg, concerned only about phantoms and reflections of real life, went on its old way and made it hard, except by a great effort, to realize the danger and the difficult position of the Russian. There were the same receptions and balls, the same French theatre, the same interests and service interests and intrigues as usual. Only in the very highest circles were attempts made to keep in mind the difficulties of actual stories were whispered of how differently the 2 empresses behaved in these difficult circumstances. The Empress Maria, concerned for the welfare of charitable and educational institutions under her patronage, had given directions that they should all be removed to Kazan, and the things belonging to these institutions had already packed up. The Empress Elizabeth, however, when asked what instructions she would be pleased to her characteristic Russian patriotism, had replied that she could give no directions state institutions, for that was the affair of the sovereign, but as far as she personally was concerned she would the last to quit Petersburg. At Anna Pavlovna's on the 26th of August, the very day of the Battle of Borodin 6, there was a soirée, the chief feature of which was to be the reading of a letter from his lordship the bishop when send the emperor an icon of venerable Sergius _ it was regarded as a model of ecclesiastical, patriotic eloquence. Prince Vasily himself, famed for his elocution, was to read it. He used to read at the Empress _ the end of his reading was supposed to lie in rolling out the words, quite indistinguishably of their meaning, in a loud and sing-song voice alternating between a despairing wail and a tender murmur, so that the eye-veil fell quite at random on one word and the murmur on another. This reading, as was always the case at Anna Pavlovna's soirees, had a significance. That evening she expected several important personages who had to be made ashamed of their visits to the French theatre and aroused to a patriotic temper. A good many people had already arrived, but Anna Pavlovna, not yet seemed all those whom she wanted in her drawing, did not let the reading begin but wound up the springs of a general conversation. The news of the day in Petersburg was the illness of Countess Bezukhova _ she had fallen ill unexpectedly a few days previously, had missed several gatherings of which she was usually the ornament, and was said to receiving no one, and instead of the celebrated Petersburg doctors who usually attended her, had entrusted herself to some Italian doctor who was treating her in some new and unusual way. They all knew very well that the enchanting countess' illness arose from an inconvenience resulting from marrying two husbands at the same time, and that the Italian's cure consisted in removing such inconvenience, but in Anna Pavlovna's presence no one dared to think of this or appear to know it. They say the countess is very ill. The doctor says it is angina pectoris _ angina. That's a terrible illness. They say that the rivals are reconciled, thanks to the angina _ and the word angina was repeated with great satisfaction. The count is pathetic, they say. He cried like a child when the doctor told him the case was dangerous. Oh, it would a terrible loss, she is an enchanting woman _ you are striking of the poor countess, said Anna Pavlovna, coming up just then I sent to ask for news, and hear that she is a little she is certainly the most charming woman in the world, she went on, with a smile at her own enthusiasm. We belong to different camps, but that does not prevent my esteeming her as she deserves. She is very unfortunate, added Anna Pavlovna _ sympathizing that by these words Anna Pavlovna was somewhat lifting the veil from the secret of the countess' malady. An unwary young man ventured to express surprise that well-known doctors had not been called in and that the countess was being attended by a charlatan who might employ dangerous remedies. Your information may be better than mine, Anna Pavlovna suddenly and venomously retorted on the inexperienced young man, but I know on good authority that this doctor is a very learned and able man. He is private physician to the Queen of Spain. And having thus demolished the young man, Anna Pavlovna turned to another group where Bilibin was talking about the Austrians. Having wrinkled up his face, he was evidently preparing to smooth it out again and utter one of his marks _ I think it is delightful _ he said, referring to a diplomatic note that had sent to Vienna with some Austrian banners captured from the French by Wittgenstein, the hero of Petropol as he was then called in Petersburg. What is that? Asked Anna Pavlovna _ securing silence for the marks which she had heard before, and Bilibin repeated the actual words of the diplomatic dispatch, which he had himself composed. The emperor returns these Austrian banners, said Bilibin, friendly banners gone astray and found on a wrong path, and his brow smooth again. Charming, charming, absent Prince Vasily. The path to Warsaw, erupts Prince Hippolyte remarked loudly and unexpectedly. Everybody looked at him, understanding what he meant. Prince Hippolyte himself glanced around with amused surprise. He knew no more than the others what his words meant. During his diplomatic career he had more than once noticed that such utterances were received as very witty, and at every opportunity he uttered in that way the first words that entered his head. It may come out very well, he thought, %ut if not, they'll know how to arrange matters. And really, during the awkward silence that ensued, that insufficiently patriotic person entered whom Anna Pavlovna had been waiting for and wished to convert, and she, smiling and shaking a finger at Hippolyte, invited Paramus Vasily to the table and bringing him 2 candles and the manuscript begged him to begin. Everyone became silent. Most gracious sovereign and emperor. Prince Vasily sternly declaimed, looking round at his audience as if to inquire whether anyone had anything to say to the contrary. But no one said anything. Moscow, our ancient capital, the new receipt be her Christ. He placed a sudden emphasis on the word. A mother receives her zealous sons into her arms, and through the gathering mists, foreseeing the brilliant glory of thy rule, sings in exultation, Hosanna, blessed is he that cometh. Prince Vasily pronounced these last words in a tearful M_Bilibin attentively examined his nails, and many of those present appeared intimidated, as if asking in what they were to blame. Anna Pavlovna whispered the next words in advance, like an old woman muttering the prayer at communion, let the bold and insolent Goliath she whispered. Prince Vasily continued. Let the and insolent Goliath from the of France encompass the realms of Russia with death-bearing Teltours, humble the sling of the Russian David, shall suddenly smite his head in his bloodthirsty pride. This icon of the venerable Sergius, the servant of God and zealous champion of old of our country's weal, is offered to your imperial majesty. I grieve that my waning strength prevents rejoicing in the sight of your most gracious presence. I raise fervent prayers to heaven that the Almighty may exalt the race of the just, and mercy wholly fulfill the desires of your majesty. What force, what a style, was uttered in approval of reader and of author. Animated by that address, Anna Pavlovna's guests talked for a long time of the state of the fatherland and offered various conjectures as to the result of the battle to be fought. In a few you will see, said Anna Pavlovna, that tomorrow, on the Emperor's birthday, we shall receive news. I have a presentiment. Chapter 11. Anna Pavlovna's presentiment was in fact filled. Next day during the service at the palace church in honor of the Emperor's birthday, Prince Bolkonsky was called out of church and received a dispatch from Prince Kutuzov. It was Kutuzov's report, written from Tatarinova on the day of the battle. Kutuzov told that the Russians had not retreated a step, that the French losses were much heavier than ours, and that he was writing in haste from the field of battle before collecting full information. It followed that there must have been a victory. And at once, without leaving the church, thanks were rendered to the Creator for his help and for the victory. Anna Pavlovna's presentiment was justified, and all that morning a joyously festive mood reigned in the city. Everyone the victory to have been complete, and some even spoke of Napoleon's having been captured, of his deposition, and of the choice of a new ruler for France. It is very difficult for events to be reflected in their real strength and completeness amid the conditions of court life, and far from the scene of action general events involuntarily group themselves around some particular incident. So now the courtier's pleasure was based as much on the fact that the news had arrived on the Emperor's birthday as on the fact of the victory itself. It was like a successfully arranged surprise. Mention was made in Kutuzov's report of the Russian losses, among which figured the names of Tuchkov, Bagratio 6N, and Kutuzov. In the Petersburg world this sad side of the affair again involuntarily centered round a single incident, Kutuzov's death. Everybody knew him, the Emperor liked him, and he was young and interesting. That day everyone met with the words, "What a wonderful coincidence!" just during the service. But what a loss Kutuzov is! How sorry I am! What did I tell about Kutuzov? Prince Vasily now said with a prophet's pride. I always said he was the only man capable of defeating Napoleon. But next day no news from the army and the public mood grew ominous. The courtiers suffered because of the suffering the suspense occasioned the emperor. Fancy the emperor's position, said they, and instead of extolling Kutuzov as they had done the day before, they condemned him as the cause of his anxiety. That day Prince Vasily no longer of his protege Kutuzov, but remained silent when the commander-in-chief was mentioned. Moreover, toward evening, as if everything conspired to make Petersburg society anxious and uneasy, a terrible piece of news was added. Countess Helene Bezukhova had suddenly died of that terrible malady. It had been so agreeable to mention officially, at large gatherings, everyone said that Countess Bezukhova had died of a terrible attack of angina pectoris, but in intimate circles details were mentioned of how the private physician of the Queen of Spain had prescribed small doses of a certain drug to produce a certain effect, but Helene, fueled by the fact that the old Count suspected her and that her husband, to whom she had written, that wretched, profligate Pierre, had not replied, had suddenly taken a very large dose of drug, and had died in agony before assistance could be rendered her. It was said that Prince Vasily and the old Count had turned the Italian, but the latter had produced such letters from the unfortunate deceased that they had immediately let the matter drop. Talk in general centered round three melancholy facts: the Emperor's lack of news, the loss of Kutuzov, and the death of Helene. On the third day after Kutuzov's report, a country gentleman arrived from Moscow, and news of the surrender of Moscow to the French spread throughout the whole. This was terrible. Had for the Emperor to in. Kutuzov was a traitor, and Prince Vasily, during the visits of condolence paid to him on the occasion of his daughter's death, said of Kutuzov, whom he had formerly praised, it was excusable for him in his grief to forget what he had said, that it was impossible to expect anything else from a blind and depraved old man. I only wonder that the of Russia could have been interested to such a man. As long as this news remained unofficial it was possible to doubt it, but the next day the following communication was received from Count Rostopchin: Prince Kutuzov's adjutant has brought me a letter in which he demands police officers to guide the army to the Ryazan road. He writes that he is regretfully abandoning Moscow. Sire, Kutuzov's action decides the fate of the capital and of your empire. Russia will shudder to learn of the abandonment of the city in which her greatness is centered and in which lie the ashes of our ancestors. I shall follow the army. I have had everything removed, and it only remains for me to weep over the of my fatherland. On receiving this dispatch the Emperor sent Prince Bolkonsky to Kutuzov with the following rescript: Prince Michael Ilary Novik. Since the 29th of August I have received no communication from you, yet on the 1st of September I from the Commander-in-Chief of Moscow, via Yaroslavl, the sad news that you, the army, have decided to abandon Moscow. You can yourself imagine the effect this news has had on me, and your silence increases my astonishment. I am sending this by Adjutant General Prince Bolkonsky, to hear from you the situation of the army and the reasons that have induced you to take this melancholy decision. Chapter 111. 9 days after the abandonment of Moscow, a messenger from Kutuzov reached Petersburg with the official announcement of that event. This messenger was Michaud, a Frenchman who did not know Russian, but who was Koikitranga, Rustasir et Dame, as he said of himself. The Emperor at once received this messenger in his study at the palace on Stone Island. Michaud, who had never seen Moscow the campaign and who did not know yet, felt deeply moved, as he wrote, when he appeared before Notre Gracieuse Souverain log with the news of the burning of Moscow, "Don't les films éclairent en sa route." Though the source Michaud's chagrin must have been different from that which caused Russians to grieve, he had such a sad face when shown into the Emperor's study that the latter at once asked, "You brought me sad news, Colonel." "Very sad, sire," replied Michaud, lowering his eyes with a sigh. "The abandonment of Moscow." "They surrendered my ancient capital without a battle?" asked the Emperor quickly, his face suddenly flushing. Michaud delivered the message Kutuzov had entrusted to him, which was that it had been impossible to fight before Moscow, and that as the only remaining choice was between losing the army as well as Moscow, or losing Moscow alone, the field marshal had to choose the latter. The Emperor listened in silence, not looking at Michaud. "Has the enemy entered the city?" he asked. "Yes, sire, and Moscow is now in ashes." "I left it all in flames," replied Michaud in a decided tone, but glancing at he was frightened by what he had done. The Emperor began to breathe heavily and rapidly, his lower lip trembled, and tears instantly appeared in his fine blue eyes, but this lasted only a moment. he suddenly frowned, as if blaming himself for his weakness, and raising his head addressed Michaud in a firm voice. I see, Colonel, from all that is happening, that Providence requires great sacrifices of us _____. I am ready to submit myself in all things to his will, but tell me, Michaud, how did you leave the army when it saw my ancient capital abandoned without a battle? Did you not notice discouragement? Seeing that his most gracious ruler was calm once more, Michaud also grew calm, but was not immediately ready to reply to the Emperor's direct and relevant question, which required a direct answer. Sire, will you allow me to serve K frankly as befits a loyal soldier? He asked to gain time, though a foreigner, Rustin in heart and soul. Our most gracious sovereign, whose flames illumined his route, Colonel, I always require it, replied the Emperor. Conceal nothing from me, I wish to know absolutely how things are. Sire, said Michaud with a subtle, scarcely perceptible smile on his lips, having now prepared a well-phrased reply, Sire, I left the whole army, from its chiefs to the lowest soldier, without exception in desperate and agonized terror. How is that? The Emperor interrupted, frowning sternly. Would misfortune make my Russians lose health? Never. Michaud had only waited for this to bring out the phrase he had prepared. Sire, he said, with clearness, they are only afraid lest your Majesty, in the of your heart, should allow yourself to be persuaded to make peace. They are burning for the combat, declared this representative of Russian nation, and to prove to your Majesty by the sacrifice of their lives how devoted they are all, said the Emperor, reassured, and with a kindly gleam in his eyes, he patted Michaud on the shoulder. You set me at ease, Colonel. He turned his head and was silent for some time. Well, then, go back to the army, he said, drawing himself up to his height and addressing Michaud with a gracious and majestic gesture, and tell our brave men and all my subjects wherever you go that when I have not a soldier left I shall put myself at the head of my beloved nobility and my good peasants, and so use the last resources of my empire. It still offers me more than my enemies suppose, said the Emperor, growing more and more animated, but should it ever be ordained by divine providence, too, he continued, raising to heaven his fine eyes shining with emotion, that my dynasty should cease to reign on the throne of my ancestors, then after exhausting all the means at my command, I shall let my beard grow to here, he pointed half of a down his chest, and go and eat potatoes with the meanest of my peasants, rather than sign the disgrace of my country and of my beloved Roppel, whose sacrifices I know how to appreciate. Having uttered these words in an agitated voice, the Emperor suddenly turned away as if to hide from Michaud the tears that rose to his eyes, and went to the further end of his study. Having stood there a few moments, he strode back to Michaud and pressed his arm below the elbow with a vigorous movement. The Emperor's mild and handsome face was flushed and his eyes gleamed with resolution and anger. Colonel Michaud, do not forget what I say to you here, perhaps we may recall it with pleasure some day. Napoleon or I, said the Emperor, touching his breast. We can no longer reign together. I have learned to know him, and he will not deceive me any more. And the Emperor paused, with a frown. When he heard these words and saw the expression of firm resolution in the Emperor's eyes, Michaud, Koikatranga, Rustasir at that solemn moment felt himself enraptured by all that he had heard, as he used afterwards to say, and gave expression to his own feelings and those of the Russian Iroquois, whose representative he considered himself to in the following words. Sire, said he, your Majesty is at this moment signing the glory of the nation and the salvation of Europe. With an inclination of the head the Emperor dismissed him. Chapter 4 It is natural for us who were not living in those days to imagine that when half Russia had been conquered and the inhabitants were fleeing to distant provinces, and one levy after another was being raised for the defence of the fatherland, all Russians from the greatest to the least were solely engaged in sacrificing themselves, saving their fatherland, or weeping over its downfall. The tales and descriptions of that time, without exception, speak only of the self-sacrifice, patriotic delation, despair, grief, and the heroism of the Russians. But it was not really so. It appears so to us because we see only the general historic interest of that time and do not see all the human interests that people hackle, yet in reality those personal interests of the moment so much transcend the general interests that they always prevent the public interest from being felt or even noticed. Most of the people at that time paid no attention to the general progress of events but were guided only by their private interests, and they were the very rabble whose activities at that period were most useful. Those who tried to understand the general course of events and to take part in it by self-sacrifice and heroism were the most useless members of society. They saw everything upside down, and all they did for the common good turned out to be useless and foolish, like Pierre's and Mam 6 November's regiments which looted Russian villages, and the lint the young ladies prepared and that never reached the wounded, and so on. Those, fond of intellectual talk and of expressing their feelings, who discussed Russia's position at the time involuntarily introduced into their conversation either a shade of pretense and or useless condemnation and anger directed against accused of actions no one could be guilty of in historic events. The rule forbidding us to eat of the fruit of tree of knowledge is specially applicable. Only unconscious action bears fruit, and he who plays a part in an historic event never understands its significance. If he tries to realize it, his efforts are fruitless. The more closely a man was engaged in the events then taking place in Russia, the less did he realize their significance. In Petersburg and in the provinces at a distance from Moscow, ladies and gentlemen in militia uniforms wept for Russia and its ancient capital and talked of self-sacrifice and so on, but in the army which retired beyond Moscow there was little talk or thought of Moscow, and when they caught sight of its burned minutes no one swore to avenge on the French, but they thought about their next pay, their next quarters, of Matryoshka the vivandière, and like matters. As the war had caught him in the service, Nicholas Rostov took a close and prolonged part in the defense of his country, but did so casually, without any aim at self-sacrifice, and he therefore looked at what was going on in Russia without despair and without dismally racking his brains over it. Had he been asked what he thought of the state of Russia, he would have said that it was not his business to think about it, that Kutuzov and others were there for that purpose, but that he had heard that the regiments were to made up to their strength, that fighting would probably go on for a long time yet, and that things being so it was quite he might in command of a regiment in a couple of years' time. As he looked at the matter in this way, he learned that he was being sent to Volsix to buy remounts for his division, not only without regret at being prevented from taking part in the coming battle, but with the greatest pleasure, which he did not conceal and which his comrades fully understood. A few days before the Battle of Borodin 6, Nicholas received the necessary money and warrants, and having sent some hussars on in advance, he set out with post horses for Volsix. Only a man who has experienced it, that is, has passed some months continuously in an atmosphere of campaigning and war, can understand the delight Nicholas felt when he escaped from the region covered by the army's foraging operations, provision trains, and hospitals. From soldiers, wagons, and the filthy traces of a camp, he saw villages with and peasant women, gentlemen's country houses, fields where cattle were grazing, with station masters asleep in them. He rejoiced as though seeing all this for the first time. It for a long while specially surprised and delighted him were the women, young and healthy, a dozen officers making up to each of them, women, who were pleased and flattered that a passing officer should joke with them. In the highest spirits Nicholas arrived at night at a hotel in Volsix, ordered things he had long been deprived of in camp, and next day, very clean shave 7 and in a uniform he had not worn for a long time, went to present himself to the authorities. The commander of the militia was a civilian general, an old man who was evidently pleased with his military designation and rank. He received Nicholas brusquely, imagined this to be characteristically military, and questioned him with an important air, as if considering the general progress of affairs and approving and disapproving with right to do so. Nicholas was in such good spirits that this merely amused him. From the commander of militia he drove to the governor. The governor was a brisk little man, very simple and affable. He indicated the stud farms at which Nicholas might procure horses, recommended to him a horse dealer in the town and a landowner 15 miles out of town who had the best horses, and promised to assist him in every way. "You are Count Ilya Rostov-'s son? My wife was a great friend of your mother's. We are at home on Thursdays. Today is Thursday, so please come and see us quite informally," said the governor, taking leave of him immediately on leaving the governor's. Nicholas hired post horses and, taking his squadron quartermaster with him, drove at a gallop to the landowner, 15 miles away, who had the Stuckel. Everything seemed to him pleasant and easy during that first part of his stay in Volsixnej, and, as usually happens when a man is in a pleasant state of mind, everything went well and easily. The landowner to whom Nicholas went was a bachelor, an old cavalryman, a horse fancier, the possessor of some century-old brandy and some old Hungarian wine, who had a snuggery where he smoked, and who owned some splendid horses. In very few words, Nicholas bought 17 picked stallions for 6,000 rubles, to serve, as he said, as samples of his remounts. After dining and taking rather too much of the Hungarian wine, Nicholas, having exchanged kisses the landowner, with whom he was already on the friendliest terms, galloped back over abominable roads, in the brightest frame of mind, continually urging on so as to arrive in time for the governor's party. When he had changed, poured water over his head, and scented himself, Nicholas arrived at the governor's rather late, but with the phrase "better late than on" his lips. It was not a ball, nor had dancing been announced, but everyone knew that Catherine, Peter and Ma would play valses and the écossaise on the clavichord, and that there would be dancing, and so everyone had come as to a ball. Provincial life in 1812 went on very much as usual, but with this difference, that it was in the towns in consequence of the arrival of many wealthy families from Moscow, and as in everything that went on in Russia at that time a special recklessness was noticeable, an in for a penny, in for a pound, who cares, spirit, and the inevitable small talk, instead of turning on the weather and mutual acquaintances, now tummed on Moscow, the army, and Napoleon. The society gathered together at the governor's Evas the Invol 6 There were a great many ladies and some of Nicholas' Moscow acquaintances, but there were no men who could at all vie the Cavalier of St. George, the Hussar remount officer, the and well-bred Count Rost 6v. Among the men was an Italian prisoner, an officer of the French army, and Nicholas felt that the presence of that prisoner enhanced his own importance as a Russian hero. The Italian was, as it were, a war trophy. Nicholas felt this. It seemed to him that everyone regarded the Italian in the same light, and he treated him cordially though with dignity and restraint. As soon as Nicholas entered in his hussar uniform, diffusing around him a fragrance of wine, and had uttered the words "percent et late than never" and heard them repeated several times by others, clustered around him, all eyes tummed on him, and he felt at once that he had entered into his proper position in the province, that of a universal favourite, a very pleasant position, and intoxicatingly so after his long privations. At stations, at inns, and in the Landvner's snuggery, maid servants had iron flattered by his notice, and here too at the governor's party there were, as it seemed to Nicholas, an inexhaustible number of pretty young women, maltied and unmarried, impatiently awaiting his notice. The women and girls flirted with him, and, from the first day, the people concerned themselves to get this fine young daredevil of an hussar married and settled down. Among these was the governor's wife herself, who welcomed Rost 6v as a near relative and called him Nicholas. Catherine Peter 6 did actually play valses and the écossaise, and dancing in which Nicholas still captivated the provincial society by his agility. His particularly free manner of dancing even surprised them all. Nicholas was himself rather surprised at the way he danced that evening. He had never danced like that in Moscow, and would even have considered such a very free and easy manner improper and in bad, but here he felt it incumbent on him to astonish them all by something unusual, something they would ought to accept as the regular thing in the capital though new to them in the provinces. All the evening Nicholas paid attention to a blue-eyed, plump and pleasing little blonde, the wife of one of the provincial officials with the naff conviction of young men in a merry mood that other men's wives were created for them, Rost 6v did not leave the lady's side and treated her husband in a friendly and conspiratorial style, as if, without of it, they knew how capitally Nicholas and the lady would get on together. The husband, however, did not seem to share that conviction and tried to behave morosely with Rost 6v_, but the latter's nature was so boundless that sometimes even he involuntarily yielded to Nicholas' good humour. Toward the end of the evening, however, as the wife's face grew more flushed and animated, the husband's became more and more melancholy and solemn, as though there were but a given amount of animation in them, and as the wife's share increased the husband's diminished. Chapter V. Nicholas sat leaning slightly forward in an armchair, bending closely over the blonde lady and paying her mythological compliments with a smile that never left his face. Jauntily shifting the position of his legs in their tight riding breeches, diffusing an odour of perfume, and admiring his partner, himself, and the fine outlines of his legs in their well-fitting Hessian boots, Nicholas told the blonde lady that he wished to run away with a snine lady here in Vol 6 _, which lady? A charming lady, a divine one. Her eyes, Nicholas looked at his partner, are blue, her mouth coral and ivory, her figure, he glanced at her shoulders, like Diana's. The husband came up and sullenly asked his wife if she was talking _, all, Nikita Ivanich, cried Nicholas, rising politely, and as if wishing Nikita Ivanich to share his joke, he began to tell him of his intention to illa with a blonde lady. The husband smiled gloomily, the wife gaily. The governor's good-natured wife came up with a look of disapproval. Anna Ignatievna wants to see you, Nicholas, said she, pronouncing the name so that Nicholas at once that Anna Ignatievna was a very important person. Come, Nicholas. You know you let me call you so. Oh, yes, aunt. Who is she? Anna Ignatievna Malvintseva_, she has heard from her niece how you rescued her, you guess. I rescued such a lot of them, said Nicholas. Can her niece, Princess Bolkonsky she is here in Vol 6 with her aunt Aho. How you blush ivhy, not a bit. Please don't, aunt. Very well, very well. Oh, what a andlo you are. The governor's wife led him up to a tall and very stout old lady with a blue headdress, who had just finished her game of cards with the most important personages of the town. This was Malvintseva, Princess Mary's aunt on her mother's side, a rich, childless widow who always in Vol 6 when Rost 6v approached her she was standing settling up for the game. She looked at him and, screwing up her eyes sternly, continued to upbraid the general who had won from her. Very pleased, mon cher, she then said, holding out her hand to Nicholas. Pray come. And after a few words Princess Mary and her late father, whom Malvintseva had evidently not liked, and having asked what Nicholas knew of Prince Andrew, who also was evidently no favourite of hers, the important old lady dismissed Nicholas, Anna repeating her invitation to come to see her. Nicholas promised to come and blushed again as he bowed. At the mention of Princess Mary he experienced a feeling of shyness and even of fear, which he himself did not understand. When he had parted from Malvintseva, Nicholas wished to return to the dancing, but the governor's little wife placed her plump hand on his sleeve and, saying that she wanted to have a talk him, led him to her sitting room, from which those who were there immediately withdrew so as not to be in her way. Do you know, dear boy, began the governor's wife with a serious expression on her kind little really would the match for you, you old you like me to arrange it. Whom do you mean, aunt? Asked Nicholas. I will make a match for you with the princess. Catherine Peter and Ma speaks of Lily, but I say, no, the princess. Do you want me to do it? I am sure your mother will to me. Had a charming girl she is, really. And she is not at all so plain, either. Not at all, replied Nicholas as if offended at the idea. As befits a soldier, aunt, I don't force myself on anyone or anything, he said before he had time to consider what he was saying. Well then, this is not a joke. Of course not. Yes, Yes, the governor's wife said as if talking to herself. But, my dear boy, among other things you are attentive to the other, the blonde. One is sorry for the husband, really. Oh no, we are good friends with him, said Nicholas in the simplicity of his heart. It did not enter his head that a pastime so pleasant to himself might not be pleasant to someone else. But what nonsense I have been saying to the governor's wife, thought Nicholas suddenly at supper. She will really begin to arrange a match. And S6 knew _T, and on taking leave of governor's wife, when she again smilingly said to well then, he drew her aside _but see here, to tell the truth, what is it, my dear? Come, let's sit down here, said she. Nicholas suddenly felt a desire and need to tell his most intimate thoughts, which he would not have told to his mother, his sister, or his friend, to this man who was almost a stranger. He afterwards recalled that impulse to unsolicited and inexplicable frankness which had very important results for him. It seemed to him, as it seems to everyone in such cases, that it was merely some silly whim that seized him, yet that burst of frankness, together with other trifling nuances, had immense consequences for him and for all his family. You see, Aunt, Mamma has long wanted me to marry an heiress, but the very idea of marrying for money is repugnant to me. Oh yes, I understand, said the governor's wife, but Princess Bolkonsky, that's another matter. I will tell you the truth. In the first place, I like her very much, I feel drawn to her, and then, after I met her under such circumstances, so strangely, the idea often occurred to me, this is fate. Especially if you remember that Mamma had long been thinking of it, but I had never happened to meet her before. Somehow it had always happened that we did not meet. And as long as my sister Natasha was engaged to her brother, it was of course out of question for me to think of marrying her. And it must needs happen that I should meet her just when Natasha's engagement had broken off and then everything. So you see I never told this to anyone and never will, only to the governor's wife. Pressed his elbow gratefully you know S6 my cousin. I love her, and promised to marry her, and I will do so. So you see there can no question, said Nicholas incoherently and blushing. My dear boy, what a way to look at it. You know S6 has nothing, and you yourself say your papa's affairs are a very bad way. And what about your mother? If you old kill her, that's one thing. And what sort of life would it be for S6 one if she's a girl with a heart? Your mother in despair, and you all ruined? No, my dear, you and S6 ought to understand that. Nicholas remained silent. It comforted him to hear these arguments. All the same, Aunt, it is impossible, he rejoined with a sigh, after a short pause. Besides, would the princess me? And besides, she is now in mourning. How can one think of it? But you don't suppose I'm going to get you married at once? There is always a right way of doing things, replied the governor's wife. What a matchmaker you are, Aunt, said Nicholas, kissing her plump little hand. Chapter 6. On reaching Moscow after her meeting with Rost 6v, Princess Mary had found her nephew there with his tutor, and a letter from Prince Andrew giving her instructions how to get to her Aunt Malvintseva at Vol 6 Nej that feeling akin to temptation which had tormented her during her father's illness, since his death, and especially since her meeting with Rost 6v was smothered by arrangements for the journey. Anxiety about her brother, settling in a new house, meeting new and attending to her nephew's education. She was sad. Now, after a month passed in quiet surroundings, she felt more and more deeply the loss of her father which was associated in her mind with the men of Russim. She was agitated and incessantly fueled by the thought of the dangers to which her brother, the only intimate person now remaining to her, was exposed. She was worried too about her nephew's education, for which she had always felt herself incompetent, but in the depths of her soul she felt at peace, a peace arising from consciousness of having stifled those dreams and that had iron on the point of awakening within her and were related to her meeting with Rost 6v. The day after her party the governor's wife came to see Malvintseva and, after discussing her plan, the aunt remarked that though under present circumstances a formal betrothal was, of course, not to be thought of, all the same the young people might be brought together and could get to know one another. Malvintseva expressed approval, and the governor's wife began to speak of Rost 6v in Mary's presence, praising him and telling how he had blushed when Princess Mary's name was mentioned. But Princess Mary experienced a painful rather than a joyful feeling. Her mental tranquility was destroyed, and desires, doubts, self-reproach, and horrors reawoke. During the 2 days that elapsed before Rost 6v called, Princess Mary continually thought of how she ought to behave to him. First she decided not to come to the drawing room when he called to see her aunt, that it would not be proper for her, in her deep mourning, to receive visitors. Then she thought this would be rude after what he had done for her. Then it occurred to her that her aunt and the governor's wife had intentions concerning herself and Rost 6v. Their looks and words at times seemed to confirm this supposition. Then she told herself that only she, with her single one nature, could think this of them. They could not forget that situated as she was, while still wearing deep mourning, such matchmaking would be an insult to her and to her father's memory. Assuming that she did go down to see him, Princess Mary imagined the words he would say to her and what she would say to him, and these words sometimes seemed undeservedly cold and then to mean too much. More than anything she feared lest the confession she felt might overwhelm her and betray her as soon as she saw him. But when on Sunday after church the footman announced in the drawing room that Count Rost 6v had called, the princess showed no confusion, only a slight blush suffused her cheeks and her eyes lit up with a new and radiant light. "You have met him, aunt," said she in a calm voice, unable herself to understand that she could be outwardly so calm and natural. When Rost 6v entered the room, the princess dropped her eyes for an instant, as if to give the visitor time to greet her aunt, and then just as Nicholas turned to her she raised her head and met his look with shining eyes. With a movement whole of dignity and grace she half rose with a smile of pleasure, held out her slender, delicate hand to him, and began to speak in a voice in which for the first time new deep womanly notes vibrated. Mademoiselle Bourienne, who was in the drawing, looked at Princess Mary in bewildered surprise. Herself a consummate coquette, she could not have manoeuvred on meeting a man she wished to. Either black is particularly becoming to her or she really has greatly improved without my having noticed it. And all, what tact and grace, thought Mademoiselle Bourienne. Had Princess Mary been capable of reflection at that moment, she would have been more surprised than Mademoiselle Bourienne at the change that had taken place in herself from the moment she recognized that dear, loved face. A new life forced possession of her and compelled her to speak and act apart from her own will. From the time Rost 6v entered, her face became suddenly transformed. It was as if a light had been kindled in a caned and painted lantern, and the intricate, skillful artistic work on its sides, that previously seemed dark, coarse, and meaningless, was suddenly shown up in unexpected and striking beauty. For the first time all that pure, spiritual inward travail through which she had lived appeared on the surface. All her inward, her dissatisfaction, herself, her sufferings, her strivings, her goodness, her meekness, and self-sacrifice, all this now shone in those radiant eyes, in her delicate smile, and in every trait of her gentle face. Rost 6v saw all this as clearly as if he had known her whole life. He felt that the being before him was quite different and anyone he had met before, and all better than himself. Their conversation was very simple and unimportant. They spoke of the war, and like everyone else unconsciously exaggerated their sorrow about it. They spoke of their last meeting, Nicholas trying to change the subject. They talked of the governor's kind wife, of Nicholas' relations, and of Princess Mary's. She did not talk about her brother, diverting the conversation as soon as her aunt mentioned Andrew. Evidently she could speak of Russia's misfortunes, a certain artificiality, but her brother was too near her heart and she neither could nor would speak lightly of him. Nicholas noticed this, as he noticed every shade of Princess Mary's character and observation unusual to him, and everything confined his conviction that she was a quite unusual and extraordinary being. Nicholas blushed and was confused when people spoke to him the princess, as she did when he was mentioned, and even when he thought of her, but in her presence he felt quite at ease, and said not at all what he had prepared, but what, quite appropriately, to him at the moment. A pause occurred during his short visit. Nicholas, as is usual when there are children, turned to Prince Andrew's little son, caressing him and asking whether he would like to an huzzah. He took the boy on his knee, played with him, and looked round at Princess Mary with a softened, happy, timid look. She watched the boy she loved in the arms of the man she loved. Nicholas also noticed that look and, as if understanding it, flushed with pleasure and began to kiss the boy with good-natured plairiness. As she was in mourning, Princess Mary did not go out into society, and Nicholas did not think it the proper thing to visit her again, but all the same the governor's wife went on with her matchmaking, passing on to Nicholas the flattering things Princess Mary said of him and vice versa, and insisting on his declaring himself to Princess Mary. For this purpose she arranged a meeting between the young Robble at the bishop's house before Mass. Though Rost 6v told the governor's wife that he would not make any declaration to Princess Mary, he promised to go. As at Tilsit, Rost 6v had not allowed himself to doubt that what everybody considered right was right, so now, after a short but sincere struggle between his effort to arrange his life by his own sense of justice, and in obedient submission to circumstances, he chose the latter and yielded to the power he felt irresistibly carrying him he knew not where. He knew that after his promise to S6 knew it would be what he deemed base to declare his feelings to Princess Mary, and he knew that he old never act basely. But he also knew, or rather felt at the of his heart, that by resigning himself now to the force of circumstances and to those who were guiding him, he was not only doing nothing wrong, but was doing something very important, more important than anything he had ever done in his life. After meeting Princess Mary, though the course of his life went on externally as all his former amusements lost their charm for him and he often thought about her. But he never thought her as he had thought of all the young ladies without exception whom he had met in society, nor as he had for a long time, and at one time rapturously, thought S6 knew _ he had pictured each of those young ladies as almost all honest-hearted young men do, that is, as a wife, adapting her in his imagination to all the conditions of Maltide life, a white dress and gown, his wife at the tea-table, his wife's carriage, little ones, Mama and Papa, their relations to her, and so on. And these pictures of the H'lture had given him pleasure. But with Princess Mary, to whom they were trying to get him engaged, he could never picture anything of future married life. If he tried, his pictures seemed incongruous and false. It made him afraid. Chapter 7 The noise of the Battle of Borodin 6, of our losses in killed and wounded, and the still more telltale ble news of the loss of Moscow reached Vol 6 Nej in the middle of September. Princess Mary, having learned of her brother's wound only from the Gazette and having no definite news of him, prepared, so Nicholas heard, he had not seen her again himself, to set off in search of Prince Andrew _ Hen. He received the news of the Battle of Borodin 6 and the abandonment of Moscow. Rost 6v was not seized with despair, anger, the desire for vengeance, or any feeling of that kind, but everything in Vol 6 Nej suddenly seemed to him dull and tiresome, and he experienced an indefinite feeling of shame and awkwardness. The conversations he heard seemed to him sincere. He did not know how to judge all these affairs and felt that only in the regiment would everything again become clear to him. He made haste to finish buying the horses, and often unreasonably angry with his servant and squadron quartermaster. A few days before his departure a special thanksgiving, at which Nicholas was present, was held in the cathedral for the Russian victory. He stood a little behind the governor and held himself with military decorum through the service, meditating on a great variety of subjects. Hen. The service was over. The governor's wife beckoned him to her. "You seen the princess?" she asked, indicating with a movement of her head a lady standing on the opposite side, beyond the choir. Nicholas immediately recognized Princess Mary not so much by the profile he saw under her as by the feeling of solicitude, timidity, and pity that immediately overcame him. Princess Mary, evidently engrossed by her thoughts, was crossing herself for the last time before leaving the church. Nicholas looked at her face with surprise. It was the same face he had seen before. There was the same general expression of refined, inner, spiritual labor, but now it was quite differently lit up. There was a pathetic expression of sorrow, prayer, and hope in it. As had occulted before when she was present, Nicholas went up to her without waiting to be prompted by the governor's evife and not asking himself whether or not it was right and proper to address her here in church, and told her he had heard of her trouble and sympathized with his whole soul. As soon as she heard his voice a vivid glow kindled in her face, lighting up both her sorrow and her joy. "There is one thing I wanted to tell you," Princess said Rost 6v_. It is that if your brother, Prince Andrew Nikolaevich, were not living, it would be at once announced in the Gazette, as he is a colonel. The princess looked at him, not grasping what he was saying, but cheered by the expression of regretful sympathy on his face. "And I have known so many cases of a splinter wound. The Gazette said it was a shell, either proving fatal at once or being very slight," continued Nicholas. "We must hope for the best, and I am sure—" Princess Mary interrupted him. "Oh, that you also dread—" she began and, prevented by agitation from finishing, she bent her head with a movement as graceful one as everything she did in his presence and, looking up at him gratefully, went out, following her aunt. That evening Nicholas did not go out, but stayed at home to settle some accounts with the horse dealers. When he had finished that business it was already too late to go anywhere but still too early to go to bed, and for a long time he paced up and down the reflecting on his life, a thing he rarely did. Princess Mary had made an agreeable impression on him when he had met her in Smolensk province. His having encountered her in such exceptional circumstances, and his mother having at one time mentioned her to him as a good match, had drawn his particular attention to her. When he met her again in Vol 6 the impression she made on him was not merely pleasing but powerful. Nicholas had been struck by the peculiar moral beauty he observed in her at this time. He was, however, prepared to go away, and it had not entered his head to regret that he was thus depriving himself of chances of meeting her. But that day's encounter in church had, he felt, sunk deeper than was desirable for his peace of mind. That pale, sad, refined face, that radiant look, those gentle graceful gestures, and especially the deep and tender salto expressed in all her features agitated him and evoked his sympathy. In men Rost 6v could not to see the expression of a higher spiritual life. That was why he did not like Prince Andrew, and he referred to it contemptuously as philosophy and dreaminess. But in Princess Mary that very sorrow which revealed the depth of a whole spiritual world foreign to him was an irresistible attraction. She must be a wonderful woman. A real angel, he said to himself. Why am I not free? Was I in such a hurry with S6? And he involuntarily compared the two, the lack of spirituality in the one and the abundance of it in the other, a spirituality he himself lacked and therefore valued most highly. He tried to picture what all happened were he free. How he would propose to her and how she would become his wife. But no, he could not imagine that. He felt all and no clear picture presented itself to his mind. He had long ago pictured to himself a Alcha with S6, and that was all clear and simple just because it had all been thought out and he knew all there was in S6, but it was to picture a Filcher with Princess Mary, because he did not understand her but simply loved her. Reveries S6 had had something merry and playful in them, but to dream of Princess Mary was always difficult and a little frightening. How she prayed, he thought. Was plain that her whole soul was in her prayer. Yes, that was the prayer that moves mountains, and I am sure her prayer will be answered. Don't I pray for what I want? He suddenly thought, what do I want? To be free, released from S6 ... She was right, he thought, remembering what the governor's wife had said, nothing but misfortune can come of marrying S6 ... Muddles, grief for mamma. _ business difficulties _ muddles, terrible muddles. Besides, I don't love her, not as I should. Oh, God! Release me from this inextricable position. He suddenly began to pray. Yes, prayer can mow mountains, but one must have faith and not pray as Natasha and I used to as children, that the snow might turn into sugar, and then run out into the yard to see whether it had done so. No, but I am not praying for trifles now, he thought as he put his down in a corner, and folding his hands placed the icon. Softened by memories of Princess Mary, he began to pray as he had not done for a long time. Tears were in his eyes and in his throat when the door opened and came in with some papers. Blockhead! Why do you come in without being called? Cried Nicholas, quickly changing his attitude. From the governor, said Lorksishka in a sleepy voice. A courier has arrived and there is a letter for you. Well, all right, thanks. You can go. Nicholas took the two letters, one of which was from his mother and the other from S6 new _ he recognized them by the handwriting and opened S6 new S first. He had read only a few lines when he turned pale and his eyes opened wide with fear and joy. No, it's not possible, he cried aloud, unable to sit still. He paced up and down holding the letter and reading it. He glanced through it, then read it again, and standing still in the middle of the room he raised his shoulders, stretching out his hands, with his mouth wide open and his eyes fixed. / he had just been praying for with confidence that God would hear him had come to pass, but Nicholas was as much astonished as if it was something extraordinary and unexpected, and as if very fact that it had happened so quickly proved that it had not come from God to whom he had prayed, but by some ordinary coincidence. This unexpected and, as it seemed to Nicholas, quite voluntary letter from S6 new freed him from the knot that fettered him and from which there had seemed no escape. She wrote that the last unfortunate events, the loss of almost the whole of the Rost 6 vs. Moscow property, and the Countess repeatedly expressed wish that Nicholas should marry Princess Bolkonsky, together with his silence and coldness of late, had all combined to make her decide to release him from his promise and set him completely free. It would painful to me to think that I might be a cause of sorrow or discord in the family that has been so good to me, she wrote, and my love has no aim but the happiness of those I love, so, Nicholas, I beg you to consider yourself free, and to I assure that, in spite of everything, no one can love you more than does your S6 new. Both letters were written from TR6 Itza _ the other, from the Countess, described their last days in Moscow, their departure, the fire, and the destruction of all their property. In this letter the Countess also mentioned that Prince Andrew was among the wounded travelling with them. His state was very critical, but the doctor said there was now more hope. S6 new and Natasha were nursing him. Next day Nicholas took his mother's letter and went to see Princess Mary. Neither he nor she said a word about what Natasha nursing him might mean, but thanks to this letter Nicholas suddenly became almost as intimate with the princess as if they were relations. The following day he saw Princess Mary off on her journey to Yaroslavl, and a few days later left to rejoin his regiment. Chapter 8 S6 new S letter written from TR6 Itza, which had come as an answer to Nicholas' prayer, was prompted by this. The thought of getting Nicholas maltied to ATLRS occupied the old Countess' mind more and more. She knew that S6 new was the chief obstacle to this happening, and S6 new's life in the Countess' house had grown harder and harder, especially after they had a letter from Nicholas telling of his meeting with Princess Mary in Bogochorovo _ the Countess let no occasion slip of making humiliating or cruel allusions to S6 new _ but a few days they left Moscow, moved and excited by all that was going on. She called S6 new to her and, instead of reproaching and making demands on her, tearfully implored her to sacrifice herself and repay all that the family had done for her by breaking off her engagement with Nicholas. I shall not be at peace till you promise me this. S6 new burst into hysterical tears and replied through her sobs that she would do anything and was prepared for anything, but gave no actual promise and could not bring herself to decide to do what was demanded of her. She must sacrifice herself for the family that had reared and brought her up. To sacrifice herself for others. Eva's S6 new S habit. Her in the house was such that only by sacrifice could she show her, and she Eva's accustomed to this and loved doing it. But in all her former acts of self-sacrifice she had been happily conscious that they raised her in her own esteem and in that of others, and so made her more worthy of Nicholas, whom she loved more than anything in the world. But now they wanted her to sacrifice the very thing that constituted the whole reward for her self-sacrifice and the evil meaning of her life. And for the first time she felt bitterness against those who had been her benefactors only to torture her the more painfully. She felt jealous of Natasha, who had never experienced anything of this son, had never needed to sacrifice herself, but made others sacrifice themselves for her, and yet was beloved by everybody. And for the first time S6 Nya felt that out of her pure, quiet love for Nicholas a passionate feeling was beginning to grow up, which was stronger than principle, virtue, or religion. Under the influence of this feeling S6 Nya, whose life of dependence had taught her involuntarily to be secretive, having answered the Countess in vague general terms, avoided talking with her and resolved to wait till she should see Nicholas, not in order to set him free but on the contrary at that meeting to bind him to her. The bustle and terror of the Rost-6's last days in Moscow stifled the gloomy thoughts that oppressed S6 Nya. She was glad to find escape from them in practical activity. But when she heard of Prince Andrew's presence in their house, despite her sincere pity for him and for Natasha, she was seized by a joyful and superstitious feeling that God did not intend her to be separated from Nicholas. She knew that Natasha loved no one but Prince Andrew and had never ceased to love him. She knew that being thrown together again under such terrible circumstances they would again fall in love with one another, and that Nicholas would then not be able to marry Princess Mary, as they would be within the prohibited degrees of affinity. Despite all the terror of what had happened during those last days and during the first days of their journey, this feeling that Providence was intervening in her personal affairs cheered S6 Nya. At the Tr6 Itza monastery the Rost-6's first broke their journey for a whole day. 3 large rooms were assigned to them in the monastery hostelry, one of which was occupied by Prince Andrew. The wounded man was much better that day, and Natasha was sitting with him. In the next room sat the Count and Countess, respectfully conversing with the prior, who was calling on them as old acquaintances and benefactors of monastery. S6 Nya was there too, tormented by curiosity as to what Prince Andrew and Natasha were talking. She heard the sound of their voices through that door opened, and Natasha came out, looking excited. Not noticing the monk, who had risen to greet her and was drawing back the wide on his right arm, she went up to S6 Nya and took her hand. "Natasha, what are you about?" "Come here," said the Countess. Natasha went up to the monk for his blessing, and he advised her to pray for aid to God and his saint. As soon as the prior withdrew, Natasha her friend by the hand and went with her into the unoccupied room. "S6 Nya, will he live?" she asked. "S6 Nya, how happy I am, and how unhappy. S6 Nya Stubby, everything is as it used to be. If only he lives. He cannot, because and Natasha burst into tears. "Yes. I knew it. Thank God," murmured S6 Nya. "He will live." S6 Nya was not less agitated than her friend by the latter's and grief and by her own feelings, which she shared with no one. Sobbing, she kissed and comforted Natasha. "If only he lives," she thought. Having wept, talked, and wiped away their tears, the friends went together to Prince Andrew's door. Natasha opened it cautiously and glanced into the room. S6 Nya standing beside her at the half-open door. Prince Andrew was lying raised high on 3 pillows. His pale face was calm, his eyes closed, and they could see his regular breathing. "Oh, Natasha!" S6 Nya suddenly almost screamed, catching her companion's arm and stepping back from the door. "What? What is it?" asked Natasha. "It's that," said S6 Nya with a white and trembling lips. Natasha softly closed the door and went with S6 Nya to the window, not yet understanding what the latter was telling her. "You remember," said S6 Nya with a solemn and frightened expression, "you when I looked in the mirror for you. At Otradno at Christmas?" Do you remember what I saw? Yes, yes, cried Natasha, opening her eyes wide, and vaguely recalling that S6 had told her something about Prince Andrew whom she had seen lying down. You remember? S6 went I saw it then and told everybody, you and Dunyasha I saw him lying on a bed, said she, making a gesture with her hand and a lifted finger at each detail, and that he had his eyes closed and was covered just with a pink quilt, and that his hands were folded, she concluded, convincing herself that the details she had just seen were exactly what she had seen in the mirror. She had in fact seen nothing then but had mentioned the first thing that came into her head, but what she had invented then seemed to her now as real as any other recollection. She not only remembered what she had then said, that he turned to look at her and smiled and was covered with something red, but was firmly convinced that she had then seen and said that he was covered with a pink quilt and that his eyes were closed. Yes, yes, it really was pink, cried Natasha, who now thought she remembered the odd pink being used, and saw in this the most extraordinary and mysterious part of the prediction. But what does it mean? She added meditatively. Oh, I don't know, it is all so strange, replied S6 clutching at her head. A few minutes later Prince Andrew rang and Natasha went to him, but S6, feeling unusually excited and touched, remained at the window thinking the strangeness of what had they had an opportunity that day to send letters to the army, and the Countess was writing to her S6, said the Countess, raising her eyes from her letter as her niece passed, S6, won't you write to Nicholas? She spoke in a soft, tremulous voice, and in the weary eyes that looked over her spectacles S6 read all that the Countess meant to convey with these words. Those eyes expressed entreaty, shame at having to ask, fear for refusal, and readiness for relentless hatred in case of such refusal. S6 went up to the Countess and, kneeling down, kissed her hand. Yes, Mamma, I will write, said she. S6 was softened, excited, and touched by all that had occurred that day, especially by the mysterious fulfillment she had just seen of her vision. Now that she knew that the renewal of Natasha's relations with Prince Andrew would prevent Nicholas from marrying Princess Mary, she was joyfully conscious of a return of that self-sacrificing spirit in which she was accustomed to live and loved to live. So with a joyful consciousness of performing a magnanimous deed, interrupted several times by the tears that dimmed her velvety black eyes, she wrote that touching letter the arrival of which had so amazed Nicholas. Chapter 9 The officer and soldiers who had announced Pierre treated him with hostility but yet with respect, in the guardhouse to which he was taken. In their attitude toward him could still be felt uncertainty as to who he might be, perhaps a very person, and hostility as a result of their recent personal conflict with him. But when the guard was relieved next morning, Pierre felt that for the new guard, both officers and men, he was not as interesting as he had been to his captors, and in fact the guard of the second day did not recognize in this big, stout man in a peasant coat the vigorous person who had fought so desperately with the marauder and the convoy and had uttered those solemn words saving a child. They saw in him only no _17 of the captured Russians, arrested and detained for some reason by order of the higher command. If they noticed anything remarkable about Pierre, it was only his unabashed, meditative concentration and utter oneness, and the way he spoke French, which struck them as surprisingly good. In spite office he was placed that day with the other arrested Susruts, as the separate he had occupied was required by an officer. All the Russians confined with Pierre were men of the lowest class and, recognizing him as a gentleman, they all avoided him, more especially as he spoke French. Pierre felt sad at hearing them making fun of him. That evening he learned that all these prisoners, he, probably, among them, were to be tried for incendiarism. On the third day he was taken with the others to a house where a French general with a white moustache sat with colonels and other Frenchmen with scarves on their arms. With the precision and definiteness customary in addressing prisoners, and which is supposed to preclude human frailty, Pierre like the others was questioned as to who he was, where he had with what object, and so on. These questions, like questions put at trials generally, left the essence of the matter aside, shut out the possibility of that essence's being revealed, and were designed only to form a channel through which the judges wished the ulcers of the accused to flow so as to lead to the desired result, namely a conviction. As soon as Pierre began to say anything that did not fit in with that aim, the channel was removed and the water could flow to Pierre felt, moreover, what the accused always feel at their trial, perplexity as to why these questions were put to him. He had a feeling that it was only out of condescension or a kind of civility that this device of placing a channel was employed. He knew he was in these men's power, that only by force had they brought him there, that force alone gave them the right to demand answers to their questions, and that the sole object of that assembly was to inculpate him. And so, as they had the power and wish to inculpate him, this expedient of inquiry and trial seemed unnecessary. It was evident that any answer would lead to conviction. When asked what he was doing when he was arrested, Pierre replied in a rather tragic manner that he was restoring to its parents a child he had saved from the flames. Why had he fought the marauder? Pierre answered that he protecting Oman and that to protect a woman who was being insulted was the duty of every man, that. They interrupted him, for this was not to the point. Why was he in the yard of a burning house where witnesses had seen him? He replied that he had gone out to see what was happening in Moscow. Again they interrupted him. They had not asked where he was going, but why he was found near the fire. Who was he? They asked, repeating their first question, which he had declined to answer. Again he replied that he could not answer it. Put that down, that's bad, very bad, sternly remarked the general, the white moustache and red-flushed face. On the fourth day fires broke out on the Zabovsky rampart. Pierre and 13 others were mowed to the coach house of a merchant's house near the Crimean Bridge. On his way through the streets Pierre felt stifled by the smoke which seemed to hang over the whole city. Fires were visible on all sides. He did not then realize the significance of the bomb of Moscow, and looked at the fires with horror. He passed 4 days in the coach house near the Crimean Bridge, and during that time learned, from the talk of the French soldiers, that all those confined there were awaiting a decision which might come any day from the marshal. What marshal this was, Pierre could not learn from the soldiers. Evidently for them the marshal represented a very high and rather mysterious power. These first days, before the 8th of September, when the prisoners were had up for a second examination, were the hardest of all for Pierre. Chapter X. On the 8th of an officer, a very important one judging by the respect the guards showed him, entered the coach house where the prisoners were. This officer, probably someone on the staff, was holding a paper in his hand, and called over all the Russians there, named Pierre as the man who does not give his name. Glancing indolently and indifferently at all the prisoners, he ordered the officer in charge to have them decently dressed and tidied up before taking them to the marshal. An hour later a squad of soldiers arrived, and Pierre with 13 others was led to the Virgin's Field. It was a fine day, sunny after rain, and the air was unusually pure. The smoke did not hang low as on the day when Pierre had taken from the guardhouse on the rampart, but rose through the pure air in columns. No flames were seen, but columns of smoke rose on all sides, and all Moscow, as Pierre could see, was one vast charred ruin. On all sides there were waste spaces with only stoves and chimney stacks still standing, and here and there the blackened walls of some brick houses. Pierre gazed at the ruins and did not recognize districts he had known well. Here and there he could see churches that had not been burned. The Kremlin, which was not destroyed, gleamed white in the distance with its towers and the belfry of Lvin the Great. The domes of the new convent of the Virgin glittered brightly, and its bells were ringing particularly clearly. These reminded Pierre that it was Sunday and the feast of the Nativity of the Virgin. But there seemed to be no one to celebrate this holiday. Everywhere were blackened ruins, and the few Russians to be seen were tattered and frightened people who tried to hide when they saw the French. It was plain that the Russian nest was ruined and destroyed, but in place of the Russian order of life that had been destroyed, Pierre unconsciously felt that a quite different, firm, French order had established over this ruined nest. He felt this in the looks of the soldiers who, marching in regular ranks briskly and gaily, were escorting him and the other criminals. He felt it in the looks of an important French official in a carriage and pair driven by a soldier, whom they met on the way. He felt it in the merry sounds of regimental music he heard from the left side of the field, and felt and realized it especially from the list of prisoners the French officer had read out when he came that Pierre had been taken by one set of soldiers and led first to one and then to another place with dozens of the men, and it seemed that they might forgotten him, or conlsed him with the others. But no, the answers he had given when questioned had come back to him in his designation as the man who does not give his name, and under that appellation, which to Pierre seemed telltale, they were now led him somewhere with unhesitating assurance on their faces that he and all the other prisoners were exactly the ones they wanted and that they were being taken to the proper place. Pierre felt himself to an insignificant chip fallen among the wheels of a machine whose action he did not understand, but Ulick was working well. He and the other prisoners were taken to the right side of the Virgin's field, to a large white house with an immense garden not far from the convent. This was Prince Shcherbatov's house, where Pierre had often in other days, and which, as he learned from the talk of the soldiers, was now occupied by the Marshal, the Duke of Ekmol, Davout. They were taken to the entrance and led into the house one by one. Pierre was the sixth to enter. He was conducted through a glass gallery, an anteroom, and a hall, which were to him, into a long low study at the of which an adjutant, Davout, spectacles on nose, sat over a table at the further end of the room. Pierre went close up to him, but Davout, evidently consulting a paper that lay before him, did not look up without raising his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Who are you?" Pierre was silent because he was incapable of uttering a word to him. Davout was not merely a French general, but a man notorious for his cruelty. Looking at his cold face, as he sat like a stern schoolmaster who was prepared to wait a while for an answer, Pierre felt that every instant of delay might cost him his life, but he did not know what to say. He did not venture to repeat what he had said at his first examination, yet to disclose his rank and position was dangerous and embarrassing. So he was silent, but before he had decided what to do, Davout raised his head, pushed his spectacles back on his forehead, screwed up his eyes, and looked intently at him. "I know that man," he said in a cold, measured tone, evidently calculated to frighten Pierre. The chill that had been running down Pierre's back now seized his head as in a vice. "You cannot know me, General, I never seen you." "He is a Russian spy," Davout interrupted, addressing another general who was present, but whom Pierre had not noticed. Davout turned away. With an unexpected in his voice, Pierre rapidly began. "No, Monseigneur," he said, suddenly remembering that Davout was a duke. "No, Monseigneur, you cannot know me. I am a militia officer and have not quitted Moscow." "Your name?" asked Davout. "What proof have I that you are not lying?" "Monseigneur," exclaimed Pierre, not in an offended but in a pleading voice. Davout looked up and gazed intently at him. For some seconds they looked at one another, and that look SM7 Pierre. Apart from conditions of war and law, that look established human relations between the two men. At that moment an immense number of things passed dimly through their minds, and they realized that they were children of humanity and were brothers. At the first glance, when Davout had only raised his head from the papers where human affairs and lives were indicated by numbers, Pierre was merely a circumstance, and Davout could have shot him burdening his conscience with an evil deed, but now he saw in him a human being. He reflected for a moment. "How can you show me that you are telling the truth?" said Davout coldly. Pierre remembered Ramball, and named him and his regiment and the street where the house was. "You are not what you say," resumed Davout in a trembling, filtering voice. Pierre began adducing proof of the TMTH of his statements. But at that moment an adjutant entered and reported something to Davout. Davout brightened up at the news the adjutant brought, and began buttoning up his uniform. It seemed that he had quite forgotten Pierre. When the adjutant reminded him of the prisoner, he jerked his head in Pierre's direction with a frown and ordered him to be led away. But where they were to take him Pierre did not know, back to the coach house or to the place of execution his companions had pointed out to him as they crossed the Virgin's field. He turned his head and saw that the adjutant was putting another question to Dm.out. Yes, of course, replied Davut, but what this yes meant, Pierre did not know. Pierre could not afterwards remember how he went, whether it was far, or in which direction. His faculties were quite numbed, he was stupefied, and noticing nothing around him went on moving his legs as the others did till they all stopped and he stopped too. The only thought in his mind at that time was, who was it that had really sentenced him to death? Not the men on the commission that had first examined him, not one of them to or, evidently, could have done it. It was not Davut, who had looked at him in so human a way. In another moment Davut would have realized that he was doing tong, but just then the adjutant had come in and interrupted him. The adjutant, also, had evidently had no evil intent, though he might have refrained from coming in. Then who was executing him, killing him, depriving him of life, him, Pierre, with all his memories, aspirations, hopes, and thoughts? Lo was doing this. And Pierre felt that it was no one. It was a system, a concurrence of circumstances. A system of some sort was killing him, Pierre, depriving him of life, of everything, annihilating him. Chapter 11 From Prince Shcherbatov's house the prisoners were led straight down the Virgin's field, to the left of the nunnery, as far as a kitchen garden in which had been set up. Beyond that a fresh pit had been dug in the ground, and near the post and the pit a large crowd stood in a semicircle. The crowd consisted of a few Russians and many of Napoleon's soldiers who were not on duty, Germans, Italians, and Frenchmen, in a variety of uniforms. To the right and left of post stood rows of French troops in blue uniforms with red epaulettes and high boots and charreaux. The prisoners were placed in a certain order, according to the list. Pierre was sixth, and were led to the several drums suddenly began to on th sides of them, and at that sound Pierre felt as if part of his soul had been torn away. He lost the power of thinking or understanding. He could only hear and see. And he had only one wish, that the frightful thing that had to happen should happen quickly. Pierre looked round at his fellow prisoners and scrutinized them. The two first were convicts' shaven heads. One was tall and thin, the other dark, shaggy, and sinewy, with a flat nose. The third was a domestic serf, 45 years old, with grizzled hair and a plump, well-nourished body. The fourth was a peasant, a very handsome man with a broad, light brown beard and black eyes. The fifth was a thin, sallow-faced lad of 18 in a loose coat. Pierre heard the French consulting whether to shoot them separately or two at a time. In couples, replied the officer in command in a calm voice. There was a stir in the ranks of the soldiers, and it was evident that they were all hurrying, not as men hurry to do something they understand, but as people hurry to finish a necessary but unpleasant and incomprehensible task. A French official wearing a scarf came up to the right of the row of prisoners and read out the sentence in Russian and in French. Then two pairs of Frenchmen approached the criminals and at the officer's command took the two convicts who stood first in the row. The convicts stopped when they reached the post and, while sacks were being brought, looked dumbly around as a wounded beast looks at an approaching huntsman. One crossed himself continually, the other scratched his back and made a movement of lips resembling a smile. With hurried hands the soldiers blindfolded them, drawing the sacks over their heads, and them to the post. 12 sharpshooters with muskets stepped out of ranks with a firm regular tread and halted 8 paces from the post. Pierre turned away to avoid seeing what was going to happen. Suddenly a crackling, rolling noise was heard which seemed to him louder than the most terrific thunder, and he looked round. There was some smoke, and the Frenchmen were doing something near the pit, with pale faces and trembling hands. 2 more prisoners were led up. In the same way and with similar looks, These two glanced vainly at the onlookers with only a silent appeal for protection in their eyes, evidently unable to understand or believe what was going to happen to them. They could not believe it. They alone knew what their life meant to them, and so they neither nor believed that it could be taken from them again. Pierre did not wish to look and again turned away, but again the sound as of a frightful explosion struck his ear, and at the same moment he saw smoke, blood, and the pale, scared faces of the Frenchmen who were again doing something by the post, their trembling hands impeding one another. Pierre, breathing heavily, looked around as if asking what it meant. The same question was expressed in all the looks that met his. On the faces of all the Russians and of the French soldiers and officers without exception, he read the same dismay, horror, and conflict that were in his own heart. But who, after all, is doing this? They are all suffering as I am. Who then is it? Who, flashed for an instant through his mind. Sharpshooters of the 86th, forward, shouted someone. The fifth prisoner, the one next to Pierre, was led away, alone. Pierre did not understand that he was saved, that he and the rest had been brought there only to witness the execution. With ever-growing horror, and no sense of joy or relief, he gazed at what was taking place. The fifth man was the factory lad in the loose cloak. The moment they laid hands on him he sprang aside in terror and clutched at Pierre. Pierre shuddered and shook himself free. The lad was unable to walk. They dragged him along, holding him up under the arms, and he screamed. They got him to the post. He grew quiet, as if he suddenly understood something. Whether he that screamed was useless or whether he thought it incredible that men should kill him, at any rate he took his stand at the post, waiting to be blindfolded like the others, and like a wounded animal looked around him with glittering eyes. Pierre was no longer able to turn away and close his eyes. His curiosity and agitation, like that of the whole crowd, reached the highest pitch at this fifth murder. Like the others, this fifth man seemed calm. He wrapped his loose cloak closer and one bare foot with the other. They began to blindfold him. He himself adjusted the knot which hurt the back of his head. Then when they propped him against the blood-stained post, he leaned back and, not being comfortable in that, straightened himself, adjusted his feet, and leaned back again more comfortably. Pierre did not take his eyes from him and did not miss his slightest movement. Probably a word of command was given and was followed by the reports of 8 muskets, but try as he would Pierre could not afterwards remember having heard the slightest sound of the shots. He only saw how the workmen suddenly sank down on the cords that held, how blood showed itself in 2 places, how the ropes slackened under the weight of the hanging body, and how the workman sat down, his head hanging unnaturally and one leg bent under him. Pierre ran up to the post. No one hindered him. Pale, frightened people were doing something around the workman. The lower jaw of an old Frenchman with a thick moustache trembled as he untied the ropes. The body collapsed. The soldiers dragged it awkwardly from the post and began pushing it into the pit. They all plainly and certainly knew that they were criminals who must hide the traces of their guilt as quickly as possible. Pierre glanced into the pit and saw that the lad was lying with his knees close up to his head and one shoulder higher than the other. That shoulder rose and fell rhythmically and convulsively, but of earth were already being thrown over the whole body. One of the soldiers, evidently suffering, shouted gruffly and angrily at Pierre to go back, but Pierre did not understand him and remained near the end. No one drove him away. The pit had been filled up. A command was given. Pierre was taken back to his place, and the rows of troops on sides off post made a half-turn and went past it at a measured pace. The 24 sharpshooters with discharged muskets, standing in the center of the circle, ran back to their places as the companies passed by. Pierre gazed now with dazed eyes at these sharpshooters who ran in couples out of the circle. All but one rejoined their companies. This one, a young soldier, his face deadly pale, his shako pushed back, and his musket resting on the ground, still stood near the pit at the spot from which he had fired. He swayed like a drunken man, taking some steps forward and back to save himself from falling. An old, non-commissioned officer ran out of the ranks and taking him by the elbow dragged him to his company. The crowd of Russians and Frenchmen began to disperse. They all went away silently and with drooping heads. "That will teach them to start fires," said one of the Frenchmen. Pierre glanced round at the speaker and saw that it was a soldier who was trying to find some relief after what had been done, but was not able to do so. Without finishing what he had begun to say, he made a hopeless movement with his arm and went away. Chapter 12. After the execution, Pierre was separated from the rest of the prisoners and placed alone in a small, mined, and earth-walled church toward evening. An uncommissioned officer entered with 2 soldiers and told him that he had been pardoned and would now go to the barracks for the prisoners of war. Without understanding what was said to him, Pierre got up and went with the soldiers. They took him to the upper end of field, where there were some sheds built of shod planks, beams, and battens, and led him into one of them. In the darkness some 20 different men surrounded Pierre. He looked at them without understanding who they were, why they were there, or what they wanted of him. He heard what they said, but did not understand the meaning of the words and made no kind of deduction from or application of them. He replied to questions they put to him, but did not consider who was listening to his replies, nor how they would understand them. He looked at their faces and figures, but they all seemed to him equally meaningless. From the moment Pierre had witnessed those terrible murders committed by men who did not wish to commit them, it was as if the mainspring of his life, on which everything depended and which made everything appear alive, had suddenly been wrenched out and everything had collapsed into a heap of meaningless rubbish. Though he did not acknowledge it to himself, his faith in the right ordering of the inhumanity, in his own soul, and in God, had been destroyed. He had experienced this before, but never so strongly as now. When similar doubts had assailed him before, they had been the result of his own wrongdoing, and at the of his heart he had felt that relief from his despair and from those doubts was to be found within himself. But now he felt that the universe had crumbled before his eyes and only meaningless minutes remained, and this not by any of his own. He felt that it was not in his power to regain faith in the meaning of life. Around him in the darkness men were standing and evidently something him interested them greatly. They were telling him something and asking him something. Then they led him away somewhere, and at last he found himself in a corner of the shed among men who were laughing and talking on all sides. "Well, then, mates, that very prince who—" some voice at the other end of the shed was saying, with a strong emphasis on the word who. Sitting silent and motionless on a heap of straw against the wall, Pierre sometimes 01 and sometimes closed his eyes. But as soon as he closed them he saw before him the face of the lad, especially dreadful one because of its simplicity, and the faces of the murderers, even more dreadful because of their disquiet, and he opened his eyes again and stared vacantly into the darkness around him. Beside him in a stooping position sat a small man of whose presence he was first made aware by a strong smell of perspiration which came from him every time he moved. This man was doing something to his legs in the darkness, and though Pierre could not see his face he felt that the man continually glanced at him. On growing used to the darkness Pierre saw that the man was taking off his leg bands, and the way he did it aroused Pierre's interest. Having unwound the string that tied the band on one leg, he carefully coiled it up and immediately set to work on the other leg, glancing up at Pierre while one hand hung up the first string the other was already unwinding the band on the second leg. In this way, having carefully removed the leg bands by deft circular motions of his arm following one another uninterruptedly, the man hung the leg bands up on some pegs fixed his head. Then he took out a knife, cut something, closed the knife, placed it under the head of his bed, and, seating himself comfortably, clasped his arms round his lithe knees and fixed his eyes on Pierre. The latter was conscious of something pleasant, comforting, and well-rounded in these deft movements, in the man's well-ordered arrangements in his corner, and even in his very smell, and he looked at the man without taking his eyes from him. "You've seen a lot of trouble, sir, the little man suddenly said. And there was so much kindliness and simplicity in his sing-song voice that Pierre tried to reply, but his jaw trembled and he felt tears rising to his eyes. The little fellow, giving Pierre no time to betray his confusion, instantly continued in the same pleasant tones, lad, don't fret," said he, in the tender sing-song caressing voice old Russian peasant women employ. "Don't fret, friend, suffer an hour, live for an age, that's how it is, my dear fellow. And here we live, thank heaven, without offence. Among these folk, there are good men as well as bad," said he, and still speaking, he turned on his knees with a supple movement, got up, coughed, and went off to another part of the shed. "You rascal!" Pierre heard the same kind voice saying at the other end of the shed. "So you've come, you rascal? She remembers _____ now, that'll do." And the soldier, pushing away a little dog that was jumping up at him, returned to his place and sat down. In his hands he had something wrapped in a rag. "Here, eat a bit, sir," said he, resuming his former respectful tone as he unwrapped and Pierre some baked potatoes. "We had soup for dinner and the potatoes are grand." Pierre had not eaten all day and the smell of potatoes seemed extremely pleasant to him. He thanked the soldier and began to eat. "Well, are they all right?" said the soldier with a smile. "You should do like this." He took a potato, drew out his clasp knife, cut the potato into 2 equal halves on the palm of his hand, sprinkled some salt on it from the rag, and handed it to Pierre. "The potatoes are grand," he said once more. "Eat some like that." Pierre thought he had never eaten anything that tasted __oh, I'm all right," said he, %UT. "Why did they shoot those poor fellows?" "The last one was hardly 20. TSS, TT ____, said the little man. "Ah, what a sin! What a sin," he added quickly, and as if his words were always waiting ready in his mouth and flew out involuntarily, he went on, "How was it, sir, that you stayed in Moscow? I didn't think they would come so soon." "I stayed accidentally," replied Pierre. "And how did they arrest you, dear lad?" "At your house." "No, I went to look at the fire, and they arrested me there, and tried me as an incendiary." "Where there's law there's injustice," put in the little man. "And you aren't here long?" Pierre asked as he munched the last of the potato. It was last Sunday they me, out of a hospital in Moscow." "Why, are you a soldier then?" "Yes, we are soldiers of the Apsheron regiment." "I was dying of fever." "We weren't told anything." "There were some 20 of us lying there." "We had no idea, knew a guest at all." "And do you feel sad here?" Pierre inquired. "How can one help it, lad? My name is Plat 6W and the surname is Karativ," he added, evidently wishing to make it easier for Pierre to address him. "They call me Little Falcon in the regiment." "How is one to help feeling sad? Moscow, she is the mother of cities. How can one see all this and not feel sad? But the maggot gnaws the cabbage, yet dies first. That's what the old folks used to tell us," he added rapidly. "What? /hat did you say?" asked Pierre. "Who? I," said Karativ _I say things happen not as we plan but as God judges," he replied, thinking that he was repeating what he had said before, and immediately continued, "Well, and you, have you a family estate, sir? And a house? So you whore abundance, then? And a housewife? And your old parents, are they still living?" he asked. And though it was too dark for Pierre to see, he felt that a suppressed smile of kindliness puckered the soldier's lips as he put these questions. He seemed grieved that Pierre had no parents, especially that he had no mother, a youth for counsel, a mother-in-law for welcome, "but there's none as dear as one's own mother," said he. "Well, and have you little ones?" he went on asking. Again Pierre's negative answer seemed to distress him, and he hastened to add, "Never mind. You're young folks yet, and please God may still haul some. The great thing is to live in harmony. But it's all the same now," Pierre could not help saying all. "My dear fellow," rejoined Karative, "never decline a prison or a beggar's sack." He seated himself more comfortably and coughed, evidently preparing to tell a long story. "Well, my dear fellow, I was still living at home," he began. "We had a well-to-do homestead, plenty of land, we peasants lived well, and our house was one to thank God for. When father and we went out mowing there were 7 of us. We lived well. We were real resants _it so happened _and Plat 6n Karative told a long story of how he had gone into someone's copse to take wood, how he had been caught by the keeper, had been tried, flogged, and sent to serve as a soldier. Well, lad, and a smile changed the tone of his voice, we thought it was a misfortune, but it turned out a blessing. If it had not been for my my brother would had to go as a soldier. But he, my younger brother, had little ones, while I, you see, only left a wife behind. We had a little girl, but God took her before I went as a soldier. I come home on leave, and I'll tell you how it was. I look and see that they are living better than before, the yard of cattle, the moment at home, 2 brothers away earning wages, and only Michael the youngest, at home. Father, he says, all my children are the same to me, it hurts the same whichever finger gets bitten, but if Plat 6n hadn't shailed for a soldier, Michael would have had to go called us all to him and, will you belie 1,7 it, placed us in front of the icons. Michael, he says, come here, and bow down to his feet, and you, young woman, you down too, and you, grandchildren, also bow down for him. Do you understand, he says. That's how it is, dear fellow. Fate looks for ahead. But we are always judging, that's not well, that's not right. Our luck is like water in a dragnet, you pull at it and it bulges, but when you've drawn it out it's empty. That's how it is. And Plat 6n shifted his seat on the straw. After a short silence he rose. Well, I think you must sleep, said he, and began rapidly crossing himself and reiterating, Lord Jesus Christ, Holy Saint Nicholas, Frola and Lael.tar. Lord Jesus Christ, Holy Saint Nicholas, Frola and Lael.tar. Lord Jesus Christ, mercy on us and save us, he concluded, then bowed to the ground, got up, sighed, and sat down again on his heap of straw. That is the way. Lay me down like a stone, O God, and raise me up like a loaf, he muttered as he lay down, pulling his coat over him. What prayer was that you were saying? Asked Pierre. At murmured Plat 6n, who had almost asleep. What was I saying? I was praying. Don't you pray? Yes, I do, said Pierre. But what was that you said, Frola and Laura? Well, of course, replied Plat 6n quickly, the horses' saints. One must pity the animals too. The rascal. Now you've curled up and got warm, you daughter of a bitch, said Karative, touching the dog that lay at his feet, and again turning he fell asleep immediately. Sounds of crying and screaming came from somewhere in the distance outside, and flames were visible through the cracks of the shed, but inside it was quiet and dark. For a long time Pierre did not sleep, but lay with eyes open in the darkness, listening to the regular snoring of Plat 6n who lay beside him, and he felt that the world that had been shattered was once more stirring in his soul with a new beauty and on new and unshakable foundations. Chapter 13 23 soldiers, 3 officers, and 2 officials were confined in the shed in which Pierre had iron placed and where he remained 4 weeks. Pierre remembered them afterwards. They all seemed misty figures to him except Plat 6n Karative, who always remained in his mind a most vivid and precious memory, and the of everything kindly and round. When Pierre saw his neighbour next morning at dawn, the first impression of him, as of something round, was fully confirmed. Plat 6n's whole figure, in a French overcoat girdled with a cord, a soldier's cap, and bast shoes, was round. His head was quite round, his back, chest, shoulders, and even his arms, which he held as if ready to embrace something, were rounded. His pleasant smile and his large, gentle brown eyes were also round. Plat 6n Karative must have been 50, judging by his stories of campaigns he had been in, told as by an old soldier. He did not himself know his age and was quite unable to determine it. But his brilliantly white, strong teeth, which showed in two unbroken semicircles when he laughed, as he often did, were all sound and good. There was not a grey hair in his or on his head, and his whole body gave an impression of suppleness and especially of firmness and endurance. His face, despite its fine, rounded tinkles, had an expression of innocence and youth, his voice ever pleasant and musical. But the chief peculiarity of his speech was its directness, and it was evident that he never considered what he had said or was going to say, and consequently the rapidity and justice of his intonation had an irresistible assuasiveness. His physical strength and agility during the first days of his imprisonment were such that he seemed not to know what fatigue and sickness meant. Every night before lying down he said, "Lord, lay me down as a stone and raise me up as a loaf," and every morning on getting up, he said, "Lay down and curled up, I get up and shake myself," and indeed he only had to lie to fall asleep like a stone, and he only had to shake himself, to be ready without a moment's delay for some work, just as children are ready to play directly they awake. He could do everything, not very well but not badly. He baked, cooked, sewed, planed, and mended boots. He was always busy, and only at night allowed himself conversation, of which he was fond, and songs. He did not sing like a trained singer who knows he is listened to, but like the birds, evidently giving vent to the sounds in the same way that one stretches oneself or walks about to get rid of stiffness, and the sounds were always high-pitched, mournful, delicate, and almost feminine, and his face at such times was very serious. Having been taken prisoner and allowed his beard to grow, he seemed to have thrown off all that had been forced upon him, everything military and alien to himself, and had returned to his former peasant habits. A soldier on leave, a shirt outside breeches, he would say. He did not like talking about his life as a soldier, though he did not complain, and often mentioned that he had not flogged once during the whole of his army service. When he related anything it was generally some old and evidently precious memory of his Christian life, as he called his existence. The proverbs, of which his talk evers were for the most part not the coarse and indecent saws soldiers employ, but those folk sayings which taken without a context seem so insignificant, but when used appositely suddenly acquire a significance of profound wisdom. He would often say the exact of what he had said on a previous, yet both would be right. He liked to talk, and he talked well, adorning his speech with terms of endearment and with folk sayings which Pierre thought he invented himself, but the chief charm of his talk lay in the fact that the commonest events, sometimes just such as Pierre had witnessed without taking notice of him, assumed in Karative a character of solemn fitness. He liked to hear the folk tales one of the soldiers used to tell of an evening. They were always the same, but most of all he liked to hear stories of real life. He would smile joyfully when listening to such stories, now and then putting in a word or asking a question to make the moral beauty of what he was told clear to himself. Karative had no attachments, friendships, or ior, as Pierre understood them, but and lived affectionately with everything life brought him in contact with, particularly with man, not any particular man, but those with whom he happened to be. He lauded his dog, his comrades, the French, and Pierre who was his neighbour, but Pierre felt that in spite of Karative's affectionate tenderness for him, by which he unconsciously gave Pierre's spiritual life its due, he would not have grieved for a moment at parting from him. And Pierre began to feel in the same way toward Karative. To all the other prisoners, Plat 6n Karative seemed a most ordinary soldier. They called him Little, or Plat 6 chaffed him good-naturedly, and sent him on errands. But to Pierre he always remained what he had seemed that first night, an unfathomable, rounded, eternal personification of the spirit of simplicity and tmth. Plat 6n Karative knew nothing by heart except his prayers. When he began to serve _k he seemed not to know how he would conclude. Sometimes Pierre, struck by the meaning of his words, would ask him to repeat them, but Plat6n could never recall what he had said a moment before, just as he never could repeat to Pierre the words of his favourite song, "Native and birch tree and my heart is sick occurred in it," but when and not sung, no meaning could be got out of it. He did not, and could not, understand the meaning of words apart from their context. Every word and action of his was the manifestation of ATL activity unknown to him, which was his life. But his life, as he regarded it, had no meaning as a separate thing. It had meaning only as part of a whole of which he was always conscious. His words and actions flowed from him as evenly, inevitably, and spontaneously as fragrance exhales from a flower. He could not understand the value or significance of any word or deed taken separately. Chapter W. When Princess Mary heard from Nicholas that her brother was with the Rostov at Yaroslavl, she at once prepared to go there, in spite of her aunt's offers to dissuade her, and not merely to go herself but to take her nephew her. Whether it were difficult or easy, possible or impossible, she did not ask and did not want to know. It was her duty, not only to herself, to be near her brother who was perhaps dying, but to do everything possible to take his son to him, and so she prepared to set off. That she had not heard from Prince Andrew himself, Princess Mary attributed to his being weak to write or to his considering the long journey too hard and dangerous for her and his son. In a few days Princess Mary was ready to start. Her equipages were the huge family coach in which she had travelled to Vol6, a semi-open trap, and a baggage cart. With her travelled Mademoiselle Bourienne, little Nicholas and his tutor, her old nurse, 3 maids, Chun, and a young footman and courier her aunt had sent to accompany her. The usual route through Moscow could not thought of, and the roundabout way Princess Mary was obliged to take through Lipetsk, Ryazan_Vladimir, and Shalaya was very long and, as post horses were not every via obtainable, very difficult, and near Ryazan where the French were said to have shown them seas was even dangerous. During this difficult journey Mademoiselle Bourienne, Dessels, and Princess Mary's servants were astonished at her energy and firmness of spirit. She went to bed later and rose earlier than any of them, and no difficulties daunted her. Thanks to her activity and energy, which infected her fellow travellers, they approached Yaroslavl by the end of second. The last days of her stay in Vol6 had been the happiest of her life. Her loxu for Rost6 no longer tormented or agitated her. It filled her whole soul, had an integral part of herself, and she no longer struggled against it. Latterly she had become convinced that she loved and was beloved, though she never said this definitely to herself in words. She had become convinced of it at her last interview with Nicholas, when he had come to tell her that her brother was with the Rost6. Not by a single word had Nicholas alluded to the fact that Prince Andrew's relations with Natasha might, if he recovered, be renewed, but Princess Mary saw by his ace that he knew and thought of this. Yet in spite of that, his relation to her, considerate, delicate, and loving, not only remained unchanged, but it sometimes seemed to Princess Mary that he was even glad that the family connection between them allowed him to express his friendship more freely. She knew that she loved for the first and only time in her life and felt that she was beloved, and was happy in regard to it. But this happiness on one side of her spiritual nature did not prevent her feeling grief for her brother with real force. On the contrary, that spiritual tranquility on the one side made it the more possible for her to give real play to her feeling for her brother. That feeling was so strong at the moment of leaving Vol6 that those who saw her off, as they looked at her careworn, despairing face, felt sure she would fall ill on the journey. But the very difficulties and preoccupations of journey, which she took so actively in hand, saved her a while from her grief and gave her strength. As always when travelling, Princess Mary thought only of the journey itself, forgetting its object. But as she approached Yaroslavl, the thought of what might await her there, not after many days, but that very evening, again presented itself to her, and her agitation increased to its utmost limit. The courier who had been sent on in advance to find out where the Rost 6vs were staying in Yaroslavl, and in what condition Prince Andrew Evers, when he met the big coach just entering the Turin gates, was appalled by the terrible pallor of Princess' face that looked out at him from the window. "I have found out everything, Your Excellency. The Rost 6vs are staying at the merchant Bezukhov house, in the square not far from here, right?" The V61 said the courier. Princess Mary looked at him with frightened inquiry, not understanding why he did not reply to what she chiefly wanted to know: how was her brother? Mademoiselle Bourienne put that question for her. "How is the prince?" she asked. "His Excellency is staying in the same house with them, then he is alive, too," thought Princess Mary, and asked in a low "Iue, how is he?" "The servants say he is still the same." Still the same might mean Princess Mary did not ask, but with an unnoticed glance at little 7-year-old Nicholas, who was sitting in front of her looking with pleasure at the town, she bowed her head and did not raise it again till the heavy coach, rumbling, shaking and swaying, came to a stop. The carriage steps clattered as they were let down. The carriage was opened. On the left there was water, a great requff, and on the right there were people at the entrance, servants, and a rosy girl with a large plait of black hair, smiling as it seemed to Princess Mary in an unpleasantly affected way. This was S6nya. Princess Mary ran up the steps. This way," said the girl, with the same artificial smile, and the princess found herself in the hall facing an elderly woman of Oriental type, who came rapidly to meet her with a look of emotion. This was the Countess. She embraced Princess Mary and kissed her _I Monifant. She muttered, "Je vous aime et vous connais depuis longtemps." Despite her excitement, Princess Mary realized that this was the Countess and that it was necessary to say something to her. Hardly knowing how she did it, she contrived to utter a few polite phrases in French in the same tone as those that had Iron addressed to her, and asked, "How is he?" "The doctor says that he is not in danger," said the Countess, but as she spoke she raised her eyes with a sigh, and her gesture conveyed a contradiction of her words. "Where is he? Can I see him, can I?" asked the princess. "One moment, princess, one moment, my dear. Is this his son?" said the Countess, turning to little Nicholas, who was coming in with Dessels _ "There will be room for everybody, this is a big house." "Oh, what a lovely boy." The Countess took Princess Mary into the drawing room, where S6nya was talking to Mademoiselle Bourienne. The Countess caressed the boy, and the old Count came in and welcomed the princess. He had changed very much since Princess Mary had last seen him. Then he had been a brisk, cheerful, self-assured old man, now he seemed a pitiful, bewildered person. While talking to Princess Mary he continually looked round as if asking everyone, "My child, I love you and have known you a long time," whether he was doing the right thing. After the destruction of Moscow and of his property, thrown out of his accustomed groove, he seemed to have lost the sense of his own significance and to feel that there was no longer a place for him in life, in spite of her one desire to see her brother as possible, and her vexation that at the moment when all she wanted was to see him they should be trying to entertain her and pretending to admire her nephew. The Princess noticed all that was going on around her and felt the necessity of submitting, for a time, to this new order of things which she had entered. She knew it to be necessary, and though it was hard for her she was not vexed with these _. "This is my niece," said the Count, introducing S6nya. "You don't know her, Princess?" Princess Mary turned to S6nya and, trying to stifle the hostile feeling that arose in her toward the girl, she kissed her. But she felt oppressed by the fact that the mood of everyone around her was so far from what was in her own heart. "Where is he?" she asked again, addressing them all. "He is downstairs." "Natasha is with him," answered S6nya flushing. "We hail sent to ask." "I think you must be tired, Princess." Tears of vexation showed themselves in Princess Mary's eyes. She turned away and was to ask the Countess again how to go to him, when light, impetuous, and seemingly buoyant steps were heard at the Princess looked round and saw Natasha coming in, almost running, that Natasha whom she had liked so little at their meeting in Moscow. Long but hardly had the Princess looked at Natasha's face before she realized that here was a real comrade in her grief, and consequently a friend. She ran to meet her, embraced her, and began to cry on her shoulder as soon as Natasha, sitting at the head of Prince Andrew's bed, heard of Princess Mary's arrival. She softly left his room and hastened to her with those swift steps that had sounded buoyant to Princess Mary. There was only one expression on her agitated face when she ran into the drawing-room, that of love, boundless love for him, for her, and for all that was near to the man she loved, and of pity, suffering for others, and passionate desire to give herself entirely to helping them. It was plain that at that moment there was in Natasha's heart no thought of herself or of her own relations with Prince Andrew. Princess Mary, her acute sensibility, all this at the first glance at Natasha's face, and wept on her shoulder sorrowful pleasure. "Come, come to it, Mary," said Natasha, leading her into the other. Princess Mary raised her head, dried her eyes, and turned to Natasha. She felt that from her she would able to understand and learn everything. "How she began her question but stopped short. She felt that it was impossible to ask, or to answer, in words. Natasha's face and eyes. You'll have to tell her all more clearly and profoundly." Natasha was gazing at her, but seemed afraid and in doubt whether to say all she knew or not. She seemed to feel that for those luminous eyes which penetrated into the very depths of her heart, it was impossible not to tell the whole which she saw. And suddenly Natasha's lips twitched, ugly wrinkles gathered round her mouth, and covering her face with her hands she burst into sobs. Princess Mary understood, but she still hoped, and asked, in words she herself did not trust, "But how is his wound? What is his general condition?" You will see," was all Natasha could say. They sat a little while downstairs near his till they had left off crying and were able to go to him with "Come, how has his whole illness gone? Is it long since he grew worse? When did this happen?" Princess Mary inquired. Natasha told her that at first there had been danger from his feverish condition and the pain he suffered, but at 6 that had passed and the doctor had only been afraid of gangrene. That danger had also passed. When they reached Yaroslav the wound had begun to ansteer. Natasha knew all about such things as festering, and the doctor had said that the festering might take a normal course, then fever set in, but the doctor had said the fever was not very. "But 2 days ago this suddenly happened," said Natasha, struggling with her sobs. "I don't know why, but you will see what he is like." "Is he weaker? Thinner?" asked the princess. "No, it's not that, but worse. You will see. Oh, Mary, he is too good, he cannot live, because Chapter 15 When Natasha opened Prince Andrew's door with a familiar movement and let Princess Mary pass into the room before her, the Princess felt the sobs in her throat hard as she had tried to prepare herself, and now tried to remain tranquil. She knew that she would be unable to look at him without tears. The princess understood what Natasha had meant by the words, "Days ago this suddenly happened." She those used to mean that he had suddenly softened and that this softening and gentleness were signs of approaching death. As she stepped to the she already saw in imagination Andrew's as she remembered it in childhood, a gentle, mild, sympathetic face which he had rarely showed, and which therefore affected her very strongly. She was sure he would speak soft, tender words to her such as her father had uttered before his death, and that she would not be able to bear it and would burst into sobs in his presence. Yet sooner or later it had to be, and she went in. The sobs rose higher and higher in her throat as she more and more clearly distinguished his form, and her short-sighted eyes tried to make out his features, and then she saw his face and met his gaze. He was lying in a skillful dressing gown on a divan, surrounded by pillows. He was thin and pale. In one thin, translucently white hand he held a handkerchief, while with the other he stroked the delicate moustache he had, moving his fingers slowly. His eyes gazed at them as they entered. On seeing his face and meeting his eyes, Princess Mary's pace suddenly slackened, she felt her tears dry up and her sobs ceased. She suddenly felt guilty and grew timid on catching the expression of his face and eyes. But in what am I to blame, she asked herself, and his cold, stern look replied, because you are alive and thinking of the living, while in the deep gaze that seemed to look not outwards but inwards there was an almost hostile expression. As he slowly regarded his sister and Natasha, he kissed his sister, holding her hand in his as was their wont. How are you, Mary? How did you manage to get here? Said he in a voice as calm and aloof as his look. Had he screamed in agony, that scream would not have struck such horror into Princess Mary's heart as the tone of his voice. And have you brought little Nicholas? He asked in the same slow, quiet manner and with an obvious effort to remember. How are you now? Said Princess Mary, herself surprised at what she was saying. That, my dear, you must ask the doctor, he replied, and again making an evident effort to be affectionate, he said with his lips only, his words clearly did not correspond to his thoughts. I must see, Chair Amy, dear to venue. Princess Mary pressed his hand. The pressure made him wince just perceptibly. He was silent, and she did not know what to say. She now what had happened to him to thank you for coming, my dear. Days before. In his words, his tone, and especially in that calm, almost antagonistic look could be felt an estrangement from everything belonging to this world. Tell type 1E in one who is alive evidently only with an F01T. Did he understand anything living? But it was obvious that he failed to understand, not because he lacked the power to do so but because he understood something else, something the living did not and could not understand, and which wholly occupied his mind. There, you see how strangely fate has brought us together, said he, breaking the silence, and to Natasha, she looks after me all the time. Princess Mary heard him and did not understand how he could say such a thing. He, the tender Prince Andrew, how could he say that, her whom he loved and who loved him? Had he to live he could not have said those words in that offensively cold tone. If he had not known that he was dying, how could he have failed to pity her, and how could he speak like that in her presence? The only explanation was that he was indifferent, because something else, much more important, had been revealed to him. The conversation was cold and disconnected and continually broke off. Mary came by way of Ryazan, said Natasha. Prince Andrew did not notice that she called his sister Mappy, and only after calling her so in his presence did Natasha notice it herself. Really, he asked. They told her that all Moscow has been burned down, and that. Natasha stopped. It was impossible to talk. It was plain that he was making an effort to listen, but could not do so. Yes, they say it's burned, he said. It's a great pity, and he gazed straight before him, absently stroking his moustache with his fingers. And so you home met Count Nicholas, Mary? Prince Andrew suddenly said, evidently wishing to speak pleasantly to them. You wrote here that he took a great liking to you. He went on simply and calmly, evidently unable to understand all the complex significance his words had for living people. If you liked him too, it would be a good thing for you to get married, he added rather more quickly, as if pleased at having found odds he had long been. Princess Mary heard his words, but they had no meaning for her, except as a proof of how away he now was from everything living. Why talk of him? She said quietly and glanced at Natasha. Natasha, who felt her glance, did not look at her. All three were again silent. Andrew, would you like? Princess Mary suddenly said in a trembling voice, you like to see little Nicholas? He is always talking about you. Prince Andrew smiled just perceptibly and for the first time, but Princess Mary, who knew his face so well, saw with horror that he did not smile pleasure or affection for his son, but with quiet, gentle irony. He thought she was trying what she believed to be the last means of arousing him. Yes, I shall very glad to see him. Is he quite well? Little Nicholas was brought into Prince Andrew's room. He looked at his father with frightened eyes, but did not cry, because no one else was crying. Prince Andrew kissed him and evidently did not know what to say to him. When Nicholas had been led away, Princess Mary again went up to her brother, kissed, and unable to restrain her tears any longer began to cry. He looked at her attentively. "Is it about Nicholas?" he asked. Princess Mary nodded her head. "Weeping Mary, you know the gossip but he broke off. "What did you say?" "Nothing." "You mustn't cry here," he said, looking at her with the same cold expression. When Princess Mary began to cry, he understood that she was crying at the thought that little Nicholas would be left without her. With a great effort he tried to return to life and to see things from their point of view. Yes, to them it must seem sad, he thought, but how simple it is. "The fowls of the air sow not, neither do they reap, yet your Father feedeth them you," he said to himself, and wished to say to Princess Mary, "But no, they will take it their own way, they won't understand. They can't understand that all those feelings they prize so, all our feelings, all those ideas that seem so important to us, are unnecessary. We cannot understand one another." And he remained silent. Prince Andrew's little son was 7. He could scarcely read, and knew nothing. After that day he threw many things, gaining knowledge, observation, and experience, but had he possessed all that he afterwards acquired, he could not have had a better or more profound understanding of the meaning of scene he had witnessed between his Fitha, Mary, and Natasha, than he had then. He understood it completely, and, leaving them without crying, went silently up to Natasha, who had come out with him, and looked shyly at her with his beautiful eyes. Then his uplifted, rosy upper lip trembled, and leaning his head against her he began to cry. After that he avoided Dessels and the Countess, who caressed him, and either sat alone or came timidly to Princess Mary, or to Natasha, of whom he seemed even than of his aunt, and clung to them quietly and shyly. When Princess Mary had left Prince Andrew, she hilly understood what Natasha's ace had told her. She did not speak any more to Natasha of hopes of saving his life. She took turns with her beside his sofa, and did not cry any more, but prayed continually, tongue in soul, to that eternal and untamable, whose presence the dying man was now so evident. Chapter WI. Not only did Prince Andrew know he would die, but he felt that he was dying and was already half dead. He was conscious of a aloofness from everything earthly and a strange and joyous lightness of existence. Without haste or agitation he awaited what was coming. That inexorable, eternal, distant, and unknown, the presence of which he had felt continually all his life, was now near to him, and, by the strange lightness he experienced, almost comprehensible and palpable. Formerly he had feared the end. He had twice experienced that terribly tormenting fear of death, the end, but now he no longer that fear. He had felt it for the first time when the shell spun like a top before him, and he looked at the fallow field, the bushes, and the sky, and knew that he was fast to death. When he came to himself after being wounded, and the flower of eternal, unfettered love had instantly unfolded itself in his soul as if freed from the bondage of life that had restrained it, he no longer feared death and ceased to think about it. During the hours of solitude, suffering, and partial delirium he spent ere he was wounded, the more deeply he penetrated into the new principle of eternal love revealed to the more he unconsciously detached himself from earthly life. To love everything and everybody and always to sacrifice oneself for love meant not to love anyone, not to live this earthly life. And the more imbued he became with that principle of love, the more he renounced life and the more completely he destroyed that barrier which, in the absence of such love, stands between life and death. When during those first days he remembered that he would have to die, he said to himself, "Well, what of it? So much the better." But after the night in Mitishkai, when, half delirious, he had seen her for whom he longed appear before him, and, having pressed her hand to his lips, had shed gentle, happy tears, love for a particular woman again crept unobserved and sevenical into his heart, and once more him to life. And joyful and agitating thoughts to occupy his mind. Recalling the moment at the ambulance station when he had seen Kuragin, he could not now regain the feeling he then had, but was tormented by the question whether Kuragin was of underscore, and he dared not inquire. His illness pursued its normal physical course, but what Natasha referred to Ivan, she said this suddenly happened, too, had occurred 2 days before Princess Mary arrived. It was the last spiritual struggle between life and death, in which death gained the victory. It was the unexpected realization of fact that he still valued life as presented to him in the form of his love for Natasha, and a last, though ultimately vanquished, attack of terror, the unknown at Eva's evening. As usual after dinner he was slightly feverish, and his thoughts were preternaturally clear. S6 New was sitting by the table. He to doze. Suddenly a feeling of happiness seized him all. She has come, thought he, and so it was. MS6 New's place sat Natasha, who had just come in noiselessly. Since she had begun looking after him, he had always experienced this physical consciousness of her nearness. She was sitting in an armchair placed sideways, screening the light of the candle from him, and was knitting a stocking. She had learned to knit stockings since Prince Andrew had casually mentioned that no one nursed the sick so well as old nurses who knit stockings, and that there is something soothing in the knitting of stockings. The needles clicked lightly in her slender, rapidly moving hands, and he could clearly see the tall profile of her drooping. She moved, and the ball rolled off her knees. She started, glanced round at him, and screening the candle with her hand carefully with a supple and exact movement, picked up the ball, and regained her former position. He looked at her without moving and saw that she wanted to draw a deep breath after stooping, but refrained from doing so and breathed cautiously. At the TR6 it's a monastery they had spoken of past, and he had told her that if he lived he would always thank God for his wound which had brought them together again, but after that they knew a 6Ke of the filter _ can it or can it not, he now thought as he looked at her and listened to the light click of the steel needles. Can fate have brought me to her so strangely only for me to die, ______, is it that the TMTH of life has been revealed to me only to show me that I have spent my life in falsity? I love her more than anything in the world. But what am I to do if I love her, he thought, and he involuntarily groaned, from a habit acquired during his sufferings. On hearing that sound Natasha put down the stocking, leaned nearer to and suddenly, noticing his shining eyes, stepped lightly up to him and over him. You are not asleep _ no, I've been looking at you a long time. Are you come him? No one else gives me that sense of soft tranquility that you do, that light. I want to weep for joy. Natasha drew closer to him, her shone with rapturous joy. Natasha, I love you too much. More than anything in the world. And I. She turned away for an instant. Why much? She asked. Why too much, _____, well, what do you feel in your soul, your whole soul, shall I live? What do you think? I am sure of it, sure. Natasha almost shouted, taking hold his hands with a passionate movement. He remained silent a while. Howard, you old liar, and taking her hand he kissed it. Natasha felt happy and agitated, but at once remembered that this you old not do and that he had to be quiet. But you have not slept, she said, repressing her joy. Try to sleep ____, please. He pressed her hand and released it, and she went back to the candle and sat down again in her former position. Twice she turned and looked at him, and her eyes met his beaming at her. She set herself a task on her stocking and resolved not to turn round till it was finished. He really shut his eyes and fell asleep. He did not sleep long and suddenly awoke with a start and in a cold perspiration. As he fell asleep he had still been thinking of the subject that now always occupied his life and death, and chiefly about death he felt himself nearer to it. Love? What is IOQ? He thought. Love hinders death. Is life? All, everything that I understand only cause I. Everything is, everything exists, only I love. Everything is united by it alone. Law 7e is God, and to die means that I, a particle of 101,722 shall return to the general and eternal source. These thoughts seemed to him comforting. But they were only thoughts. Something was lacking in them, they were not clear, they were too one-sidedly personal and brain-spun. And there was the former agitation and obscurity. He fell asleep. He dreamed that he was lying in the room he really was in, but that he was quite well and unwounded. Many various, indifferent, and insignificant appeared before him. He talked to them and discussed something trivial. They were preparing to go away somewhere. Prince Andrew dimly realized that all this was trivial and that he had more important cares, but he continued to speak, surprising them by empty witticisms. Gradually, unnoticed, all these persons began to, and a single question, that off-closed door, superseded all else. He rose and went to the door and locked it. Everything depended on whether he was, or was not, in time to lock it. He went, and tried to hurry, but his legs refused to move and he knew he would not be in time to lock the door though he painfully strained all his powers. He was seized by an agonizing fear. And that fear was the fear of death. It stood behind the door. But just when he was clumsily creeping toward the door, that dreadful something on the other side was already pressing against it and forcing its way in. Something not human, death, was breaking in through that and had to be kept out. He seized them, making a final effort to hold it back. To lock it was no longer possible, but his efforts were weak and clumsy, and the door, pushed from behind by that terror, opened and closed again. Once again it pushed from outside. His last superhuman efforts were vain, and halves of the door noiselessly opened. It entered, and it was death, and Prince Andrew died. But at the instant he died, Prince Andrew that he was asleep, and at the very instant he died, having made and he awoke. Yes, it was death. I died, and woke up. Yes, death is an awakening. And all at once it grew light in his soul, and the veil that had till then concealed the unknown was lifted from his spiritual vision. He felt as if powers till then confined within him had been liberated, and that strange lightness did not again leak him. Waking in a cold perspiration, he moved on the divan. Natasha went up and asked him what was the matter. He did not answer and looked at her strangely, not understanding. That was what had happened to him 2 days before Princess Mary's arrival. From that day, as the doctor expressed it, the wasting fever assumed a malignant character, but what the doctor said did not interest Natasha. She saw the terrible moral symptoms which to her were more convincing. From that day an awakening from life came to Prince Andrew together with his awakening from sleep. And compared to the duration of life it did not seem to him slower than an awakening from sleep compared to the duration of a dream. There was nothing terrible or violent in this comparatively slow awakening. His last days and hours passed in an ordinary and simple way. Both Princess Mary and Natasha, who did not leave him, felt this. They did not weep or shudder, and during these last days they themselves felt that they were not attending on him. He was no longer there, he had left them, but on what reminded them most closely of him, his body. Both felt this so strongly that the outward and temporal side of death did not affect them, and they did not feel it necessary to foment their grief. Neither in his presence nor out of it did they weep, nor did they ever talk to one another him. They felt that they could not express in words what they understood. They saw that he was sinking slowly and quietly, deeper and deeper, away from, and they knew that this had to so, and that it was right. He confessed, and received communion. Everyone came to take leave of him. When they brought his son to him, he pressed his lips to the boy's and turned away, not because he felt it hard and sad. Princess Mary and Natasha understood that, but simply because he thought it was all that was required of him. But when they told him to bless the boy, he did what was demanded and looked round as if asking whether there was anything else he should do. When the last convulsions of the body, which the spirit was leaving, occurred, Princess Mary and Natasha were present. "Is it ma?" said Princess Mary when his body had for a few minutes lain motionless, growing cold before them. Natasha went up, looked at the dead eyes, and hastened to close them. She closed them but did not kiss them, but clung to that which reminded her most nearly of him, his body. "Where has he gone? Where is he now?" When the body, washed and dressed, lay in the coffin on a table, everyone came to take leave of him and they all wept. Little Nicholas cried, his heart was rent by painful perplexity. The Countess and S6 cried from pity for Natasha and because he was no more. The old Count cried because he felt that for long, he, too, must take the same terrible step. Natasha and Princess Mary also wept now, but not cause of their own personal grief. They wept with a reverent and softening emotion which had taken possession of their souls at the consciousness of the simple and solemn mystery of death that had been accomplished in their presence. Book 13, 1812 Chapter I. Man's mind cannot grasp the causes of events in their completeness, but the desire to find those causes is implanted in man's soul. And without considering the multiplicity and complexity of the conditions, any one of which taken separately may seem to be the cause, he snatches at the first approximation to a cause that seems to him intelligible and says, "This is the cause." In historical events, where the actions of men are the subject of observation, the first and most primitive approximation to present itself was the will of the gods and, after that, the will of those who stood in the most prominent position, the heroes of history. But we need only penetrate to the essence of any historic event, which lies in the activity of the general mass of men who take part in it, to be convinced that the will of historic hero does not control the actions of mass but is itself continually controlled. It may seem to be a matter of indifference whether we understand the meaning of historical events this way or that, yet there is the same difference. A man who says that the people of the West moved on the East because Napoleon wished it, and a man who says that this happened because it had to happen, as there is between those who declared that the earth was stationary and that the planets moved round it and those who admitted that they did not know what upheld the earth, but knew there were laws directing its movement and that of the other planets. There is, and can no cause of an historical event except the one cause of all causes. But there are laws directing events, and some of these laws are known to us while we are conscious of others we cannot comprehend. The discovery of these laws is only when we have quite abandoned the attempt to find the cause in the will of some one man, just as the discovery of the laws of the motion of the planets was possible only when men abandoned the conception of the fixity of the earth. The historians consider that, next to the Battle of Borodin 6 and the occupation of Moscow by the enemy and its destruction by fire, the most important episode of the War of 1812 was the movement of Russian army from the Ryazana to the Kalaga Road and to the Tarutino camp, the so-called flank march across the Krasnaya Pakra River. They ascribe the glory of that achievement of genius to different men and dispute as to whom the honor is due. Even foreign historians, including the French, acknowledge the genius of Russian commanders when they of that flank march. But it is hard to understand why military writers, and following them others, consider this flank march to the profound conception of some one man who saved Russia and destroyed Napoleon. In the first place, it is hard to understand where the profundity and genius of this movement lay, for not much mental effort was needed to see that the best position for an army when it is not being attacked is where there are most provisions, and even a dull boy of 13 could have guessed that the best for an army after its retreat from Moscow in IS 12 was on the Kaluga road. So it is impossible to understand by what reasoning the historians reach the conclusion that this maneuver was a profound one. And it is even more difficult to understand just why they think that this maneuver was calculated to save Russia and destroy the French, for this flank march, had it been preceded, accompanied, or followed by other circumstances, might have proved minus to the Russians and salutary for the French. If the position of the Russian army really began to improve from the time of that, it does not at all follow that the march was the cause of it. That flank march might not only have to give any advantage to the Russian army, but might in other circumstances have led to its destruction. Would have happened had Moscow not burned down. If Murat had not lost sight of the Russians, had not remained inactive. If Russian army at Krasnaya Pakra had given battle as Bennigsen and Barclay advised, Lat would have had the French attacked the Russians while they were marching beyond the Pakra. It would have happened if on approaching Tarutino, Napoleon had attacked the Russians with but a tenth of energy he had shown when he attacked them at Smolensk. What Moldhal 7e happened had the French moved on Petersburg, ______, in any of these the flank march that brought salvation might have proved disastrous. The third and most incomprehensible thing is that people studying history deliberately avoid seeing that this flank march cannot be attributed to any one man, that no one ever foresaw it, and that in reality, like the retreat from Philly, it did not suggest itself to anyone in its entirety, but resulted, moment by moment, step by step, event by event, from an endless number of most dire circumstances, and was only seen in its entirety when it had been accomplished and belonged to the past. At the council at Philly, the prevailing thought in the minds of the Russian commanders was the one naturally suggesting itself, namely, a direct retreat by the Nizhny road. In proof of this there is the fact that the majority of the council voted for such a retreat, and above all there is the well-known conversation after the council, between the commander-in-chief and Lansk 6Y, who was in charge of the commissariat department. Lansk 6Y informed the commander-in-chief that the army supplies were for the most part stored along the Oka in the Tly-Wona and Ryazan provinces, and that if they retreated on Nizhny the army would separate from its supplies by the broad river Oka, which cannot be crossed early in winter. This was the first indication of the necessity of deviating from what had previously seemed the most natural course, a direct retreat on Nizhny Novgorod. The army tumbled more to the south, along the Ryazan road and nearer to its supplies. Subsequently the inactivity of French, who even lost sight of the Russian army concern for the safety of arsenal at Tuila, and the advantages of drawing nearer to its supplies caused the army to tumble still farther south to the Tula road. Having crossed over, by a forced march, to the Tula road beyond the Pakra, the Russian commanders intended to remain at Pod 61 SK and had no thought of Tarutino but innumerable circumstances and the reappearance of French who had for a time lost touch with the Russians, and projects of giving battle, and all the abundance of provisions in Kalaga province, obliged our army to turn still more to the south and to cross from the Tila to the Kaluga road and go to Tenitino, which was between the roads along which those supplies lay. Just as it is impossible to say when it was decided to abandon Moscow, so it is impossible to say precisely when, or by whom, it was decided to move to Tarutino only when the army had got there, as the result of innumerable and varying forces, did people begin to assure themselves that they had desired this moment and long ago foreseen its result.